Live humbly in a world of immortals and warriors. Gather corpses to attain longevity. How can one watch the world change? Seas turn to fields, mountains shift, the sun and moon revolve, while remaining unchanged oneself. I'll tell you from practical experience. One word: lay low. Stay low to the end, and you shall have it all. I am Chen Changsheng, the Changsheng that means eternal life. Chapter 1. The Prison Guard of the Great Zhou. In the spring of the 36th year of the reign of Emperor Shizong, the capital city, in the southern district, is renowned as a notorious slum. Number 108, 6th Avenue South. This must be the place. Chen Changsheng rapped upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? May I ask whom you seek? A timid young girl peered curiously at Chen Changsheng. Is there a Madame Shui residing here? Chen Changsheng offered a smile he deemed amiable. Ah, are you looking for my mother? Who are you? The girl inquired with innocent curiosity. Xiaohuan, who is outside. Mother, someone is looking for you. And you are? Madame Shui furrowed her brow, gazing at Chen Changsheng, unfamiliar with this visitor. At the behest of another, I have come to your esteemed residence to deliver 50 taels of silver. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng produced several silver ingots and placed them gently upon the table. What has happened to him? Upon seeing the silver, Madame Shui's expression remained devoid of joy. Her complexion turned pale, devoid of color. He is dead. Chen Changsheng spoke softly. I understand. Thank you for informing me. Xiaohuan bowed to our benefactor. After a moment of silence, Madame Shui stifled her tears, prompting the young girl to bow before Chen Changsheng. I offer my condolences that, at another's behest, I carry out a loyal deed. In return for your bow, I present this item to you. In times of peril, it may save your life. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head, producing a jade pendant and fastening it to the girl's waist, casually offering her a few candies. Completing Lu Ming's final wish, Lu Ming bestows upon you his blood spirit technique. What a loss! I have relinquished my hard-earned 50 taels of silver and a protective jade pendant, yet I have only received a tome of martial arts. Ah, this blood spirit technique is intriguing. It is a dark art that allows one to expend their life essence to gain power, and oh wonder this young man could assassinate the heir of the Qi. Alas, under the emperor's jurisdiction, such a tragedy has invoked the emperor's wrath. The Qi estate is filled with formidable experts, and ultimately, death is inescapable. Nevertheless, this technique is exactly what I require. As for expending life, Chen Changsheng contemplated his lifespan, estimating he could still live for another 138 years, fortunate to have acquired the lifespans of the departed. In the capital's prison, Old Chen, you have finally returned. The inmate in cell 13 could not endure the weight of guilt and has committed suicide. You should handle the matter. Suicide from guilt? A smirk of skepticism appeared on Chen Changsheng's lips. If his memory served him correctly, the individual in cell 13 was most fearful of death. How could he take his own life? Yet, this did not concern him, for he was merely a lowly prison guard. Entering cell 13, the floor was awash with blood. The inmate's eyes bulged, black blood oozed from his ears and nose. His spine lay limp, as if shattered by unseen hands. A gaping wound the size of a bull marred his abdomen. Spilling his innards across the ground, by the heavens, to kill without mercy. This death is far too gruesome. No wonder the others shun this mess. Shaking his head lightly, Chen Changsheng had witnessed far worse in his 3 years as a prison guard. Unrolling a thin mat, he deftly stuffed the corpse's entrails back inside, then wrapped the body up. Before him, a spectral scroll materialized, inscribed with the words "the record of body retrieval." The scroll unfurled slowly, casting a light upon the lifeless form. A wisp of black smoke ascended and vanished into the scroll, which then revealed additional lines of text. Zhang Xing, male, 32 years old, brutally murdered. Final wish: to find evidence within the Xihua temple and expose the Qi Wang's conspiracy to rebel. The Qi Wang plans to rebel? This man knew such a secret. No wonder he was silenced in the prison. Chen Changsheng 3 years have swiftly passed. Under the care of Chen Changsheng, De Huang has not only grown remarkably robust, but has also developed a keen sense of understanding. The only aspect that leaves Chen Changsheng dissatisfied is De Huang's excessive lewdness, which has led to the seduction of numerous female dogs in the vicinity. Reflecting on his own 3-year journey through time, he finds himself still a solitary canine, while De Huang has amassed a veritable harem. In his frustration, he wishes he could have De Huang castrated. Woof woof. De Huang barked twice, signaling that all was well. Stand guard at the door. I wish to cultivate Chen Changsheng instructed De Huang to keep watch while he retreated beneath the great trellis, assuming a five-heart posture to initiate the operation of the blood spirit. Technique. The blood spirit technique is a demonic martial art known for its rapid results. However, to achieve hastiness in martial cultivation necessitates energy expenditure. Ordinary individuals expend energy through the food they consume, hence the saying, "The impoverished excel in literature, while the wealthy excel in martial prowess," for martial. Training requires ample sustenance. Conversely, the blood spirit technique requires the consumption of one's own essence and lifespan to attain swift results. As the technique coursed through his body, Chen Changsheng could distinctly feel his essence transforming into potent internal energy. Gradually, he began to comprehend. The blood spirit technique does not directly consume lifespan, but rather depletes one's essence. However, for ordinary people, essence is scarce, and prolonged depletion inevitably weakens the body, leading to a shortened lifespan. Nevertheless, this method is quite harmonious for me, where essence may be rare for others. For me, Chen Changsheng promptly consumed a blood essence pill, which, under the influence of the blood spirit technique, was swiftly transformed into internal energy circulating through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. As more and more internal energy gathered in his dantian, a qualitative change arose from quantitative accumulation, birthing a strand of innate true qi. With this thread of true qi serving as a seed, it rapidly transmuted the surrounding internal energy into true Q in an instant. Chen Changsheng felt his senses expand, as though everything within a 10-meter radius was under his dominion. Even the two ants engaged in their mating ritual beneath the ground were distinctly perceptible to him. Innate true qi. My senses have vastly increased. At last, I have broken through to the realm of innate master, granting me a modicum of self-defense. Having undergone a rather clandestine development over 3 years, he now possesses a strength that is merely a slight enhancement over the average individual. However, he must remain humble, for there are still those in this world who surpass him. After all, he is still just a novice in the realm of innate. In the sky above, the fish skin turned pale as the sun ascended steadily. I have inadvertently practiced all night. Poor De Huang. Chen Changsheng slowly concluded his cultivation, and upon hearing this, De Huang hurriedly bounded over. You're the greedy one, with this blood essence pill. You must have consumed even more than I have. Chen Changsheng muttered, tossing a blood essence pill to De Huang before gracefully exiting the room. After receiving the blood essence pill, De Huang settled under the grape trellis, and soon, wisps of crimson mist began to emanate from his head. Mr. Chen, you have arrived. Shall we stick to the usual today? On Changming Street, Chen Changsheng sat at a vendor's table where the proprietor greeted him warmly. Just as he was enjoying his meal. Have you heard? The Grand General's family is plotting a rebellion. Who told you that? Don't speak such nonsense here. It could cost you your head. I am not jesting. The entire capital is abuzz with the rumor. They say the Grand General is amassing troops in the northern frontier and may seek to establish himself. Hearing their conversation, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even though he was indifferent to politics, he was aware that the Grand General was the prince's maternal uncle. If he were to conspire against the throne, the prince would undoubtedly be implicated. Furthermore, considering that Zhang Xing possessed evidence of the Qi Wang's rebellion, could it be that this rumor was concocted by Qi Wang himself? Chen Changsheng shook his head gently. What concern is this to me? After all, he is merely a jailer in the celestial prison, and regardless of who ascends to the throne in the Dezhou dynasty, jailers will always be in demand. After finishing his breakfast, he casually tossed a few copper coins and strolled towards the celestial prison. Old Chen, room 13 has a new inmate. You'll be delivering meals. This one is quite remarkable. The Grand General's left martial guard commander, Lin Yong. I don't know what he did to end up here. Upon arriving at the celestial prison, Pan Wu approached him. Having served as a jailer for 3 years, Chen Changsheng had become well known as a harmless, good-natured fellow, always willing to lend a hand. Even if a corpse were to be reduced to a pulp, he would readily attend to it. Besides his penchant for visiting brothels, he had no other faults, and many jailers enjoyed conversing with him. Pan Wu and Chen Changsheng were particularly close. The reason for their camaraderie was simple. They shared a common interest in visiting brothels to listen to music and often accompanied each other. The left martial guard commander? If I recall correctly, isn't this left martial guard commander the Grand General's brother-in-law? Chen Changsheng pondered. The emperor is acting swiftly. Is he about to take action against the prince's faction? Yet, This is not unexpected, as familial ties hold little sway in the royal court. The prince has grown up and gained strength, while the old emperor seems to have a few more years left in him. The Qi rise to the status of Seven Pearl Prince was merely the old emperor's way of providing the prince with a sparring partner. Old Chen, it seems you are not entirely indifferent to political matters. Pan Wu chuckled. It's merely a matter of being exposed to it. You all frequently discuss such gossip, and naturally, I've picked up a few things. Chen Changsheng shrugged off the conversation. What concern do I have with the Grand General or matters of life and death? After all, he is just an ordinary jailer, carrying the meals. Chen Changsheng arrived at room 13. Time for your meal. Do not expect the food in the celestial prison to be of high quality. It is merely edible enough to sustain life. Lin Yong merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Changsheng, ignoring him entirely. Chen Changsheng shrugged. He had seen many such inmates. Those who initially disdained the food would, after a few days of hunger, eagerly devour even spoiled fare. This Lin Yong truly lives up to his title as the Left Martial Guard Commander. His strength is formidable, at least at the 3rd rank. In this world, martial arts are categorized from the 1st to the 9th rank, with anyone above the 1st rank being considered an innate master. Just yesterday, Chen Changsheng was at the 1st rank, but today he has already become an innate master. At that moment, a clattering noise rang from outside the cell. Old Chen, the family of General Lin has come to visit. You are to wait outside the cell. Deputy Warden Yin Ming approached with several women. Chen Changsheng glanced over and couldn't help but frown. Is it her? Miss Warner. What is her connection with Lin Yong? Upon seeing one of the sorrowful women, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but recall a scene from 3 years prior, when he had just traversed into this world, lacking any understanding and having no travel permit, dressed oddly. He was captured as a vagrant. In a moment of desperation, he had sought help from a beautifully dressed woman. To his surprise, she was kind-hearted enough to rescue him, arranging for his household registration, which allowed him the opportunity to work as a jailer in the celestial prison, and subsequently unlocking his potential, leading to his current prowess. He only knew her name was Warner, with no further details, yet he never imagined they would meet again in the celestial prison 3 years later. What are you dawdling for? Step outside. Yin Ming frowned at Chen Changsheng. Yes. Chen Changsheng lowered his head and stepped out. Wait, something feels off. Yin Ming is the deputy warden, the second in command of the celestial prison. It is unusual for him to personally oversee a visitation. Moreover, he seems to display a peculiar respect towards that attendant, intentionally lagging behind as they walk, while another attendant moves in sync with Yin Ming. This person breathes deeply and walks lightly. And had Chen Changsheng not recently broken through to the innate master realm, he might have instinctively overlooked him. There is a hint of nobility emanating from the attendant. Could it be the prince? Chapter 3. The unfortunate one is me at that moment. The servant who lagged behind seemed to sense something and abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings. What is the matter? The front servant inquired with a frown. It's nothing. I may have misinterpreted my instincts, the lagging servant replied, gently shaking his head. He had just felt a presence as if someone was spying on them, but upon further scrutiny, he detected nothing. Perhaps he was simply being overly suspicious. After several individuals entered, Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, this fellow possesses considerable strength, at least a first-rate expert. Fortunately, I made a breakthrough yesterday. Otherwise, my identity might have been compromised. With a first-rate expert accompanying him, this person's identity was undoubtedly revealed. It was astonishing that the crown prince had come to the prison to conduct a visit. If this were to leak out. Approximately half an hour later, the group gradually emerged from the cell, and Miss Warner had red, swollen eyes, clearly having wept. Chen Changsheng did not approach to acknowledge her. After all, they belonged to different worlds, and both he and Miss Warner could only feel gratitude towards one another. You are the jailer of Cell 13, correct? You must take good care of General Lin from now on, understood? The servant who resembled the crown prince glanced at Chen Changsheng and said, rest assured, with me here, General Lin shall not suffer. Yin Ming replied hastily. Such acting, it seemed, was to ensure no one was unaware of his royal identity. Understood. Though he internally scoffed, he maintained a facade. The guard behind the crown prince scrutinized Chen Changsheng, his brow furrowed. For reasons unknown, he felt a shiver run down his spine when looking at this individual. Chen Changsheng, helpless, shrugged. Having just made a breakthrough, he had not yet stabilized his power, which evidently alerted this fellow to something amiss. Is it you? At that moment, Miss Warner covered her mouth with one hand while pointing at Chen Changsheng with the other. After 3 years, you still recognize me? Chen Changsheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Wanner, for saving my life. Recognizing one another, Chen Changsheng could only bow first. Saved your life? Old Chen, do you know Miss Wanner? Yan Ming exclaimed in surprise. Chen Changsheng was merely a jailer from the lower ranks of the Dezhou. Yet he knew the daughter of the general of the Left Wu Guard? 3 years ago, I was saved by Miss Wanner, which is how I became the jailer Chen Changsheng I am today. He affirmed. Since Wanner is your savior, those within should certainly be well taken care of. All right, Wanner, let us depart. The servant resembling the crown prince said and took the lead in leaving, seemingly eager to emphasize his unique identity. From that point onward, the provisions in cell 13 have never ceased. This was not only due to Yan Ming's instructions, but also because Chen Changsheng wished to repay Miss Wanner's kindness. Moreover, due to her special status, Miss Wanner often visited the prison. The bond of gratitude between them, combined with Chen Changsheng's eloquence and knowledge from 2 lifetimes, set him apart from ordinary jailers. As they interacted, Chen Changsheng and Lin Wanner grew quite close, much to Lin Yong's observation. One day, old Chen, have you heard? Another death occurred in the Tianzi prison. Pan Wu mysteriously pulled Chen Changsheng aside. Another death? That makes it the 3rd one this year, Chen Changsheng said, his brow furrowing. The Tian Lao was divided into 4 areas: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Generally, inmates were assigned to areas based on their status. Those confined to the Tianzi cell were all serious offenders of high rank. Yes, it's the 3rd one. The circumstances were dreadful. Hardly anyone dared to collect the body. Pan Wu sighed. It seems another unfortunate soul will soon emerge, Chen Changsheng remarked with a shake of his head. With only march upon them. 3 deaths had already occurred, an average of 1 per month. Naturally, whoever went there was deemed the unfortunate one. Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng. At that moment, someone called out his name. Here, Chen Changsheng responded. You are to report to the Tianzi cell. Yan Ming appeared before Chen Changsheng. What? Why is it old Chen? Pan Wu grew anxious. Yes, there are so many inmates. If necessary, we could recruit someone else from outside. Why must it be old Chen? Not only Pan Wu but also other jailers who were on good terms with Chen Changsheng were equally perturbed. The Tianzi cell was a place that, in the eyes of many jailers, represented true hell. It was common for guards to die suddenly, with some even disappearing without a trace. What are you all fussing about? If he doesn't go, then who will? Yan Ming cast a cold glance at the crowd and spoke coolly. Instantly, everyone fell silent. In a place with such a high mortality rate, who would dare to go? While they had a good relationship with Chen Changsheng, they were not willing to sacrifice their lives. Enough, disperse. Chen Changsheng, come with me. Yan Ming said blandly. Do you know why it's you? He asked. I can somewhat guess, Chen Changsheng replied with a bitter smile. You are a clever person. Why can't you be a bit smarter in your actions? That Lin Wanner is the daughter of the general of the Left Wu Guard. Even if she is currently entangled in prison, for someone of such stature, rises and falls are merely commonplace. This girl is not someone you should covet. Yan Ming sighed. In truth, he held a favorable view of Chen Changsheng. Recognizing him as a smart individual with potential, it was regrettable that the pressure of this situation might be too much for him to bear. If I say this is merely a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chen Changsheng replied, feeling speechless. He had indeed surmised some truths. Once, while delivering food to cell 13, he had inadvertently overheard a conversation between Lin Yong and Lin Wanner, where she was advised to keep her distance. I believe you, but I don't believe the Crown Prince. Yan Ming shrugged. The Crown Prince is the one who visited the prison before, correct? Chen Changsheng inquired. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. It was truly the Crown Prince. You guessed it? Yan Ming was astonished. Was it difficult? You are indeed a clever person. What a pity, he shook his head. On one side stood the Crown Prince, and on the other, a jailer. The disparity in their power was incomprehensible. What exactly is in the Tianzi prison? Chen Changsheng asked. There are frequent deaths there, and some bodies are never even found. Ordinary jailers dare not approach the Tianzi cell. Chen Changsheng had been no exception over the past 3 years. He valued his life and never willingly ventured into dangerous places. Those imprisoned there are all formidable figures. How many are still alive? Even I do not know. I hope you can survive a while longer. Yan Ming did not harbor any illusions that Chen Changsheng would endure, for in his view, it was utterly impossible. As the deputy warden, he was well aware of the caliber of individuals held within. Most were experts of at least the 3rd rank, with origins as diverse as enemy generals, martial artists, and those who had failed in their allegiances. Killing them would be a waste. Casting them into the Tianzi prison allowed their vitality to wither away. But if they could not withstand the torment and were willing to submit, it would be preferable for those in power. Old monsters? Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up at the mention. He wondered if he, as a newly ascended innate master, could hold his own against these unusual beings. Chapter for the pig farmer of Dezhou. Deep within the prison, a chilling wind brushed past, instilling a sense of dread. Is this the previous jailer of the Tianzi cell? At the entrance of the Tianzi prison, Chen Changsheng frowned at a withered corpse. It's him. I don't know how he died. It looks as though he had been desiccated for years. It's truly eerie. Old Chen, you must take care of yourself, Pan Wu said, unable to bear the sight. Having worked together for 3 years, Pan Wu had recognized Chen Changsheng as a friend. And now he could only watch helplessly as he faced his demise. It is somewhat eerie, Chen Changsheng slowly nodded, then pulled out a thin mat and began to wrap the body. As the corpse collection record reappeared, it illuminated the corpse below, black smoke rising and entering the record. Pan Wu and the others remained oblivious. Only Chen Changsheng could see the corpse collection record. Feng San, male, 41 years old, died with all his vital essence drained. The final wish, redeem Chui Ping from Chunfeng Pavilion. Chunfeng Pavilion? Unexpectedly, Feng San also finds pleasure in this establishment. However, his intention to redeem Chui Ping clearly indicates that he has developed genuine feelings, perhaps wishing to exploit the public vehicle for personal use. The evaluation of the corpse, mere quality, 1 star, rewarded with a longevity pill. Is that it? No essence blood pill? What I received instead is a longevity pill. Is it because Feng San has already exhausted all his essence blood that he did not receive an essence blood pill? Upon reflection, the rewards for corpse gathering do seem to follow a certain pattern. Robust individuals often yield 2 or more essence blood pills, while frail and elderly ones typically produce only 1. Thus, it appears that the essence blood pills actually originate from the corpses themselves. Nonetheless, the longevity pill is a superior reward, so should one not drain the corpse of all its blood before gathering? Forget it, that would be too cruel. And I am not in need of longevity at the moment. It seems that the only way to acquire Feng San's reward is to redeem Chui Ping at Chunfeng Pavilion. I hope the price will not be exorbitant. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head, holding a food box in hand as he slowly entered the Tianzihou prison, while Pan Wu sighed and turned to leave. Stepping into the Tianzihou prison, the atmosphere became even more oppressive, laden with dampness, as it lay deep underground. Deprived of sunlight at all times, any ordinary person residing in such an environment would undoubtedly fall gravely ill within 6 months, adversely affecting their lifespan. No wonder the guards here are replaced with such frequency. Without cultivation, one would not survive for long, even under normal circumstances. Another new guard has arrived. How amusing. Just as one dies, another appears. I wager this one will not last a month. Heartless old demon, do you even need to say that? Shortly after Chen Changsheng entered, voices began to rise within. Hey kid, come here. What is it? Chen Changsheng inquired as he approached. Through the flickering oil lamp, he saw a man shackled by his wrists, gaunt and hollow-eyed, a visage that suggested his time was short. Kid, you are the new guard, are you not? The elder asked. Indeed, Chen Changsheng replied. Do you wish to learn martial arts? Do you desire endless wealth and an abundance of women? The elder asked with a serious expression. Of course, Chen Changsheng responded. If you help me deliver a message, I can provide you with all that, the elder promised. Is that true? You are locked up here. Why should I trust you? Chen Changsheng shook his head. What do you know? Anyone imprisoned in the Tianzihou prison is no simple character. I was once the Tianxing envoy, one of the 3 envoys of the holy sect, possessing formidable power. The elder proclaimed with pride. Then how did you end up here? Chen Changsheng asked, astonished. The holy sect, also known as the demon sect, is one of the most powerful forces in the Jianghu of Dezhou. Truly, none imprisoned here are ordinary. That year, in pursuit of martial perfection, I slaughtered 3 small towns in the northwest, claiming over 10,000 lives. Now, come closer, I will tell you, the elder beckoned. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng approached without a hint of caution. Suddenly, the elder moved, yanking the surrounding chains with a clatter, and one hand slipped through the bars, seizing Chen Changsheng by the neck. What a fool, so easily deceived. After being starved for so long, I can finally feast today, the Tianxing envoy chuckled. Feast on me? Chen Changsheng frowned. Of course, I have been imprisoned by the imperial family of Dezhou for 12 years, and not once have I had a full meal. Cursed imperial family, if I ever escape this prison, I shall make them restless. The Tianxing envoy growled fiercely. 12 years. No wonder you resort to cannibalism. You must have gone mad, Chen Changsheng murmured. Those who eat humans are surely mad. Die, the Tianxing envoy exclaimed, attempting to twist Chen Changsheng's neck. However, why is your neck so tough? What do you think? Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Protective Qi? You are a Xiantian master. This is impossible. The Tianxing envoy stammered. A true Xiantian master stands at the apex of the food chain within the entire Jianghu of Dezhou. How could one end up as a mere guard? In this world, nothing is impossible. Chen Changsheng shrugged, then, through the bars, delivered a swift strike that shattered the Tianqing envoy's skull. In truth, the Tianqing envoy possessed considerable strength, a minor master capable of dominating the Jianghu of Dixia. But being confined here for too long, he had become severely weakened due to lack of sustenance. Surprisingly, I felt no discomfort from my first kill. Am I inherently cold-blooded? Or has the corpse-gathering technique nudged me toward a path of slaughter? No, that is far too perilous. What of invincibility among equals? Slaying those of higher ranks is rather lowly. Asserting dominance through realm is the righteous path. Just like now, a Xiantian against a first-tier master. Rather, it should be a Xiantian against a second or even third tier, with only a single realm of difference. Encountering a fated protagonist might still lead to a counterattack. Henceforth, I must aim to suppress at least 2, if not 3 realms. Stability must be prioritized. A Xiantian master is not invincible, for there exist grand masters beyond. Moreover, I am merely a novice in mastery. Thus, I shall set a modest goal to stabilize my progress to Grand Master. Chen Changsheng first conducted a self-reflection, then pushed open the prison door, mysteriously producing a thin mat from somewhere to wrap the Tianqing envoy, the corpse-gathering technique re-emerging. Chen Changsheng, male, 67 years old, died from a gunshot wound to the head. Last wish, avenge my murder. Chen Changsheng felt speechless, raising his hand before shaking his head and letting it fall. I cannot risk my life merely to fulfill a last wish. Evaluation of the corpse, mere quality, 7 stars, rewarded with 3 inner breath pills. For a dignified first-tier master, to have only provided 3 inner breath pills, even if I were the one to take your life, you should not be so stingy, should you? Well, it is also possible that the Tianqing envoy had been starving for so long that he lacked the energy to maintain his inner power. No wonder I was able to crush his skull with a single strike. Why has there been no sound from the Tianqing envoy? The new guard couldn't he possibly have been consumed by him? Could he? Such a delicacy. Cursed Tianqing envoy, daring to indulge alone. If I return to the sect, I shall flay him alive. Upon hearing the commotion within, Chen Changsheng frowned. They intend to eat me? It seems they have all gone mad. Well, since they are already insane, it is better to let them become nourishment on my path to cultivation. After all, those who can be imprisoned here are all notorious villains. Just like that Tianqing envoy, who killed over 10,000 in his quest for martial prowess. Before that, however, I must ensure they are well fed. After all, even when raising pigs, one must fatten them up before slaughtering. Chapter 5. Familiar faces in crime today. S meal is quite sumptuous, featuring pig head meat and roast chicken. Why this sudden bounty? Surely at sea in the Tianzhou prison, the inmates savored a rare hearty meal, unmindful of the possibility of poison or ulterior motives in the food. As for Chen Changsheng, who delivered the meal, he murmured softly to himself. Besides the deceased Tianqing envoy, there were 18 individuals incarcerated in the Tianzhou prison, comprising 6 of the 5th rank, 5 of the 2nd rank, 5 of the 1st rank, 1 grandmaster, and another whose true nature was indiscernible, appearing to be an ordinary person. However, anyone confined here could hardly be considered ordinary. Truly, the Daizhou's great prison was formidable. Not only were there experts of the upper 3rd rank, but even a grandmaster was imprisoned here, indicating the profound depth of Daizhou's foundation. As a mere novice grandmaster, I must remain vigilant in all my actions. Eat, everyone, enjoy your meal. This feast represents my entire month's salary. Chen Changsheng continued. Make sure to nourish yourselves well. A pig must be fattened before it can be slaughtered. To raise such formidable individuals as royal criminals, demonic cult elders, and great shamans of the southern barbarians. Even those unattainable by ordinary folks, as if they were mere livestock. Only he, Chen Changsheng, could achieve such an extraordinary feat. Speaking of salary, I had previously sent 50 taels of silver and still needed to fulfill Feng San's wish to redeem Chui Ping from Chunfeng Pavilion. The financial gap was quite significant. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that after my ascension to the innate grandmaster level, I had yet to showcase my unparalleled skills. Perhaps I could target a wealthy household for a lucrative endeavor. While I may not be able to emulate the grand hero Guojing, being a minor hero is still quite commendable. As a prison guard, my monthly salary is a mere few taels of silver. Chen Changsheng, fond of indulging in the musical entertainment of brothels, incurs substantial expenses and must devise ways to acquire funds. In the early days of my meager strength, I endured. But after advancing to the upper 3rd rank, a notorious thief emerged in the capital, nicknamed Miaosho Kongkong, who would only take a modest sum of 100 or 80 taels from wealthy households, which was perceived as mere charity. Thus, no one bothered to capture him. As dusk fell, it was time to conclude the day's work. "Old Chen, you're still alive? How splendid!" Chen Wu exclaimed upon seeing Chen Changsheng, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "Did you wish for my demise?" Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. "No, of course not." Pan Wu hastily shook his head. "Haha, let us enjoy some music at Chunfeng Pavilion tonight," Chen Changsheng suggested. "All right, tonight I shall treat you. We are the black and white duo of the entertainment world." Pan Wu laughed heartily. Seeing his good friend tread a path of no return, Pan Wu felt a pang of regret and wished to make amends. At 168, Chaming Avenue, Chen Changsheng sat beneath a vine-laden trellis, holding a small notebook, and solemnly inscribed the words Crown Prince within it. After pondering, he added Yin Ming. It seemed there were several names preceding the Crown Prince and Yin Ming, all of which had been crossed out. The Crown Prince was a formidable opponent, being a nation's heir with many experts by his side, but Yin Ming was less daunting. Carefully stowing away the notebook, he consumed an internal breath pill and commenced his cultivation. However, after a brief while, he furrowed his brow slightly. The distinction between internal power and true energy was indeed profound. It took 10 parts of internal power to convert into 1 part of true energy. After entering the innate stage, my cultivation speed had markedly slowed. Previously, a single internal breath pill could equate to years of diligent practice. But now it only sustained me for a few months. Furthermore, once in the innate realm, the difficulty of cultivation surged dramatically, even with the blood spirit technique. Consuming blood essence to cultivate, advancing to the mid-innate stage would likely require over a decade. It appears that to progress swiftly, I must rely on the prisoners within the Tianzihu prison. The reward frequency for internal breath pills is far less than that of blood essence pills, typically only obtainable upon collecting the bodies of upper 3rd rank martial artists. Among the 9th rank martial artists, common ruffians in the Jianghu are usually of the lower 3rd rank, while those reaching the middle 3rd rank often gain a certain reputation, forming the backbone of the Jianghu. As for the upper 3rd rank, they are quite rare. Each one commands a resounding reputation in the Jianghu, such as the leaders of various factions, sect heads, and esteemed elders of major sections. Only Chen Changsheng, as a guard in the Great Prison, has the occasional opportunity to collect the bodies of such experts. Otherwise, in any other capacity, one would find it exceedingly difficult to even lay eyes on such formidable figures. Consuming 3 internal breath pills merely saved Chen Changsheng a year's worth of cultivation effort. Thus, it seems I need to refine another 27 internal breath pills to reach the mid-innate stage. The prisoners in the Tianzihu prison must be well fed. For now, I must seek a loan from those affluent families to indulge in music or, more accurately, to fulfill Feng San's dying wish. The capital of Dezhou is divided into 4 districts: southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast, along with the imperial palace. The southern district primarily comprises lower middle-class citizens, while Chen Changsheng resides in the western district, which is considered middle class. The northern district is the hub of commerce, and the eastern district is where the nobility congregates. Previously, when borrowing money, Chen Changsheng would venture to the northern district for its higher safety and the gathering of merchants, where wealth abounds without power. And the hired guards are mostly middle 3rd rank martial artists. After all, upper 3rd rank martial artists, if they are of good standing, are highly sought after even by the royal family. However, today, Chen Changsheng set his sights on the eastern district. It has been over half a month since he last borrowed money, and with the moon shrouded in darkness and the winds high, it was the perfect opportunity to do so. The eastern district is home to many affluent individuals, and it is said that 8 out of 10 experts in the capital, aside from those in the palace, are concentrated here. Unfortunately, I cannot overcome the mental barrier within. Otherwise, with my skills, infiltrating the fragrant chambers of those noble women would be a cinch. As night deepened, the eastern district was somewhat illuminated, as expected from a gathering place of the elite, where light was never scarce. Amidst the dim glow, a shadow flitted by, yet the guards at the entrance merely felt a gentle breeze brush their faces, unaware of any intrusion. What a coincidence! My first venture into the eastern district brings me to the Lin residence. I might as well see Lin Wanner. Chen Changsheng did not anticipate his fortuitous connection with Lin Wanner. His inaugural foray into the eastern district for illicit activities led him to a familiar abode. Could this be considered a familiar crime? Furthermore, if I intend to establish myself in this world, I must eventually settle down. If it were with Lin Wanner, it would not be too bad. Truly, the residence of the left Martial Guard General is heavily fortified, with all guards being first-rate martial artists, at the very least of middle rank. It is fortunate that prior to entering the Grandmaster realm, I was cautious about borrowing money and never ventured into the eastern district. Otherwise, if a mere left martial guard general's estate is so rigorously defended, how formidable would the Qi Wangfu, the crown prince's residence, or even the imperial palace be? Each teeming with experts? As Chen Changsheng slipped into the Lin residence, observing the meticulous patrols, he murmured to himself, stability should be prioritized. After evading a team of guards, he entered the rear courtyard, stealthily alighting upon a large tree. Father, why did you transfer Chen Changsheng to the Tianzhou prison? Do you not know how perilous it is there? A melodious and familiar voice resonated, filled with excitement. Below the tree, a father and daughter appeared to be engrossed in a heart-to-heart conversation. Lin Yong, when did he come out? Chen Changsheng's heart stirred, intending to eavesdrop on their discussion. It is not me. I lack such capability. It is the crown prince. Lin Yong replied calmly. But that was your suggestion. Lin Wanner countered. Do you have feelings for him? Lin Yong retorted. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's heart tightened. In this lifetime, despite having gained considerable experience in various aspects, facing a girl's confession was an entirely new encounter. Chapter 6. In the realm of entertainment, there are great figures' feelings? It is too early to say. I merely sense that he is indeed different from ordinary people, a rare talent. Lin Wanner responded after a moment of contemplation, shaking her head. After all, he is just a prison guard. We do not belong to the same world. If this individual were a prince or noble, perhaps. A talent? This world is never short of talents. His status is far too low, merely a prison guard, unworthy of you. Moreover, you should be aware of the crown prince's disposition. His affection for you stems from your lack of rejection in recent days, which is why I can emerge from the great prison today. You must be mindful of boundaries in the future and refrain from getting too close to other men. Otherwise, it will only lead to harm for both parties involved. For instance, regarding Chen Changsheng, I had warned him previously. He is an intelligent individual and should understand this. However, it seems Lin Yong gently shook his head. I have long realized that the crown prince has taken notice of me, leaving me with no choice. As for Chen Changsheng, let us see how fate treats him. Lin Wanner said with a bitter smile. Who would dare to compete for a woman with the current heir apparent? Are they courting death? As for rescuing Chen Changsheng from the infamous prison, I have no intention of doing so, because I am well aware that if I were to express such intentions, it would only hasten his demise. The crown prince? What of the crown prince? It is a pity that you do not truly care for me. Rather, you merely perceive me as a talent. Otherwise, even if I were the crown prince's woman, what would it matter if I were taken away? Talent may hold significance for you nobles, but it is not of utmost importance. It seems I was somewhat naive in my previous assumptions. Be that as it may, this is ultimately not my world, and what I seek is not power or wealth. The pursuit of gathering remains is my lifelong ambition, and I shall tread further down this path, even to the realms of immortality. After all, fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased carries a certain probability of being granted additional years of life. In this realm, the average lifespan is merely 50 years, and reaching 70 is a rarity. Even those who attain the realm of innate masters can only live for about a century. As for myself, aside from my true self, I still have 138 years left, totaling approximately 160 years of lifespan, which can continue to grow. Why burden myself with concerns? After all, does not indulging in the pleasures of life sound delightful? And without any responsibilities? Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng gently shook his head, severing this vague sentiment, which was perhaps for the best. He cast a final glance at Lin Wanner. As the saying goes, a thief does not leave empty-handed. Since I cannot steal your heart, I shall take a little wealth instead. For Chen Changsheng, acquiring wealth is exceedingly simple. After all, in these 3 years since my arrival, aside from the cautious first year, I began borrowing money from unfamiliar wealthy friends in the second year. The treasury of the Zhuo Wuwei general's residence indeed holds a substantial amount of silver and gold, stamped with the seal of the great Zhou treasury. Surely, it cannot all be misappropriated military funds? Nevertheless, considering Miss Wanner, I shall borrow a mere 500 taels, or perhaps 500 taels of gold, for I have recent expenses to tend to, especially in raising pigs. Quietly sneaking into the general's treasury. Even as a friend of wealthy merchants, Chen Changsheng could not help but gasp in astonishment. The silver within the treasury undoubtedly exceeds 300,000 taels. With gold amounting to over 10,000 taels, Chen Changsheng was unreserved, directly packing dozens of gold bars before turning to leave. Half an hour later, the entire general's residence was placed under lockdown, with guards searching everywhere, while Zhuo Wuwei General Lin Yong's face turned ashen. Losing a few hundred taels of gold was inconsequential to him, but this batch of gold and silver had not yet been remelted and, if allowed to circulate, could cause significant problems. At Chunfeng Pavilion. Young Master Chun, young Master Pan. It has been quite some time since either of you graced our Chunfeng Pavilion. The young ladies have missed you. As Chen Changsheng and Pan Wu entered hand in hand, Mama Hu immediately approached them. Mama Hu, I have heard that you have a lady named Cui Ping here? Chen Changsheng inquired. Cui Ping. We indeed have such a lady, but her temperament is rather fiery. She has not yet been properly trained, Mama Hu responded, appearing somewhat troubled. I am here specifically to see her, Chen Changsheng declared, tossing a gold bean in her direction. The entire gold bar, stamped with a seal, cannot be taken out for use. However, given Chen Changsheng's abilities, transforming it into gold beans is not a difficult task. Oh. Well then. Upon seeing the gold bean, Mama Hu's expression brightened instantly. In the Great Zhou, gold is rare and considered a precious commodity, generally not used for currency. Ordinary patrons typically pay in silver, while those capable of tipping gold beans are indeed of noble status. Cui Ping. How unexpected, old Chun. That you have an acquaintance here at Chunfeng Pavilion. Even I was unaware. Pan Wu jested. Acquaintance or not, that is what it is, Chen Changsheng replied. He merely sought to fulfill Feng San's last wish, and anything beyond that was of little consequence. Old Chun, how did you come to know such a beautiful lady? Pan Wu gaped in astonishment. Enough, go entertain yourself, Chen Changsheng said, pulling Cui Ping into a room. Come. Cui Ping seemed resigned, her previously clenched fists slowly relaxing. What do you mean by come? Chen Changsheng asked in surprise. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Do you men come to places like this for anything other than that? Cui Ping said, her face flushed, looking at Chen Changsheng with disdain. That? Which matter? Chen Changsheng feigned teasing. You are incorrigible, Cui Ping retorted. Her cheeks flushed with anger. All right, just by looking at you, it is clear you are still a novice. I shall not tease you further. Do you know someone by the name of Feng San? Chen Changsheng inquired. Feng San. Upon hearing that name, Cui Ping's entire body trembled. Is he still alive? She asked, her voice somewhat hoarse. No, he has passed away. I am his friend, and he entrusted me to take you away from suffering, Chen Changsheng explained. Dead? When did that happen? Cui Ping's voice grew colder, and her aura shifted dramatically. Indeed, this Cui Ping is formidable, appearing not weak at all. Even if she has not reached the upper 3 ranks, she is not far from it. At such a young age, to possess such cultivation is remarkable. He died last night, Chen Changsheng said. Qi Wang, you shouldn't have killed him. You promised me you wouldn't. Thank you for the news you brought me, but unfortunately, you cannot save me, Cui Ping murmured to herself, casually striking Chen Changsheng on the head. Chen Changsheng discerned that she harbored no intent to kill and thus had no desire to reveal his identity, allowing himself to fall with the force of her blow. Qi Wang. Is this related to Qi Wang? Chen Changsheng noted that many of the wishes he had recently fulfilled seemed connected to Qi Wang. First, Lu Ming killed Qi Wang's heir, then Zhang Xing concealed evidence of Qi Wang's conspiracy to rebel, and now Feng San's final wish, Cui Ping, immediately linked her realization of Feng San's death to Qi Wang. TSK, it seems Feng San was not killed by Qi Wang. What a misunderstanding. But what does this have to do with me? I am merely an innocuous gatherer of remains. Chapter 7, a burden added. After Cui Ping exited, a clamor erupted outside. And shortly after, Pan Wu rushed in, rousing the feigned unconscious Chen Changsheng. What happened? Why did I suddenly faint? Chen Changsheng feigned ignorance. There was a murder outside, thankfully. You are unharmed. I did not expect that indulging in music could nearly cost your life. No, old Chun, I must strive to improve and practice martial arts. I shall never indulge in music again. Pan Wu gritted his teeth. Practice martial arts? What has spurred this change in you? Despite being beaten by your father in the past, you still sneaked silver to indulge in music. Are you sure you have thought this through? Chen Changsheng replied in bemusement. Indulging in music is quite costly. Pan Wu is not Chen Changsheng. When Chen Changsheng runs out of money, he can seek loans from wealthy acquaintances, but Pan Wu, with his 7th-tier strength, is more than adequate as a jailer. He cannot afford to borrow from strangers. The silver he spends in the pleasure houses comes from his family. The Pan family, though not overly large, holds a respectable status in the capital. His father, Pan Feng, serves as a vice-general in the capital garrison, while his brother, Pan Lin, is a royal bodyguard, ensuring the family possesses some wealth. How embarrassing it is to be outmatched by a woman, a mere courtesan. I cannot even defend myself against her. Wait, was that the lady who was killing outside? Chen Changsheng, upon regaining consciousness, cast a suspicious glance towards Pan Wu, realizing he had indeed been knocked out by that woman. The Spring Breeze Pavilion is rather formidable, as an 8th-tier martial artist. It is quite shocking that I was rendered unconscious. In the eyes of his peers, Chen Changsheng is perceived as an 8th-tier martial artist. What is your 8th tier worth? I am 7th tier myself, Pan Wu retorted grumpily. It seems we will not be able to enjoy the music today. Let us go outside and investigate. Chen Changsheng declared. Someone was killed outside. That is excellent news. With a corpse, one can collect the remains, and though I may not fulfill all the chaotic wishes, at least I can obtain some essence blood pills or even inner breath pills. The two emerged from the building, only to find the sounds of battle had ceased, and the scattered furniture had been tidied up. As for the dead Pan Wu mentioned, there was not a single one in sight. It appears that Feng San's wishes remain unfulfilled. Perhaps that lady was captured? Given her skills, she should be a 4th-tier expert. The secrets hidden within the Spring Breeze Pavilion are indeed numerous, thought Chen Changsheng, his brow furrowed in concern. Old Chen, shall we continue listening to the music? Pan Wu, still sulking, had evidently forgotten his earlier vows to practice martial arts diligently and avoid pleasure houses. Go ahead, I have lost interest. I shall return and see you tomorrow. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. Old Chen, are you really leaving? This is not like you. Why fear a fight in a pleasure house? I recall 6 months ago at Jinfeng Tower when a few patrons fought, and one was killed on the spot, yet you remained unfazed. As Chen Changsheng departed, Pan Wu trailed behind, glancing back in reluctance before finally turning back. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Changsheng quickly donned his night attire and hastened back to the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Suading, the lady, was alive but captured. Chen Changsheng intended to rescue her, not only to fulfill Feng San's wishes, but also to ascertain the depths of the Spring Breeze Pavilion and the capital. Before advancing to the innate master tier, he had often borrowed money, yet he had never truly engaged in combat. In the courtyard of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, utilizing the cover of night, Chen Changsheng scaled the walls, gathering his innate true energy to enhance his hearing, thus perceiving the cacophony of sounds surrounding him. That Pan Wu boasts of his prowess as a frequent lover, 7 times in one night? Perhaps once a minute is a sign of illness that requires treatment. He stumbled upon a dungeon, stealthily making his way towards it, where 2 4th-tier experts stood guard. 4th-tier martial artists are already notable figures in the martial world, yet they were no match for Chen Changsheng, who swiftly subdued them before they could even signal for help. Whether it was due to influences from a past life or not, he had never resorted to killing, even if he could gain benefits from collecting corpses. He aspired to be a carefree individual, not a reckless fiend. After incapacitating the 2 guards, Chen Changsheng entered the dungeon. Who are you? Suading appeared quite wretched, her once vibrant appearance now marred by blood, both hers and that of her captors. I am here to rescue you, Chen Changsheng declared, stepping forward and applying pressure to several acupoints on her body. As her internal energy waned, she instinctively attempted to retaliate, only to be blocked by Chen Changsheng. I told you, I am your savior, he insisted, frowning. It's you. Suading's eyes lit up. I doubt we are acquainted, are we? Chen Changsheng shrugged. Although you altered your voice and appearance, the scent you carry remains unchanged. It is unmistakably you. Are you a dog? It's others who see, not you who smell. Chen Changsheng responded, bemused. Your martial prowess was remarkable. You feign being knocked out by me. Who exactly are you? I have never heard of my father having such a friend. Suading glared at him sternly. I assure you, I was merely tasked by your father to escort you away from the Spring Breeze Pavilion, he replied, shrugging once more. Do I believe you? Suading hesitated but finally relented. To fulfill Feng San's wishes, he has granted you an additional 5 years of life. 5 more years added to my lifespan. Calculating. I could live to a ripe 143 years. If this continues, I might genuinely become an ancient patriarch. With such longevity, it would be difficult not to become a grandmaster. I wonder if there are any grandmasters in the current dojo. Well, we are out now, so let's part ways and return to our respective homes, Chen Changsheng suggested. I have no mother, my father is dead, and I have no home. Since you are my father's friend, I will follow you. Suading stated. Follow me? Absolutely not. I live alone, and it would not reflect well on my reputation to reside with a young woman. Chen Changsheng shook his head, being averse to complications. This girl seems convinced that her father was killed by the Qi Wang. She clearly seeks revenge against him. The Qi Wang is a significant figure in the old emperor's eyes, meant to balance the crown prince, a considerable source of trouble. I do not care about my reputation, Suading insisted. I meant it would tarnish mine. Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. Are you truly my father's friend? Suading pressed, unable to contain her frustration. This person is enigmatic, his strength unfathomable. If I wish to seek vengeance, I cannot do it alone. I need a strong ally. Of course I am, Chen Changsheng replied. Adhering to his earlier statement, even if it tasted bitter in his mouth. He returned to 168 Changming Avenue, his residence in this world, feeling at ease with the sound of Da Huang barking. As for what was lost at the left Wu Wei General's residence tonight, or how the Spring Breeze Pavilion would react to Cuiting's disappearance, it had little bearing on him. Oh, but it does matter, for I have acquired an additional burden. Chapter 8. Chen Changsheng's Diary. Woof woof. You have a dog at home? How adorable. Adorable? Chen Changsheng glanced at Da Huang, whose size resembled that of a calf. A far cry from anything cute. The West Wing is unoccupied. You should tidy it up. His name is Da Huang. Don't provoke him. I must clarify. I am only temporarily providing you shelter. Do not expect to stay indefinitely. Da Huang had consumed a considerable amount of essence blood pills and was no ordinary dog. 6 months ago, he had even killed a thief attempting to invade the house, and the remains were still buried beneath the grapevine. I understand. Once I find a place, I will naturally move out. You are quite stingy. By the way, what should I call you, Uncle? Suiting rolled her eyes. My name is Chen Changsheng. All right, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, I am but a few years your senior. Yet Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. At the tender age of 23, he mused that this girl, though younger by several years, must surely be around 17 or 18. You are a friend of my father's. What should I call you if not Chen Uncle? Chui Ping retorted. Very well. Call me as you wish. Chen Changsheng replied with a shake of his head as he retreated to his chamber, where he retrieved a journal. 3 years since my arrival in this realm, February 19th, clear skies. Today marks the first occasion I pen my thoughts since achieving the innate stage. There is much to recount, starting with my transfer from a D-grade prison guard to a T-grade prison guard, a promotion I hold in great esteem, for which I extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Highness the Crown Prince. In the T-grade prison reside some of the most notorious fiends, beings who have long ceased to deserve the title of human, for they would consume me if given the chance. I regard them not as humans, but as swine. And though it is a considerable expense, I anticipate that the future rewards will be even more gratifying. With this elevation in position, one might expect indulgence in music and merriment to celebrate. Yet, constrained by my finances, I must seek assistance from friends, having borrowed too frequently in the West District. I plan to seek out acquaintances in the East District. As a prison guard, I do have friends there, notably Lin Wanner, the daughter of the general of the Left Wu Guard. It has been several days since our last meeting, and I feel a twinge of nostalgia. I happened to overhear a conversation between Lin Yong and his daughter, wherein the Crown Prince was mentioned yet again. Ah, the Crown Prince. I shall repay you in due time. Since I cannot steal a heart, I shall borrow wealth instead. The Lin family displayed remarkable generosity, openly offering me 500 taels of gold, with no expectation of repayment. Truly, she is my sole confidant in the East District. With the gold in hand, I indulged in music and merriment, only to encounter a captivating beauty who insisted on returning home with me. Alas, being too handsome can indeed be a burden. The following morning, what is that delightful aroma? Chen Uncle, your nose is quite discerning, for you have detected the fragrance so swiftly. This is the breakfast I prepared. Do take a taste. Feng Shui Ping cheerfully approached, bearing a tray laden with 3 or 4 breakfast items, including wontons, crystal buns, and pastries. A splendid spread indeed. Quite delectable. I did not expect you to possess culinary skills, Chen Changsheng remarked, taking a bun in hand, astonished. Of course, I can prepare many dishes. I shall gradually make them for you. Feng Shui Ping replied, her smile radiant. Gradually? Are you planning to stay here long-term? That will not do. You must move out soon, Chen Changsheng said, consuming his bun without a hint of mercy. Chen Uncle, I am but a frail girl, orphaned and without a home. You would cast me away? Feng Shui Ping's tears began to flow. Enough with the pity act. I know you well. At such a young age, you have already reached the 4th tier of mastery. Surely, you can find sustenance elsewhere. Why remain here? Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. A 4th-tier warrior is no commoner. I surmise that many sect leaders and guardians possess such strength. In smaller locales, one could easily establish a faction. Should one advance further, the potential is truly remarkable. What manner of person are you, capable of rescuing me from Chunfeng Pavilion without a sound? You must be at least a 3rd-tier master, Feng Shui Ping speculated. Do not speak so recklessly. I am merely a humble T-grade prison guard, Chen Changsheng replied, his tone steady, though his gaze bore a hint of menace. Since Feng Shui Ping resides here, concealing his occupation would prove impossible. After all, the neighbors are well aware of his role. Yet, he harbored no desire to reveal his true identity, for this world is fraught with peril. Even as an innate master, one must tread carefully. Prison guard, Chen Uncle? Feng Shui Ping stuttered, taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. She was certain that Chen Changsheng's strength was unfathomable. He must be at least a second-tier warrior, if not first-tier. Indeed, I have allied with a formidable individual, and with such a powerful ally, the hope of vengeance may yet be within reach. Very well. I must depart for work. You are forbidden from entering my room. There are some gold beans on the table. Procure what you need, but remember, do not expose your identity or attract any trouble. This is imperative. Chen Changsheng's voice grew increasingly cold. I understand, Feng Shui-ping replied, her words trembling. Ultimately, she is still a naive young girl. A mere change in his demeanor could leave her in a daze. Chen Changsheng chuckled as he strode off to work, his steps light-hearted. In the courtyard, humph, that insufferable man lacks any sense of romance. How is it that the skills taught at Chunfeng Pavilion for subduing men appear to be ineffective? Are men not drawn to delicate women? Does the age difference not evoke a unique allure? Why does Chen Changsheng remain unresponsive? Am I not pretty enough? Feng Shui-ping gazed after Chen Changsheng, unable to resist touching her face, then peering into a mirror. Woof woof, what are you barking about? You shall not miss a meal. In the T-grade prison, good heavens. Today, not only is there roasted chicken, but also braised pork. Delicious, delicious. It has been 8 years since I last tasted such exquisite food. Well done, lad. Continue to provide such fare, and I shall teach you a few moves to ensure your strength blossoms. With ample resources, all endeavors become simplified. The more the swine in the T-grade prison revel, the more Chen Changsheng finds joy, for a pig farmer delights in the sight of plump pigs. Why do you not partake? In the deepest recesses of the prison, Chen Changsheng regarded an old man with curiosity, noting that the food placed before him had grown cold. In the T-grade prison, there are currently 18 occupants. The first 17, including the master, are transparent to Chen Changsheng, save for this one individual, whose essence eludes him entirely. Yet he is no ordinary person. The iron chains binding him are exceptionally thick, firmly affixed to the mountain wall. Such stringent security could not possibly belong to an ordinary individual. When confronted with Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the man merely cast a cold glance before gently closing his eyes once more. What a peculiar person, he refuses to eat. In these times, even a pig farmer faces challenges. Chen Changsheng shook his head but still offered him a fresh dish. Come, hurry. Old Chen, come to receive the newcomers. Just after completing the feeding, a voice echoed from outside the prison. Was it yet another new piglet to enter the fold? Chen Changsheng felt a surge of joy. For as a pig farmer of the Great Zhou, the more pigs he acquired, the greater his rewards. Chapter 9. The Art of Refinement. Captain Yin. Who is this person? It is quite rare for you to personally escort someone. They appear rather formidable. The newcomer was bound with chains as thick as an infant's arm, restrained with handcuffs and leg irons, evidently a highly dangerous individual. This fellow is no trifling matter. He is the infamous demon monk of the martial world, his prowess unfathomable. To capture him, 6 divine catchers from the 6 doors perished, including a golden badge catcher. Ultimately, it was the Grand Commander Shui who personally intervened to apprehend him. Yinming expressed in awe. The 6 doors is an institution established by the Great Zhou to combat nefarious martial artists, populated by numerous formidable individuals. The entrance requirement demands one to be at least a 6th-tier warrior, while only those of 3rd tier or above may be called divine catchers, with the golden badge catchers representing 1st-tier masters. As for Shui, he is the Grand Commander of the 6 doors and a renowned innate master in the martial world. The demon monk's ability to slay 6 divine catchers speaks volumes about his might, which is truly astonishing. Could it be that this demon monk is a legendary master? Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The quality of this pig is exceptional, and Chen Changsheng is thoroughly satisfied. No, his internal energy is merely at the 2nd tier, but his physical prowess has reached an extraordinary level. Even a casual 1st-tier master would be no match for him. Yinming clarified. Not a master, a body refinement expert. Though still a rarity. Upon learning he was not a master, Chen Changsheng felt a tinge of disappointment. However, a body refinement expert remains commendable. Surely, their vitality is abundant. And achieving success in body refinement signifies robust defenses. Should I not pursue this path as well? In any case, the days ahead are long, so do exercise caution. This is an exceedingly dangerous individual. Yinming squinted his eyes and addressed Chen Changsheng. His Highness the Crown Prince's orders must be executed properly. Chen Changsheng. It remains to be seen whether the Tianzhou prison will ultimately claim your life. If it does, that would be a cause for celebration. If not, I may have to take matters into my own hands. Rest assured, I hold my life in high regard, Chen Changsheng replied calmly. Subsequently, under Yan Ming's personal escort, the demon monk was delivered to an empty Tianzhou prison cell. Demon monk, what crime have you committed to be imprisoned? Chen Changsheng inquired curiously. You, a mere prison guard, dare to inquire into my affairs. The demon monk retorted, a hint of coldness gracing his lips. As a humble prison guard, I am indeed inclined to ask. Chen Changsheng responded, stepping closer to the demon monk. Although this demon monk possessed the strength to slay a gold medal constable, he was still no match for a master. Seeking death? Then I shall oblige. As Chen Changsheng approached, the demon monk suddenly lunged forward, intending to use his own head to collide with Chen Changsheng. As his hands were shackled, buzz, the demon monk felt as though he had struck a copper wall, his head ringing, while Chen Changsheng, arms crossed, looked on with a smile. Innate true energy protecting your body. You are an innate master? The demon monk was taken aback. How could a mere prison guard possibly be an innate master? Such experts are exceedingly rare in the Jianghu of Dezhou, and most remain hidden. They say the capital of Dezhou teems with hidden talents. Initially, I dismissed it, but now it appears to be true. Now can you tell me? Chen Changsheng inquired nonchalantly. He sought the demon monk's protective martial arts to trade rather than kill him and collect his body. It was akin to the wish of the Tianqing envoy, which was to avenge him. To kill oneself? That would be rather awkward. Can you help me escape? The demon monk countered. That depends on what crime you committed and whether you are obedient, Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. You think you can leave the Tianzhou prison? Unless you pledge allegiance to the royal family. Otherwise, you can wait for someone to stage a prison break and fight your way out. However, in the several hundred years since Dezhou's establishment, many have attempted to break into the Tian prison, yet not a single one has succeeded. I killed the bandit leader of Zhenyang Mountain, only to discover he was the only son of the governor of Qingzhou, which led to significant trouble. Subsequently, I also killed some soldiers and constables, ultimately attracting the attention of divine constables and some mysterious experts. Though those divine constables were formidable, they couldn't capture me. In the end, Shui Iran intervened. He was far too strong, and I was no match for him. The demon monk frowned. There is a vast difference between those above and below the master level. While those below the master level often hear of certain talented experts who can fight above their rank, even achieving victories, such as a demon monk of the second rank defeating one of the first rank. Yet, no one has ever succeeded in killing a master from the first rank. The bandit leader was the only son of the governor of Qingzhou? You must be mistaken, Chen Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. What could the esteemed son of the governor of Qingzhou be doing as a bandit? Initially, I thought I was mistaken as well, but it is indeed true. Moreover, some mysterious experts are also pursuing me, and I suspect they were sent by the governor of Qingzhou. The demon monk hesitated before speaking. Mysterious experts. This outside world truly is chaotic. Nevertheless, it's none of my concern. I am merely a lowly prison guard. Demon monk. It is impossible for me to help you escape at present. There has never been a precedent for anyone entering the Tianzhou prison and leaving. I only ask if you wish to have a more pleasant experience here. Chen Changsheng shrugged. What bandit? What governor of Qingzhou? What mysterious experts? What does it matter to me? What do you mean by that? The demon monk frowned. It's simple. If you wish for a more comfortable existence, you must provide me with some benefits. Otherwise, haha, Chen Changsheng chuckled. Benefits? Senior, since I was captured, all my possessions have been confiscated, the demon monk replied, feeling troubled. What need have I for money? I desire your martial arts. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Martial arts? Senior, you are already an innate master. Why would you seek the skills of a mere monk? The demon monk questioned, puzzled. Martial arts are not merely about quantity. If one has cultivated to the innate realm, their skills must be commendable. Why bother learning from others? Enough of your prattle. Simply tell me whether you will provide them or not. Chen Changsheng asserted. I will. It is an honor for me that the senior values my martial arts, the demon monk replied. Half an hour later, Chen Changsheng exited the Tianzhou prison with satisfaction. No wonder the demon monk could defeat those of the second rank. The Bu Miejin Shin truly is a remarkable method for refining the body, allowing those with robust vitality to cultivate with ease. It seems to have been prepared specifically for me. However, the boasts about achieving the highest realm and being able to regenerate severed limbs, such exaggerations. Perhaps that holds true in the Xinxiao world, but here it is nonsense. Having acquired a body refining technique that suits him, Chen Changsheng felt immense joy. After the earlier disruption at the performance hall, he planned to indulge himself that evening. Old Chen, Captain Gu, what brings you here? The person was none other than Gu Yu, Chen Changsheng's former captain. A man of considerable strength at the 5th rank, not too high, yet more than adequate for his role as a squad leader. Alas, your transfer to the Tianzhou prison was an order from above. I, as your older brother, am powerless against it. I came to share a drink with you. Guyu brought along a roast goose, a few side dishes, and a jar of aged wine. Haha, Captain Gu, I understand your intentions. No need to go to such lengths. Chen Changsheng felt a slight warmth in his heart. The two enjoyed a meal together, sharing casual conversation without delving too deeply into anything. That night, Chen Changsheng enjoyed music and revelry, feeling invigorated. Upon returning to the prison, he adhered to his routine of delivering delicacies to the pigs in the pen. Before long, Guyu approached again, as usual bearing a jar of aged wine and a few side dishes. Something feels amiss. Guyu was not like this before. If he felt guilty towards me, a single dinner would have sufficed. However, he returned today, which is unusual. Having spent 3 years mingling in the prison, Chen Changsheng was no naive youth. He understood that the Tian prison was not as simple as it seemed. Even the lowest-ranking guards often had various connections. Could it be that Guyu has business with me that he cannot handle himself? Is my identity exposed? No, that is impossible. Could it be related to the Tianzhou prison? The newly arrived demon monk? The governor of Qingzhou? How intriguing. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Chen Changsheng smiled calmly. Regardless of the other party's motives, he was merely a lowly prison guard. It was of no concern to him. Chapter 10. The Last Wish. To slay Emperor Shizong of Dezhou. Where have you been? Why didn't you come home last night? Upon returning home, Feng Suiping glared at Chen Changsheng. What business is it of yours where I go? Hurry and find a place to move out. Chen Changsheng shrugged. As for Feng Suiping, her appearance was certainly commendable, but she was a considerable burden. Especially after the incident with Lin Wanner, Chen Changsheng had begun to grasp certain matters. While he dared not claim immortality, he might live for a very long time. Rather than weep over graves a century hence, it would be better to live freely in the present, a carefree wanderer. Ugh, surely you went to that brothel again. How shameless. Of course, such thoughts were only for his mind. He would never dare voice them aloud, lest this Uncle Chen suddenly turn hostile and truly drive her away. Uncle Chen, even if I must move out, you must give me some time, Feng Suiping said with a forced smile. That attitude is more agreeable. Have you made dinner yet? I'm hungry, Chen Changsheng replied. Of course, it's ready. I was just waiting for you, Uncle Chen, Feng Suiping exclaimed, hastily retrieving the prepared meal from the kitchen. After dinner, Chen Changsheng sat beneath the grape trellis, the incantations of the Bu Mie Jin Shin swirling in his mind. He activated his true energy, feeling his vitality surge. As wisps of mysterious energy from the surrounding air were drawn in and absorbed into his body. Beneath the robes, veins throbbed, as the true energy and vital essence coursed through, resulting in a frenzied consumption by the cells, leading to subtle transformations in the flesh and even the bones. The indestructible golden body was not as arduous to cultivate as the demon monk had suggested. Entering the initial stages was relatively straightforward, albeit with a rapid depletion of innate true energy. Perhaps it was due to my innate mastery, with abundant vitality within, that this process appeared so seamless. For an ordinary individual, this technique would indeed be challenging to grasp. Without rare medicinal herbs to compensate for the loss of vitality, one might inadvertently perish before achieving mastery. However, upon becoming an innate master, the ability to draw energy from the air raised intriguing questions. Was this energy the legendary spiritual essence? Yet, it seemed too sparse, otherwise. The cultivation at the innate level would not be so arduous. After consuming a blood essence pill, Chen Changsheng began to circulate the blood spirit technique, transforming the energy of the pill into innate true energy, thus embarking on another round of cultivating the indestructible golden body. Not far away, Feng Suiping silently observed him, pondering the nature of his cultivation. It had been 2 hours since dinner, and he was still immersed in his practice. No wonder he appeared only a few years older than her, yet possessed such formidable strength. It became evident that he was quite earnest in his training. I too must return and cultivate diligently, striving to break through to the upper 3 ranks, so I may have the means to avenge my father. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Feng Suiping prepared breakfast, after which Chen Changsheng departed for work. The left Marshal General's residence had lost a significant sum of gold, yet it seemed no report had been filed. Similarly, the disappearance of an individual from Chunfeng Pavilion went unnoticed, as if these events were mere figments of imagination. In the capital's prison, the infamous Tianzi No. 9. The meal had changed once again. The roast duck was simply delightful. Young man, do you know of a place called Tongfu Building in the capital? Next time, bring me some of their signature dish, the secret dragon tiger duel, he inquired. Secret dragon tiger duel? The prince of Tianzi No. 9 prison? Among all these prisoners, he is the most agile. During the ascension of Emperor Shizong, he was too lively and found himself on the opposing side. resulting in his confinement in this infamous prison. Calculating the days, he had already been imprisoned for 36 years. Considering the rarity of reaching 70 in life, it was likely his days were numbered. Perhaps it would be kinder to send him on his way, sparing him further suffering. Chen Changsheng had always considered himself a compassionate individual. With this thought, he made his way directly to Tianzi No. 9 prison. "Ah, little jailer, haven't you delivered food today? Why are you here again?" After over 30 years of darkness, one could only imagine the severity of the odor emanating from the prince. "I have come to guide you on your final journey," Chen Changsheng declared, swiftly severing the prince's heart pulse. In a deeper part of Tianzi No. 9 prison, the peculiar individual and the imprisoned masters slightly raised their heads in unison towards this direction. The peculiar man merely glanced before gently closing his eyes, while the master trembled slightly, murmuring, "Has another one perished? Who is this new jailer?" Yiling Tian, male, 72 years old, died from a severed heart pulse. Final wish, to kill Emperor Shizong of the Great Zhou. Goodness, do these individuals deliberately wish to thwart my fulfillment of their final wishes? Each one more ruthless than the last. The previous one urged me to take my own life, and now this one desires the assassination of an emperor? What a jest! Is it so simple to slay an emperor? Of course, based on previous experiences with fulfilled final wishes, the more challenging the wish, the greater the reward. Killing an emperor must surely be a task of infernal difficulty. Should I succeed, what reward might await? Body appraisal. Ordinary grade 7 stars. Reward. 2 ordinary blood essence pills. 5 inner breath pills. In that instant, Chen Changsheng was filled with elation. Only 3 days of raising pigs had yielded results? Previously, the Celestial Star Envoy had only granted 3 inner breath pills, and he was merely a first-grade master. Yet this prince, a second-grade, had provided 2 blood essence pills and 5 inner breath pills. Stowing the pills away, Chen Changsheng returned to the cell of the demon monk. "Demon monk, I greet you. Esteemed elder." Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, the demon monk hastily bowed. "There is no need for such formality. I have come with a query," Chen Changsheng stated. "Please ask away." The demon monk replied, "You previously mentioned that the bandit leader you killed on Jingyang Mountain was the only son of the governor of Qingzhou. Could you recount the events of your expedition?" Chen Changsheng inquired. "The bandits plagued the countryside, abducting many village maidens for their enjoyment, and numerous maidens, shamed by the loss of their virtue, took their own lives in despair. In my fury, I infiltrated their lair and killed the bandit leader." The demon monk recounted the general circumstances. "You mentioned that those bandits were quite formidable, nearly all first-grade warriors, and they seemed to work in unison, akin to an army?" Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up. Ordinary bandits are merely impoverished folk turned to a life of crime, and while a few may possess decent skills, bandits remain bandits. Coordination is hardly their forte. Indeed, were it not for my rigorous training, rendering me impervious to typical weapons, and considering the rugged terrain of Jingyang Mountain, I would never have successfully emerged. The demon monk nodded. Even the most skilled martial artists have their limits. A top-tier master surrounded by a horde would only have the path of fighting to the death. To think that mere bandits nearly bested you, a practitioner of rigorous training, suggests they are not your average outlaws. Enough of my inquiries. You shall remain here for now, and we shall see if an opportunity for escape arises in the future." Chen Changsheng smiled. Although the Tian prison had never been breached since the establishment of the Great Zhou, it was also true that a master like Chen Changsheng had never infiltrated it before. Just then, Guyu arrived with food and drink for him. After a few rounds of drinks, Chen Changsheng cut to the chase. "Captain Gu, your repeated invitations to dine suggest you have matters to discuss." "Haha, old Chun, what nonsense. Is it wrong to seek your company for a meal if there is no pressing matter?" Guyu laughed heartily. "Truly no matters at hand." Chen Changsheng regarded him with a half-smile. "Ah, I cannot hide anything from you, old Chun. I have long understood your talents, and we are both well aware of the situation within the Tian prison. Tell me, do you wish to leave this place?" Guyu asked mysteriously. "Leave Tianzi No. 9 prison? What jest is this? My pig-raising enterprise has just begun, with costs recently invested and the slaughter of a large pig yielding promising results. You expect me to depart?" Chapter 11. The Struggle for the Throne. "Captain Gu, do you have a plan?" Chen Changsheng regarded Guyu with surprise. There are no secrets within the prison. The reasons behind Chen Changsheng's selection as a jailer were evident to many, undoubtedly linked to the daughter of the left marshal general. Reflecting on certain rumors outside, it became clear whom he had truly offended. This also explained why past acquaintances had distanced themselves, making him cherish his friendship with Pan Wu, as he remained the only one willing to share in music and merriment. Guyu must have understood this as well, yet he dared to suggest leaving the prison? Simply introduce this item into the demon monk's food. Guyu mysteriously produced a paper package. Demon monk? Captain Gu, you have yet to answer my question. You must realize that my transfer to Tianzi No. 9 prison was not merely the decision of Captain Yan, but involved someone much greater. Captain Gu, who is your benefactor that dares to contend with that individual? Chen Changsheng's eyes widened in realization. His suspicions were confirmed. Guyu's approach was indeed linked to the demon monk. More precisely, they sought to eliminate him to silence him. What secrets did the demon monk possess? The leader of Xingyang Mountain was the only son of the governor of Qingzhou. The bandits of Xingyang Mountain operated like a military unit. The territory of Qingzhou lies merely 300 li from the capital, making it an ideal location to raise an army to serve as bandits. Concealed by the protection of the Qingzhou Mu, who could possibly uncover such a scheme? Should any upheaval arise in the capital, this force could gallop forth and reach the city within 2 days. This individual is indeed a master strategist. Old Chen, you are truly a clever man. Since you are aware of this matter, I shall not conceal it any longer. Behind me stands Guyu, who, without uttering a word, simply gestured a figure resembling the number 7. The Prince of 7 Pearls, Qi Wang. It is indeed him. How could such words be spoken aloud? Walls have ears. The lives of you and I, as brothers, are at stake, even the lives of our families. Upon hearing this, Guyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly approached, covering Chen Changsheng's mouth. Calm down, Gu Dui, it is merely a trivial matter. Why are you so frightened? Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. With his innate mastery, as long as he was vigilant, he would sense anyone approaching within a 10-meter radius. If the ruler is not discreet, he loses his ministers. If the ministers are not discreet, they lose their lives. We are merely pawns. Your intelligence should suffice without my elaboration. Guyu frowned. Pawns, you say? Huh. Gu Dui. I merely wish to be an ordinary jailer. The struggle between the crown prince and Qi Wang has no bearing on me. I wish to remain uninvolved. You have not visited in recent days, nor have I seen you. As for how that demon monk is dealt with, that is your affair. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng patted his backside and prepared to leave. Old Chen, you are already aware of certain matters. Escaping will not be easy, will it? Regardless of how Qi Wang might react, do you think the crown prince will let you off the hook now that he has transferred you to the Tianzi prison? Heed my advice, align yourself with Qi Wang. It is your best chance for survival. Guyu spoke in a grave tone. Chen Changsheng halted his steps, but did not turn back as he departed. Not only was he disinterested in following Qi Wang, he was even less inclined to serve under Emperor Shizong. He was still contemplating whether he could fulfill Yi Lingtian's last wish, to eliminate the current emperor. What reward could possibly come from such a wish? This old Chen, aside from his penchant for listening to music, is shrouded in mystery. Yet now he has the opportunity to cling to Qi Wang's favor and escape this wretched Tianzi prison, and he still refuses. What secrets does he harbor? Failing to win this man over may cast doubt on my capabilities, so I shall report the truth. How it will be handled rests with the higher-ups. Guyu shook his head with a wry smile and turned to leave. The Tianzi prison. Guyu's backing is Qi Wang, who wishes to eliminate the demon monk to silence him, clearly linked to the bandits of Xingyang Mountain, and behind them lies the Qingzhou Mu, with Qi Wang pulling the strings. Initially, I sought merely a peaceful existence as a jailer, yet the undercurrents swirl ceaselessly around me. I shall abide by the adage. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. It is best that neither Qi Wang nor the crown prince provoke me, lest they learn the meaning of a common man's wrath, spilling blood within 5 steps. As for the demon monk who took your immortal body, having shielded you from disaster today, this could be viewed as an end to our grievances. What unfolds in the future will depend on your own fortune. Wishing to avoid entanglement, Chen Changsheng sought a secluded cell where he began to circulate his true energy and blood, continuing his cultivation of the immortal body. Strength is the only guarantee of one's safety. Over 3 years, Chen Changsheng's time was consumed by only 3 pursuits: cultivating martial arts, enjoying music, and fulfilling last wishes to gain rewards. As he circulated his true energy, the inexplicable energy in the air was drawn towards him. Deep within the Tianzi prison, both the eccentric and the master simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing toward the direction of Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng did not respond to Guyu, and in the following days, Guyu ceased to seek him out, as if nothing had transpired. Chen Changsheng resumed his tranquil existence, tending to the pigs, practicing his skills, and occasionally enjoying music in the evenings, while playfully teasing phone swiping. Life was leisurely and carefree. Time passed, and over a month had gone by since he traversed this realm. On the 1st of April, within the 15th cell of the Tianzi prison, it was a day of great fortune, time to slaughter pigs. The pigs had grown fat, and it was time to butcher them. Chen Changsheng efficiently grasped the criminal's neck. Here we go again. The harbinger of death has returned to kill once more. What will I do if he targets me? In the 20th cell of the Tianzi prison, the eccentric raised his head, casting a troubled glance toward the 15th cell. How many is this now? Ah, the 5th one. I wonder when it will be my turn. In the 19th cell, the sole innate master imprisoned there could not help but twitch his lips. Since Chen Changsheng assumed the role of jailer in the Tianzi prison, he had already killed 5 fellow inmates, leaving even the innate master uncertain of this man's origins and intentions. In the Tianzi prison, the inmates were all severe offenders. Without a royal pardon, none could be released. Yet, they also possessed immense value, typically expected to die of old age rather than be slain. Meng Ao, male, age 71, died by having his neck broken. Last wish, to ascend to innate master. Upon seeing this last wish, Chen Changsheng was at a loss for words. This must be a martial arts fanatic. Even in death, he still clung to his aspirations for advancement. Yet the crux of the matter is, how can one ascend when they are already dead? Borrowing a corpse to resurrect? He lacked the ability for such feats. Another unfulfillable last wish. Shaking his head gently, Chen Changsheng had grown accustomed to this, and turned to evaluate the corpse. Not every last wish could be fulfilled by him. Corpse evaluation, common grade, 8 stars. Rewards, 4 essence blood pills, 6 inner breath pills. Indeed, my efforts in raising pigs have not been in vain. They are quite plump. Seeing so many essence blood pills and inner breath pills, Chen Changsheng was overjoyed. Meng Ao and that Tianxing were both first-rate masters. Yet after a period of raising pigs, the rewards for collecting their corpses differed by several times. This clearly indicated that my efforts in raising pigs yield remarkable results. As for Guyu wanting me to leave this pig farm, no, I mean the Tianzi prison. How could that be possible? Chen Changsheng gracefully collected the pills. His spirits lifted as he exited the Tianzi prison, finding Pan Wu. The two embraced, celebrating with music, reveling in their triumph. Meanwhile, the jailers were abuzz with discussion. Chen Changsheng has not perished. He has been in the Tianzi prison for over a month now, hasn't he? I won the bet, you scoundrel. Pay up 3 or 2 silver coins. Do not think to renege. This fellow truly possesses remarkable luck, managing to survive for a month. In the shadows, Yan Ming observed Chen Changsheng's departing figure, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 12. The Power of Da Huang. Uncle Chen, do you see any changes in me now? Upon returning home, Feng Suiping hopped over to Chen Changsheng's side. Indeed, you have made swift progress. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at Feng Suiping's impressive upper body. He swore it was unintentional, merely a habitual reaction. 3rd rank. I have finally advanced to the 3rd rank. All thanks to your guidance, uncle. Feng Suiping exclaimed brightly. Between them, after over a month of adjustment, they had finally found a way to coexist. Feng Suiping took charge of cooking for Chen Changsheng, while he would occasionally offer her a few martial arts tips when in a good mood. Remarkably, after just over a month, Feng Suiping had indeed advanced to a 3rd-rank martial artist. Your talent is astounding. Such a young 3rd-rank master is a rarity, Chen Changsheng remarked sincerely. He had contemplated that without the corpse-collecting technique, relying solely on his original qualifications for cultivation might lead to a lifetime of hardship, and he may never ascend to the 3rd rank. In truth, this was the fate of the vast majority of martial artists. When it comes to talent, I find myself significantly lacking in comparison to Uncle Chen. You appear only a few years my senior, yet I remain unaware of the extent of your prowess. How strong am I? In due time, you shall discover, replied Feng Suiping. Is the meal ready? It has been prepared long ago. The night was shrouded in a hazy moonlight, with only a sparse scattering of stars. Is this 168, Changming Avenue? The address is indeed correct. It is here. Huh. For a mere jailer, is it truly necessary for me to take action personally? Such a waste of talent. A figure clad in black silently appeared within Chen Changsheng's courtyard. Who goes there? Feng Suiping, seated in meditation, suddenly noticed someone scaling the wall and let out a sharp cry. Is there a woman present? The black-clad individual was momentarily taken aback. I heard the target enjoys the company of courtesans. Could it be she was brought from the pleasure quarters? You are the filthy one from the pleasure quarters. Feng Suiping loathed such establishments above all else. Unable to contain her anger at the taunt, she charged forward, aiming to seize the assailant by the throat with ruthless intent. What a remarkable young 3rd-tier expert. I cannot afford to let you live. The black-clad figure, startled, evaded her grasp and counterattacked, targeting Feng Suiping's vulnerable spots. You shameless scoundrel. Though Feng Suiping possessed 3rd-tier strength, Her lack of combat experience rendered her defenseless against the lowly techniques employed by her opponent. In mere moments, she found herself overpowered and struck aside. At that instant, Da Huang barked and lunged at the black-clad figure. Humph, a mere dog dares to seek death. The assailant sneered, raising his hand to strike down upon Da Huang's head. His blow, infused with internal energy, would surely crush the skull of not just a dog, but even a tiger. Da Huang, no? Feng Zuiping gasped. Yet, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Just as the black-clad hand was about to descend, Da Huang abruptly raised his head and opened his gaping maw, sinking his teeth into the assailant's hand with a sharp crunch. Ah, my hand. Da Huang had bitten off a portion of the black-clad figure's hand. Barking triumphantly, Da Huang pounced again, knocking the man to the ground and swiftly severing his neck with a decisive bite. The black-clad figure, who had not even uttered his final words, fell lifeless. Da Huang's prowess had left Feng Zuiping utterly astonished. The black-clad man was no ordinary foe. He was at least a third-tier expert. Yet he had been killed by a mere dog. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed such a ferocious beast existed. Da Huang. Well done. Chen Changsheng appeared in the courtyard, tossing a blood essence pill to Da Huang. With a leap, Da Huang caught the pill midair and, after a couple of excited barks, settled beneath the grapevine, mimicking Chen Changsheng's posture to begin refining the blood essence pill. Uncle Chen, is Da Huang training? Feng Zuiping was bewildered. Can dogs really cultivate? Perhaps, Chen Changsheng mused. This fellow might truly be on the path to becoming extraordinary. Even a third-tier expert is no match for him. He had long recognized that under his care, Da Huang was no ordinary household dog. Over 6 months ago, Da Huang had killed a thief, but he had not anticipated the extent of his fighting ability, capable of slaying even third-tier experts. Undoubtedly, the black-clad man's oversight contributed to his downfall. Who would have imagined that a dog could be so formidable? Uncle Chen is truly unfathomable. Even his dog possesses such strength. Feng Zuiping sighed inwardly, then inquired, what shall we do with the corpse? What else can we do? Bury it under the grapevine to enrich the soil. Chen Changsheng replied as he approached to collect the body. A corpse delivered to our doorstep should not go to waste. Yin Xing, male, 44 years old, died from a severed neck. His last wish, to assist the crown prince in ascending the throne. So, he was affiliated with the crown prince? This crown prince was no fool. He knew how to win hearts. Even in his final moments, he did not forget his ambitions. However, it seemed his last wish would remain unfulfilled. The crown prince had already marked him. In the future, it would be a miracle if he did not seek to eliminate him altogether, let alone assist him in his ascension. Corpse evaluation, ordinary quality, 6 stars. Rewards, 5 ordinary blood essence pills and 4 inner energy pills. The reward of blood essence pills surpassed even that of Meng Ao, likely due to his youth. The inner energy pills being fewer was to be expected, as Meng Ao was a first-tier expert, while Yin Xing was merely third-tier. Yin Xing. Why does that name sound so familiar? Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed as he pulled down the man's mask. Yin Xing, now I understand. It is you. Yin Ming, haha. Commander Yin, has it only been a month and you've already lost your composure? A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Indeed, Yin Xing was the younger brother of Yin Ming, previously a member of the Heavenly Prison Guards, but had been reassigned shortly after Chen Changsheng joined. Uncle Chen, do you know him? Feng Zuiping asked. Enough of this. It is no concern of yours. Dig a hole under the grapevine and bury him. Chen Changsheng concluded before returning to the house. Feng Zuiping stood there, bewildered. Dig a hole? You expect a delicate girl like me to do this while you go off to sleep? Of course, Feng Zuiping only dared to grumble inwardly, fearing that speaking out would provoke him into sending her away. She grabbed a shovel and began digging, only to unearth a skeleton after only a short while. Feng Zuiping was utterly confounded. What kind of person is Uncle Chen? He claims to be an ordinary jailer, yet the neighbors speak of him as a philanthropist, and the children regard him as a good elder brother. But why is his strength so profound? His dog can even kill a third-tier expert? The grapevines in the courtyard are nourished by corpses. Chapter 13. The Showdown. I present you 2 paths the following morning after finishing breakfast. Chen Changsheng proceeded to work as usual, entering the heavenly prison. There, he encountered several colleagues, exchanging familiar greetings before preparing exquisite feed for the pigs in the enclosure. All of this was observed by Yan Ming, who lurked in the shadows. Of course, his concealment was merely an illusion. His aggressive gaze could not escape Chen Changsheng's perception, though he chose to disregard it for the moment. His younger brother had not returned all night. Yet this Chen Changsheng remained unharmed. Was it possible something had happened to his brother? This seemed implausible. His brother had reached third-tier mastery and spent years honing his skills along the northern border. Even if he were to confront him personally, capturing him would be quite challenging. Could it be that Chen Changsheng was also a hidden master? Yan Ming's brow knitted in concern as he realized the gravity of the situation. Upon reflection, he noted Chen Changsheng's past demeanor. Though merely a jailer, he exhibited an inexplicable confidence and eloquence. Apart from enjoying the company of courtesans, he appeared to have no other interests and was not motivated by greed. If he was not consumed by avarice, then from where did he acquire the funds to indulge in such pastimes? The meager salary of a jailer could scarcely support a family, let alone afford luxuries. This was troublesome. With his brother missing, he might have no choice but to seek assistance from the prince. What brings you here again? Chen Changsheng regarded Gu Yu with some exasperation. After a month, Gu Yu returned bearing food and drink. Old Chen, where there's no profit, there's still friendship. We remain good friends, do we not? Gu Yu smiled as he unpacked his provisions. I have already stated that I will not assist you. Chen Changsheng shrugged. Old Chen, do you know why I have not sought you out in the past month? Gu Yu continued. Merely to observe whether I would perish within the confines of the heavenly prison, at which point you could replace me with a compliant jailer to accomplish your objectives. Alas, I have not died, much to your chagrin. So here you are once more, seeking my help, Chen Changsheng replied coolly. How could Gu Yue's petty scheming escape the keen perception of Chen Changsheng? Or rather, it was not merely Gu Yue. Yan Ming and the other guards of the Tianlao prison were equally observant. The question remained whether he could endure this month. Should he falter, a more compliant replacement would be summoned. Should he persevere, alternative measures would need to be devised. For instance, Yan Ming's idea was to eliminate him outright, while Gu Yue contemplated another approach, testing Chen once more. Ah, Chen, you are indeed astute, discerning the thoughts that dwell within my heart with such clarity. Indeed, I have returned to seek your assistance, and this shall be your final opportunity. One has grown impatient and has issued a new directive, Gu Yue remarked, casting a penetrating glance at Chen Changsheng. Ah, a new directive? Could it be that, apart from that demonic monk, there are others of interest within this Tianlao prison? Chen Changsheng inquired, astonished. Chen, do you truly wish to know? Gu Yue replied nonchalantly. The more you learn, the greater the troubles that may arise. Some secrets, once uncovered, are inescapable. Old Gu, you have made your decision, have you not? Whether I listen or not, the outcome shall remain unchanged, Chen Changsheng shrugged. Gu Yue candidly revealed that the impatient one was essentially issuing an ultimatum. Should Chen agree to join, all would be well. Should he refuse, a new Tianlao guard would take his place, and Chen's fate would be grim. Old Chen, I have said it before, you are a wise man, always seeing through matters so thoroughly. In the depths of the Tianlao prison resides an individual you must keep a watchful eye on and report accordingly, Gu Yue instructed. The depths of the Tianlao prison? You mean the peculiar individual who survives solely on rodents? No one can survive without sustenance unless they are a deity. That eccentric does not partake in the delicacies prepared by Chen Changsheng, yet he does not refrain from consuming other forms of nourishment. In such a dark place as this prison, there is no shortage of rats, lizards, and various burrowing insects, Chen Changsheng pondered. Who exactly is he? Chen inquired. Even the innate grandmaster imprisoned in cell number 19 could be seen through by him, yet that strange individual appeared to him as merely an ordinary person. Could this individual be the fabled grandmaster? I am afraid this is confidential, but I shall not shy away from disclosing it. The guards of the Tianlao prison have always been under the control of His Royal Highness, the Qi Wang. Each time a guard meets an unfortunate demise, a new one is appointed to take their place. However, an unexpected intervention by Commander Yin has thrown me off balance. Gu Yue explained with a bitter smile. To investigate the depths of the prison is a routine task for every Tianlao guard. This time, an additional complication has arisen with the appearance of the demonic monk. So, the previous Tianlao guard, Feng San, was one of your men? Chen Changsheng questioned. No. He is unrelated to me. He was merely someone I sent in, but in truth, he is a man of His Royal Highness, the Qi Wang. Gu Yue shook his head. Qi Wang. No wonder Feng Cuiping declared the Qi Wang to be the murderer upon hearing of Feng San's demise. In a certain sense, her assertion was not unfounded. Feng San perished at the hands of an ancient malevolent spirit within the Tianlao prison. Yet it was also the Qi Wang who cast him into this inevitable fate. I understand now. The Qi Wang harbors ambitions towards the Tianlao prison, particularly concerning that peculiar individual. Chen Changsheng nodded. I have laid out the context for you, old Chen. Now declare your choice. The cards are on the table. There are but two paths remaining. Either you acquiesce or face death. Do not blame me for being ruthless. I am left with no alternatives, Gu Yue spoke coldly. I certainly shall not choose death. Thus, only one path remains. Chen Changsheng feigned reluctance. Chen Changsheng acquiesced, not because he lacked a third option, but rather due to his desire to uncover the secret concealed within that peculiar individual. Was he truly a grandmaster? Haha, old Chen, I knew you were a wise man. Intelligent individuals always recognize the situation. Gu Yue chuckled, patting Chen Changsheng on the shoulder. Of course, no one wishes for death. However, the demonic monk has only just been confined here, and should he inexplicably perish from poison, it would surely raise questions above, Chen Changsheng remarked. In the Tianlao prison, all are serious offenders. Naturally, it is seldom scrutinized, otherwise, Chen Changsheng would not treat those individuals like livestock. Fear not. The Tianlao prison is rarely the subject of inquiry. No one shall concern themselves with the affairs of the demonic monk. Gu Yue laughed. Then what of my position in this Tianlao prison? Chen Changsheng feigned distress. Rest assured, you shall be reassigned shortly. Gu Yue assured him. Very well. I shall extricate myself from this predicament. Chen Changsheng bowed to Gu Yue. Haha, henceforth, we shall be allies on the same side. Gu Yue laughed heartily before turning to depart. Allies on the same side? Bah, who is on your side? Chen Changsheng scoffed inwardly. Gu Yue clearly intended to utilize him until the end before silencing him. A transfer? With Commander Yan's authority looming over him. Who possessed the ability to effectuate such a transfer? Even if the Qi Wang had that capability, he was merely a minor pawn, unworthy of such expenditure of effort. Remaining in the Tianlao prison, only to meet a mysterious end, seemed the wisest choice. Gu Yue, you dare to scheme against me? This little notebook may soon require the addition of another name. Chen Changsheng mused. Yet, what secret did that peculiar individual conceal that even the Qi Wang was willing to go to great lengths to keep under surveillance? An instinct whispered to Chen Changsheng that the secret within that individual could be of tremendous significance. Chapter 14. Secrets of the Depths of the Prison, Cell Number 9. How have you fared with the technique of simulated death I instructed you to practice? Chen Changsheng inquired of the demonic monk. The technique of simulated death you imparted is indeed extraordinary. It enables one to truly conceal their breath, halting even the pulse, yet without actual demise. The demonic monk praised. It seems you have mastered it. Do you wish to leave? Chen Changsheng pondered. Are you truly going to rescue me? The demonic monk asked with surprise. It is not I who desires your liberation, but rather someone seeks to take your life. I am merely seizing the opportunity. Chen Changsheng clarified. Someone wishes to kill me? The demonic monk exclaimed, astonished. It is the Qi Wang who seeks your demise. Someone has approached me. The sequence of events is roughly as follows. I believe your connection to the Qi Wang stems largely from the incidents concerning the bandits of Jiang Mountain, Chen Changsheng elucidated. Thus, you imply that the so-called bandits on Jiang Mountain are not genuine brigands, but rather soldiers, and that the Qi Wang has concealed his army there? Does he intend to stage a coup? The demonic monk questioned, aghast. A coup? Perhaps not. It ultimately depends on whether the old emperor intends to bequeath the throne to him. If he directly passes the throne to the Qi Wang, what need is there for treachery? However, should the throne fall into the hands of the crown prince, then uncertainty prevails. Chen Changsheng chuckled. The Qi Wang is indeed audacious. He must believe I have unearthed the secret of Jiang Mountain, which is why he seeks to silence me. Perhaps those mysterious experts are not from Qingzhoumo, but rather demons sent by the Qi Wang, the monk realized. All are plausible. However, matters of the court are of no concern to us. I am taking the risk to rescue you from the prison. From this moment forth, you shall be considered a dead man. Do you understand? Chen Changsheng regarded the monk with a scrutinizing gaze. The little monk comprehends. Should I rise from the dead, it would undoubtedly bring complications for you. The demonic monk replied respectfully. That is good to know. I have little patience for complications, which is why I serve as an ordinary guard in this prison. Chen Changsheng stated. Had it not been for the fact that this demonic monk is not a senseless killer, I would not have expended such effort to rescue him. It would have been far simpler to eliminate him like a pig. Senior, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Upon my release, do you have any instructions for me? I shall see to it with utmost diligence. The demonic monk prostrated. Instructions? If you are to inquire thus, then indeed I possess a few, Chen Changsheng responded. Suddenly struck by a thought. Must the wishes of those deceased be fulfilled through my own efforts? If it involves directing others to fulfill tasks, will one not receive a reward in return? Over 3 years of serving as a prison guard, Chen Changsheng has collected many corpses for various individuals, naturally accumulating numerous last wishes. Should he find himself near the capital, he would certainly strive to fulfill these wishes. However, those that lie far beyond his reach truly leave him helpless. Senior, please speak. I shall exert my utmost effort. The demon monk respectfully declared. Yet, The subsequent words of Chen Changsheng left the demon monk somewhat bewildered. What Chen Changsheng requested was not a grand undertaking, but rather trivial matters, even domestic affairs. And the locations were scattered throughout the Great Zhou, which puzzled him greatly. How could a senior so far away in the capital be aware of matters so distant? For instance, going to Qingzhou County to procure 20 acres of fertile land for a farming family, or traveling to Yuzhoufeng County to treat an illness afflicting the daughter of a wealthy household. Not to mention urging a child from another family to achieve the highest honor in the imperial examinations. These were all peculiar tasks in the eyes of the demon monk. Well, these are the tasks I require of you, Chen Changsheng stated matter-of-factly. I understand that while these may not be exceedingly difficult, they are certainly trivial, especially since they span the breadth of the Great Zhou, which complicates matters. Therefore, I do not expect you to accomplish them all. Achieving even half would suffice as a repayment for the life-saving grace you have extended to me, he continued calmly. In his view, some of these last wishes seemed implausible. For example, a deceased inspector general in the dark prison had a final wish that his son should attain the highest honor in the imperial examinations. Chen Changsheng mused that this task might prove even more challenging than assassinating the emperor of the Great Zhou. Indeed, I shall do my utmost. The demon monk nodded in agreement. Very well, you may now feign death, Chen Changsheng instructed. Thank you, senior. The demon monk nodded at Chen Changsheng before activating his death-feigning technique. In no time, he became rigid, even his breathing and heartbeat undetectable. Even from a modern medical standpoint, he would undoubtedly appear as a corpse. Half an hour later, the demon monk was dragged out of the infamous prison, and what would happen to him next? Whether he would be discarded or truly perish during the feigned death depended entirely on his own fate. Old Chun, I truly did not misjudge you. Well done. The higher-ups are quite satisfied. This small token is your reward. Shortly thereafter, Guyu appeared before Chen Changsheng, presenting him with a silver ingot. 50 taels is indeed quite generous. Chen Changsheng feigned surprise. In reality, he held little regard for such a sum. After all, the wealthy merchants in the West District were exceedingly generous. With his connections, he could easily borrow several hundred taels without the slightest obligation to repay. A substantial reputation grants one a certain liberty. Naturally, there are many benefits to assisting that individual, Guyu remarked. Oh, by the way, how is that person in the innermost part of the infamous prison faring? Guyu inquired. That individual is quite peculiar. None of the provisions I prepared for him have been consumed. He seems to prefer feasting on rats and cockroaches, Chen Changsheng replied. Is there truly such a person? How odd. Guyu chuckled. Indeed, it is quite strange, Gu-Dui. Now that we are on the same side, could you perhaps disclose the background of that eccentric individual? Why does Qi Wang keep a close watch on him? Chen Changsheng questioned curiously. Background? I am not entirely clear on that. All I know is that over 20 years ago, Emperor Shizong personally imprisoned him here and forbade anyone from allowing him to starve. For the first decade, Emperor Shizong frequently visited him, but what was said during those visits was never overheard. In recent years, however, Emperor Shizong has seldom come to the infamous prison. Guyu explained. What? It was personally overseen by Emperor Shizong? It seems there are many secrets involved. Chen Changsheng expressed his astonishment. Indeed, however, old Chun. The more you know, the quicker you may meet your demise. I hope you understand this principle and refrain from asking too many questions. Knowing too much may not be beneficial for you. Guyu said lightly. Understood, understood. Regarding the matter of my position, I kindly ask for your assistance, Gu-Dui. I do not wish to perish in this wretched place. Chen Changsheng thought to himself, realizing that Guyu was unlikely to have the ability to transfer him elsewhere. Such words were merely meant to soothe his concerns. After all, the guards of the infamous prison were essentially marked for death, and no one wished to linger there. This matter cannot be rushed. You are aware that Commander Yin is overseeing it, and it requires time. Guyu chuckled softly. You, boys, still wish to leave this place? Dream on. You shall surely die here. With that, Guyu departed, leaving the infamous prison desolate once more, even the only companion with whom he could converse. The demon monk had gone. However, Chen Changsheng did not feel lonely, having refined the inner essence pill delivered to him yesterday. He was now not far from the mid-stage of the innate realm, and his progress toward the indestructible golden body was exceedingly promising. At present, even without utilizing inner strength, his physical prowess was sufficient to contend with third-tier martial artists. Moreover, he grew increasingly intrigued by the secrets hidden within the depths of the infamous prison, especially since it was something even Emperor Shizong sought to uncover. Could it possibly be related to the breakthrough of the Grand Master? In the present realm of the Great Zhou, including neighboring nations, innate masters were nearly omnipresent, yet Grand Masters were rarely seen. It remained uncertain whether the Great Zhou possessed even a single Grand Master. Chapter 15. Peeking at you bathing is not my fault. The moonlight was hazy, and the night was as tranquil as water. At the mass grave in Dongshan of the capital, have I truly succeeded? Have I really emerged from the infamous prison? The revived demon monk covered his nose, surveying his surroundings. Here, I truly cannot fathom how many souls have departed, beggars starving in the capital, servants beaten to death by wealthy families, eunuchs and palace maids mysteriously disappearing. All those who died under ambiguous circumstances, or whose corpses remained uncollected, ultimately ended up here. Chen Changsheng remarked quietly. He would not reveal how he knew this. Years ago, after he had mastered the corpse-collecting technique, he sought a place to acquire a sufficient number of corpses, eventually selecting this Dongshan mass grave. No one knew this place better than he. For the past 3 years, especially during the initial 2 years, he had frequently come here since the corpse-collecting technique required fresh bodies, while those that had decayed into mere bones could not be collected. Here, new corpses appeared almost daily, sometimes even dozens. It was only after he gradually honed his cultivation that he began to visit less frequently. After all, ordinary blood ES body evaluation, ordinary quality 2 stars, reward, 1 Jingshu Dan. Lu Ergu, male, 41 years old, died from being beaten. Last wish, to be able to kill at the casino once. How ridiculous, even in death, he cannot forget gambling. Another hopeless gambler, surely beaten to death over debts. Body evaluation, ordinary quality 1 star, reward, 1 Jingshu Dan. Chen Xinglong, male, 23 years old, died from a crushed heart. Last wish, to deliver his cherished possession to Mingluo Junju and inform her that he will never forsake her. Finally, a task that can be accomplished. Listening to his last wish, it seems he was in love with Mingluo Junju. The name Mingluo Junju sounds familiar. Isn't she the one from the Qi Wangfu? Upon searching for the task item, it turned out to be a handkerchief embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks, accompanied by an old verse, for Zhangji. The mandarin ducks weave to fly together. How pitiful the old man turns gray, spring waves and green grass, in the depths of morning chill. Facing each other in red attire. Body evaluation, ordinary quality 7 stars, reward, 5 Jingshu Dan and 1 Neishi Dan. Su Ming, male. Half an hour later, Chen Changsheng left the mass grave, with more Jingshu Dan in hand, as well as some strange last wish tasks, many of which were impossible to fulfill. As for the Neishi Dan, there was only that one from Chen Xinglong. Seeing that it was still early, he thought it wise to visit the Qi Wangfu, just to complete a last wish task, and perhaps glean some secrets about that mysterious person. At this hour, the city gates had already closed, yet for Chen Changsheng, crossing the city wall was not particularly difficult. In fact, those of the 3rd rank and above, as long as their lightness skill was decent, generally possessed the ability to scale walls. Finding an unpatrolled moment, Chen Changsheng leapt up, his toes lightly tapping on the wall, and he effortlessly vaulted over. If I had such ability in my previous life, nights in that city would have been even livelier than during the day, while here there was a curfew. After midnight, with the curfew in place, the Imperial Guards patrolled diligently. Ordinary people caught would face imprisonment. However, for skilled individuals like Chen Changsheng, operating at night was far simpler than during the day. Where's the Qi Wangfu? Chen Changsheng felt a bit lost. This was his 2nd visit to the Eastern District. The last time he had been to General Lin Yang's residence. Without prior reconnaissance, he found himself at a loss. In the dead of night, finding someone to inquire was impossible. He certainly could not just return empty-handed. Chen Changsheng felt as if he were in a bind. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the street's darkness. I thought, with such a lovely night, how could there be no activity? Quite nimble. I shall follow this person and see what they are up to. Determined, Chen Changsheng trailed behind, observing the individual's actions. After following for 2 streets, he witnessed the person scale a wall and disappear into the shadows. Truly, where there's a will, there's a way. It seems that individual was also headed to the Qi Wangfu. Observing the plaque of the estate nearby, Chen Changsheng felt quite fortunate. Since he was already here, he might as well enter and take a look. Scaling the walls of the Qi Wangfu, Chen Changsheng immediately sensed that the defenses here were far more formidable than at the general's residence, with patrols openly armed, clad in armor, with swords at their waists, and each possessing formidable internal strength, their elite status on par with that of the general's estate. It seemed that the true elite of the Dezhou were of the 1st rank. No wonder it was a family of power. Compared to them, the wealthy merchants of the northern district, despite their riches, were significantly lacking in foundational strength. After a period of observation, Chen Changsheng skillfully evaded the patrols and began searching for Mingluo Junju. How vast is the Wangfu? I feel utterly disoriented. The general's estate, while large, hardly compares to even a quarter of this place. It appears I must find someone to inquire. Just then, a eunuch carrying a food box happened to pass by the garden where Chen Changsheng was concealed. I'll make use of my charm. Chen Changsheng suddenly appeared, locking eyes with the eunuch while simultaneously employing his enchanting technique. Directing his inquiry, he asked, "Where is Mingluo Junju?" Mingluo Junju resides in the Fangqiao Garden. How do I get to Fangqiao Garden? From here. After a thorough quarter-hour of questioning, Chen Changsheng snapped his fingers lightly and turned to leave, while the eunuch stood dazed. What just happened? I feel a bit lightheaded. I should ask Dr. Zhang for some calming medicine. Having clarified the route, Chen Changsheng's subsequent actions were naturally straightforward. Here lies Fangqiao Garden. Mingluo Junju is within. Chen Changsheng stealthily entered the courtyard, hearing voices from one of the rooms, and promptly pushed the door open. "Xinger, come help me change." Upon entering, he saw a graceful young woman rising from the bathtub, her back turned to him. Such an alluring sight rendered Chen Changsheng momentarily speechless. "Xinger, what are you hesitating for? There's an assassin. Capture the assassin." Just then, voices from the patrol outside echoed, and the young woman turned in response. Chapter 16, Last Wish Reward, Talent. You don't speak. I'll let you go, just remain silent, understood? Chen Changsheng swiftly moved behind her, covering her mouth, and then spoke. Scream. The moment she attempted to cry out for help, Chen Changsheng swiftly silenced her. "Your Highness, an assassin has infiltrated the palace. Are you all right?" Outside the door, footsteps approached. Clearly the patrol was searching the vicinity. "I am fine, continue searching elsewhere," came the voice of the Junju from within. "Your Highness, for your safety, may I enter to search?" The person outside hesitated. "No, you may leave," the Junju replied decisively. "Your Highness, your tone today seems different than usual. Could it be you are being held captive by a thief?" The leading patrolman frowned deeply. "What? I am bathing. Are you sure you want to come in and take a look?" The Junju's voice grew cold. "I dare not." The guard outside was instantly frightened to his knees. He certainly wouldn't dare face the crime of peeping at the Junju bathing. "If you fear, then leave," the Junju commanded coldly. "Yes, I shall search elsewhere." Inside the room, the young woman looked at Chen Changsheng with eyes filled with terror, as her mouth remained tightly covered. Indeed, it was Chen Changsheng who had spoken, skillfully mimicking the Junju's voice, a gift from a master of vocal techniques. "I'll let you go, but you must not scream, understand?" Chen Changsheng instructed. The Junju murmured softly in compliance. "Very well." Chen Changsheng smiled and released her. "Perverted scoundrel." The Junju cursed while attempting to slap Chen Changsheng. "Hey, are you really going to strike me without clothing?" Chen Changsheng replied, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her figure. Despicable lecher. "You cannot look," the Junju exclaimed, hastily searching for her clothes, while Chen Changsheng stood by, intrigued by her frantic dressing. "Not bad, skin as smooth as jade, beauty like a blooming flower. This must be it." Chen Changsheng marveled. "I was unaware that Xinglong had such a lecherous friend in your company," the esteemed Mingluo Junju exclaimed with disdain. "I need not justify myself regarding this matter. You are familiar with it, are you not?" He had an inkling that misfortune might befall him, so he entrusted this item to me, instructing me that should he perish, it must be returned to you along with a message of 4 words. As Chen Changsheng spoke, he produced a handkerchief adorned with mandarin ducks. "Si Zhangji, it is in your possession. It seems that Xinglong truly placed great trust in you. What message did he wish for you to convey?" Mingluo Junju quivered as she questioned him. "Never to forsake you," Chen Changsheng uttered softly, delivering these 4 poignant words. Fulfilling Chen Xinglong's final wish, he bestowed upon you the extraordinary gift of an unwavering memory. A reward of an extraordinary memory? This journey was indeed not in vain. It truly surprised me. Rewards bestowed upon the completion of a final wish are often remarkable. Some grant skills, like the vocal techniques previously displayed by Chen Changsheng, while others bestow martial arts, such as Lu Ming's blood spirit technique, or even the art of feigned death, and so on. There are those who are granted extended lifespans, like Feng San, and Chen Changsheng's additional decades of life came in a similar fashion. Some even receive talents, such as Chen Xinglong. This is my first experience of receiving a talent through a final wish. Never forsake me, Xinglong. At that moment, tears streamed down Mingluo Junju's face as she collapsed to the ground in grief. Alas, another pair of star-crossed lovers, Chen Changsheng thought as he shook his head gently. Fortunately, he had awakened in time and did not sacrifice an entire forest for a mere tree. Would you like to know the story between him and me? After a long pause, Mingluo Junju spoke in a subdued tone. Very well, since I have nothing else to do, do share. Chen Changsheng replied. Xinglong was born into a poor family, orphaned at a young age, yet he was a prodigy, astute, and eager to learn. Eventually, he excelled in his studies and became a top scholar in the imperial examinations. I met him at the poetry gathering hosted by Prince Jin. However, my father disapproved of my association with Xinglong, claiming he had secretly arranged a marriage for me with the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards. Unwilling to accept this, both he and I resisted, despite my father sending warnings. It seemed he sensed the impending danger, which is why he entrusted the handkerchief to you for safekeeping, indicating that you are undoubtedly the person he trusted the most. Mingluo Junju raised her gaze to Chen Changsheng. Another tale of a poor boy and a rich girl, a melodramatic romance destined to be defeated by reality. As expected, Chen Xinglong met his demise. Had it not been for me, he would have been abandoned in a mass grave, left to wander as a lost soul. Yet, Mingluo Junju's betrothed is none other than the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards. This situation grows increasingly intriguing. The military forces near the capital are primarily divided into 5 factions. Firstly, the City Defense Army, responsible for guarding the city gates and patrolling at night, numbering around 10,000 with average strength. Secondly and thirdly, the left and right Imperial Guards, stationed outside the city, safeguarding the capital, composed entirely of elite troops drawn from border regions. Fourthly, there are the Imperial Guards, the largest contingent with approximately 200,000 personnel, typically. In times of urgent border conflicts, they are summoned into action. Lastly, there are the Imperial Forest Guards, tasked with protecting the palace. Their elite status surpassing that of the left and right Imperial Guards, though they are not adept at large-scale warfare, as their primary duty is to guard the imperial city, necessitating exceptional individual combat skills. Naturally, within the capital, there are other armed factions, such as the 6 Doors, each comprising skilled individuals, and the palace guards, nearly all of whom are formidable warriors drawn from the Imperial Forest Guards. The current situation sees the Crown Prince entangled in ambiguous relations with the general of the left Imperial Guard, while Prince Qi has allied himself with the commander of the Imperial Guards. Both of these brothers are far from easy adversaries. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you, esteemed sir, Mingluo Junju declared, prostrating herself upon the ground. What are you doing? Rise, please. Chen Changsheng hurriedly assisted her to her feet. You were a close friend of Xinglong in life. I am certain you would not wish to see me remarry. Mingluo Junju implored. So what do you propose? Shall I ruin your wedding with the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards? You overestimate my abilities. I possess no such power, Chen Changsheng responded, shaking his head. The fact that you could enter Prince Qi's residence and reach me, disregarding the guards, indicates you must be exceptionally skilled. Therefore, I beseech you, could you assist me in eliminating that son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhou Ji? Mingluo Junju exclaimed vehemently. If you seek vengeance for Chen Xinglong, you ought to ask me to kill Prince Qi instead. What has Zhou Ji done to deserve such fate? Chen Changsheng retorted, exasperated. Moreover, regardless of how fortified the residence of the commander of the Imperial Guards may be, I cannot simply take lives indiscriminately. That would violate my principles. Since acquiring this corpse-collecting technique, I have established a personal boundary. I shall not kill without just cause, unless someone offends me or attempts to seize what rightfully belongs to me. For instance, the Crown Prince, Yan Ming, Gu Yu, and others. Indeed, I pride myself on being a virtuous person, one who does not resort to killing lightly. Chapter 17. The Virtuous Gentleman, Chen Changsheng. What are you doing? The enchanting scenery before him was captivating, but who was Chen Changsheng? A paragon of virtue, he vowed that he was merely appreciating a form of beauty in this world, devoid of any lascivious intentions, unless, of course, he were on the verge of drooling. Now that Chen Xinglong's feelings had dissipated, I shall offer you a token of my affection. Mingluo Junju closed her eyes and stepped forward. After all, having been seen once, what harm could it do to be seen again? Additionally, this person was a dear friend of Chen Xinglong, willing to risk entering Prince Qi's residence for a promise, which speaks volumes of his character. As the saying goes, one must not take advantage of a friend's wife. Mingluo Junju was certain he would not act against her. Do not attempt to seduce me. I, Chen Changsheng, am a paragon of virtue, he declared with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Mingluo Junju felt a sense of relief. Thus, she had indeed made the right wager. However, soon after, true to her title as a princess, her touch was exquisite. My hand could not contain the feelings I had already accepted. I shall find a way to disrupt the engagement. Mingluo Junju felt a pair of hands exploring her body. Her heart filled with indignation. Just as she was about to scold him, she realized that he had vanished from the room. Lecher, shameless lecher. How could I have mistaken you for a virtuous gentleman? Xinglong, what kind of friends have you associated with? She lamented, alas, my purity is lost. What a grave loss this is. She grieved, still unable to overcome her inner turmoil. Such a beautiful young lady could not have imagined that one day Chen Changsheng would descend to such depths. No. Today I must find solace in the pleasures of the brothel and quell my frustrations. Is someone there? A woman injured? Could it be the assassin who led me here? Preparing to leave Prince Chi's residence in search of the brothel, Chen Changsheng glanced toward the rockery. Very well, whether one or two, it matters not. I shall consider it a repayment of the kindness shown to me, for I am a compassionate person, particularly sensitive to the suffering of women. Unless it pertains to my own bitter melon. Who goes there? The assassin was exceedingly alert. As soon as Chen Changsheng made his presence known, he was immediately detected. What are you doing here? They both queried simultaneously, falling into a moment of silence. Uncle Chen, I had thought you were spending the night in the flower streets and willow alleys, only to find you acting as a thief. No wonder you, Uncle Chen, seems so wealthy even as a prison guard. Feng Suiping was the first to speak. The allowance Chen Changsheng provided her was certainly generous, far beyond that of ordinary wealthy merchants. What thief? Nonsense, those borrowing money are all my closest friends. Chen Changsheng retorted with indignation. Close friends, you say? No. Something is amiss. You carry the scent of rose dew. With a delicate sniff, Feng Suiping caught a whiff and, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, remarked, so, Uncle Chen, you are not merely a thief, but a fragrant thief. What fragrant thief? Nonsense. Chen Changsheng instinctively protested. Oh, have you forgotten how I recognized you before? You have the scent of rose dew on you, which is added during bathing. Just a few drops not only emit a delightful fragrance, but also keeps the skin supple, and essential for noble women. The precious rose dew, exclusively produced in the western nation of Huoluo, is transported to Dezhou, where its value is tenfold that of gold. Even the esteemed courtesans of Chun Fenggu can only indulge in it occasionally. The aromatic essence of the rose dew you possess is exceedingly rich, representing the finest quality. In the Qi Wang Fu, very few are deemed worthy to partake in it. Uncle Chen, you haven't been with the Qi Wang Fei, have you? Feng Suiping exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Qi Wang Fei? What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely at Ming Luo. Ming Luo? You actually have an affair with the Ming Luo Junju? Feng Suiping gasped. What nonsense? Are you leaving or not? If not, I shall depart alone. Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. His slip of the tongue had inadvertently provided this girl with leverage. Of course I am leaving. The Qi Wang Fu is filled with experts. I have barely entered when I was already discovered. Thankfully, this place is spacious. Otherwise, I would have been caught long ago. You are truly remarkable, Uncle Chen. You frequently visit the Juanju's chambers without ever being caught. Feng Suiping said, filled with admiration. This is my first visit to the Qi Wang Fu, believe it or not. Chen Changsheng declared, as he hoisted Feng Suiping onto his back. Very impressive. I, Chen Changsheng, am a paragon of virtue, a relative of Feng Suiping. She has suffered an injury and has knife wounds on her leg. If I do not carry her back, she will surely perish in the Qi Wang Fu. Indeed. I am saving her, not taking advantage of her. With this thought, Chen Changsheng's hands casually rested on Feng Suiping's hip. Do not misunderstand. I merely fear she may fall. Yes, you are right. Feng Suiping rolled her eyes. She had resided at number 168 Changming Avenue for more than a month. And Chen Changsheng had only been home half the time. Where could he possibly have gone? Initially, Feng Suiping assumed he was visiting the pleasure houses. But now it seemed he was secretly indulging in the Qi Wang Fu. Given Chen Changsheng's stature, young yet formidable, and his handsome appearance, how could he possibly be interested in the women of the pleasure houses? However, this put her in an awkward position. Having a vendetta against the Qi Wang Fu, she sought refuge at number 168 Changming Avenue, hoping to learn some of Chen Changsheng's martial arts to avenge her father. But if Uncle Chen were to become the Qi Wang's son-in-law, would he still assist her? If he did not sell her out, that would be fortunate enough. No. She must devise a plan to prevent him from getting involved with Ming Luo Junju, or else she would have no chance for revenge. But how could she thwart their relationship? The only way to defeat a woman is with another woman. It seems the skills she learned at Chun Fenggu will indeed come in handy. Successfully escorting Feng Suiping out of the Qi Wang Fu and back to No. 168, Changming Avenue, Chen Changsheng felt quite vexed. The flames ignited by Ming Luo Junju still burned within him, yet he could not abandon Feng Suiping to seek pleasure elsewhere. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng return with Feng Suiping, De Huang barked joyfully and wagged his tail. Ah, De Huang, it seems you have once again accomplished something. I wonder who this unfortunate soul is. Beneath the grape trellis in the courtyard lay a figure in black, motionless, with his neck half severed. Clearly the work of De Huang. De Huang has killed again? Feng Sweeping gasped, covering her mouth upon seeing the corpse. It appears that peaceful days are becoming increasingly untenable. A cold smile crept across Chen Changsheng's lips. Is it yet another of Yin Ming's men? They seem relentless. Yin San, male, age 42, died from a severed neck. His last wish, to free his son, Yin Qi, from servitude. His son is a servant, and shares the surname Yin? It is certain he must be a slave of the Yin family. This last wish is not difficult to fulfill. Once Yin Ming meets his end, the Yin family will fall, and it will take little coin to liberate his son. Yin Ming, I am curious to see how much you are truly capable of. Chapter 18. Good fortune. Today we slay the pig. In the East District, at number 131 Yuanchang Street, the hour had passed, yet the candlelight in the study still flickered. Sir, the hour has passed, yet Yin San has not returned. Hearing the voice from outside the study, Yin Ming tightened his grip on the brush, breaking it in two. Not returned? Then he must be dead. Though Yin San's capabilities were merely of the 3rd tier, he could easily handle the 8th tier Chen Changsheng. Yin San's failure indicated that Chen Changsheng might indeed be hiding his true strength or that he had powerful allies. Yin Ming's expression darkened. He did not care for Yin San's demise. He had many like him in his household. But Yin Xing, his younger brother, was a prized horse within the Yin family, admired for both his intellect and martial prowess, even by the crown prince. Sir, it seems the second master is in grave danger. What shall we do next? The old steward asked quietly from outside. Cease all attempts to test Chen Changsheng. Tomorrow, I shall seek out the crown prince, Yin Ming sighed. The Yin family, while a prominent household, ranks low in the capital, where the elite gather. Their strength is limited, with only the 2 brothers capable of reaching the 3rd tier. Currently, he stands alone. The crown prince, however, is a different matter altogether. As the heir to Dezhou, he is surrounded by untold numbers of powerful individuals. Moreover, eliminating Chen Changsheng was originally his own intention. Yin Ming spent a sleepless night, and so too did Chen Changsheng. One was troubled and heartbroken, unable to find rest, while the other cursed his own vitality. It seemed that being overly vigorous was not a blessing. Ordinary individuals, after a single exertion, quickly succumb to fatigue and require rest to regain their strength. As for him, alas, he had consumed too many Jing blood pills. As the saying goes, 1 drop of essence equals 10 drops of blood. It seems he must diligently practice the Shui Ling Ju. In the morning, after breakfast, he proceeded to the prison as usual, leaving Feng Tipping to recuperate in the courtyard under the watchful guard of De Huang. Old Chen, you seem in good spirits lately. Ah, I am well, thank you. Old Chen, indeed, I have not seen a warden in the Tian character prison in better condition than you. Are you hoping for my demise? Speak plainly, how much did you wager? Upon entering the Tian character prison, some had taken to betting on how long he would survive, not out of malice, but as a customary practice whenever a new warden was appointed. Evidently, Chen Changsheng had unexpectedly surpassed a month, allowing the bookmakers to profit handsomely. And no, it wasn't much. Just 20 taels of silver, the man replied awkwardly. 20 taels? It seems Captain Ma has made quite a fortune. Chen Changsheng chuckled as he walked inside. How dare you profit from me, Chen Changsheng? Ma Su, our friendship is too good to pass up. I must borrow some money from you to showcase your benevolence. In the prison, there is 1 head warden and 2 deputy wardens. Gao Hong is the head, while Yin Ming and Ma Su serve as deputies. Good fortune. Today we slay the pig. The indestructible golden body is indeed a formidable body refinement technique. With innate true energy and abundant vitality, he has made significant progress in just 1 month. While I lack blood essence pills, inner energy pills are in short supply. Let me set a modest goal, to cultivate my physical body to the level of external innate strength. It should not take long. Yi Tianxing, male, age 62, died from a broken neck. His last wish, to kill the commander of the Dezhou Imperial Guard, Zhou Yongchang. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Yongchang? Just yesterday, Ming Luo Junju wanted me to eliminate Zhou Yongchang's son, Zhou Ji, and now there is a wish to take down Zhou Yongchang himself. Should I send these 2 father and son to the afterlife? No, that would be crossing my limits. I must first investigate the character of the Zhou family to determine if they are worthy of death. Corpse evaluation, common item, 7 stars. Reward, 5 blood essence pills and 5 inner energy pills. Tian character cell number 19. Alas, this is the 6th one. This killer does not intend to wipe out all the inmates of the Tian character prison, does he? The old man has but a few years left to live. Surely they would not deny him the opportunity for a peaceful demise. Cell number 20. Another has perished. What in the world is this jailer attempting to accomplish? Is he perhaps a pawn sent by Shizong to test my resolve? Curse the emperor of the Daizhou dynasty. Should I manage to escape, let it be known that while I once aided your ascension, I could just as easily bring ruin upon your dynasty, leaving the Li family without heirs. The strange man seethed with rage. With his formidable strength, toppling this realm's dynasty would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, alas, he has been ensnared by the poison of the Daizhou emperor, imprisoned within these walls for decades, and has even lost his ability to move. Will I ever see the outside world again? I fear my family has long since concluded that I have perished. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, within his cell, dug a deep pit and unceremoniously tossed Tianxing into it. For over a month, he has dealt with his slain pigs in a similar manner. After all, disposing of a body and explaining the cause of death is far too cumbersome. As for the possibility of being discovered, Chen Changsheng has contemplated it. He will conceal the truth for as long as possible, and if the facade crumbles, he can always assume a new identity and start anew. Disguising oneself is not a challenge for him. In the prince's residence, Yan Ming knelt, trembling. So, are you implying that the little jailer is not only alive but thriving? Before the desk, the prince frowned deeply. In truth, a mere jailer is easily forgotten as the crown prince. He has far more pressing matters at hand and cannot afford to expend energy on such trivialities. Indeed, the position of the Tianzi jailer is beneath my attention. And since my younger brother has returned home, I have entrusted him with the task of handling it, Yan Ming stated. Oh, Yan Xing took action personally? That assures success. For his strength would make the death of a mere jailer a trivial matter. Yet, if the issue is resolved, the prince inquired after a moment. Correct. An unforeseen circumstance arose. My brother did not return that night. Yan Ming replied in a hushed tone. Did you send someone to search for him? The prince frowned. Yan Xing is capable and loyal, a man of both martial and literary talents. Despite sending a fourth-rank servant to investigate Chen Changsheng's residence, Yan Ming lamented. He still did not return. The prince continued. So it appears this individual is not to be underestimated. A mere jailer could not possess such skills. The prince's voice softened. A fourth-rank expert possesses considerable strength. They could thrive anywhere. Why would one choose to be a jailer? Even joining the military would at least grant them the status of a 100-man captain, with the potential for greater achievements. Your Highness, my brother is currently missing, and Yan Ming has proven ineffective. I beseech you to take action. Yan Ming bowed deeply. This is not merely a request for your intervention. It is clear you wish for me to locate Yan Xing. Conceal your ulterior motives. I am fully aware of your intentions. Leave the address, and you may take your leave. The prince replied coolly. What secrets might a jailer harbor? The prince was intrigued. Recently, in his interactions with Lin Wanner, he had sensed her distraction and even a hint of aversion towards him. Is it for that jailer? Very well. I shall capture that jailer and execute him before your eyes. How will you react? Chapter 19. De Huang seeks its master. Feng Tsuaping disappears in the Tianzi prison. Within an unoccupied cell, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged. Both the indestructible golden body and the blood spirit technique operated in unison. Under the dual impact of true energy and vital blood, his muscles gradually tightened, and even his bones began to exhibit a silvery hue. After a considerable time, Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. His indestructible golden body had made a small advance. Should fortune favor him, he would likely reach the second tier of external martial arts. Moreover, it seemed his lifespan had subtly increased due to the cultivation of the indestructible golden body. The creator of this technique is undoubtedly a genius. Yet I fear no one besides myself could refine it to the innate level. Cultivating the indestructible golden body requires a vast amount of vital energy, which originates from food. Even with the frequent use of precious medicinal herbs, the progress would still pale in comparison to Chen Changsheng's utilization of innate true energy combined with blood essence pills. Most crucially, the practice of external martial arts can only flourish in youth. Once one surpasses 30, the body's vital energy declines, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to cultivate external martial arts beyond the third tier. The demon monk is indeed a prodigious individual, likely still under 30. Having achieved dual cultivation in both internal and external practices at the second tier, thus allowing him to counter a first-tier opponent. If I could cultivate the indestructible golden body to the innate level of both internal and external mastery, I would surely have the upper hand against any grandmaster. No. Such thoughts are perilous. What if I encounter a fated child, a protagonist capable of challenging those beyond their rank? Perhaps it is better to rely on my own mastery. As an internal and external dual master, defeating someone of the third tier should not be excessive, right? As dusk fell, old Chun, I have joyous news to share. Pan Wu approached as the workday concluded. Oh, what is this delightful news? Chen Changsheng replied, intrigued. Hee, I have made a breakthrough. I am now a mid-third-tier martial artist. Pan Wu declared proudly. Congratulations, for I too have achieved a breakthrough today. Chen Changsheng shrugged nonchalantly. A mere sixth tier? How dare he flaunt before me? Yet, Pan Wu indeed had reason to boast, as, in his eyes, Chen Changsheng was merely an eighth-tier martial artist. What? You have also advanced to the seventh tier? Excellent. We brothers have both broken through. Such a momentous occasion calls for a celebration. Pan Wu exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely. Chen Changsheng nodded vigorously. Such a momentous event warrants a grand celebration. Thus, the two friends linked arms and made their way to the renowned 8 great alleys of the capital. As night descended, the sparse starlight cascaded down. At the hour of high, the capital was at its most vibrant, particularly in the northern district, where a significant portion of the city's affluent merchants resided, brightly illuminated. This wretched feudal society is truly enchanting. No wonder this entertainment district thrives. Lacking smartphones and the internet, one must seek joy in such places. Woof woof. As Chen Changsheng lay comfortably, attended by a woman at his side, he was suddenly startled by the sounds of barking. Which wild dog dares to bark so brazenly? Someone. Drive it away. Woof woof. In a daze, Chen Changsheng felt he heard a familiar voice. Has this dog become sentient? It even dodges. Good heavens, I, a fifth-tier master, cannot best a mere dog? The ruckus outside jolted him awake. A dog that even a fifth-tier master cannot contend with? Could it be De Huang? Why is he here? Away from home. Could something have happened? Feng Cuiping is still at home, and she is injured. What is going on? If you harm my master's dog, beware of your lives. Chen Changsheng, hands on his hips, appeared in the courtyard. Woof woof. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, De Huang leaped forward and lay at his feet, displaying evident wounds, as though it had been struck by a blade. Who harmed my master's dog? Speak, and I shall ensure your demise. Chen Changsheng glared down with a commanding presence, embodying the image of a spoiled heir. However, his anger was genuine. After years in this world, he and De Huang had become inseparable. How could he remain calm when his companion was injured? My lord, your dog is not harmed by us. It is simply too formidable for any of us to contend with. Indeed, my lord, your dog entered with bloodstains on its body. Look, there are more at the entrance. Immediately, the guards of the brothel and the turtle men began to defend themselves. Enough. With such an incident occurring, I have no desire to stay any longer. Depart, depart. These are rewards for you. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, casually scattering a handful of gold beans before leading De Huang out. It is gold beans. This gentleman is truly wealthy. Naturally, one who can afford such a fierce dog cannot be an ordinary person. I wonder which noble's son this is. What has transpired at home? Where is Feng Cuiping? Chen Changsheng posed a trio of existential questions. Woof. De Huang barked twice at Chen Changsheng. Well, although you are clever, you cannot speak, and I do not understand the language of dogs. Let us return home and see. Chen Changsheng patted De Huang's head with a sense of helplessness. In truth, Chen Changsheng was not anxious, for the reason was simple. De Huang was unharmed. Indeed, in Chen Changsheng's heart, De Huang's significance was second only to his own, far surpassing that of Feng Cuiping. After all, this was a dog that had shared his life for 3 years, whereas Feng Cuiping had only cohabited for a mere month. With great haste, one man and one dog raced back home, to 168, Chaming Avenue. There is no one at home. Feng Cuiping is absent. Even though he had advanced to the innate master level and his body was nearly impervious to harm, Chen Changsheng remained exceedingly cautious. Upon nearing his home, he did not enter directly, but instead focused his senses. Woof. De Huang barked at Chen Changsheng and leapt into the yard. Indeed, it was a leap, commonly referred to as vaulting over the wall. Chen Changsheng followed closely, entering the courtyard, his brow furrowing slightly. The yard was marked by signs of struggle and even excavation, with numerous bloodstains present. It was evident that there were at least 5 assailants. Someone must have perished here, likely bitten to death by De Huang, who then escaped the yard to seek him out. Feng Cuiping was probably captured by the adversaries. Who could have done this? Could it be that Feng Cuiping's whereabouts were exposed and discovered by the Qi Wangfu? Chen Changsheng's initial suspicion fell upon the Qi Wang. The reasoning was clear. Feng Cuiping had been rescued from Chunfeng Lu, which was under the Qi Wang's dominion, serving as a hub for intelligence gathering. Such strongholds would surely not be singular. It was plausible that Feng Cuiping's stay with him had been discovered. However, why dig up my grapevines in the process of capturing someone? I must demand compensation for my grapevines. Chen Changsheng declared with resentment. If Feng Cuiping were to learn that her status in Chen Changsheng's life was inferior to that of De Huang, let alone being less than a mere grapevine. Would she not contemplate ending his life? Chapter 20. The Crown Prince, Li Yin Wolf. At his feet, De Huang barked twice, then tugged at Chen Changsheng's trousers, urging him to follow. You wish to lead the way? Oh, how could I forget? You are a dog, and a dog's nose is the most sensitive. Let us find Feng Tzuaping. I am eager to uncover who dares to cause chaos in my home. I shall have their dog's paws chopped off. Woof. Upon hearing this, De Huang nodded enthusiastically, baring its bright white fangs. Since joining Chen Changsheng, it had never suffered such a significant setback. It had always been the one to bite others. How could it have ever been wounded? Along the way, De Huang led the charge, with Chen Changsheng following closely, traversing Changming Avenue, exiting the West District and entering the East District. Upon entering the East District, could it be that Chunfeng Pavilion has made its move? Or perhaps Chunfeng Pavilion was involved, but the individuals were sent to Wangfu? As they journeyed, Chen Changsheng speculated on various possibilities, ultimately led by De Huang to their destination, where he found himself astonished. The Crown Prince's residence. Goodness, it is not the Wangfu but the Crown Prince's residence? Is this the doing of the Crown Prince? I should have anticipated this. Yan Ming, that fellow, has lost his younger brother. And the servants sent to scout have also perished. There is no reason for him to relent, especially since it concerns the Crown Princess affairs. If matters are not resolved smoothly, he will undoubtedly seek the Crown Prince's assistance. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, I am but a grasshopper easily crushed. Moreover, the traces of my grapevines being uprooted and the bodies of Yin Xing and Yin San are likely to have been removed as well. Thus, my second exploration of the Wangfu seems to have shifted to an exploration of the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince, as the heir to the Great Zhou, must possess more skilled individuals within his estate than the Wangfu, and perhaps even master-level experts, Chen Changsheng mused. Master-level experts. Ever since his advancement to master-level, or rather, since entering the Great Zhou realm, he had only encountered one deep within the Tiang prison. Moreover, due to fear of revealing any vulnerabilities, he had only delivered meals and had never engaged with that innate master. Innate masters are rare. The known master-level experts in the Great Zhou can be counted on one hand, most of whom hold significant positions, such as General Yu Wuji, who guards the northern frontier, Shui Yiren, the leader of the Six Doors, and the chief steward, Pei Gonggong, alongside Zhang Jinbei, the commander of the Imperial Guard. The first commands the military. The second leads the Six Doors enforcers, while the third and fourth are essentially the Emperor's personal bodyguards. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter one. If I truly am that unfortunate, Feng Tzuaping, do not blame me for lacking loyalty, Chen Changsheng murmured, then, with De Huang, found a side courtyard and vaulted over the wall. The specifications of the Crown Prince's residence are significantly grander than those of the Wangfu. However, the architectural blueprints of royal gardens are generally similar, differing only in scale. Having previously familiarized himself with the layout of the Wangfu, Chen Changsheng was not entirely at a loss upon arriving at the Crown Prince's residence. Indeed, this is the Crown Prince's residence. No wonder there are elite armored soldiers patrolling openly, while skilled individuals lurk in the shadows. The defenses here are exceedingly stringent. Unless one possesses heightened senses akin to an innate master, a typical rogue would likely be turned into a pincushion upon intrusion. Nevertheless, for me, the challenge is not insurmountable. De Huang, lead the way. Chen Changsheng gently patted De Huang's head, and together, under the cover of night, they dodged one patrol after another of armored soldiers and hidden guards. Crown Princess Hall. The Crown Prince Li Yin sat regally in a grand chair, with Yan Ming standing behind him, while 4 or 5 men in black bowed respectfully. On the ground, a woman was bound, a cloth stuffed in her mouth seemingly to stifle her cries. Besides this woman, several corpses lay in the grand hall. Pengda, what is the meaning of this? I instructed you to capture Chen Changsheng, yet you have brought back a woman? The Crown Prince Li Yin furrowed his brow. Your Highness, we did not find any trace of this person in Chen Changsheng's home. We only found this woman, so we brought her back. Pengda, the lead man in black, replied. What? He is not there? The Crown Prince Li Yin was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, Chen Changsheng must be indulging himself in the brothel. If he is not at home, he has surely gone to those establishments. Yan Ming, bowing, suggested. Feng Tzuaping on the ground could only emit muffled sounds. What is the matter with Pang Si? You 5 went after a single woman and still encountered an accident? Li Yin remarked with a furrowed brow. The Pang brothers, all skilled individuals by his side, had successfully handled numerous tasks before without a hitch. How could one perish this time? Your Highness, it was an accident. The 4th brother was bitten to death by a dog, Pangda lamented. In those days, the five brothers traversed the martial world for many years. Eventually, wearied by the life of a wanderer, they accepted the imperial summons of the crown prince and undertook numerous tasks, executing them flawlessly. Who could have anticipated that their first misstep would occur due to a mere dog? A dog? If memory serves me right, Pang Si has already attained the second rank. The crown prince remarked. A dignified second-rank master, brought down by a dog. What jest is this? What kind of dog possesses such prowess? Your Highness, this is indeed true. That dog is unlike any ordinary canine. It resembles a beast. Pang De hesitated momentarily before continuing. A beast? Nonsense. Li Yun retorted angrily. As the crown prince, Li Yun was privy to many secrets of the world that ordinary people were unaware of. Beasts, of course, exist, and they are terrifying. However, such entities cannot exist within the confines of a mundane city. Beasts dwell deep within the mountains and forests. Your Highness, I assure you, I am not speaking in jest. Not only did the fourth perish at the jaws of that dog, but we also unearthed 3 corpses in Chen Changsheng's courtyard. Each of these corpses bore wounds identical to those of the fourth, including that of the individual you seek, Yin Xing. As Pang De spoke, he unveiled the shroud covering the body. Second brother, Yin Ming, upon seeing Yin Xing's remains, immediately fell to his knees, weeping. Their prized steed from the Yin family had not yet helped elevate the family, and yet it perished at the jaws of a dog? Indeed, it is Yin Xing. Yin Ming, please accept my condolences. Do take a look at the nearby corpse. Could it also belong to your Yin family? The crown prince Li Yun remarked with a calm demeanor. For Li Yun, Yin Xing was a talent, yet being alive is paramount. In death, one is rendered inconsequential. And he could scarcely be bothered to glance at the body again. Your Highness, this is a servant I dispatched, named Yin San, also a fourth-rank martial artist. Yin Ming wiped his tears. Indeed, the scars upon their necks are identical. It appears they were all killed by that dog. Thus, this case can be considered solved. The jailer may simply be an ordinary jailer, but that dog is extraordinary. The crown prince Li Yun's voice remained steady, though his heart was anything but. A dog capable of slaying a second-rank master? This is indeed remarkable. This dog, even if it is not a beast, likely possesses a beastly lineage. Moreover, will it continue to grow? Could it potentially reach the level of being able to kill a congenital master? In an instant, the crown prince's heart ignited with fervor. If he could obtain this dog, it could serve as a trump card in critical moments. No one would pay heed to a dog. And it is precisely that which one underestimates that often proves to be the most lethal. My father is aging, and he may not have many years left. However, Chi Wang Li Ku possesses considerable influence, both in the court and the martial world. Even in the shadows, he commands respect. Even as crown prince, Li Yun harbors significant trepidation towards him. Chapter 21. The crown prince's recruitment. Where is that dog? Why hasn't he been brought back? I trust you haven't allowed it to be killed? The crown prince Li Yun inquired, casting a gaze towards Pang De. The dog? That creature is quite clever. After we struck it, it managed to escape. Pang De replied. What of this woman? Yin Ming, did you not assert that Chen Changsheng lives in solitude? The crown prince questioned. To my knowledge, he truly lives alone, Yin Ming replied, slightly furrowing his brows. When did Chen Changsheng get married? That should not be the case. Your Highness, this woman appears to be of interest to Di Ting. Pang De hesitated before continuing. Di Ting? Is that not under the command of Chi Wang? Do you know why Di Ting is investigating this woman? The crown prince asked. It seems they are in pursuit of a traitor. Pang De responded. This woman is a traitor to Di Ting? Instantly, the crown prince became intrigued. What is Di Ting? It is the most mysterious intelligence organization under Chi Wang. And Chi Wang is his greatest rival on the path to the throne. It should be so, and her strength is not to be underestimated. She is also a third-rank martial artist. Pang De stated. A young third-rank martial artist who is also a traitor to Di Ting. She may possess considerable secrets regarding them. Let us detain her for now, and send men to scour the entertainment districts. We must bring Chen Changsheng before this crown prince. Li Yun commanded coldly. Yes, your highness. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, having stealthily infiltrated the crown prince's residence with De Huang, was searching for Feng Zaiping's whereabouts. Suddenly, he felt a stiffness in his back and slowly turned his head. You have entered uninvited. What is your intention? An elder clad in a black robe, holding a whisk, observed Chen Changsheng with an air of indifference. A master. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze on the elder in black, enunciating each word deliberately. Haha. Are you not also a congenital master? The elder in black chuckled. I did not expect to find a master within the crown prince's residence. My apologies. Chen Changsheng cupped his hands in greeting and casually patted De Huang's head, which promptly scurried away. Chen Changsheng conveyed a silent message to De Huang. instructing him to create a diversion while he remained to distract the elder, allowing De Huang to rescue the others. This time, I have suffered greatly. My identity as a congenital master is likely no longer concealed. Woof. De Huang softly barked at Chen Changsheng before departing on his own. Who goes there? The armored soldiers sensed the commotion and, after a startled exclamation, a throng of armored warriors surged towards that direction. It is I. You all may withdraw for the time being. The elder in black addressed the armored soldiers. Yes, Taoist Feng. The elder in black appeared to hold considerable authority within the crown prince's residence, as the patrol team showed him great respect. Taoist Feng? You're a Taoist? Chen Changsheng inquired, brow furrowed. In the martial world, one fears encountering children, elders, nuns, monks, and Taoists. Those who have survived in the martial world for so long without being eliminated typically possess unique abilities. This individual before me embodies two of these identities, elder and Taoist. I am Feng Xinzi. May I ask how you are addressed? The elder gently waved his whisk. Just a nameless nobody. Chen Changsheng replied coolly. Although he was well aware that his identity as a congenital master was likely to be exposed, he still wished to refrain from direct revelation. How could a distinguished congenital master possibly be a nameless nobody? You have intruded into the crown prince's residence. You must provide an explanation. Feng Xinzi frowned. An explanation? Then you shall come and take it. Chen Changsheng took a deep breath. After 3 years of cultivation, he had yet to face an opponent of equal rank, and he was uncertain of his true strength. Today may serve as a test. Very well, very well. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Perhaps I shall seek to learn a few moves from you. Feng Xinzi's brow furrowed, and with a flick of his whisk, a wave of innate true energy surged towards Chen Changsheng. Lacking a weapon, Chen Changsheng inhaled deeply, adopting a stance, grounding his energy, and then launched a powerful punch. The two streams of innate true energy collided midair, dispersing in all directions, causing the surrounding flora to suffer, as a 10-meter radius around them resembled a plowed field. In this exchange, neither side held a distinct advantage. Indeed, he possesses considerable skill. No wonder he is so arrogant. Feng Xinzi sneered, then advanced, his whisk darting like a shadow, targeting various acupoints on Chen Changsheng. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes, enveloping himself in innate true energy, disregarding the opponent's movements, and unleashed a flurry of punches aimed directly at the opponent's head. He understood that his lack of combat experience left him with no choice but to adopt a reckless style, risking everything to intimidate his adversary. Regrettably, the rewards from the mission lacked combat experience. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a predicament. It is time to fight for my life. Feng Xinzi, left with no choice, retracted his whisk and focused entirely on countering Chen Changsheng's offense. Chen Changsheng's strikes targeted vital points, and amidst a furious assault, he managed to force Feng Xinzi into a defensive position, unable to retaliate. However, Feng Xinzi, too, valued his pride. Damn it, you truly wish to fight to the death? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Feng Xinzi, filled with fury, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Chen Changsheng. When two tigers contend, one must inevitably be injured. Let us cease this conflict. At this moment, the Crown Prince Li Yin made his entrance. I have the honor of meeting your highness. Feng Xinzi bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities, Taoist Feng. You are Chen Changsheng, am I correct? Li Yin inquired. Your highness is indeed astute. Chen Changsheng acknowledged, realizing the futility of his disguise as he removed the black veil. You have attained the innate realm at such a young age? Feng Xinzi expressed disbelief. Yet his complex gaze revealed an understanding. It is you? No wonder I felt someone observing me. I thought it was merely my imagination. A sword-bearing guard behind the prince exclaimed upon seeing Chen Changsheng. Mr. Chen is indeed a remarkable figure. If you did not notice him, that is quite normal. Mr. Chen, given this splendid occasion, why not share a drink with me? Li Yin suggested with a gentle smile. A drink? Your highness, are you not concerned about my potential hostility? Chen Changsheng replied with a smirk. Haha, our past encounters were mere misunderstandings. You and I harbor no deep-seated grudges, so why resort to violence? Moreover, I am the crown prince of the Great Zhou. Should you act against me, you would find no refuge in the entire realm. Li Yin countered. Is your highness attempting to recruit me? Chen Changsheng asked. Naturally, a master like you would be greatly valued even by my father. If you were to serve me, I could offer you wealth, women, and power. Li Yin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. An innate master is among the rarest of beings in the Great Zhou, possessing formidable strength, making them the ideal choice for both assassination and protection. Chapter 22. Each with their own agenda, your highness. I desire neither wealth, women, nor power. Chen Changsheng shook his head, unimpressed by the crown prince's offers. The allure of such conditions held no sway over him. Wealth? With his social connections, he could easily borrow from friends. His acquaintances were abundant in riches, and repayment was unnecessary. Women? With money, finding companionship was effortless. The brothels offered a plethora of choices without the burden of responsibility. As for power, as an innate master, he could seek positions of authority without relying on the crown prince, simply by aligning himself with Emperor Shizong. What, then, does Mr. Chen truly desire? Li Yin inquired, furrowing his brow after a moment of silence. I seek strength. If your highness can assist me in advancing to the grandmaster level, I would be willing to serve you. Chen Changsheng shrugged. Once he attained the innate master level, the world would offer him little of interest. Apart from indulging in entertainment, personal strength held greater significance. After all, through the practice of corpse refinement, he might achieve an alternative form of longevity, albeit with considerable risk. Who does not yearn for immortality? Even wise rulers like Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi pursued it. However, risks could emerge in 30, 50, or even 100 years. While his peers aged and perished, he would remain youthful. If his secret were to be discovered, he would become an enemy to all. Thus, he required sufficient means to safeguard his path. Grandmaster, why would brotherly seek advancement in such a mundane realm? Feng Xinzi questioned, perplexed. Could it be that I have misjudged him? Is he not from that place? Yet, at such a tender age, achieving the innate realm seems inconceivable. Do you possess knowledge on how to advance to a grandmaster? Chen Changsheng asked, astonished. Haha, Brother Chen. Perhaps you should contemplate how to progress to the late innate stage first. The cultivation after entering the innate realm is not as simple as it seems. Feng Xinzi shook his head. As for grandmasters, many innate masters in the Great Zhou spend their lives ensnared in the early innate stage. Only a few manage to reach the mid-innate stage, let alone the late stage. That is my own concern, Your Highness. How do you wish to proceed? Chen Changsheng shrugged. Setting aside his ability to refine corpses to obtain inner essence and blood pills, even without those elixirs, his significantly extended lifespan would make reaching the late, innate stage manageable. I cannot help you become a grandmaster, but throughout the history of the Great Zhou, there have indeed been grandmasters. I can share insights on their cultivation methods with you, Crown Prince Li Yin pondered. However, merely sharing cultivation insights in exchange for my service seems inadequate. I will agree to assist Your Highness once, but you must ensure that my identity remains undisclosed. Chen Changsheng replied calmly. Cultivation insights are beneficial. At the very least, I will understand the path beyond the innate stage. Most importantly, I must safeguard my identity. This was not due to any particular value he placed on it, but after nurturing the pigs for so long without slaughtering them, the change in ownership would be quite distressing. Furthermore, the secrets hidden within the depths of the prison remained unexplored. Twice, Li Yin declared. Agreed. Chen Changsheng smiled, and his hidden vigilance gradually relaxed. After all, this was the Crown Prince's residence, and it was prudent to show respect. Otherwise, a disagreement might lead to dire consequences. It seems I am still too young, Li Yin thought, smiling bitterly at Chen Changsheng's straightforwardness. Since the misunderstandings have been resolved, may I assume my people can be released? Chen Changsheng inquired. Of course, but do you know her true identity? Li Yin nodded. Her identity is of no concern to me. Chen Changsheng replied. Haha, only you, Mr. Chen, possess the audacity to speak so boldly. She is a traitor of the D Ting, an intelligence organization under King Qi. This organization is known for its ruthless treatment of traitors. The Crown Prince stated matter-of-factly. This matter need not trouble Your Highness. Chen Changsheng clasped his hands in gratitude. The Crown Prince was indeed cunning, attempting to sow discord between him and King Qi. Regardless of future events, as long as King Qi remained uncomfortable, Li Yin would feel at ease. Consider this just a friendly reminder. Li Yin smiled, aware that his instigation had succeeded. After a brief exchange, Feng Zuiping was brought back, while the Huang hung limply afterward. Is this the dog capable of slaying a second-tier master? Upon seeing De Huang, the Crown Prince's interest seemed to surpass even that directed at Chen Changsheng. Indeed, Your Highness, that is it. Pang De replied, apprehensive. Mr. Chen, if you are unwilling to serve me, I do not wish to impose, but would you consider parting with this dog? Li Yin turned to Chen Changsheng. Absolutely not. The Huang has already recognized its master. Without me, Your Highness would be unable to control it, and should it harm someone, the consequences would be dire. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Mr. Chen, are you aware that your repeated refusals to my offers are becoming quite embarrassing for me? Li Yin's expression darkened. How about I agree to assist Your Highness 3 times instead? Chen Changsheng smiled. Agreed. Li Yin nodded with a smile, finally feeling he had regained some ground. He was very interested in De Huang, yet such a fierce dog was not one he could raise himself, as it posed an unpredictable risk. The conditions he had secured from Chen Changsheng were already quite satisfactory. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, a figure like Chen Changsheng would undoubtedly keep his word and not default. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Changsheng was indifferent to the Crown Prince's request for him to take action a few times. Whether he would act or not depended entirely on his mood. If the situation appeared too perilous, he would certainly retreat, for life belongs to oneself. And what value does a promise to the Crown Prince hold? Moreover, this promise was made under duress, and was far from being genuine. Chen Changsheng's true intention was to eliminate the Crown Prince to achieve clarity of thought. Your Highness, we shall take our leave, Chen Changsheng said with a respectful gesture. Safe travels, no need for formalities, Li Yin replied. The two men, each harboring ulterior motives, exchanged a distant glance before Chen Changsheng, accompanied by Feng Cuiping and Da Huang, departed slowly. Once they exited the Crown Prince's residence and found themselves in the shadows, Chen Changsheng abruptly patted his chest and exclaimed, "Goodness, that nearly scared me to death. I almost fell into the Crown Prince's trap. If it weren't for the prince's foolishness, today could have turned quite dangerous. The Crown Prince, that fellow, harbored ill intentions and would most likely leak Feng Cuiping's whereabouts, which would lead to complications. It was imperative that he refrained from visiting the pleasure quarters for the time being. He must diligently enhance his strength, setting a modest goal of reaching the mid-stage of the innate realm, or perhaps achieving external innate proficiency. Meanwhile, within the Crown Prince's residence, after Chen Changsheng's departure, Li Yin instructed Peng Da, go and deliver Feng Cuiping's information to Diting for free. Assisting Diting in capturing traitors should earn the gratitude of the Qi Wang. As he spoke, Li Yin seemed to envision the Qi Wang's dismay, a smirk emerging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 23. Once again, less than human number 168. Changming Avenue. Uncle Chen, I am sorry, Feng Cuiping whispered, apologizing to Chen Changsheng. There is no need for apologies. This matter does not concern you, Chen Changsheng replied, shaking his head. If it were indeed the Qi Wang's men who had come, it would be without a doubt that Feng Cuiping had caused the trouble. Yet, it was the Crown Prince's men who arrived. Uncle Chen, I think I should leave, Feng Cuiping said earnestly. Leave? Where do you intend to go? Chen Changsheng frowned. Uncle Chen, the Crown Prince harbors ill intentions. He will definitely inform the Qi Wang of my presence here, and then we will surely face endless troubles. I know you abhor complications, Feng Cuiping asserted. Enough, stay here at ease. I will handle it. Let me first examine your injuries. Feng Cuiping bore old wounds that had not yet healed, coupled with new injuries. However, to Chen Changsheng, it was not a significant issue, for he had once assisted a royal physician in fulfilling his last wishes, acquiring valuable medical knowledge in the process. He carefully rolled up Feng Cuiping's pant leg, revealing her delicate, fair calf. Do not move. I will bandage your wounds. Chen Changsheng gently grasped her small foot. Feng Cuiping's face flushed crimson. How could a young lady allow an outsider to see her foot, even if he was treating her? Uncle Chen, would you like to hear my story? Feng Cuiping inquired. Certainly, please share, Chen Changsheng replied while tending to her injuries. My father was an undercover agent for the Diting organization under the Qi Wang. As an undercover agent, he should not have developed feelings, yet he fell in love with my mother. The story is not complex. It is about an elite agent who, after establishing a family, underwent a transformation in thought and sought to withdraw from Diting to lead a quiet life. However, what is Diting? It is the intelligence organization the Qi Wang employs to vie for the throne. How could one simply withdraw? Once the higher-ups were informed, they captured the entire family and even crippled my father's abilities, taking his wife and daughter hostage to compel him to continue serving. So, your mother is still alive? Chen Changsheng asked in astonishment. If she is alive, why has Feng Cuiping never mentioned her? She is indeed alive, and quite well, Feng Cuiping replied through gritted teeth. What do you mean? Could it be that the Qi Wang took a fancy to your mother, prompting her to abandon you both for a life of luxury? Chen Changsheng expressed his surprise. Uncle Chen, how did you know? Feng Cuiping asked, astonished. No way, did I truly guess correctly? How cliché, Chen Changsheng remarked. At a loss for words. Cliché? I do not understand what you are saying. However, my mother is indeed at the Qi Wang's residence. That night I infiltrated the Qi Wang's manor. I saw her, Feng Cuiping whispered. And what do you plan to do? Seek revenge against the Qi Wang? Chen Changsheng inquired. Of course, he is my father's murderer, Feng Cuiping asserted with conviction. However, there is something I have not yet told you, Chen Changsheng said. What is it? Feng Cuiping asked, confused. Your father's death is indeed related to the Qi Wang, but he did not directly kill him. Chen Changsheng recounted the events concerning the Tianzihao jailer. I had a good relationship with your father, so after his death, I took over his position and became the new Tianzihao jailer. Therefore, the one who killed my father is actually imprisoned in the Tianzihao jail? Feng Suiping was taken aback. One could say that. However, I am not entirely certain who it was. The prisoners in the Tianzihao jail have become so warped that they even resort to cannibalism. If it were not for my own skills, I would have likely been devoured by the Tianxingzi on my first day on the job, but you can rest assured, none of the prisoners in the Tianzihao will survive. I can guarantee that. Chen Changsheng affirmed. The final destination for pigs is undoubtedly the slaughterhouse. This is beyond dispute. Is that so? Uncle Chen, did you not say that the jailers of the Tianzihao rarely survive for more than a month? Feng Suiping hesitated. Indeed, that has been the case for all jailers before your father. During my 3 years in the Tian jail, over 10 jailers were replaced each year. Chen Changsheng revealed. So, my father was indeed killed by the Qi Wang. He must have known that the Tianzihao jailers do not live long, yet he still sent my father there. Feng Suiping said in the room. At the very moment the door was closed, Chen Changsheng immediately lost his previous composure and tranquility, adjusting to the accelerated rhythm of his heartbeat. It is rare in life to indulge in beastly behavior, yet I have failed miserably on 2 occasions. Is it the moral constraints from my past life that bind me? Life is fleeting, only a century, and yet I may be an immortal. Are immortals destined to be solitary? In this world, are there others like me, who are also immortals? Chapter 24. Old Chun is about to turn the tide. The next morning, breakfast prepared by Feng Suiping was even more sumptuous than usual. As the sole jailer of the Tianhao prison, there were no holidays for him. Just after arriving at the prison, Yan Ming approached him with a beaming smile. Old Chun has arrived. How about we share a couple of drinks? This man was reputed to be a congenital master. Had I known this earlier, I should have befriended him, but alas, it is too late. Yan Xing has already perished at his hands. Even if he does not harbor hatred, the other party is unlikely to trust him. As for Yan Xing's vendetta, for the sake of the crown prince's ambitions and the Yan family, it is better to remain silent. All right, I have nothing else to do. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. This man, fully aware that I killed his younger brother, still greets me with a smile. How terrifying. This reminded Chen Changsheng of the humiliations faced by Han Xian and the defeats endured by Cao Cao. This man must not be allowed to live. Thus, 2 individuals, each harboring ulterior motives, entered the private chamber of Commander Yan. Behind them, many other jailers exchanged glances in bewilderment. When did Commander Yan and Old Chun become such close allies? What has happened to Commander Yan? Wasn't Chen Changsheng personally assigned to the Tianhao prison by him? Old Chun, is he about to turn his fortunes around? With Commander Yan's support, switching scapegoats would be a trivial matter. Within the prison, there were no secrets. News of Chen Changsheng drinking with Commander Yan spread quickly, and soon everyone knew that Old Chun was likely to turn his fortunes around, perhaps even rise in status. Old Chun, the true master does not reveal his talents. I never imagined you were a congenital master. No wonder you maintained order in the Tianhao prison for over a month without incident. The notorious old demons of the Tianhao prison, while fearsome, likely do not match your prowess, Yan Ming flattered. His compliments were aimed at smoothing over their previous rift. A figure of such caliber as a congenital master was beyond the capabilities of the Yan family to provoke. Fortunately, I possess some skills, otherwise I might have perished in the Tianhao prison. Thanks to Commander Yan's favor, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Merely uttering a few kind words does not erase grievances so easily. Old Chun, let us speak plainly. Your assignment to the Tianhao prison was not my desire. I hold no grudge against you. Your 3 years of service in the prison indicate that I have not targeted you. It was the command of His Highness the Crown Prince, and I merely complied. Grievances have their origins, and besides, my brother has already died. You have suffered no loss. Given our 3 years as colleagues, how about letting this matter go? Yan Ming took a deep breath. Since Commander Yan has articulated his position, I have a condition. If you agree, our grievances will be resolved. How about that? Chen Changsheng stated. All right, Old Chun, I knew you would not seek to annihilate me completely. What is your condition? Yan Ming replied with delight. In your Yan family, there is a person named Yan Qi, the son of Yan San. I hope you will free him from his servitude. This should not be difficult for you, right? Chen Changsheng requested. Yan Qi? Free him from servitude? What connection does he have with you? Yan Ming frowned. The Yan family, since his grandfather's time, had always served as family slaves, granted the surname Yan due to their birth within the family, thus becoming true members of the Yan household. Why does Chen Changsheng wish to help Yan Qi escape servitude? Could it be that Yan Qi is an infiltrator within their Yan family? You need not concern yourself with that. Just comply. Chen Changsheng insisted. Yin San's dying wish could not be explained to Yin Ming. All right, I will attend to it immediately. Yin Ming nodded. Assisting a born servant in shedding his servitude was merely a matter of words for him, fulfilling Yin San's last wish. Yin San would bestow upon you his lifetime of experience in managing affairs. Instantly, Chen Changsheng's mind was flooded with knowledge on how to serve a master and manage subordinates. Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Experience in managing affairs? What does that mean? To serve others? Not a chance. In this lifetime, or even the next. There shall be no such thing. I am an immortal. Completing the last wishes of the deceased often leads to such outcomes. Previously, the myriad of chaotic skills possessed by Chen Changsheng, such as scaling walls, borrowing money, and medical skills, were all acquired in this manner. The deceased always bestow upon themselves what they consider their most treasured possessions. Having already given their most precious gifts, what more could one ask for? Is there anything else? Do not delay me from feeding the pigs, Chen Changsheng said coldly. Feeding pigs? Yin Ming was taken aback. How could this person change the subject so abruptly? Oh, you heard wrong. I meant to deliver food to the prisoners. Chen Changsheng replied indifferently. Hear wrong. I, a second-tier master, may not compare to you, a congenital master. But my hearing is certainly intact. This is something His Highness the Crown Prince entrusted to me, Yin Ming said, turning to retrieve a sealed letter, evidently wary of it being seen by others. Nothing else. I am leaving. Chen Changsheng casually took the letter and turned to exit. After Chen Changsheng left, Yin Ming stood in a daze for a long time, then sighed. Who would have thought a mere jailer could be a congenital master? This time, I have truly miscalculated. The matter concerning Yin Qi must be dealt with promptly. Yin San's ancestors seemed to have the surname Chen. Could there be a connection with Chen Changsheng? Upon returning, not only must Yin Qi be freed from servitude, but he must also be restored to his original surname. Chen Changsheng did not concern himself with such matters. Upon returning to the Tianhao prison, he resumed his routine of feeding the pigs, selecting a large fat pig for slaughter. Bo Ershu, male, 55 years old, met his demise by having his neck twisted. Final wish, the Northern Yuan dynasty to march south and overthrow the Dazhou dynasty. How to respond to such a wish? It is more audacious than Yi Lingtian. At least Yi Lingtian only urged me to eliminate Emperor Shizong. You, on the other hand, directly want me to lead an invasion of the Dazhou. Chen Changsheng felt that the individuals within the Tianhao prison were not only fierce, but also had last wishes that were increasingly grim. Wasn't he general of the Northern Yuan resisting the Northern Yuan in the northern border? To lead the Northern Yuan into Zhou? Forget it, the bloodshed is too heavy. It is better to leave this last wish unfulfilled and merely take the basic reward. Body evaluation, common grade 7 stars. Reward of 6 essence blood pills and 7 inner breath pills. The effects are rather good. Raising this pig is indeed becoming more rewarding. This marks the 7th one. It is already the 7th. This madman, did he not just kill someone yesterday? The individual in cell 19, a congenital master, felt himself on the brink of insanity. How can there exist such unreasonable individuals in this world? Meanwhile, the peculiar being in cell 20 emanated an aura of fear. To survive, no one wishes for death. But who exactly is this person? Entering the Tianhao prison and indiscriminately slaughtering. One day, it will inevitably be his turn. As for the other prisoners, they too sensed something amiss, albeit vaguely. Although they could not leave their cells, there was still occasional communication among them. In the Tianhao prison, there were barely 20 individuals. Yet 7 had already died, more than 1/3 of the population. It would be strange if they remained unaware. However, even if they were aware, what could they do? They were but a group of pitiful souls shackled and utterly incapable of resistance. Chapter 25. The intermediate congenital stage is also quite simple. In the North District, at Chunfeng Pavilion, has Feng Tsuaping received news? News has emerged that Feng Tsuaping was once seen on Changming Street in Xiqing District. The order from His Highness Qi Wang has been given to locate her at all costs. Yes, as the hour of Shun has just passed, it is once again time to leave work. Lao Chun, are you off to the pleasure quarters to enjoy some music? Today, I shall treat you. Lao Chun. It is said that a fiery Northern Yuan lady has recently arrived at Wanhua Tower. Would you be interested in joining me to train some horses? In the past, after work, when Pan Wuhui invited him to the pleasure quarters, others would typically avoid him like the plague. However, today is markedly different. Many individuals have taken the initiative to greet Chen Changsheng, even inviting him to join them for entertainment. Not going. I have matters to attend to today. Perhaps another time. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. These fellows are fickle. When they saw that Yin Ming did not favor me, they avoided me like venomous snakes. Yet now, Upon seeing Yen Ming invite me for drinks, they all flocked back. Chen Changsheng felt neither love nor hate for these people. They were merely transient figures in his life. Lao Chun, wait. Just as he was about to head home, he suddenly heard someone calling from behind. Gu Dui? Chen Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. This fellow seeking him out cannot bode well. Lao Chun, there is a task at hand, and I believe you are quite suited for it. If completed, the rewards are substantial. Are you interested? Gu Yu placed a hand on Chen Changsheng's shoulder. What task? Chen Changsheng inquired. We need to find this person. It is said that they were seen on Changming Street, and I recall you reside there. If you find this person, a reward of 50 taels of silver awaits. Gu Yu displayed a picture with an expression of goodwill. Upon seeing the image, Chen Changsheng's expression stiffened. It was none other than Feng Tsuiping. Your Highness, I shall remember this debt. Chen Changsheng cursed inwardly. Feng Tsuiping had stayed with him for over a month, rarely venturing out, making it highly unlikely for Di Ting to locate her. This must be the work of the Crown Prince. What's wrong, Lao Chun? Have you seen this person? Gu Yu asked skeptically. I haven't seen her, but I can tell she has quite the striking appearance. Chen Changsheng replied with a chuckle. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. Gu Yu nodded in agreement. After parting ways with Gu Yu, Chen Changsheng hurried home, contemplating how to manage this situation. Should he find Feng Tsuiping a new place to stay, or perhaps secretly approach Qi Wang to negotiate? Number 168 Changming Street. Tsuiping? He called out. But there was no response. Upon returning home, Chen Changsheng sensed that he was alone. Woof! Da Huang jumped out from the side, barking at Chen Changsheng. It was then that he noticed a note attached to Da Huang. Uncle Chun, thank you for taking me in during this time. I apologize for the trouble I have caused. I am leaving now, do not worry. It was signed, Tsuiping. She has left? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Humans are creatures of emotion, and he was no exception. After entering this world, he had relied on Da Huang for 3 years, growing quite fond of him. Yet Da Huang is merely a dog. During the month he lived with Feng Tsuiping, he had become accustomed to her presence, but now, good riddance. Now I can have some peace, he thought. Yet for some reason, he felt an inexplicable unease. Have I developed feelings for that girl? That seems unlikely. Perhaps she thinks I cannot protect her, so she left. Does she look down upon my abilities? Having had romantic experiences in both his past and present lives, Chen Changsheng did not quite understand these emotions. However, he recognized that time is a wondrous healer, capable of softening all feelings. In the days that followed, Chen Changsheng returned to his routine from over a month ago, spending his time at work and indulging in music at the pleasure quarters. Occasionally, he ventured outside the city to the mass graveyard to procure some essence blood pills, while also completing any wish tasks he could manage. His life was indeed carefree and pleasant. Half a month later, beneath the grapevines, open up, with the blood spirit technique in full operation. He swallowed 3 essence blood pills and 3 inner breath pills in one go. The strange energy circulating in the air continuously flowed into his Baihui acupoint, mixing with the efficacy of the essence blood and inner breath pills, transforming into a vast amount of innate true qi. Boom! Within his dantian, the true qi surged, causing an explosive increase, and Chen Changsheng's aura shifted, his senses heightened. Da Huang whimpered twice, raising his paws to congratulate him. You clever mutt, you are becoming increasingly astute. Even learning to bow. Today marked his breakthrough into the mid-stage of innate cultivation, alongside the advancement of his undying golden body to a first-grade warrior. Such good fortune indeed deserved a celebration. This is a reward for you, Chen Changsheng said as he tossed a few essence blood pills to Da Huang. Da Huang leaped into the air, swallowing the pills mid-flight, then settled under the grapevines to refine their potency. If one were to consider talent, this clever mutt might indeed be the true genius. I have at least collected various cultivation techniques, alongside consuming a considerable amount of essence blood pills and inner breath pills. Yet, Da Huang, despite consuming fewer essence blood pills than I, has no cultivation techniques and relies solely on instinct. Observing Da Huang beneath the grapevines, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but reflect. If he and Da Huang consumed the same essence blood pills, even without techniques, Da Huang would still outmatch him. Presently, while Da Huang may not rival innate masters, he is certainly a match for ordinary first-grade warriors. Complete Tian Wenming's wish, and he shall impart his knowledge unto you. Tian Wenming's wish. In an instant, a frail scholar appeared in Chen Changsheng's mind, imprisoned for angering Emperor Shizong, who, after writing a blood letter, met his demise by banging his head against the ground. His wish seemed to be the proper care of his wife and children at home, yet due to the distance, Chen Changsheng had abandoned this wish task, passing it on to the demon monk. Was it the demon monk who fulfilled the wish task? If so, then my previous thoughts were valid. Wish tasks do not necessarily have to be completed personally. Even delegating to others suffices. Chen Changsheng's mind opened to new possibilities. If he could cultivate a group of capable subordinates, would they not assist greatly in completing wish tasks? Upon further contemplation, however, Chen Changsheng shook his head. Ordinary wish tasks yield a variety of rewards, most of which are rather trivial, such as experience in managing households or knowledge he would never use. As he has no intention of serving others or holding office, these things hold little significance. The only truly beneficial rewards seem to be the occasional extension of life. But as for life extension, he still has over 140 years to live, so there is no urgency. Raising pigs is far better. Were it not for raising pigs, how would he have advanced to the mid-stage of innate cultivation in less than 2 months? Next time he encounters that wind flower beside the crown prince, he will surely turn him into a pig's head. No. Mid-stage of innate cultivation is still not secure. He should wait until reaching the late stage of innate cultivation before refining the undying golden body to the innate realm for greater assurance. As for the Grandmaster, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. The letter the Crown Prince had sent via Yin Ming was essentially a compilation of Grandmaster cultivation insights, detailing primarily the nuances of innate master cultivation. It merely mentioned one thing when discussing how to break through to Grandmaster: seek the aid of an immortal. Chapter 26, Intimidation and Threats. Had it not been for the invaluable insights on innate master cultivation, Chen Changsheng would have marched straight to the Crown Prince's residence, demanding an explanation for this ambiguous statement. Seek the aid of an immortal? Does this imply that to break through to Grandmaster, he must find an immortal? Immortals, ethereal and elusive. Their existence is uncertain. Where does one even begin to search? Chen Changsheng harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the cultivation insights he had received, suspecting that they were a mere facade, with the true teachings of the Xiantian Zongshi being legitimate, while the last statement was nothing but a random scribble. Regrettably, Cui Ping had not made an appearance in the past half-month, leaving him unaware of her whereabouts. Chen Changsheng pondered deeply. Upon hearing the name Cui Ping, De Huang responded with a bark. What, do you miss her too? Interesting, Chen Changsheng mused. I intended to celebrate at the brothel today, but it seems an uninvited guest has arrived. His brows furrowed slightly as he glanced towards the entrance. With a resounding crash, an intruder kicked in the door to Chen Changsheng's residence, followed by 5 or 6 individuals who surged inside. Is this the place? The leader inquired. Yes. The master has confirmed it. Feng Cui Ping is hidden here. A shifty-eyed man responded eagerly. Feng Cui Ping, come out. I know you are hiding here. Heh. There is no escape for you. The leader of the group sneered, surveying the courtyard with a predatory gaze. Who allowed you to enter? Chen Changsheng's expression darkened. The previous intruders had at least scaled the walls, but this time, they had brazenly demolished his door. Who are you? The leader boldly asked. This person is the master of this place, who has been residing here for over 3 years, reportedly serving in the Tianlao, the shifty-eyed man replied. Tianlao? Huh. Just a jailer. Where's Feng Cui Ping? Bring her out. This matter does not concern you. The leader of the group laughed heartily. They were members of the Di Ting, backed by the Qi Wang, and they regarded a mere prison guard with disdain. You seek death. Chen Changsheng's eyes flashed with menace. With a flick of his wrist, several golden beans were cast forth, and in an instant, every one of them, including the leader, perished. These 6 individuals possessed a modicum of strength, particularly the leader, a 3rd-tier martial artist. Otherwise, they would not have dared to pursue Feng Cui Ping. However, in Chen Changsheng's eyes, a 3rd-tier martial artist was hardly a threat. With his mid-Xiantian prowess, he dispatched them effortlessly before they could even react. Having eliminated these men, Chen Changsheng anticipated that the Di Ting would not let this matter rest. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the Chunfeng Pavilion. Employing the corpse concealment technique, he collected the essence blood pills and inner breath pills from the 6 bodies, alongside 6 tasks for future wishes, and buried them beneath the grapevine. Meanwhile, De Huang continued his cultivation beneath the vine, while Chen Changsheng first visited the Shihua Temple and subsequently arrived at the Chunfeng Pavilion in the northern district. The Chunfeng Pavilion, nestled within the top 10 brothels of the 8 alleys in the northern district of the capital, was frequented by nobles, yet few dared to cause trouble there. Those with real influence understood that the Chunfeng Pavilion was backed by the Qi Wang. In fact, not just the Chunfeng Pavilion, but any establishment of note in the capital had significant figures supporting it. The 3rd group reported that they had located Feng Cui Ping's whereabouts. To have taken half a month to find someone whose location was already known is truly inept. The leader of Di Ting remarked coldly as he listened to the report from below. It wasn't he that the subordinates were incompetent. Rather, Feng Cui Ping had been living in seclusion. For the past 2 weeks, they They had stationed over 100 people along Changming Street without detecting a trace. Just as the last words left the man's mouth, he suddenly fell dead. Who? The leader of Attain felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively shaking his head to the left, a gust of lethal wind pierced through the leader's ear and passed through the wall behind him, vanishing into the shadows. Remarkable. To evade my hidden weapon with such skill. No wonder you are the leader of the Attain. Chen Changsheng emerged from the darkness, his face obscured by a black cloth. This leader was undoubtedly a first-tier martial artist, his cultivation formidable. Who are you? Do you know where you have trespassed? The leader of Attain's expression darkened, as the pressure from Chen Changsheng was immense. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been a corpse. You stand before the Attain, under the command of Qi Wang, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Knowing this is the case, you dare to intrude? Are you perhaps a person of the Crown Prince? The leader of Attain exclaimed in shock. If he were indeed from the Crown Prince's faction, it would spell trouble. However, the Crown Prince and Qi Wang had reached a tacit understanding, publicly opposing each other while privately maintaining a delicate balance. To deploy a Xiantian Zongshi to annihilate the Attain would disrupt this long-standing accord. Could it be that the Crown Prince was unable to restrain himself and sought to strike against Qi Wang? Crown Prince, I am here for a simple purpose. Chen Changsheng stated. What is your purpose? The leader of Attain asked cautiously. I request that you cease your search for Feng Shuiping. I have guaranteed her safety. Chen Changsheng declared coldly. Feng Shuiping, you mean to say she summoned you? The leader of Attain was taken aback. Feng Shuiping possesses such abilities? Can she truly summon a Xiantian Zongshi? What nonsense is this? When has a Xiantian Zongshi become so commonplace? There may not even be a dozen throughout the entirety of the Great Zhou. Such masters, even the Crown Prince and Qi Wang, would go to great lengths to woo. How could Feng Shuiping summon one? I shall not repeat myself. Furthermore, this matter serves to forge a favorable relationship with Qi Wang. As Chen Changsheng spoke, he casually tossed a letter before turning to leave. Regrettably, in his attempt to appear mysterious, he had neglected to conceal the bodies, which was a waste. A mere fifth-tier individual likely would not even yield an inner breath pill, so it was hardly a loss. What remains to be seen is how Qi Wang will choose to proceed. Should the search continue, I shall not hesitate to furnish the Crown Prince with evidence of your treasonous intentions. I believe he would find it quite intriguing. Indeed, evidence of treason. It pertained not to any valuable items, but merely a letter addressed to the governor of Qingzhou, concealed by Zhang Xing in the Xihua Temple. Chapter 27. The Fragility of Beauty in the Eastern District, Qi Wang's Residence. How dare you threaten me? The furious Qi Wang overturned everything on the table before him. Your Highness, please calm your anger. This individual is highly likely a Xiantian Zongshi, and he is aware of your connections with the governor of Qingzhou. We must not offend him. The leader of Attain pleaded, kneeling in council. In an era devoid of grand masters, Xiantian Zongshi represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. To ambush him? Outside the capital, that may be feasible. But within the capital, to create such a commotion? Do you take Emperor Shizong for a fool? The most pressing concern is that the evidence is now in someone else's hands. The rebel army nurtured by the governor of Qingzhou was one of Qi Wang's most critical pieces on the chessboard for seizing the throne. Should this be exposed, the loss of such a piece would be significant, and his standing with Emperor Shizong would be severely compromised, diminishing his chances of ascending to the throne. Xiantian Zongshi? Qi Wang's anger dissipated entirely. The only force capable of exerting such pressure upon me must be a Xiantian Zongshi, the leader of Attain mused with a bitter smile. Is it possible to establish contact with him? Qi Wang pondered. Your Highness wishes to recruit him? The leader of Attain inquired. A Xiantian Zongshi. There may not even be 10 throughout the Great Zhou. In times of crisis, he could prove invaluable. Qi Wang nodded. Xiantian Zongshi possesses formidable personal martial prowess. He dares to nurture a rebel army in Qingzhou precisely because he lacks confidence in the legitimacy of the throne. Although his father elevated his status to that of Seven Pearl Prince to compete with the Crown Prince, he himself does not believe he can usurp the throne from the Crown Prince. Ultimately, a coup d'état is highly probable. In the end, it will come down to who possesses the stronger fist, who shall ascend to the throne. We have yet to ascertain the identity of this individual. But given his connection to Feng Shuiping and the acquisition of Zhang Xing's hidden letter, we may glean some clues from this matter, the leader of Attain concluded. Indeed, you shall take charge of this matter and ensure the individual is located. Regardless of their demands, we shall endeavor to comply. The Taizi has already acquired the hyacinth, and we have fallen behind. The Qi Wang gently massaged his forehead, clearly burdened by great pressure. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng did not depart, but instead arrived at the Yin residence. The Yin residence pales in comparison to the abodes of the Qi Wang and the Taizi, and even falls short of the general of the left Wu Wei's residence. With its modest size, the search for targets becomes significantly simpler. Hu Yan-ming, engrossed in practicing his calligraphy, abruptly lifted his head, his countenance freezing, his pupils widening. Yin Tongling, do not blame me. After all, who could endure as long as you, even surpassing a tortoise? There is no choice. You are formidable. Although your current strength poses no threat to me, who can predict the future? Thus, you should take the initiative and seek reunion with your brother. Chen Changsheng materialized behind Yan Ming. Yan Ming, a male of 59 years, met his demise due to a shattered heart. His final wish was to assist the Taizi in ascending to the throne, thereby elevating the Yin family further. Truly, the brothers share similar aspirations, both desiring to aid the Taizi in his ascension to reap the rewards of the dragon's merit. Regrettably, their ambitions were cut short, and they succumbed prematurely. Dying in such a conspicuous manner may arouse the Taizi's suspicions regarding my involvement. It would be prudent to dispose of the body in the potter's field. I am familiar with that place and can ensure its concealment from prying eyes. As Chen Changsheng spoke, he adeptly maneuvered Yan Ming's body and swiftly made his way to the city outskirts potter's field, unbeknownst to the residents of the Yin household. Their master had departed without a whisper. Upon reaching the potter's field, he concealed Yan Ming's remains and commenced a new round of corpse gathering. After all, being present, one cannot let fresh corpses go to waste. Tian Ho-Hot, female, 18 years of age, was killed by a female perpetrator. Her last wish was to inform Li Juanhao of her demise at 134 Wu Yi Alley in the Southern District and to avenge herself by eliminating Zhou Ji, the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards. A single final wish entailed 2 tasks? This was a first for Chen Changsheng. Zhou Ji, the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards? Was he not the intended suitor of Princess Ming Luo? It seems Tian Ho-Hot met her unfortunate fate at the hands of this individual. How despicable! He is indeed a bully deserving of death. Chen Changsheng had his principles and would not kill Zhou Ji merely on the word of Princess Ming Luo. However, the circumstances had changed. Eliminating a bully who harmed innocent women does not contravene his moral code. The evaluation of the corpse rated it 5 stars, rewarding him with 3 essence blood pills. An ordinary woman, untrained in martial arts and lacking social standing, receiving a 5-star rating was not surprising. Her beauty likely contributed to this rating. Shaking his head lightly, Chen Changsheng collected several more corpses, acquiring additional essence blood pills and a few more final wishes before departing the potter's field. In the dead of night, the potter's field bore an eerie ambience. Returning to 168 Changming Street, he spent the night in meditation and cultivation without further incident. The following morning, at the Celestial Prison, Old Chun, you've arrived quite early today. How about sharing a drink at noon? Let us enjoy some music together in the evening. Perhaps due to Yan Ming's situation, Chen Changsheng had become quite the popular figure within the prison. Life continued as usual, feeding pigs, slaughtering pigs, meditating, and cultivating. In cell 19, the innate master trembled upon seeing Chen Changsheng, as there were now fewer than 10 individuals left in the entire celestial prison. In cell 20, the peculiar individual displayed an unmistakable look of panic, for nothing was more terrifying than awaiting death. He was, indeed, in a state of waiting for his end. After the day's work, he joined his colleagues for music and entertainment. The entertainment quarters and taverns were the most informative places. A plethora of individuals gathered there, and news of all kinds flowed freely, should one be willing to listen. This was also why the Qi Wang established a listening post in the entertainment quarters as their headquarters. Chen Changsheng preferred the entertainment quarters over taverns for several consecutive days. Apart from a visit to the Southern District to inform Li Juanhao of Tian Ho-Hot's death, he continued in this manner. Under Chen Changsheng's deliberate collection of information, Zhou Ji, the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, gradually took shape in his mind. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the celestial prison began to shift. Deputy Commander Yan Ming had not reported for duty for several consecutive days, prompting Commander Gao Hong to personally inquire at the Yin residence. However, the members of the Yin family seemed equally oblivious to Yan Ming's true whereabouts, as if he had vanished from existence. The deputy's disappearance naturally caused quite a stir. The 6 doors intervened, deploying several constables for an investigation, followed by the Ministry of Punishments and the Court of Judicial Review, yet to no avail. A celestial prison could not afford to be without a deputy for long. Thus, through the machinations of interested parties, Gu Yu successfully ascended to the position of new deputy commander. Within the celestial prison, there were essentially 3 tiers: ordinary guards, captains managing ordinary guards, and at the top, 3 commanders. Following Gu Yu's promotion, Pan Wu, under unknown circumstances, took Gu Yu's former position and became a captain. In this round of personnel changes, Chen Changsheng seemed to have been forgotten, remaining as a mere guard in the celestial prison. To the onlookers, with Yan Ming's disappearance, Chen Changsheng once again found himself in a position of insignificance, becoming a mere invisible presence. That night, Chen Changsheng donned his night gear and returned to the Eastern District. This time, he intended to infiltrate the residence of Zhou Yongchang, the commander of the Imperial Guards, to ascertain whether Zhou Ji was indeed beyond redemption and to observe if Zhou Yongchang deserved a similar fate. Chapter 28. Chaos in the capital. Familiar with the grand residences of the Eastern District after several visits, Chen Changsheng easily tracked down Zhou Ji's whereabouts. Come. Young master, please don't. I want to go home. I want to go home. Do you know where this is? This is the Zhou family. Your father has sold you to me. Once you enter this house, you become mine. Where else do you wish to go? Please, no? Woo, please don't. Chen Changsheng stood outside, peering through the papered window, witnessing Zhou Ji coercing a striking young woman. The little tyrant, Zhou Ji, claimed there were only mistaken names, not mistaken nicknames, daring only to humiliate women. Such behavior truly tarnished the title of tyrant. By this alone, he deserved death. Furrowing his brow, Chen Changsheng found the door opening without a breeze. You. Zhou Ji turned, but before he could utter a word, Chen Changsheng swiftly broke. Zhou Yongchang was deeply moved. In the realm of Dezhou, the pinnacle of military authority is the Grand General, followed closely by the General of Cavalry, a position that stands as the second in command of the military. The Grand General happens to be the maternal uncle of His Highness the Crown Prince, serving as his most formidable ally. This mutual relationship speaks volumes about the Crown Prince's sincerity. However, my son is already betrothed to the daughter of the Qi Wang, which left Zhou Yongchang feeling somewhat hesitant. In the world of politics, forging alliances through marriage often solidifies relationships, and those who betray such bonds typically meet dire consequences. After all, crossing such boundaries invites enmity. Is Zhou Yongchang not aligned with the Qi Wang? Yet now, he finds himself courted by the Crown Prince. The political arena is a treacherous game, rife with deceit. It is merely a betrothal. They are not yet wed, allowing for some delay until the significant matters settle. Especially as the time for the one above may be limited, a visitor remarked. Very well, Yongchang comprehended. Hearing these words, Zhou Yongchang's heart steadied. Good heavens! This implies that Emperor Shizong may be nearing his end. However, upon reflection, it does seem plausible. After all, he has ruled for 36 years, making him one of the longest reigning emperors in the history of Dezhou. Who is spying? Truly, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, Chen Changsheng inadvertently revealed a trace of his aura, which was promptly detected. What? There are spies? Quickly, General Zhou, we must apprehend them, lest calamity befall us. The Crown Prince's envoy felt his calves trembling. Their conspiracy is hardly different from treason. The Crown Prince's collusion with the commander of the Imperial Guard is a grave offense against the Emperor. In an instant, a golden projectile struck, piercing the heart of the Crown Prince's envoy, as Chen Changsheng stepped calmly into the study. Do you know who you have slain? You shall pay for this. Zhou Yongchang roared in fury, executing a dual dragon strike aimed directly at Chen Changsheng's head. This man is a trusted aide to the Crown Prince, responsible for assisting him with state affairs, a veritable confidant. With the death of the Crown Prince's aide within his residence, Zhou Yongchang must provide an explanation to the Crown Prince, while the Qi Wang will surely harbor suspicions about him. Most importantly, Emperor Shizong, a commander of the military engaging in secret dealings with a prince, is a tremendous taboo. As a peak first-rank warrior, one cannot fault the commander of the Imperial Guard. Yet it is regrettable that he has poorly guided his offspring and conspired with the Crown Prince. There is simply no justifiable reason to spare you today. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly as he saw the fist approaching him. With swift hands, he seized both of Zhou Yongchang's fists. Innate true energy. You are an innate master? Zhou Yongchang exclaimed in shock. In the entirety of Dezhou, there may not be more than a handful of innate masters, and he has encountered one here? Congratulations. You are correct. Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, as his overwhelming true energy surged through Zhou Yongchang's arms, shattering his meridians. What? As he lay on the brink of death, Zhou Yongchang pointed at Chen Changsheng. He could not fathom when he had offended such a formidable master. Would you like to know the reason? Go ask your dear son. Chen Changsheng replied coolly. Son. Regret flickered in Zhou Yongchang's eyes. Without a doubt, it was his little tyrant who had offended this individual, leading to the Zhou family's untimely misfortune. Zhou Yongchang, male, 59 years old, perished from having his meridians severed by true energy. Last wish, to become the general of cavalry. This fellow is indeed a bureaucratic fanatic, even in death. He does not forget his official title. Body evaluation, ordinary grade, 8 stars, rewarded with 7 essence blood pills and 8 inner breath pills. Truly, as a peak first-rank warrior. Nearing his 60s, he still retains such abundant vitality and inner breath. This must be the greatest reward I have received from a body evaluation since acquiring the technique for corpse collection. Chi Yun, male, 32 years old. Died from a shattered heart. Last wish, to assist the Crown Prince in ascending the throne. Another who would die in service to the Crown Prince. The Prince's ability to win hearts is indeed remarkable. Body evaluation, ordinary grade, 5 stars, rewarded with 3 essence blood pills. This individual merely possessed a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, and thus received no reward of inner breath pills. After completing these tasks, Chen Changsheng turned and departed, showing no intent to conceal the corpses of these individuals. By the following morning, Chen Changsheng reported to work as usual, unaware that chaos had erupted throughout the capital. The esteemed commander of the Imperial Guard had been slain in his own study. Even more bizarre was the death of the Crown Prince's aide within the study. In the court, Emperor Shizong was furiously incensed. How could the capital's security have deteriorated to such a degree? First, a vice-commander of the Celestial Prison went missing. And now, the peculiar deaths of Zhou Yongchang and his son, the commander of the Imperial Guard. The chief magistrate of the capital was immediately dismissed and imprisoned for questioning, while the Crown Prince was publicly reprimanded by Emperor Shizong for the presence of his aide in the residence of the commander of the Imperial Guard. The Crown Prince, drenched in cold sweat, could not provide an answer and was subsequently punished with a 3-month closure of the Crown Prince's residence as a form of disciplinary action. Though the Crown Prince suffered misfortune, one would expect the Qi Huang to rejoice. Yet, the Qi Huang was anything but pleased. Zhou Yongchang had been an essential piece in his grand scheme to secure his support. He had even gone so far as to offer up the hand of the Mingluo princess in marriage. But now, Zhou Yongchang had conspired with the Crown Prince. Fortunately, he had met an inexplicable demise. Otherwise, during the critical struggle for the throne, this man could have turned against him, leading to unimaginable consequences. In the rear courtyard of the Qi Huang's residence, Princess Mingluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be him. It certainly is him. Meanwhile, the one who had incited the turmoil throughout the capital, Chen Changsheng, was busy slaughtering pigs. He was merely a pig-raising jailer, and the upheaval in the capital had little bearing on him. In the Taizi residence, angered, the Crown Prince swept everything off the table in rage. Who killed Qi Yun and Zhou Yongchang? Your Highness, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Yongchang had achieved first-rank strength to silently eliminate him within his own study. There are only 2 possibilities. What are those 2? A similar scene unfolded within the Qi Huang's residence, where the Qi Huang glared darkly at the leader of the listening council. The first possibility is that the assailant possesses strength far beyond that of Zhou Yongchang. Being a first-rank warrior, to kill him silently would require an innate master. And the second possibility? The Qi Huang inquired. The second is that the assailant is an acquaintance. Zhou Yongchang never anticipated that someone would take his life, allowing himself to be caught off guard and fall prey to an ambush, the leader of the listening council explained. Taizi residence. Which do you believe it to be? The Crown Prince asked. The second, as innate masters are exceedingly rare, and they have no reason to kill Zhou Yongchang. Moreover, since Zhou Yongchang is a first-rank warrior, even an innate master might not be able to accomplish such a feat without giving him a chance to cry out. Hence I believe the second possibility is more likely. Then let us pursue this lead, but we cannot disregard the first possibility. I know of a hidden innate master. However, I have been confined for 3 months by my father, and Yin Ming has mysteriously disappeared. So I fear I can only rely on Wanner to make contact with that person. The Crown Prince's mind conjured Chen Changsheng's visage in the Qi Huang's residence. I lean more toward the first possibility, the leader of the listening council asserted. Why? Innate masters are scarce, and they maintain tacit agreements with the court. Killing the commander of the Imperial Guard would undoubtedly disrupt this understanding. Are they not afraid of being hunted by my father? The Qi Huang frowned. The Dazhou court is not devoid of innate masters. The leader of the 6 doors, Shui Yiren, is one. I am uncertain about that. But I do know that the Crown Prince's aide was struck in the heart by a golden projectile, the leader of the listening council stated. So what? The Qi Huang retorted. Your Highness, previously, during the disturbance at the listening council's headquarters, the innate master who came to the aid of Feng Cuiping used a golden projectile to kill one of my subordinates. Had I not dodged quickly, I too would have fallen victim to that golden projectile. The leader of the listening council explained. Are you suggesting they are the same person? The Qi Huang's eyes brightened. They sought the elusive innate master, yet found no leads. only to have new clues arise unexpectedly. It is highly improbable that two innate experts would appear simultaneously in the capital, both shrouded in mystery and utilizing golden beans as concealed weapons. It appears that fate has indeed conspired to bring them forth. Let us pursue this direction, exclaimed Qi Wang, filled with enthusiasm. The last time this enigmatic master sought me out, I found trouble, yet this time, he has rendered me a considerable favor. Had it not been for this accidental interference that allowed Zhou Yongchang to successfully infiltrate, his chances of contending against the crown prince in the future would have been nearly non-existent. Old Chen, someone is looking for you. Since he was not lacking in elixirs for cultivation, Chen Changsheng had ceased his pig slaughtering, instead finding a secluded cell to practice. He heard someone calling from outside. Looking for me. Now that is a rarity. Since his exile to the Tianzi prison, only Yan Ming had sought him out for drinks during those few days. After Yan Ming's disappearance, he had once again become an invisible man, neglected by all. Is it you? Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Changsheng was quite surprised. Why? Can't I come to see you? Or have you forgotten about me? The newcomer replied with a sweet smile. Miss Lin, do not jest. I am merely a lowly prison guard. Such humor does not suit me. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head. Initially, he had indeed harbored feelings for Lin Wanner. After all, she was his savior, possessing both outer beauty and inner grace. Their previous encounters and heartfelt conversations led one to believe in a fated connection, and it was only natural to feel a fluttering heart. However, on one occasion, during a nocturnal exploration of the Zhuo Wuwei general's residence, he inadvertently overheard a father-daughter conversation, which made him realize that in Lin Wanner's heart, he was merely a prison guard. I am not joking. We had a delightful conversation previously, did we not? Lin Wanner laughed. Indeed, those were pleasant days. Chen Changsheng recalled their earlier encounters. My apologies. Lin Wanner bowed to Chen Changsheng. What are you doing? Chen Changsheng exclaimed, hastily stepping back. This was his savior. Even if she did not like him, there was no reason for her to bow. It was all because of me that you faced such targeting, Lin Wanner said, biting her lip. Haha, no harm done. This is not a bad thing for me. Chen Changsheng smiled. Indeed, life as a Tianzi prison guard was much better than before. The entire Tianzi prison was like his private pig farm. Feeding the pigs allowed him to cultivate freely. Chen Changsheng, with your talent, being just a prison guard is truly a waste. If you are willing. Lin Wanner seemed to muster her courage. No need. Being a prison guard here is quite fine. I am very satisfied. No need for a change. Chen Changsheng quickly waved his hands. He could not bear to part with the pigs he had just fattened. Lin Wanner furrowed her brows, then said, since you are unwilling, then so be it. Chen Changsheng, I hope we can still be friends like before. We have always been friends, Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. Indeed, we have always been friends. Today I sneaked out, so I won't disturb your duty. I will come to find you another day, Lin Wanner said with a gentle smile. All right, old Chen, this is impressive. Have you found a new backing? If I am not mistaken, she is the daughter of the Zhuo Wuwei general, right? Previously, when General Lin angered His Majesty, she often came to visit during his time in this prison. At that time, old Chen was still in the Dizzy prison, overseeing General Lin. Perhaps they had some interactions back then. Wasn't there a rumor that the young lady had taken a liking to the leader Yin? The reason Yin had old Chen transferred to the Tianzi prison was that he had gotten too close to her? Is that so? Who knows? It has been so long since leader Yin went missing, with no news. He is likely in dire straits. Who would have thought that after old Chen rose to power, he would again find favor with the young lady of the Lin family? Old Chen is becoming increasingly mysterious. Wasn't there someone out to kill him? Chapter 30. My identity as an innate master cannot be concealed any longer. Zhuo Wuwei general's residence. What was Chen Changsheng's reaction? Lin Yong inquired urgently upon seeing his daughter return. He found it curious. Lin Wanner shook her head gently. Curious? Did he not seem pleased to see you? Lin Yong asked, puzzled. If he was not mistaken, Chen Changsheng should have special feelings for his daughter. His reaction was initially one of surprise, followed by indifference. I sense that something must have occurred in between that I am unaware of. Lin Wanner furrowed her brows. What could the reason be? It may have something to do with my warning. Who would have thought that a mere prison guard could be an innate master? Had I known earlier, I would not have obstructed your relationship, Lin Yong lamented. Indeed, Lin Wanner had caught the eye of the crown prince, but the crown prince already had a crown princess. Even if Lin Wanner were to marry into the royal family, she would at most be a consort, never the empress. Thus, it remains uncertain whether marrying the crown prince or Chen Changsheng would be better. After all, an innate master is valued even by the emperor, serving as a stabilizing force in Dezhou. The status of an innate master's wife is significantly higher than that of an ordinary concubine. No father sells regretful medicine. If you were the innate master, would you care for such warnings? Lin Wanner smiled. Indeed, I would not. After all, if an innate master were willing to serve the court, he could easily attain a position equal to mine. Lin Yong remarked. It is worth noting that 20 years ago, there was no 6 doors in Dezhou. However, with the emergence of Shui Run, 6 doors came into existence. If Chen Changsheng were to serve the court, he might even establish his own office and lead a department. Thus, there must be other reasons, though I cannot discern what they are at the moment. Lin Wanner gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Wanner, how do you plan to proceed? Due to Chen Changsheng, the Crown Prince has already expressed that he can respect your choice. If you choose Chen Changsheng, he will not obstruct you. Lin Yong stated. There are many beautiful women in this world. However, the number of innate masters is exceedingly rare. He would certainly not hinder it. If he could ally himself with an innate master, he would likely be quite pleased, Lin Wanner said, her tone somewhat dismissive. Wanner, Lin Yong frowned. As for Chen Changsheng, I do not know what has transpired. He seems to be somewhat distant towards me, Lin Wanner said softly. Then let it flow naturally. Lin Yong sighed. Let it flow naturally? Of course not. Women always find ways to deal with men. I am becoming increasingly intrigued by Chen Changsheng, Lin Wanner said, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. In the following months, life gradually returned to tranquility. Chen Changsheng continued his pig raising and slaughtering, occasionally interrupted by Lin Wanner's intrusions. Qi Wang's residence. Your Highness, after extensive investigation, we are now 80% certain of the identity of that innate master. However, revealing this information may seem rather unbelievable. It turns out we have had prior interactions with this innate master, and he even belongs to our organization as an external member, the leader of the Diding side. Reporting to Qi Wang. Upon receiving the analytical results, he was equally bewildered and incredulous. However, after synthesizing all the intelligence and deductions, he could not dismiss the conclusion. What? We have already had contact, and he is just an external member? Such a powerful figure is merely an external member? Qi Wang was equally taken aback. Who exactly is he? Qi Wang immediately inquired. A guard from the Tianzi prison, Chen Changsheng. The leader of Diding replied. A guard from the Tianzi prison? If I remember correctly, Feng Cuiping's father, Feng San, was assigned to be a prison guard, wasn't he? The Qi Wang furrowed his brow. Indeed, after Feng San's demise, Chen Changsheng succeeded him as the prison guard of the Tianzihou prison. Their paths may have intersected, and subsequently, Feng Cuiping rebelled unexpectedly at Chunfeng Pavilion. After her capture, she was rescued by a mysterious figure. We investigated all the guests from that evening and discovered that Chen Changsheng was present as well. And it was he who specifically named Feng Cuiping, the leader of Diding remarked. Such a coincidence. Who exactly is Chen Changsheng? Qi Wang inquired. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. This individual arrived in the capital over 3 years ago, initially captured as a refugee. Fortunately, he was saved by Miss Lin Wanner from the left Wu Wei general's residence. Thereafter, he entered the Tianlao prison and has served as a guard for over 3 years. During this time, he has shown no unusual behavior, except for one thing. He enjoys frequenting brothels and is quite extravagant, spending excessively. Normally, his meager salary would be insufficient. As for the source of his funds, that remains a mystery, no one knows. However, I suspect it may be stolen. As a notorious thief has emerged in the capital over the past 2 years, having infiltrated the homes of wealthy merchants without fail. If he were that innate master, he could easily accomplish such feats. Furthermore, this individual seemingly has some connection to the Crown Prince, the leader of Diding added. What? He has ties to the Crown Prince? Has he been swayed by him? Qi Wang was taken aback. With the Crown Prince already having the old Taoist of Hyacinth and the great general commanding troops outside, should he also gain Chen Changsheng, his chances of success would diminish significantly. 2 months ago, Lin Yong offended His Majesty and was imprisoned in Tianlao. Lin Wanner visited him, which led to her encounter with Chen Changsheng. On that occasion, the Crown Prince was also present. It seems that Lin Wanner and Chen Changsheng developed feelings for each other just as Feng San passed away. The Crown Prince instructed the deputy commander of the Tianlao, Yan Ming, to transfer Chen Changsheng to the Tianzihou prison, disrupting our original plans. At that time, I intended to wait for Chen Changsheng to die in prison before proceeding with our subsequent plans. However, the demon monk was unexpectedly captured by the Shui Ren and subsequently sent to the Tianzihou prison. This individual killed the only son of the Qingzhou Mu and disrupted our arrangements at Jiang Mountain, prompting me to send Gu Yu to win over Chen Changsheng. Initially, Gu Yu's efforts were in vain, but for some unknown reason, Chen Changsheng later agreed to assist us in secretly eliminating the demon monk. Thus, he is now considered an external member of our Diding organization, the leader of Diding side. Who would have thought that an inadvertently recruited external member would turn out to be a formidable giant? A true innate master residing in a prison as a guard. This individual surely harbors grand ambitions. Chapter 31. Always in women's thoughts. Why did he want to kill Zhou Yongchang? Qi Wang asked. There is no clarity on that matter. Even regarding Chen Changsheng's current identity, I can only make the most probable assumptions, but whether they are true remains to be tested. However, I am concerned that if we provoke this individual, the leader of Diding hesitated. I will probe. At that moment, a graceful young woman stepped forward behind Qi Wang. Ming Luo, what chaos are you attempting to create? Qi Wang frowned. Father, I am not causing chaos. I speak the truth. Allow me to investigate the person you mentioned. Ming Luo asserted confidently. Since the deaths of Zhou Yongchang and his son, Ming Luo has firmly believed that the person she entrusted is responsible. She wishes to express her gratitude, but being in the Qi Wang's residence, she cannot meet Chen Changsheng unless he seeks her out. Do you have confidence in alleviating Father's worries? Qi Wang inquired. I am certainly confident. Ming Luo replied assuredly. She does not require extensive probing. Upon meeting him, she will discern the truth. Speak then. If you can provide a rationale that justifies your involvement, I may consider it. Qi Wang stated nonchalantly. Your Highness, upon hearing this, the leader of Diding could not help but exclaim. The noble status of Princess Ming Luo engaging with Chen Changsheng poses significant risks if any problems arise. It would be irredeemable. It matters not, Ming Luo. You assert your confidence. You must elucidate the reasons to your father. You should understand the paramount importance of an innate master to your father, leaving no room for recklessness. Qi Wang spoke sternly. If I present a valid reason, will father refrain from blaming Ming Luo? Ming Luo asked, biting her lip. She understood that for such a significant matter, she must provide sufficient justification for Qi Wang to allow her to proceed. Very well, speak. Qi Wang paused for a moment and then nodded. Does father still remember Chen Xinglong? Ming Luo inquired calmly. Why bring him up? Merely a heartless man who has not shown his face in ages. Perhaps he is off consorting with some wild woman. Qi Wang replied dismissively. Consorting? What father says is indeed correct. It is a matter of debauchery, like a wandering ghost. Ming Luo lamented. You are aware? Qi Wang furrowed his brow. His actions should have been quite secretive. Indeed, I know everything. He has passed away. Yet you could never have guessed that he anticipated his own demise, and thus made preparations in advance. Ming Luo declared vehemently. What preparations? Qi Wang asked, unfazed. For him, the death of Chen Xinglong is hardly a matter of significance. He has a powerful friend who, bearing his will, sought me out. Ming Luo revealed. A friend? A will? You have not left the Qi Wang residence these past few days. How did he find you? Did he breach my Qi Wang residence? Could it have been that thief from that night? His skills are rather lacking, at best a third-tier martial artist. Qi Wang initially expressed surprise, but then shook his head and chuckled. A third-tier expert is indeed remarkable for an ordinary person, but this is the Qi Wang residence. Recently, there has been only one incident of intrusion, about a month ago, where the perpetrator was clearly injured, yet the individual was never found. They may lack skill, but escaping is their forte. It was that night, but it was not the thief you captured. 2 individuals came that evening, and you only encountered one. The other, I alone witnessed. Ming Luo asserted. There was a second person? That is impossible. The residence is filled with experts, aside from His Highness's guards. Diding also has skilled personnel on watch. A thief entering would be impossible to go unnoticed. The leader of Diding exclaimed in astonishment. Nothing is impossible. The failure to discover them speaks to your inadequacy. The truth is as such. I have no reason to deceive you. Ming Luo retorted with a hint of sarcasm. And then? Qi Wang inquired nonchalantly. After that, my daughter entrusted him with a task. Ming Luo stated. To kill Zhou Ji? Qi Wang said coldly. Indeed. My daughter's intentions cannot be hidden from you, father. Ming Luo nodded. Do you realize you nearly thwarted your father's grand designs? Qi Wang thundered in rage. He never anticipated that his own daughter would stab him in the back. Yet, perhaps this misfortune has brought about fortune, has it not? Had my daughter not requested that individual to eliminate Zhou Ji, Zhou Yongchang might have colluded with the crown prince, and in a critical moment, he could have turned against us. I wonder, father, if you could withstand such a betrayal? Ming Luo's voice remained calm. Your Highness, what the princess states is not without merit. Fortunately, it was a fortunate mistake. Otherwise, the leader of Diding would have to acknowledge the situation. Does this mean I should reward you? Qi Wang's voice seemed capable of freezing the entire room. No need for rewards. Being able to alleviate father's worries is enough. You seek to win over that individual, do you not? Allow me to go. At least I have some rapport with him. Whether he kills Zhou Ji for me or due to Chen Xinglong, I am the best choice. Ming Luo proposed. Very well, then you shall go. Prepare yourself. Qi Wang replied coolly. Yes, father. Ming Luo bowed respectfully and then exited the room. Your Highness, the princess. Ming Luo's audacity is exceedingly great. She nearly jeopardized my grand plans. Yet, perhaps it was a fortunate mistake. Otherwise, Zhou Yongchang's treachery could have led to our total defeat. Qi Wang lamented in apprehension. On the night when the assassin broke in, the princess was bathing, as reported by the chief of the Dieting. What? Bathing? Instantly, the entire body of Prince Qi stiffened. Indeed, Your Highness, the chief confirmed. Does that mean that Ming Luo might have been seen by that Chen Changsheng? Given the implications for Ming Luo's reputation, do you know what must be done? The prince's voice turned cold once more. I understand, Your Highness. I shall ensure that anyone who entered the princess's courtyard that night is dealt with discreetly, the chief replied, a chill running through him. Very well, proceed, Prince Qi sighed, waving his hand dismissively. As the chief stepped out, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from within the room, indicating that the prince was far from calm. After all, any father would struggle to endure the thought that his daughter might have been exposed in such a manner. He shook his head gently. Chen Changsheng, it is said, is not particularly old. One wonders how he has cultivated his skills. If only Ming Luo could. This could indeed be a mutually beneficial solution. The princess's status is exalted, but a congenital master is equally admirable, a perfect match indeed. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, still imprisoned in the dungeon, was unaware that he had caught the attention of yet another woman. Chapter 32. I am straight. At this moment, in the dungeon, within the former Yin Ming's resting quarters. What? Chen Changsheng could possibly be a congenital master? Gu Dui, or rather Gu Tongling now, looked at the person who brought the news with astonishment. Gu Yu had originally been a member of Dieting, holding a lowly position, but now he had risen to the role of deputy commander of the dungeon, gaining considerable status within Dieting. The chief has analyzed this. I am not privy to the details, but he instructed you to arrange a meeting between Chen Changsheng and Princess Ming Luo, the messenger stated. What? The princess? Where is she? Gu Yu was bewildered. The princess is a highborn lady. How could she come to see Chen Changsheng? This old Chen is exceptionally secretive. A congenital master. Gu Tongling thought, his heart racing. Could this man be responsible for the disappearance of the missing leaders? In an instant, Gu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Once one reaches a certain level of martial prowess, power alone may not suffice. The princess is just outside the dungeon. You should arrange for them to meet here. The messenger suggested. Given the multitude of eyes outside, it would be safer to host them in this room. Gu Yu contemplated. Very well. Gu Dui? Oh no, Gu Tongling. What brings you here? Has an order come down from above? Upon seeing Gu Yu, Chen Changsheng could not help but jest. Old Chen, do not jest with me. You are truly a man of mystery. No wonder others fail to last more than a month as prison guards, while you have thrived for 2. Gu Yu responded with a wry smile. Gu Tongling, what do you mean by that? I do not understand. Chen Changsheng feigned confusion. Could it be that his identity as a congenital master has been exposed? Should he eliminate witnesses? After all, this is a dungeon. And Gu Yu is merely a 4th-grade cultivator. He could easily pin the blame on any unfortunate soul. Old Chen, what are you planning? Do not act recklessly. I seek you because someone wishes to meet you. As the murderous intent surged within Chen Changsheng, Gu Yu felt a chill envelop him. One is congenital while the other is 4th grade. The disparity in power is overwhelming. Haha, how could that be? Gu Dui, you are a 4th grade expert. Why would you fear me? Everyone knows I, Chen Changsheng, am merely a 7th grade warrior. He laughed heartily. I am a 7th grade warrior. Who dares to object? Those who do shall be silenced. Yes, 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 you are indeed a 7th grade warrior, old Chen. Let us go and meet. Gu Yu laughed nervously. Absolutely not. Chen Changsheng retorted. What? You refuse to go? Gu Yu was taken aback. Indeed, I, Chen Changsheng, a dignified 7th grade expert, cannot meet just anyone, can I? Would you not agree, Gu Tongling? Chen Changsheng gazed at Gu Yu with a smile that barely concealed his mockery. Yes, 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 but this visitor is not just anyone. Gu Yu chuckled awkwardly. He dared not offend the princess, yet the person before him, suspected to be congenital, could take his life with a mere flick of a finger. Noticing Chen Changsheng's indifference, Gu Yu implored, Old Chen, my brother, please help me. For the sake of our past friendship, I have treated you well. His pitiful demeanor brought tears to his eyes. Damn, this fellow can act better than I can. His performance is top-notch. I cannot allow anyone to outshine me. Gu Yu thought, Old Chen, I am not inclined to kill you. Rather, your acting skills are simply too impressive, making me uneasy. I, Chen Changsheng, am a person of principles and do not kill indiscriminately. Those I have slain certainly deserved it, like you, Guyu. Now tell me, who wishes to see me? It is Princess Mingluo, Guyu replied. Who? Chen Changsheng thought he misheard. He had expected the visitor to be Prince Qi or the chief of Dieting. Princess Mingluo, Guyu reiterated. Instantly, Chen Changsheng's extraordinary memory surfaced, vividly recalling the explicit scenes from that night. Let us go, he commanded, as they traversed the dungeon. The guards were astonished to see Chen Changsheng walking ahead, with Guyu trailing behind like a sycophant. Those who had spent years in the dungeon were shrewd individuals. They could discern much from the slightest clues. This old Chen may be on the verge of a breakthrough, they thought. What has become of Gu Tongling? His demeanor resembles that of a servant attending to his master. Chen Changsheng is the master, while Gu Tongling is the servant. This old Chen's identity is becoming increasingly mysterious. Indeed, since Chen Changsheng was assigned to the dungeon, or rather since General Lin Yong was imprisoned, his presence had only grown more pronounced. Now, even Gu Tongling seemed to be currying favor with him. Could it be that Chen Changsheng is the illegitimate son of some noble? Rumors may cease with the wise, yet they can also escalate. In any case, Chen Changsheng was inexplicably labeled as the illegitimate son of a certain prince. In Guyu's resting quarters, Chen Changsheng pushed the door open, while Guyu dared not enter, standing guard outside. The patrolling guards, upon witnessing this, were further convinced of Chen Changsheng's noble status. Without such credentials, how could he command Gu Tongling to stand watch? Indeed, it is you. Princess Mingluo's eyes lit up as Chen Changsheng entered. How did you find me? He shrugged. When he first met Princess Mingluo, he had not concealed his face to gain her trust, presenting himself as Chen Xinglong's friend. Your identity is no longer a secret. Not only do I know, but my father does too, and even the crown prince and others should be aware. However, they likely do not know that you were the one who killed Zhou Yongchang and his son. Princess Mingluo declared. What killing Zhou Yongchang and his son? I am but a lowly prison guard. Do not wrongfully accuse a good person. Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. Chen Changsheng, you are indeed the best friend of Xinglong. Out of loyalty to him, you were willing to assassinate the current commander of the Forbidden Army and succeeded. Princess Mingluo's eyes sparkled with admiration. What loyalty? Do not speak recklessly if you are unfamiliar with the terms, and stop calling me princess. Chen Changsheng retorted, exasperated. He and Chen Xinglong could hardly be described as having a deep connection. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. I, Chen Changsheng, am straight. The renowned courtesans of various establishments can attest to this. Chapter 33. The Arena of Chaos. Chen Changsheng, I never expected you to be a congenital master. It is unfortunate that Xinglong lacks martial skills. Had he been like you, he would not have met such a fate, murmured Princess Mingluo. If he were like me, perhaps Prince Qi would even take the initiative to marry you off to him. Chen Changsheng scoffed disdainfully. Is it so easy to become a congenital master? If not for the assistance of the corpse concealment technique, I fear I would never have achieved it in this lifetime. Having encountered that Feng Xinzi, the congenital master imprisoned in the cell, who is nearly 70 or 80 years old. It is merely the facade of youthful vigor bestowed by innate true qi that disguises their age. Perhaps my father's grand ambitions still require the aid of a congenital master. Chen Changsheng, would you be willing? Princess Mingluo gazed at Chen Changsheng. So, you represent your father in seeking to recruit me? Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. You could say that. I hope you will join us. Princess Mingluo looked at Chen Changsheng with a fervent gaze. For her, the complexity of her feelings toward Chen Changsheng remained a mystery. Why are there so many melodramatic tales of impoverished scholars and wealthy ladies in ancient times? The reason is quite simple. Wealthy ladies seldom encounter men. The household servants and guards adhere to strict decorum, daring not to act out of line. Yet, due to their education, they become entranced by tales that cloud their minds, yearning for a chance encounter with a scholar akin to those in the stories. In certain circumstances, it becomes all too easy for a scholar to capture their hearts. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that they simply do not see enough men. While Chen Xinglong may be a decent scholar, he has not forgotten his roots. However, when compared to Chen Changsheng, he seems to have fallen short. This world does not favor literature over martial prowess. On the contrary, it places greater emphasis on martial strength. The might of the individual far surpasses the empty rhetoric of scholars, and a congenital master represents the pinnacle of martial prowess. In comparison to literary accomplishments, they align more closely with prime ministers than mere scholars. In terms of excellence, Chen Changsheng has already left Chen Xinglong in the dust. Furthermore, Princess Mingluo has been exposed to Chen Changsheng multiple times, a novelty that even Chen Xinglong has never witnessed. The novelty, coupled with her rigid thoughts, leads Princess Mingluo to wrestle with her own feelings, hesitant to admit her changing heart. You hope for this, but I do not wish to return to inform Prince Qi. I merely desire to remain in the heavenly prison as a guard, and nothing else concerns me. Chen Changsheng shook his head resolutely. Women are indeed troublesome. Chen Changsheng was acutely aware that, should he choose to offer a few kind words to the princess, he could easily supplant Chen Xinglong in her affections. Yet, he refrained from doing so. After the incident with Lin Wan'er, Chen Changsheng had already recognized the path he must tread. As one who seeks longevity, unless I encounter another like myself, I shall ultimately remain alone. Perhaps one day, when I have lived sufficiently, my perspective will change. Then why did you help me kill Zhou Ji? Princess Mingluo's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Was it my own delusion? No, that cannot be. I did not kill Zhou Ji. You have mistaken the culprit. Chen Changsheng replied, shaking his head. You clearly just admitted it. Princess Mingluo was left in tears due to Chen Changsheng's helpless actions. When did I ever admit to anything? It was all your own conjectures. Princess Mingluo, you and I are not from the same world. There is no need to force a connection. Chen Changsheng said coolly. Not from the same world? Is it because you have witnessed the fate of Chen Xinglong? Chen Changsheng, you are a congenital master. You are different from Chen Xinglong. My father currently needs the assistance of a congenital master. If you are willing to join us, any high position is within reach. Even, Princess Mingluo's voice trailed off. Growing softer with each word, she felt shame for her own words. Why did such a statement suddenly emerge? No, I think you have misunderstood. It is you and I who are not from the same world. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze upon Princess Mingluo, enunciating each word before he pushed open the door and left. Princess Mingluo stood there in shock. As the daughter of Prince Qi, a sovereign in her own right, who would be deemed unworthy of her, even a ruler from another nation would be considered an appropriate match. How could Chen Changsheng possibly think himself unworthy? What nonsense! Chen Changsheng, you scoundrel! Princess Mingluo shouted in anger, and then, filled with rage, she stormed out. Outside, Guyu wore a bewildered expression. What in the world just transpired? Why is Princess Mingluo suddenly cursing? What could old Chen have done to provoke such outrage? Heavens! There were only the two of them in that room. Old Chen, who has always prioritized women, would be restless after 3 days without visiting the brothels. Surely, he did not. Back in the heavenly prison, Chen Changsheng was utterly vexed. The identity of a congenital master could no longer be concealed. There was no way around it, as he had revealed too much in recent encounters. All of this was due to Feng Tsuaping. Women truly are troublesome. I wonder where this troublesome woman is now. Regardless, I must focus on cultivating. Strength is of utmost importance. Once I possess sufficient power, I will do as I please, even if it means taking the life of that Emperor Shizong. With a clear objective in mind, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged once more, swallowing a blood essence pill and a qi-nourishing pill, embarking on a new round of cultivation. For the next few months, Chen Changsheng endured both pain and pleasure. The reason was simple. Princess Mingluo had not given up, and neither had Lin Wan'er. One day, the two women inadvertently ignited a chaotic situation, leaving Chen Changsheng in a precarious position. On one side stood his life savior. On the other, the princess he had seen exposed. With an impeccable memory, he had even formed vivid mental images he would often revisit for enjoyment. He could not bear to be harsh with either woman, merely allowing them to continue their antics. During this time, Chen Changsheng remained diligently tending to his pig farm. But due to his lack of ambition, only 3 pigs remained in the pen. For a moment, he even felt reluctant to consume their meat. According to the fragmented news returned by the two women, the court was rife with tension between the crown prince and Prince Qi, escalating into a fierce rivalry. The old emperor's health seemed to be deteriorating rapidly. Chapter 34. External skills of the congenital in the 36th year of the reign of Emperor Shizong of the Great Zhou. On the 15th day of the 8th month. Old Chen, it's Mid-Autumn Festival today. Are you going to enjoy the moon along the Qinhuai River? Pan Wu clapped Chen Changsheng on the shoulder. Currently, among the entire heavenly prison, only Pan Wu was so familiar with Chen Changsheng. As for the other guards, Chen Changsheng had grown weary of them, and due to Guyu's influence, they dared not approach him, especially since the heavenly prison had been particularly lively lately. Today it was the Lin family's young lady, and tomorrow it would be the princess of Prince Qi, all coming specifically for Chen Changsheng, which only heightened their fear. I have matters to attend to today, I won't go. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Alas, what a pity. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. The day when the top 10 brothels along the Qinhuai River select their courtesans, lamented Pan Wu. In the brothel district, each year a courtesan is chosen from among the 10 top establishments, and new maidens also compete on the same stage. The audience selects the courtesan by presenting flower baskets, making it a sensational event throughout the Great Show and a lucrative time for the brothels, as those flower baskets are not given freely. They are made of real gold and silver. In previous years, Chen Changsheng would often proactively visit friends to borrow some silver, which he would use to support his favored maidens. Select a courtesan? Old Pan, I will give you 10 taels. Buy me 10 flower baskets to send to Miss Yaoqin, Chen Changsheng said, pulling 10 taels of silver from his pouch. Yaoqin, 2 days ago, I had a taste of it myself. The flavor was delightful and quite smooth, though the price was a bit steep. Nevertheless, it matters not, for I, Chen Changsheng, am blessed with numerous affluent and hospitable friends. The renowned performer from Tingxiang Pavilion, Miss Yaoqin, is said to be both a skilled singer and dancer, with a penchant for talented scholars. Where did you acquire such exquisite poetry to find your way into Miss Yaoqin's bed? Pan Wu exclaimed, astonished. Some may possess talent and pride, but to gain the favor of such a lady, one must not only be wealthy, but also possess captivating poetry. With a well-written piece, one might even be granted favors without charge. In Chen Changsheng's previous life, only 2 individuals managed to visit the brothels without spending a dime, and instead, the courtesans vied to spend on them. One was Lu Sanbian, and the other, Tang Bohu. What is poetry, after all? Is it truly that difficult? I, Chen Changsheng, am well-versed in literature. He rolled his eyes. Whether he is well-versed in literature is debatable, yet under 9 years of compulsory education, one can certainly recite a few popular poems to suit the occasion. After dismissing Pan Wu, Chen Changsheng gradually returned to the Tianzi prison. After months of relentless effort, having refined numerous essence blood pills and inner breath pills, he felt on the verge of a breakthrough. When selecting a courtesan, is personal strength not of utmost importance? After all, this is an annual affair. Should I miss it this year, I can always try again next year. Arriving at cell number 18, he pondered. Is it finally my turn? The individual before him was a blind elder, shackled at the paipa bone. He appeared meek. Yet Chen Changsheng knew this man was once a formidable swordsman, renowned in the martial world, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the first rank. Had he not been imprisoned for over 20 years, he would undoubtedly be hailed as the greatest swordsman of the Great Xia. It seems you are quite aware. Chen Changsheng nodded. As the voices dwindled, the 3 supreme swordsmen sighed, sensing something amiss. In the Tianzi prison, although they could not see one another, they were all experts of the 3rd rank, and communication was not particularly difficult. However, ever since Chen Changsheng's arrival, the number of those willing to speak had diminished. Indeed, your mouths have not been sealed. Chen Changsheng nodded, preparing to take action. Do not. I am willing to serve His Majesty Shizong. The 3 supreme swordsmen barely had time to finish before Chen Changsheng snapped his neck. Allying with Shizong? I am afraid I have no connection with him. Chen Changsheng shrugged, beginning to collect the corpse. Du Feng, male, aged 66, died of a broken neck. Last wish, to become the world's greatest swordsman. These individuals always seem to generate some outlandish last wishes. Now that they are dead, how can they still aspire to be the greatest swordsman? Corpse evaluation, common grade. 8 stars, rewarded with 5 essence blood pills and 8 inner breath pills. Remarkable. This is quite a windfall. 8 inner breath pills. Chen Changsheng could not help but exclaim. Truly, it is as if the pigs I raised have grown fatter and fatter with each passing kill. There are still 2 pigs left, and they are rather special. One is a congenital master. If I am to slay him, I must be thoroughly prepared and must not be caught off guard. The other is of an unknown origin, but undoubtedly carries immense secrets. One that both Shizong and Prince Qi wish to uncover. How curious. Why does the Crown Prince not pay attention to this? Could it be that he is unaware of the secrets within? That is indeed possible. For the Crown Prince is considerably younger than Prince Qi, and despite his noble status, he may not possess as much knowledge of the hidden truths. I suppose it is my turn next. This individual is truly a madman. Your Majesty Shizong, save me. Please, come to my aid. The innate master in cell 19 lamented. But his cries could likely be heard by no one but himself. They are all dead, all dead. Am I to die as well? Yet I do not wish to die. The eccentric in cell 20 paced anxiously, muttering to himself, yet curiously, no sound escaped his lips. As per his usual routine, Chen Changsheng dug a pit in his cell, buried the body, and then commenced a new round of cultivation. The undying golden body. He felt he was truly on the brink of breaking through to the innate realm. This was also the reason he did not venture to Qinhuai River to select a courtesan. After interring the body, Chen Changsheng was undeterred by any ill fortune and sat atop the newly formed mound to cultivate. Swallowing each essence blood pill and inner breath pill as they transformed into the energy required for cultivating the undying golden body. Gradually, his bones appeared to be coated in a lustrous silver sheen. Creaking and cracking, as if his entire body were being compressed, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged on the ground. Upon reaching a critical point, his body began to expand back to its original form. With a sigh of relief, Chen Changsheng exhaled. The silver-white bones, according to the teachings of the undying golden body, represented merely the first step of body refinement. Such formidable power. He felt that even without utilizing innate true energy, he could easily overpower that wind messenger. This was undoubtedly the realm of external martial arts. The undying golden body is truly a profound skill, surpassing all martial arts within me. It seems I owe a great debt to the demon monk. Perhaps in the future, I shall repay it when fate allows. The undying golden body states that one must refine their entire skeleton to a golden hue akin to jade to achieve perfection. At that point, one would be capable of regrowing severed limbs. What realm must one attain to accomplish such feats? A master of external martial arts? Or perhaps there exists an even higher realm beyond that of a grandmaster. Chapter 35. I have dethroned the emperor. Has someone entered the Tianzi prison? And furthermore, they have entered cell number 20? While consolidating his realm, Chen Changsheng was suddenly alert, furrowing his brow as he glanced toward the prison door. This Tianzi prison, aside from him, is filled with prisoners. It is exceedingly rare for anyone else to enter. The eccentric in cell 20 harbors some unknown secret, one that both Prince Qi and Emperor Shizong find intriguing. Is this person aligned with Prince Qi or Emperor Shizong? Chen Changsheng mused quietly, then stealthily made his way towards cell 20. You, a mere mortal, dare to covet eternal life? What a farcical notion. The eccentric coldly remarked. Who does not desire eternal life? Who does not wish to enjoy wealth forever? 28 years have passed. Do you truly wish to remain imprisoned here until death? The elderly figure in green attire, full of discontent, retorted. A mere mortal? Coveting eternal life? This eccentric speaks with great hubris. Could he possibly think himself anything other than a mortal? And who is this elderly figure in green? He seems convinced that the eccentric possesses the secret to immortality. Chen Changsheng, hidden in the shadows, could not help but mutter to himself. Save your cunning. A mortal is but a mortal, and you shall not defy the heavens. The eccentric declared coldly. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? The elderly figure's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the eccentric. An innate master? Chen Changsheng was taken aback, glancing at the elder with surprise. Who is spying? The elder, possessing formidable strength, sensed Chen Changsheng's slight aura and, with a flick of his hand, sent forth dozens of fine silver needles toward Chen Changsheng's hiding spot. The tips of the needles shimmered with a ghostly blue light, evidently coated with lethal poison. Chen Changsheng's expression shifted as he seized his long knife, positioning it as a barrier. Clang, clang, clang. As Chen Changsheng focused, he noticed that the silver needles had lodged themselves against the back of his knife. You are the guard here? An innate master, no less? It seems you have come here for him as well. I cannot let you leave. The elderly figure glared at Chen Changsheng, his right hand twitching as a dragon-shaped sword hurtled toward Chen Changsheng's throat. Curse it! To attempt murder upon first meeting? Do you truly believe I am an easy target? Chen Changsheng's eyes flashed with ferocity as he brandished his saber to retaliate. He was an innate mid-stage practitioner and an external martial artist. He was certainly not intimidated by his opponent. As the clash of blades resonated, Chen Changsheng's knife shattered into two pieces. The long sword, however, continued with unabated momentum, almost grazing Chen Changsheng's scalp and causing several strands of hair to drift into the air. What an extraordinary weapon! Chen Changsheng felt a surge of excitement rather than fear, his gaze fixated on the dragon-shaped sword wielded by the elder. In his previous life, the affluent reveled in their automobiles, timepieces, and yachts. In this life, what do the martial arts masters seek? BMWs, divine weapons, and beautiful women. He had no need for a BMW. He was not Tang Sung, preferring survival over aesthetics. Beautiful women were abundant in the brothels, especially with his wealthy friends. And as for divine weapons, it seemed they appeared just when needed. Chen Changsheng's personal dagger was no ordinary blade, but rather a divine weapon he had borrowed from the collection of a certain affluent individual. It was sufficient to channel his innate true qi, yet it was unexpectedly severed by this old man's sword. This demonstrated that even among divine weapons, significant disparities existed, even if their realms were comparable. Do you dare covet the Shi Huang sword? You will pay for your audacity. The elder in green clothing was enraged, never having been spoken to in such a manner, not even by innate masters. Who shall meet their demise remains uncertain. Chen Changsheng scoffed. his aura surging as he unleashed a palm strike, his robust innate true chi coalescing into a tangible crimson handprint that descended towards the elder's head. Innate midstage? Blood demon great handprint? How dare you, servant of the demonic sect? The elder's fury erupted. The demonic sect had infiltrated the heavenly prison, and he was oblivious. While the commander Gao Hong had truly overstepped his bounds. Mastering the blood demon great handprint marks you as one of the demonic sect? Counter my ice palm. As he spoke, frost enveloped Chen Changsheng's right hand, and with a swift motion, he unleashed the palm strike, causing the temperature within the entire cell to plummet significantly. To his surprise, the opponent was also an innate mid-stage expert, a revelation he had not anticipated. After all, the previous two adversaries he encountered, one being Foam Xin and the unfortunate soul imprisoned in Cell 19, were merely innate initial stage practitioners. You can wield the ice palm. This is a secret art of the royal family. How did you acquire it? The elder in green, astonished, responded by employing the ice palm in retaliation. Ice palm against ice palm. The entire heavenly prison trembled thrice, while Cell 20 was already glazed in frost. I possess many techniques. Behold my void-splitting palm. Chen Changsheng declared with a smirk. His repertoire of martial arts was indeed vast. Although many of the legacy tasks were diverse and some impossible to fulfill, there remained a portion that he could complete. Numerous martial artists regarded their skills as their most treasured possessions, bestowing them upon themselves, resulting in his extensive knowledge of various techniques. The fierce clash between the two, particularly the ice palm, unleashed tremendous power while imparting a slowing effect, leading both combatants to favor its use, thereby lowering the temperature within the heavenly prison still further. In Cell 19, the innate master trembled in fear. What is transpiring in Cell 20? The auras of these two are significantly more powerful than mine. Yet, neither Chen Changsheng nor the elder in green paid heed to anything beyond their fierce confrontation, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar figure. As the temperature continued to drop, the strange man's body gradually stiffened. After half an hour of intense battle, Chen Changsheng decided to conclude the struggle, opting to trade injury for injury. After all, he was an external martial artist of innate caliber, and his youthful vitality was robust. As long as he did not perish, he could consider it a worthwhile exchange. With a resounding crash, Chen Changsheng shattered the elder's protective true chi, fracturing his shoulder blade. The overwhelming true chi obliterated numerous meridians within the elder's body. Simultaneously, the elder's long sword pierced Chen Changsheng's chest, producing a screeching sound as it penetrated his flesh. You are also an external martial artist? The elder sputtered blood, incredulous as he gazed at Chen Changsheng. An external martial artist at the innate level? Is such a thing possible? At the very least, it had never been recorded in the history of the Dezhou. This was a state that could only be achieved theoretically. Cough, cough. Nothing is impossible. What does it matter if I am an external martial artist? You cannot evade my divine sword. Chen Changsheng coughed blood in return, the divine sword having penetrated his lung and becoming lodged against his ribs. Although his injuries were severe, his external martial arts made him resilient enough to withstand the pain. This Shi Huang's sword is truly, the elder exclaimed, but as he spoke, he coughed up blood. I am the Shizong Emperor? Chen Changsheng was taken aback. This innate mid-stage expert was the Shizong Emperor? Had he just deposed the emperor? Chapter 36, Extraordinary Evaluation I. The elder suddenly expelled a mouthful of old blood, his head tilting as he succumbed. He is dead? Chen Changsheng's eyes widened, cautiously approaching to feel for a pulse. None. He is truly gone. I have killed the Shizong Emperor? Chen Changsheng was bewildered. The wish of Yiling Tian has been fulfilled. His treasures are bestowed upon you. The wish of Yiling Tian has been realized? So, this man was indeed the Emperor of Dezhou, to have perished so easily at my hands? Collecting the corpse will reveal his name. Yes, collecting the corpse. Li Yuanxi, male, aged 79, died from having all his meridians shattered. Wish, eternal life. How absurd. To be an emperor, yet have such an irrational desire. A deceased person wishing for eternal life? Corpse evaluation. Extraordinary 1 star. Reward. 1 extraordinary blood essence pill. 3 true chi pills. Instantly, Chen Changsheng felt a jolt of excitement. Extraordinary. This was the first time he had encountered a reward of such caliber. To be extraordinary signifies transcending the mundane, does it not? Entering the innate realm equates to being extraordinary? Chen Changsheng was perplexed, feeling somewhat dazed. Having inexplicably taken down the Emperor of Dezhou, he was uncertain about the ensuing upheaval that would follow. With the person deceased, there was no need to anticipate future consequences. He was merely a prison guard. However, there was still a witness to consider. and that individual must also be eliminated. Regrettably, he still had not discerned what information the emperor sought from the peculiar figure. Longevity? Are there others besides myself who seek eternal life? This must be clarified. Shaking his head, Chen Changsheng turned to the strange man, only to find his gaze vacant. Is he also dead? It seems he succumbed to the cold. How fragile. To have endured decades in the heavenly prison, only to perish from the chill? Well then, if there were any secrets, they likely perished alongside him. Yet, perhaps the Qi Wang might hold some knowledge of these hidden truths. Alas, the dead cannot be wasted. Collect the corpse. Song Yingxing, male, aged 72, frozen to death. Wish 1. To kill the emperor of Dezhou. Wish 2. To obliterate the Dezhou dynasty. Corpse evaluation. Extraordinary 1 star. Reward. 1 extraordinary blood essence pill. 2 wishes, and each more ruthless than the last. The corpse evaluation of this peculiar individual is also extraordinary, yet he was clearly not an innate master. Could there be an error in the evaluation? Chen Changsheng harbored doubts. Having completed the first wish of Song Yingxing, he esqueathed his inferior with spirit root to you. With spirit root? Spirit root? Cultivators? Suddenly, Chen Changsheng recalled the numerous references to spirit roots, essential for cultivators. Could it be that this peculiar figure was a cultivator? With the Emperor Shizong deceased, and the strange man also gone, he alone held the knowledge of this secret. Would you care to attempt the completion of the second wish, that is, to obliterate the Dezhou dynasty? Let us see if the world can undergo a change of regime. What rewards might one receive for fulfilling the second wish? Chen Changsheng pondered the challenges associated with this aspiration, and subsequently, he interred both the eccentric and Emperor Shizong within the confines of cell number 20. Cell number 19. They are all dead, every last one of them, leaving only me behind. The once formidable innate master had nearly succumbed to madness. Presently, within the entirety of the Tianzi prison, only cell number 19 harbored the last remaining informant. After disposing of the bodies of the eccentric and Emperor Shizong, Chen Changsheng stepped into cell number 19 with deliberation. Is it finally my turn? He chuckled, ready to embrace death, allowing the great Jin to become but a historical footnote. As soon as Chen Changsheng entered cell number 19, he was greeted by the maniacal laughter of the innate master. Jin, you are the master of the Jin kingdom. No wonder you found yourself imprisoned here, Chen Changsheng remarked in surprise. The Jin kingdom. Chen Changsheng was aware of its existence. It was once a neighboring nation to the eastern part of Dezhou. Emperor Shizong, through a series of military exploits and cunning strategies, had vanquished his foes and ultimately ascended to the throne. It had been nearly 40 years since the Jin kingdom's fall, and the world had long since erased its memory. Jin, before the innate master could utter the second mention of Jin, Chen Changsheng swiftly snapped his neck. Regardless of where this individual had emerged from, he no longer warranted survival. After all, the news of Emperor Shizong's demise at his hands must never come to light, otherwise, he would be hunted down by the entirety of Dezhou. Tang Zhun, male, aged 91, met his demise from a broken neck. Wish, to obliterate Dezhou and restore Jin. Indeed, a relic of Jin, even in death, could not forget his homeland. Body evaluation, extraordinary 1 star. Reward, 1 extraordinary blood essence pill, 3 vitality pills. This reward is rather commendable. The extraordinary blood essence pill. I wonder how effective it would be for cultivating the blood spirit art and the indestructible golden body. The vitality pills, needless to say, should be akin to inner breath pills, substances that can enhance one's cultivation. In the past, I had never encountered an extraordinary evaluation. Unexpectedly today, I have come across 3. As per usual, after burying Tang Zhen's body deep beneath cell number 19, Chen Changsheng leisurely exited the Tianzi prison. The pig-raising plan has now reached its conclusion. Within the entirety of the Tianzi prison, all the pigs have been slaughtered. Perhaps I should devise a grand escape plan. For if all the prisoners in the Tianzi prison are dead, even a fool would recognize something amiss. However, escaping is not so simple, considering such events have never transpired since the establishment of the Dezhou dynasty. Might it not be necessary, after all? With Emperor Shizong gone, who would still pay heed to the matters within the prison? With Emperor Shizong gone, who would pursue this issue? The Crown Prince? The Qi Wang? He chuckled. Regardless of which of these two ascends to power, it is likely they will seek to consolidate their own allies. For none would risk their position over a few prisoners in the celestial prison. Having reached this conclusion, Chen Changsheng returned home with a light heart. Today has proven to be a day of significant gains. As for the emperor's disappearance and the ensuing chaos in Dezhou, what concern is that to me? I am merely a law-abiding prison guard who, last night, peacefully slumbered at home, never even venturing to the brothels to witness the selection of the courtesan. What kind of honest person would be accused of the emperor's disappearance? Chapter 37. The plans of various parties. Early the next morning, as was his custom, Chen Changsheng reported for duty. All was serene, save for Pan Wu, who was boasting about the previous day's courtesan selection, inciting a sense of envy within Chen Changsheng. Oh, old Chen, you should have seen it. The new courtesan, a slender beauty named Lianyu, presented by the Fengyue building, is truly a sight to behold. Possessing a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, Pan Wu exclaimed, shaking his head in admiration. Is she truly that stunning? Absolutely. Very well. I shall indulge in her company tonight. Within the imperial palace. Have you yet located His Majesty? The Empress Yuan was fuming. Her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The emperor has vanished? This is utterly absurd. Not only in Dezhou, but throughout history. Such an extraordinary event has never occurred. Moreover, while others may be unaware, she was not. Emperor Shizong had trained in martial arts since childhood, his prowess having long surpassed the innate level. In all of Dezhou, few could pose a threat to him, unless, but where could he possibly be? On this day? The court had waited a full half-hour for his arrival. Had she not intervened to disperse the ministers, the chaos that would have ensued is unimaginable. Your Highness, please spare my life. His Majesty did not request our services last night. A trembling grand eunuch reported from the floor. What good are you to me? Take him out and beat him to death. The Empress Yuan glared fiercely, gesturing dismissively. Quickly, 2 guards seized the grand eunuch and began to mercilessly strike him with their cudgels. The grand eunuch, a third-rank expert, could not endure for even a moment, and thus he was beaten to death. Your Highness, the execution has been carried out. The 2 guards reported. Very well, triple the manpower and continue searching for His Majesty. I must absolutely locate him. The Empress Yuan cast a cold glance at the dead eunuch. Umph, a mere eunuch dared to exploit the emperor's authority to bully me? Now that His Majesty is absent, any excuse suffices to have you executed. The Empress Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction within her heart. In truth, the eunuch had not wronged her greatly. She merely sought to curry favor with the emperor one day with a soup she had prepared, only to be obstructed by this eunuch. In the crown prince's residence. You mean to say that the reason for today's absence from court is not due to Father Emperor's ill health, but rather that he has simply disappeared? Upon receiving the news, Crown Prince Li'in was utterly astonished. The emperor has vanished? What kind of jest is this? In the vast imperial palace, comprising numerous guards, palace maids, and eunuchs, totaling over 10,000 individuals, along with hidden experts, how could the emperor simply go missing? Your Highness, this was the message conveyed by the empress through eunuch Ming. It should not be false. The message also stated that the empress took this opportunity to execute a grand eunuch, sending a stern warning to the other eunuchs and palace maids. Fengxin remarked, I certainly do not doubt Mother, yet Father Emperor has always been robust, and he possesses remarkable martial skills. Under the heavy protection of the palace, how could he suddenly vanish? The crown prince furrowed his brow. Your Highness, as you have mentioned, the emperor's martial prowess is formidable. He has likely reached the innate realm. With countless elite guards within the palace, it is impossible for him to disappear without a trace unless he left the palace willingly. Fengxin suggested. Left the palace willingly? Feng's words held merit. Perhaps Father Emperor found the palace stifling and chose to venture out for leisure, possibly even testing the waters of the court to see what actions I and Qi Wang might take. The crown prince's tone grew increasingly frigid. With the emperor's disappearance, court stability is compromised, and various opportunists will inevitably emerge. If, at this juncture, the emperor were to observe from the shadows, he would be waiting to see how the situation unfolds. The emperor's intentions are inscrutable. Your Highness, it would be prudent to bide your time. For His Majesty may very well be covertly monitoring your actions alongside Qi Wang. Fengxin cautioned. I understand. The more one does at this moment, the more mistakes one will make. The crown prince nodded gently, seemingly proud of his sagacious reasoning. Qi Wang's estate. What? The emperor has gone missing? Is this true? The leader of the Ting faction looked at Qi Wang in disbelief. Is this a matter for jest? Today, during the morning court session, my father did not appear. The empress dismissed the ministers and subsequently sealed the palace gates. Moreover, the empress seized the opportunity to kill a grand eunuch. Fortunately, I received word from the Defei. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. Qi Wang spoke coldly. Your Highness, we find ourselves in a predicament. Should the emperor vanish without a trace, our plans remain unfulfilled. The crown prince Li'in, with rightful claim and the support of the empress, is poised to take command. At this moment, the leader of Diding is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Therefore, from this moment forth, You must prepare for the possibility that father may never return, coldly declared Prince Chi. Your Highness, if that is the case, our chances of success are indeed slim. The leader of Diding responded awkwardly. Slim they may be, but I, Li Ku, bear the royal bloodlines of both De Jin and De Zhou. Under no circumstances will I submit to that brat Li Yin, Li Ku retorted coldly. Although he is considerably older and possesses commendable abilities, his lineage is his only shortcoming. His mother was a princess of De Jin. After the fall of De Jin at the hands of Li Yuanqi, she was taken into De Zhou and gave birth to Li Ku, only to die under mysterious circumstances. Since childhood, Li Ku has been undervalued and bullied by the other princes. He has endured for many years, but it is not to bow beneath Li Yin. Your Highness, the burden you carry is indeed vast. Rest assured, for the sake of De Jin, I shall do my utmost. Alas, if only our teacher were not imprisoned in the heavenly prison, we would surely have a greater chance of success. The leader of Diding sighed. The heavenly prison. Unless one bears a royal decree, only the dead can emerge from there. Once I ascend the throne, I shall certainly release him from that heavenly prison. Li Ku spoke solemnly. Tang Zhun, the imperial master of De Jin, possesses extraordinary strength, reputation, and talent. Even the emperor harbors a sense of trepidation towards him. Yet out of pity for his talents, he cannot bear to execute him. Thus he remains confined in that heavenly prison. Thank you, Your Highness. In that case, I shall take my leave to make preparations. The leader of Diding said. Go forth. I have always known that father has never entertained the thought of passing the throne to me. Perhaps this time truly presents an opportunity, Prince Chi remarked lightly. After the leader of Diding departed, Prince Chi's brow furrowed tightly. Has father truly disappeared, or has he offended an immortal and been taken away? It would be best if he were indeed taken away by an immortal and never returned. Otherwise, this realm will undoubtedly have no place for me. Crown Prince Li Yin. Humph, that young fool. By what virtue does he presume to inherit the grand treasure? I am certain that Prince Huai, Prince Shu, and Prince Dai have been keeping a close watch on the capital. If father truly does not return, then this realm shall not be stable for you, Li Yin. Li Yuanqi has reigned as emperor for over 30 years, and naturally, he is more than just Prince Chi and the crown prince's sons. However, the other princes have almost all been dispatched to their fiefs, leaving only Prince Chi and the crown prince in the capital. Meanwhile, Princes Huai, Shu, and Dai are restless nobles in their territories, frequently corresponding with Li Ku. Chapter 38. The crown prince assumes power. The first day of the emperor's disappearance passed with an unsettling calm. The morning court was dismissed, and the ministers returned home, most of them not giving it much thought. Only a small number of well-informed individuals realized that the emperor was not even in the palace. Of course, even this select group did not ponder deeply. After all, Emperor Shizong was no ordinary ruler, even as a prince. He had achieved feats of national annihilation and possessed formidable strength. Undoubtedly, even if he vanished for a day, no one would feel alarmed. As for the common people beneath the ministers, including the prison guards like Chen Changsheng, their lives continued unaffected, going about their routines as usual. The real impact was felt in the palace, where a considerable effort was made to locate the emperor, but to no avail. Furthermore, in the crown prince's and Prince Chi's residences, the crown prince believed that Emperor Shizong was lurking in the shadows, observing their actions to finally choose a successor. Hence he remained still. Conversely, Prince Chi seemed to possess some knowledge, convinced that there was a significant chance that Emperor Shizong might never return. And thus he busily prepared for something. That evening, Chen Changsheng indulged in music and entertainment at the brothel, delighting in the company of the enchanting Lian Yu, thoroughly savoring the experience. As for the price, it was quite steep, 1,000 taels of gold, equating to 10,000 taels of silver for Lian Yu's first experience. For this, Chen Changsheng ought to express gratitude to Yi Tianling, who generously contributed his treasure. As the current royal consort, Yi Tianling's wealth was indeed substantial. With over 10,000 taels of gold and more than 300,000 taels of silver, along with various antiques, paintings, exquisite jade, weapons, and martial arts manuals. One could say that with Ye's treasure, Chen Changsheng would not need to borrow money from unfamiliar acquaintances for decades to come. Young master, allow me to assist you with your attire. Upon awakening, the beautiful maiden beside him was smiling brightly. Ah, enough. I shall manage myself. It seems it's time to tend to the pigs. Wait, that doesn't seem right. The pigs have all been slaughtered. Perhaps there is no need to tend to them. Chen Changsheng muttered to himself. Young master, you jest. Someone like you could never tend to pigs. Lian Yu laughed. Spending 1,000 taels of gold for your first night. Such a noble young master is rare to find in the capital. Heh, you truly do not understand. You are quite the little enchantress. I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with you. Chen Changsheng chuckled, gently caressing Lian Yu's long hair and slowly descending. If you are reluctant to part, I shall be waiting for you tonight, Lian Yu said, her cheeks flushed. Haha, let us speak of that later. I still have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Chen Changsheng said as he casually tossed a jade pendant he carried to Lian Yu. Will you return tonight? That is unlikely. Chen Changsheng's principle is to avoid staying overnight with any particular maiden. After all, he is quite the romantic, with many admirers. Most importantly, he must not allow emotions to complicate matters, lest it becomes difficult to part. This current state is just right. I desire your delicacies, but prefer to keep our interactions transactional. In the heavenly prison. Hey, Lao Chun, after your visit to the brothel, you disappeared. Surely you did not really end up in Lian Yu's bed? Pan Wu greeted Chen Changsheng. How could that be? Lian Yu's first night costs over 1,000 taels of gold. Even if I were sold, I could not gather that much money. Chen Changsheng replied. However, I saw someone enter Lian Yu's room last night, and their silhouette resembled yours. Pan Wu remarked. Many have similar silhouettes. I wish it were me. So I could also savor the experience of the courtesan. Chen Changsheng feigned a look of regret. Alas, that dog has money, over 1,000 taels of gold. If I had that much to spend on brothels, my father would surely break my third leg, Pan Wu sighed. Instantly, Chen Changsheng was struck dumb. This scoundrel Pan Wu is not cleverly insulting me in disguise. Enough of that. Have you caught wind of any news? Pan Wu inquired. What news? Chen Changsheng feigned ignorance. I heard that the emperor has gone missing, Pan Wu said, looking around to ensure no one could eavesdrop before continuing. Missing? Is that true? Chen Changsheng questioned. Of course. It is true. In the capital, anyone with a bit of insight has likely heard the news. Yesterday, the morning court was adjourned and postponed to today. I wonder how the court shall unfold today. If the emperor returns, all will be as usual. Otherwise, chaos may ensue. Pan Wu expressed his concern. It is likely that he shall never return, Chen Changsheng muttered. The man is buried beneath the 20-numbered cell in the heavenly prison, dozens of meters underground. How could he return? Unless he returns as a zombie. Lao Chen, what are you saying? Your voice is too low. I can hardly hear you, Pan Wu replied, perplexed. Nothing much. I was contemplating that these matters are of great importance to those in high positions and have no bearing on us prison guards. Regardless of whether the crown prince or Prince Chi ascends, someone must oversee the heavenly prison. Thus, we shall focus on our duties as guards, even if the sky falls. It shall not crush us. Chen Changsheng shrugged. Lao Chun, I never expected that you, usually so carefree, could speak with such profound reasoning. Pan Wu chuckled. Of course Chen Changsheng, am cultured. Thus, the second day passed without incident. On the third day, Lao Chun, the emperor indeed did not attend the morning assembly yesterday. This marks the third consecutive day. I wonder what will happen next. As I always say, let us diligently perform our duties as jailers. Even if the sky were to fall, it would not crush us. And so, the third day came and went. On the fourth day, Lao Chun, the emperor did not attend the morning assembly again. This marks the fourth day, and the atmosphere in the capital has shifted somewhat. Indeed, we must remain steady. This period may be chaotic. Do not run about, and remember to return home after work. On the fifth day, Lao Chun, I am aware that the morning assembly failed to convene again, correct? It seems even you are aware of this. Upon returning home yesterday, I heard from my family that the court is becoming increasingly unstable. The empress has personally intervened, and the crown prince may soon take on the role of regent. The crown prince as regent? Is there no opposition? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. The crown prince's rise to power may not necessarily bode well for me. Indeed, many from the Qi Wang's faction are opposing this, convinced that the emperor will return. At this juncture, who would dare assume regency? It would be tantamount to treason. And both the crown prince and the empress are feeling the pressure. Then we shall wait and see. On the 10th day, despite the strenuous opposition from the Qi Wang's ministers, the adage holds true. A nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Thus, the crown prince inevitably assumed regency, a trend that could not be reversed. Initially neutral officials gradually sided with the crown prince, and the next step would naturally be his ascension to the throne. On this day, Ming Luo Junju arrived. Chapter 39. Ascension to the throne. Chen Changsheng, I am leaving. Ming Luo Junju's first words upon seeing Chen Changsheng. Leaving? It seems the tides of the capital have solidified? Chen Changsheng remarked in surprise. It appears that the Qi Wang could not outmatch the crown prince after all. The crown prince possesses the justifiable claim, being the rightful heir. Supported by the empress and bolstered by the great general, with the likes of Feng Xinzi, a congenital master, at his side. What does Qi Wang have? You are indeed like Xing Long, a scholar who never leaves his door yet knows the affairs of the world. Ming Luo Junju gazed into Chen Changsheng's eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Haha, Chen Xinglong is the true scholar. I am merely a jailer. Chen Changsheng shook his head and smiled. Thus, I ask you, would you like to accompany me? Ming Luo Junju inhaled deeply. No. Chen Changsheng shook his head. He had grown accustomed to life in the capital and had no desire to change locations, wishing to dissuade Ming Luo Junju's intentions. After all, he sought longevity. Is it because of Lin Wanner? Ming Luo Junju's gaze darkened. Although she had anticipated this before arriving, it has nothing to do with her. Chen Changsheng responded. That is good. It seems I have not lost. Ming Luo Junju sighed with relief. You need not compete. Chen Changsheng smiled wryly. There is no need to compete. She has already resolved to marry the crown prince. Ming Luo Junju scoffed. Marry the crown prince? Very well, one must have a place to belong. Chen Changsheng nodded. His heart remained unperturbed. After severing his emotional ties, Lin Wanner became merely his savior. I am leaving. You must be cautious of the crown prince. He is not a good man. He will not permit his consorts to maintain ties with others. Take care. Ming Luo Junju concluded and turned to leave. Chen Changsheng watched her departing figure, and after a long moment, let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, we are not from the same world. If I did not practice the corpse gathering method, I would surely choose you. But children make choices, adults must accept all. Regrettably, I still wish to see the vistas beyond the great masters, to witness the ultimate realm of martial arts. Chen Changsheng felt that this world was not as simple as it appeared. Perhaps there were immortals. Folklore about such beings abounds among the populace. While immortals may be elusive, demons are universally acknowledged to exist. Alas, that strange man has perished. Otherwise, he might have imparted much more knowledge to me. But it matters not. There is still Qi Wang. He must know something. Moreover, living long enough to see is a blessing. If immortals truly exist in this world, then living long will surely allow one to witness them. 5 days later, the crown prince Li Yin ascended the throne. Upon his ascension, Li Yin's first act was to confiscate the Qi Wang's estate. Regrettably, all that remained within the Qi Wang's residence were inconsequential palace maids and eunuchs. The Qi Wang's family had vanished without a trace, unbeknownst to anyone. Li Yin was furious and ordered a nationwide manhunt for the Qi Wang's family. Alas, it was as if the Qi Wang had evaporated. Despite searching the entire capital, not a trace was found. In the celestial prison, the famed Tianzi prison, Lao Chun, these days have truly turned the tide. Who would have thought that Gu Dui was actually a man of the Qi Wang? Haha, with the Qi Wang's departure, he was directly purged. Gu Dui lost his head, while his family faced military conscription, and the women were cast into the teaching Si Fong. It was truly tragic. Pan Wu sighed while sipping his wine. The Pan family has reaped considerable benefits from this alignment. Were it not for Pan Wu's lack of strength, he might have been in contention for the position of commander. Indeed, who could have imagined? Chen Changsheng nodded. He was not surprised that Gu Yu would be purged. Seeing the crown prince's momentum as unstoppable, the Qi Wang faction, along with key figures, withdrew in batches, yet a portion of their banners was abandoned. And Gu Yu was one of them. The crown prince sought to eradicate the remnants of the Qi Wang. Naturally, he could not escape. Lao Chen, what do you think? The chief commander personally came to speak with you, asking what position you desire, yet you refuse them all. What is so commendable about this Tianzi prison? Pan Wu queried. Puzzled. Just yesterday, Gao Hong, who had not appeared in the celestial prison for many days, suddenly showed up to find Chen Changsheng, implying that if Chen Changsheng were willing, Gu Yu's position could be his. Unfortunately, Chen Changsheng declined. That position of deputy commander is cursed. I do not wish to be entangled in such misfortune. Just look at the fates of the previous 2 deputy commanders. What were their outcomes? Yan Ming is still missing, and it is highly likely that he has perished. As for Gu Yu, he was killed, and the males of his household conscripted, while the females were sent to the teaching Si Fong. From then on, a single red lip would be tasted by thousands. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head as he spoke. Well, Lao Chen, you make a valid point. Being an ordinary jailer is not so bad after all. However, I cannot quite grasp why Gao Hong would want you to become the deputy commander. If we speak of strength, you are still a lower-tier warrior at this point. Furthermore, the Qi Wang's Gu Dui was merely a small fry in the Qi Wang's estate, and he ultimately faced purging. Yet you, that Ming Luo Junju has sought you out countless times these days, yet you managed to avoid purging and even received a promotion. Lao Chun, what secret are you hiding from me? Pan Wu downed a large gulp of wine, his curiosity piqued. Chen Changsheng's oddities were too glaringly obvious. Pan Wu was no fool. In truth, I am a congenital master. After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng finally spoke. Many are aware of my identity as a congenital master. After all, the crown prince and his faction have not kept it a secret. Adding one more person like Pan Wu is inconsequential. In any case, my strength has significantly improved, even if someone were to target me. Estimating my previous capabilities would lead to a dismal fate. What? Congenital? Pan Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. A congenital master? This is truly remarkable. In the entire Dezhou, the number of renowned congenital masters cannot be counted on both hands, and those serving in the court are even fewer. Chen Changsheng is indeed such a formidable figure? Yes, a congenital master. Chen Changsheng nodded. No wonder, no wonder. Haha, my brother Pan Wu is a congenital master. Let us see who dares to bully me in the future. Pan Wu erupted in exuberant laughter. Old Pan, do not worry. If anyone dares to harm you, I will surely avenge you. Chen Changsheng patted Pan Wu's shoulder and declared, Get lost. Who dares to kill me? My father has been promoted, and my elder brother is now the chief of the Imperial Guards. With such a formidable friend like you, I, Pan Wu, can walk with my head held high in the future. Pan Wu said proudly, Your strength may be lacking, but as my brother, you cannot be too weak. Here are some pills for you. Take them slowly at home. It shouldn't be a problem for you to reach the 3rd rank in the future. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng tossed Pan Wu several ordinary-grade blood essence pills. For Chen Changsheng, the inner breath pills still held some value. But the efficacy of the ordinary-grade blood essence pills had diminished significantly since his advancement to the innate level. Even using them to cultivate the blood spirit technique yielded minimal results. They were primarily used to feed De Huang. Under Chen Changsheng's careful nurturing, De Huang's strength was likely not far from that of an ordinary innate being. Old Chen, you are truly kind, Pan Wu exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Get lost. I'm not into that. Chapter 40. Liyin, am I giving you face? In the autumn of the 36th year of Emperor Shi, on the 1st day of September, the emperor had been missing for over half a month. It is said that a nation cannot be without its ruler for a day. With the support of Empress Yuan, Crown Prince Liyin ascended to the throne, continuing the era name of Emperor Shi. On the 2nd day of September, Emperor Yin issued an edict stating that Prince Qi conspired against the state, disrupting the court's order. The Prince Qi's manor was sealed off, and his family was captured and imprisoned, leaving the manor desolate. The prince and his family suddenly vanished, leaving only a few palace maids and eunuchs behind. In a fit of rage, Emperor Yin ordered their execution. On the 15th of September, Emperor Yin took Lin Wanner, the daughter of Generals Wu Wei, as his consort and promoted Lin Yong to the commander of the Imperial Guard, overseeing the Great Zhou's forbidden army. On the evening of the 14th of September, at 168 Changming Street in the West District, Chen Changsheng was quite surprised to see a visitor, as he had not seen this woman for nearly a month. She seemed somewhat thinner compared to a month ago. Can I not come? Lin Wanner replied, her voice still bright. Of course you can. In fact, if you hadn't come tonight, I would have sought you out. Chen Changsheng said. He intended to give her a choice. After all, she was his lifesaver. I came today to tell you that tomorrow I will enter the palace, and it may be difficult for us to meet again in this lifetime, Lin Wanner said calmly. Are you willing to enter the palace? Chen Changsheng asked. What difference does it make? No one can defy the new emperor's decree. There was a time when you had a chance. Back when he was still the crown prince, he needed your help. If you had spoken up, he would have surely agreed. Unfortunately, you wavered between me and Princess Mingluo and missed the best opportunity, Lin Wanner lamented. Now, he is the new emperor. Surrounded by innate experts like Feng Xinzi, General Yi Wuji, Shui Yiren from the Six Doors, and Eunuch Pei, you are no longer that significant. Her tone was complex, filled with regret, relief, and perhaps a touch of vengeance. So what do you mean? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Indeed, Feng Xinzi, General Yi Wuji, Shui Yiren from the Six Doors, Eunuch Pei, and Commander Zhang Jinbei, all are innate experts. But does that mean they are like you? From now on, we shall not meet again. May we both find peace. Whether you wish to be a jailer or a chivalrous warrior in the future is of no concern to me. I, Lin Wanner, will become Wan Fei and may even one day preside over Kunning Palace, embodying the dignity of the nation. Lin Wanner's voice remained melodious. You never used to say such things, Chen Changsheng frowned. That was then, this is now. Besides, when has Lin Wanner ever had the freedom to act on her own will? Lin Wanner scoffed. In other words, it was all the crown prince's or now the new emperor's arrangement. Chen Changsheng understood, realizing that the girl from Hanshuang Pavilion was still waiting for him. And thus he would not keep Lin Wanner any longer. I have my own path. Lin Wanner is destined to be a fleeting figure in my life. And she does not truly care for me. She loves herself, so there is no need for regret. In early October, Merely a month after the new emperor ascended, the Hui King, Dai King, Shu King, Wu King, and Qi King jointly issued a proclamation denying the legitimacy of the new emperor Li Yin, claiming that Li Yin imprisoned his father and mother, using the names of various princes and the imperial army to incite rebellion across the regions. The entire Great Zhou was engulfed in chaos. In the court, Emperor Yin's expression darkened. Why did the Qi King venture to Jinzhou? He is the Qi King, and the late emperor did not grant him any territory. Why is he able to rally support in Jinzhou? Can any minister explain to me what this is all about? Your Majesty, Jinzhou originally belonged to the Jin state. When the late emperor attacked the Jin state, he forced General Gu Hongyu to surrender. To pacify the surrendered generals and stabilize the region, he appointed Gu Hongyu as the governor of Jinzhou. The mother of the Qi King is a princess of the ancient Jin state and is also the niece of Gu Hongyu. Thus, there is a connection between the Qi King and Gu Hongyu. An elderly minister bowed in respect. No wonder he has gone to Jinzhou. Humph. Now that the 5 kings are in rebellion, what should we do? Li Yin asked coldly. Your Majesty, do not underestimate the rebellion of the 5 kings. I suggest we tackle the easier problems first. Among the 5 kings, the Wu King is the weakest and closest to the capital, in the Tianhao prison. Although several newcomers had arrived, Chen Changsheng still preferred to stay here because no one disturbed his training. After more than a month of cultivation, he had completely refined the super-grade blood essence pills and true energy pills, perhaps due to the limited supply of super-grade blood essence pills. Advancing to the innate level became increasingly challenging. The innate true energy, bolstered by the true energy pills, grew more robust, even leading Chen Changsheng to sense a bottleneck in his latter stages. It could be said that he was merely a step away from the late innate stage. It is worth noting that since his advancement to the innate level, only 7 months had passed. If this training speed were to be disclosed, it would surely shock countless individuals. Unfortunately, there were too few pigs. Why couldn't Li Yin send in a few more? Chen Changsheng received the decree. Suddenly, a voice from the outside of the Tianhao prison announced, "Receive the decree? What is this brat up to now? Is he assigning me some task? I'm content here, tending to pigs, and have no desire to go anywhere." Muttering to himself, Chen Changsheng still stepped out of the Tianhao prison. Chen Changsheng, receive the decree. Hurry and kneel. Before the head eunuch could speak, a young eunuch squeaked out, "Get lost. You are just a nuisance. You have no right to speak here." The head eunuch slapped the young eunuch across the face, then turned to Chen Changsheng with a smile. "Mr. Chen, His Majesty has instructed that you may read this decree yourself." What a joke. An innate grandmaster does not kneel before the emperor. This is a privilege. Hand it over. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and the decree seemed to have eyes of its own, flying into his grasp. After casually glancing at the decree, Chen Changsheng was taken aback. The 5 kings are rebelling? Li Yin wants to lead the troops himself, and even seeks the opportunity to take the heads of the rebel kings? Damn it. I haven't even settled the score with you, and you dare to command me? Chapter 41. Play and run away. Mr. Chen, the oath-taking assembly is in 5 days. General Lin will lead the Forbidden Army, and you are to accompany the troops. Do not forget. The head eunuch cautiously looked at Chen Changsheng. Got it, stop rambling. Chen Changsheng stowed away the decree. Accompany the troops to war? What a joke. War is perilous. Even an innate grandmaster would meet his demise if surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers. This brat Li Yin truly expects me to serve him? How delightfully naive. Here is a decree, bestowing the title of Tingyang Ho upon Mr. Chen. Once he has vanquished the rebellious Wu Wang, Mr. Chen will indeed be a genuine lord. The grand eunuch chuckled and presented another imperial edict. Tingyang Ho. That territory belongs to Wu Wang of Tingyang. Li Yin has truly played a masterful game. Fearing that he would labor without reward, he has crafted a bait, sealing Wu Wang's domain for himself. If one succumbs to temptation, seeking the benefits of Tingyang Ho, they would be compelled to serve him and defeat Wu Wang. A clever scheme indeed. Yet, titles of nobility hold no allure for me. After the grand eunuch departed, Pan Wu and the others eagerly approached to offer their congratulations. Old Chen, you shall be a lord, and a lord with land at that. How impressive, Pan Wu exclaimed. Old Chen, you must host a feast. Instantly, others joined in the ruckus, calling for a celebration at Fengyuelu. I shall reserve the whole place. Chen Changsheng replied with a hint of resentment. Once the edict arrived, Chen Changsheng understood that regardless of whether he accepted it, he would no longer be able to languish in this prison. That evening, Chen Changsheng single-handedly secured the entire Fengyuelu, astonishing countless onlookers with his extravagant display. In the Lianyue room, as the reign of passion subsided, the enchanting Yao Qin greeted him. Young master, or should I say lord? It has been a while since your last visit, she said coyly. I was busy, but on the day of the Flower Queen selection, I sent friends with silver to support you. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile, his subtle gestures betraying no hint of concealment. Yao Qin, I truly appreciate your kindness. I've been thinking of you, she responded sweetly. Naturally, but alas, in a few days, I must depart. When we meet again, it may be a long time from now. I will surely miss you. Chen Changsheng gazed at her with deep affection. You are leaving? I would gladly accompany you. Yao Qin said, aware that the price of redeeming herself would be considerable. However, she had saved some money over the years and offered, if you need it, I can assist. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Why were these young women so eager to follow him, even willing to part with their own money? Oh, how easily deceived the women of ancient times seemed to be. A few charming words could lead them to open their hearts and even their purses. Had he encountered someone like Li Jia, what a tragic repeat of Du Shenyang's fate it could have been. Yao Qin, I am a man of integrity. How could I accept your money? The fleeting moments we share are priceless, so let us not waste time. On the third day, in the room of the flower butterfly maiden, she implored, Chen Lang, I must leave soon. Can you take me with you? On the fourth day, in Luer's room at Chunfeng Pavilion, Chen Changsheng's thoughts drifted to a girl named Suaping. Chunfeng Pavilion had once served as the headquarters for the Qi Wang's intelligence organization, Diding, which had closed briefly after their departure, only to reopen under unknown management. On the fifth day, outside the capital, at the imperial camp, Commander Lin Yong beat the drum to summon his generals, assembling the troops. The sight of 100,000 soldiers was overwhelming, under Lin Yong's leadership. They would march south to confront the disloyal Wu Wang. On the high platform, Lin Yong's face was grim. Sun Gongong, it is noon. If the army does not mobilize soon, morale will suffer. But, General, Chun Ho has yet to arrive, Sun Gongong replied, his face troubled. How long must we wait for one man? Lin Yong retorted, furious. I have already sent men to find him, Sun Gongong lamented. Chen Ho, my dear Chen, where are you? Could you not play this game with me? If you were unwilling to march with the troops, you should have said so 5 days ago. Not leave us hanging now. Rumors circulated that Chun Ho had been frequenting the brothels, perhaps searching in the wrong places. Lin Yong frowned. Have we searched thoroughly? All the major establishments have been checked, yet he remains elusive. Sun Gongong nearly wept. Is it true that Chen Ho has a dog at home? Is it still there? Lin Yong inquired softly. Could it be that Chen Changsheng had defied the imperial decree and fled? Upon reflection, such a possibility did not seem far-fetched. This individual, who had always shunned fame and fortune, possessed extraordinary capabilities yet chose to remain in the prison as a jailer, avoiding the strife of war. Dog. Chen Ho has no dog, Sun Gongong replied. None. Then he must have fled. Please return to the palace and inform His Majesty that Chen Changsheng has refused to accompany the army and has departed on his own. As for the troops, they shall proceed as planned, even without Chen Changsheng. I, Lin Yong, will quell the rebellion. Lin Yong declared resolutely, bowing towards the palace. Meanwhile, outside the capital, in the western outskirts, a man and a dog ventured into the desolate mountains. Li Yin, do you expect me to serve you? There is no way I'll comply. I am leaving. You can manage on your own. Chapter 42. The general's sudden death in the capital. At the court, the atmosphere was tense. What did you say? Chen Changsheng has run away. Li Yin's expression was one of disbelief. What do you mean by run away? Does he treat my imperial decree with such disdain? Indeed, Your Majesty. Since receiving the edict 5 days ago, Chen Changsheng has been lingering in the brothels, and this morning, General Lin Yong gathered the troops, yet Chen Changsheng has not appeared. I have sent people to search repeatedly, but his home is empty. He has long since vanished, Sun Gongong explained, his face drawn in despair. Damn it. This Chen Changsheng truly lacks gratitude. Li Yin shouted in anger. Since ascending the throne, he felt that nothing had gone smoothly. Every policy faced opposition from the Empress Dowager and ministers, many of whom devised ways to thwart him. He had aimed to subdue Qi Wang, but the latter had fled, leading to the chaos of the 5 kings. None of his brothers acknowledged his right to the throne and even issued proclamations accusing him of plotting against their father. Now, even Chen Changsheng looked down upon him. Damn it, these people ought to perish. Your Majesty, should we issue a warrant for Chen Changsheng's capture for defying the imperial will? Sun Gongong suggested bitterly. What a fine opportunity, ruined by Chen Changsheng. A warrant? Chen Changsheng is a master of innate abilities. Who would dare to capture him? Do you think you can? Li Yin replied coldly. Capturing a master of innate abilities, especially one without attachments, was no simple task. In times of peace, perhaps he would have attempted such an endeavor. After all, there were still a few innate masters on the court side, both openly and covertly. However, now, With the rebellion of the Five Kings, I find myself lacking sufficient strength to manage matters concerning Chen Changsheng. Should I inadvertently push him towards the Five Kings, I would merely gain another adversary. The eunuch's son, feeling the weight of the situation, wore a grim expression. Many of the eunuchs within the palace possess considerable martial prowess, such as the chief eunuch Pei, who is a congenital master. Nevertheless, Sun, being merely a second-tier martial artist, while notable in the martial world, would still fall short in the pursuit of Chen Changsheng. Well, since he has departed, it seems he does not wish to involve himself in the conflict between me and my brothers. Let him go. You are to select some capable individuals from the Imperial Eunuch Corps to serve as General Lin Yang's personal guard. I trust that General Lin can manage the affairs of the battlefield, but you must ensure his safety beyond it, even if it costs you your life. He must remain unharmed. Do you understand? Li Yun's gaze towards Eunuch Sun was icy. After all, this is an era of remarkable individual strength. And during times of great conflict, assassination of local commanders is a common tactic. Therefore, a commanding general must not only excel in combat, but also possess substantial power. And his personal guards must be exceptional experts. Yes, this servant understands. Eunuch Sun hastily replied. The members of the Imperial Eunuch Corps are all at least third-tier experts, varying in background, including those who have traversed the martial world, elite soldiers, palace maids, eunuchs, and the offspring of military families. After Eunuch Sun left, Li Yun softly spoke. Come out. Your Majesty. Lin Wanner stepped forth from behind the screen. You have heard everything, haven't you? Li Yun inquired. I have heard it all. Lin Wanner replied. Chen Changsheng still refuses to serve me. Do you think this is related to my having made you Wan Fei? Li Yun said nonchalantly. Of course not. Chen Changsheng is a man of little interest in fame or fortune, cautious and meticulous. The battlefield is fraught with peril. Even a congenital master cannot guarantee their life. It is no surprise that he chose to withdraw. As for the matter between him and me, if your Majesty does not trust me, I can die to prove my innocence. Lin Wanner stated with a serene expression. Haha, how could I not trust Wan Fei? It was merely a jest. Do not take it to heart. Li Yun laughed instantly. At this moment, he still relied upon Lin Yong to aid him in quelling the rebellion and would naturally not act against Lin Wanner. What may be a jest to your Majesty is a matter of honor for Wanner. I kindly request that your Majesty refrain from such jokes in the future. Lin Wanner gently urged. Haha, of course, Wanner. I am quite busy with state affairs today and will not visit the Empress Dowager. Please go in my stead. Li Yun said. Yes, your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner cast a deep look at Li Yun before turning to leave. Watching her departing figure, Li Yun's expression gradually turned sinister. Were it not for your father's usefulness in battle, humph. In the 30th year of Shizong, in mid-November, General Lin Yong launched an offensive against the King of Wu, advancing with great momentum, capturing 13 cities in just over a month, and reaching the outskirts of Jianya. The city of Jianya, fortified with a strong army, saw the King of Wu hold his ground, but after nearly a month of siege, the defending General Chun Liang surrendered the city. The King of Wu, Li Chun, aware of his inability to withstand the heavenly troops, set fire to the Wu King's residence, perishing along with his entire family. In an instant, the world was shaken. Within merely 2 months of the Five Kings Rebellion, one of them was extinguished. In the first year of Yizong, Lin Yong returned to the capital with captives, bringing great joy to Yizong, who elevated Lin Yong to the rank of General of Chariots and Cavalry and promoted Wan Fei to the rank of Wan Guifei, second only to the Empress. Lin Yong's name echoed throughout the realm. That same year, Prince Qi, Li Ku, raised an army in Jin. At this time, it had been less than 40 years since the fall of the Great Jin, and many older Jin people were still alive, holding memories of their homeland. Li Ku understood the importance of winning the people's hearts, secretly sending messengers to spread the word that he was a descendant of the Jin dynasty's princess, carrying the bloodline of the imperial family, thus gaining substantial support from the elder Jin populace. After raising his banner, within just over a month, he recaptured more than half of the Jin territory. The other princes, Hua Wang, Dai Wang, and Shu Wang, were no easy opponents either. While the court focused on the attack against the King of Wu, they swiftly seized cities and consolidated their territories, forming alliances to counter the court. With the court unstable, the martial world was equally restless. Various martial sects scrambled to take advantage of the situation, some supporting the court, others backing the rebellious princes. The entire Dezhou was plunged into chaos. In February of the first year of Yizong, Lin Yong embarked on another expedition, heading west into Shu. However, the mountainous terrain of Shu made the campaign arduous, and with disturbances from Hua Wang, Dai Wang, and Qi Wang, He returned empty-handed after 6 months. In August of the first year of Yizong, General Yi Wuji returned to the capital, while Lin Yong headed north to the border. In October of the first year of Yizong, General Yi personally led an expedition against Dai Wang, and within just 3 months, annihilated Dai Wang's territory, capturing the entire family of Dai Wang Lizhia. In May of the second year of Yizong, after only 2 months of rest, General Yi Wuji set out again to subdue Hua Wang. By August, Hua Wang had lost more than half of his territory. In September, Yi Wuji besieged the city. Li Yun was overjoyed, believing that the so-called Five Kings Rebellion was merely the antics of clowns. In October, Yi Wuji unexpectedly died. Simultaneously, Shu Wang emerged from the mountains. While Qi Wang's forces took advantage of the chaos to defeat the imperial army and seize Hua Wang's territory, leading to a tumultuous shift in the situation, once again shrouding it in uncertainty. On the 5th day of October, outside the capital, a man and a dog arrived. Chapter 43. 3 years later, 3 years have passed, and I, Hu Han-san, have finally returned. Gazing at the familiar Zizaman, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Woof! It seems you missed this place too. Come, let us enter the city." Chen Changsheng gently beckoned. 3 years prior, Lin Yong led the army to the kingdom of Wu, and the Emperor Yizong summoned Chen Changsheng to accompany the troops, but Chen Changsheng vanished without a trace. In fact, during these 3 years, Chen Changsheng had not been idle. Having traversed into this world for nearly 7 years, the first 3 were spent in cautious development, and in the 4th year, he had briefly indulged, only to have his identity revealed, becoming embroiled in a struggle for the throne. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat from the world. Over the past 3 years, he traveled extensively, seeking to ascertain whether true monsters existed in this world. Regardless of whether through storytelling, literature, or others' accounts, monsters seemed to be real. Yet when asked who had truly seen one, none could provide an answer. During these 3 years, Chen Changsheng journeyed to many places and finally confirmed, half a year ago, that monsters indeed exist. The confirmation of their existence did not stem from witnessing some great monster, but rather from De Huang. Half a year ago, De Huang appeared to undergo a transformation, or perhaps an evolution, and performed a live shedding of its skin for Chen Changsheng. Shedding. Many creatures are known to shed their skins, such as snakes, cicadas, crabs, shrimp, and spiders. However, who has ever heard of a dog shedding its skin? Chen Changsheng witnessed it firsthand. His beloved De Huang, under the moonlight, began to shed its skin. Subsequently, a force akin to true energy, similar to what resides within Chen Changsheng, emerged from De Huang's body, which he termed demon power. After the transformation, De Huang's fur took on a golden hue, and its size shrank slightly, but when angered, it could swell with demon power, transforming into an even larger De Huang, capable of unleashing wind blades from its mouth, akin to the sword energy Chen Changsheng conjured, allowing for long-range attacks. Is this not a monster? What then can be deemed a monster? Thus, Chen Changsheng became even more intrigued about his future. After 3 years of arduous training, Chen Changsheng's prowess has significantly advanced, reaching the late stage of the innate realm. Even his external martial arts have ascended to the mid-stage of the innate realm. The combination of these 2 advancements leaves Chen Changsheng himself unsure of the extent of his own terrifying power. He muses that the combat strength of someone like Feng Xinzi from 3 years ago would likely falter in a single exchange against him. Even Emperor Shizong would probably withstand no more than a dozen moves. After transforming, De Huang would not stand a chance against him either. Chen Changsheng contemplates that perhaps he has become invincible in this world, hence his return. However, to maintain a low profile, he has donned a new face, crafting a human skin mask. The address of his new residence is 169 Changming Street. A mere wall separates it from his former abode. After tidying up a bit, De Huang called out to Chen Changsheng, inquiring if he wished to visit their old home. With a light chuckle, Chen Changsheng expressed his longing for home and effortlessly leaped over the wall to enter. Observing the courtyard filled with withered branches and fallen leaves, he felt a wave of nostalgia. To his surprise, the grapevine still thrived, displaying remarkable vitality. It was a pity he arrived too late, otherwise, he could have savored fresh grapes. Alas, it has been 3 years, and that little girl has yet to return. What an ungrateful wretch she is. A brief glance revealed that his markings in a hidden location remained undisturbed, confirming that Feng Zuiping had not returned during these 3 years. With no news for such a long time amidst the chaos of war, he wondered if she had met an untimely demise in some corner of the world. That seemed unlikely, for she had left with the strength of a 3rd-tier practitioner, augmented by the elixirs he provided, and should have easily advanced to the 1st tier. Perhaps she had gone to Jin territory? It could be possible, especially since the Qi is no longer in the capital. After 3 years. There are still those who monitor this place. Are they spies from Yinzong or Qi? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, gazing toward the door. Regardless of who it may be, he thought, it does not concern me. I am merely Chen Changsheng, or Chen Changshou. What does it matter to me? Returning to his new home, Chen Changsheng began to investigate the changes in the capital. Days later, at Wanhua Tower. The old and new replace each other. Indeed, the newcomers are delightful. Chen Changsheng has always been consistent, favoring young and beautiful maidens. Have you heard? The great general died suddenly. It is said he was assassinated, likely by the Qi men. Surely it was a collaboration between the Qi and the Shu, for General Yi Wujie is an innate master. Yi Wujie is dead? Assassinated? Is that true? How could a general of his stature, an innate expert, be slain under the protection of the army? With Yi Wujie's demise, Li Yin's days will surely be difficult. The Qi Li Ku is not to be trifled with. If things go awry, Li Yin's throne may not be secure. However, this is of no concern to me, as I am merely a prison guard. Indeed, Chen Changsheng, or rather, Chen Changshou, has now transformed into an ordinary prison guard in the heavenly prison. How fortuitous. Due to the rebellion, the number of prisoners in the heavenly prison has increased, leading to a shortage of guards. They are recruiting externally, and by chance. Chen Changsheng found himself amidst this opportunity. Thus, within the heavenly prison, a new guard named Chen Changshou has emerged. 3 years may seem neither long nor short. Yet it is ample time for one to fade from memory. Moreover, many of the old guards from 3 years ago have departed. Several have seized the opportunity for glory in battle and chosen to transfer, leaving only a handful of veterans in the heavenly prison. Among them, Chen Changsheng's closest companion, Pan Wu, left the heavenly prison a year prior to pursue his own destiny. Alas, with the death of General Yi Wujie, who can quell the turmoil of the two kings? In truth, there are still talents within the realm. Who? Naturally, it is the cavalry, General Lin Yong. When General Lin mobilized, he extinguished the Wu Wang in 3 months, proving himself to be a prominent military figure of the age. It is unfortunate that his campaign against Shu faltered, and with Concubine Wan relegated to the Cold Palace, the era of this remarkable talent has come to a close. If His Majesty could employ General Lin, there might still be hope for quelling the rebellion. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng could not help but frown. Concubine Wan has been banished to the Cold Palace? Lin Wana? Is this truly the fate that awaits her for her intended marriage to Li Yin? 3 years have passed. And although Chen Changsheng harbors no deep feelings for Lin Wana, the news of her banishment stirs within him an irresistible urge to see her. Do not mistake me. Chen Changsheng is not a lovesick fool. Lin Wana is his savior, and at the very least, she is a friend. He is not the type to forsake an entire forest for a single tree. Chapter 44. The Cold Palace in the Imperial Palace of the Great Zhou. Within the inner courtyard lies the Cold Palace. The autumn wind howls, and the courtyard is strewn with withered branches and leaves, as if lamenting its former glory. Your Highness, it is time to rest. Ming Yu gazed at her mistress with concern, disregarding propriety as she sat amidst the desolate foliage. Her eyes filled with sorrow as they fixated on the palace gates. I am not tired. You should rest first, Lin Wana replied softly. But Your Highness, your health. Ming Yu could not help but interject. It matters not. No one cares for me. Perhaps an early demise would be a better fate, Lin Wana spoke gently. Your Highness, please do not say such things. You still have General Cheki to support you. Ming Yu insisted. General Cheki? With the great general around. What does General Cheki even amount to? Lin Wana shook her head. Why was she confined to the Cold Palace? Had she truly erred in any way? Certainly not. It was simply because the Empress, Yi Piaoling, could not tolerate her presence. Who is Yi Piaoling? She is the daughter of General Yi Wujie and the cousin of Emperor Yinzong. And what of Lin Wana? Formally, they should refer to each other as cousins. Yet their relationship is rather awkward. Lin Wana's aunt is the remarried wife of General Yi Wujie, which has always bred animosity between them. Initially, when Lin Wana entered the palace, Lin Yong was appointed as a general, and in 3 months, he vanquished the Wu Wang, achieving unparalleled merit. So even Yi Piaoling could do nothing against Lin Wana. However, as time went on, with Lin Yong's defeat in Shu and the general's return to the capital, Lin Wana's life in the palace became increasingly difficult. Eventually, Emperor Yinzong found some pretext to cast her into the Cold Palace. Lin Wana understood that Emperor Yinzong still harbored grievances, and even though that fateful night proved her innocence, he remained troubled by her past. Coupled with Yi Piaoling's whispers and the formidable presence of the general's return, it ultimately led to her present predicament. Were it not for the birth of her daughter, she might have already met her end. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Changsheng observed the scene between the mistress and her maid, his brow furrowing slightly. He had not anticipated that during his absence, Lin Wanner would endure such suffering. Just endure a little longer. Once your father is reinstated, your days will improve. As for that Li Yin, he truly deserves a beating. Very well, I shall first assist you in reclaiming some interest. After all, we share a bond as friends. And she was once my savior. Once this matter settles, we shall go our separate ways, splendidly so. With this thought in mind, Chen Changsheng abandoned the notion of leaving the palace and instead sought out Li Yin, having previously infiltrated the Qi Wang's and Taizi's residences. Although this is his first time in the imperial palace, the layout is not dissimilar, to put it in modern terms. The royal residences share a high degree of similarity in design, differing only in scale. At this moment, within the Huangji Hall, Li Yin set down his brush, gently massaging his temples. The sudden death of General Yi Wujia has cast a shadow over the entire palace. Your Majesty, my father, he died so tragically. It must have been the Qi Wang and the Shu Wang. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for my father. The voice of Empress Yi Piaoling incessantly echoed in Li Yin's ears. Be the master, be the master. The two insatiable whelps, the Qi Wang and the Shu Wang, has my father not been kind enough to them? One is granted the title of a powerful prince in Shu, and the other is the unprecedented Qi Wang of 7 pearls. Why then do they resort to rebellion? Why? Li Yin gasped for breath. Within the entire Huangji Hall, not a single eunuch remained, all having been sent outside the palace gates to wait. Li Yin was acutely aware of his position as the emperor. Anyone could be weak, but he could not afford to show weakness. Or rather, his frailty must remain concealed from all, for he was the emperor. With no one left to rely upon, did he truly have to reinstate Lin Yong? It seemed he had no other choice. Li Yin murmured to himself. Chapter 45. The Fearful Li Yin, Your Majesty. The ginseng soup brewed by Her Majesty the Empress awaits your consumption. At that moment, a young eunuch entered. Who permitted your entry? Get out. Upon hearing the words Her Majesty the Empress, Li Yin erupted like a startled rooster. Heh, Your Majesty, you may not wish to drink this soup, but you must. The young eunuch stepped forward, holding the soup with both hands. Who are you? You are not Xiao Gizi. Guards. Before Li Yin could call for help, the young eunuch swiftly approached him, directly pressing on his mute point, prying open his mouth, and forcefully pouring the so-called ginseng soup into him. Not drinking? This is a painstaking brew from Her Majesty the Empress. Refusing to drink it is quite disrespectful. Chen Changsheng gently patted Li Yin's face. Indeed, this young eunuch was none other than Chen Changsheng in disguise. He refrained from revealing his true identity. For Li Yin remained a sovereign and had many formidable individuals at his disposal. He did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble. Even so, he could easily take Li Yin's life at this moment. Li Yin could not utter a word, yet the terror etched on his face was undeniable. After all, in such circumstances, if his adversary harbored ill intentions, his demise was nearly assured. At this moment, he regretted not having retained a few skilled individuals by his side for assistance. Look at your pitiful state. Where is the dignity of an emperor? Compared to your deceased father, you truly fall short. Chen Changsheng patted Li Yin's face once more, then departed the Huangji Hall without a backward glance. Li Yin's heart raced with fear. Who was this mysterious figure? It seemed his father's disappearance was somehow linked to him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Changsheng elegantly exited the palace and swiftly returned home, while Li Yin remained in distress. Having been struck at his acupoints, he was immobilized and mute. And with all the eunuchs and palace maids sent away, he could only stand idly and await rescue. The following morning, Chen Changsheng resumed his duties, while Li Yin continued to stand in the grand hall, having reached his limit. However, due to the acupoints being struck, he could only remain standing in place. Has Your Majesty not yet emerged from the Huangji Hall? Feng Xinzi inquired of Gong Gong Pei. Yesterday, His Majesty tasked me with investigating some past matters. Therefore, I am not privy to the details. However, the palace maids and eunuchs stationed outside the hall mentioned that His Majesty is in a foul mood and has permitted no one to enter. Pei Gong Gong replied. The sudden death of Grand General Yi Wujing is something no one could have anticipated. His Majesty has always relied on the Grand General, and now with the rebellion unresolved, it is only natural that he feels distressed, Feng Xinzi suggested. Perhaps we should postpone today's morning court to allow His Majesty some peace? That seems prudent. As long as I remain here, I can ensure His Majesty's safety, Pei Gong Gong confidently asserted. A skilled practitioner can, to a certain extent, resonate with their surrounding environment. Within the Huangji Hall, it was evident that only one presence lingered, undoubtedly that of Li Yin. Very well, I appreciate your vigilance, Pei Gong Gong. Feng Xinzi first bowed respectfully, then called out loudly, "Your Majesty, I shall disperse the court officials to ensure you are not disturbed." Inside the Huangji Hall, Li Yin's eyes bulged, his mouth straining to move, yet he remained utterly immobile, inwardly screaming, "Do not leave. Do not leave. Come save me." However, neither Feng Xinzi nor Pei Gong possessed the ability to read minds, let alone discern thoughts from beyond the Grand Hall's doors. Consequently, the court session was postponed until the next day. Pei Gong stood guard outside the Huangji Hall until evening, when he suddenly heard faint sounds emanating from within, accompanied by an unusual odor. Sensing something amiss, he attempted to call out, "Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Are you well?" Yet, no response came. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pei Gong rushed forward and pushed open the Grand Hall's doors. "Your Majesty." In an instant, Pei Gong was taken aback. "What has happened to you? Have you wet yourself?" No wonder an unmistakable odor wafted from beyond the hall. Half an hour later, in Kunning Palace, a high-ranking eunuch raised a decree high above his head, followed by a contingent of palace guards who stormed into Kunning Palace. "Gong Qian, what is the meaning of this? This is Kunning Palace. Who allowed you to intrude? By the Emperor's command, we are here to search for assassins. Additionally, Her Majesty the Empress, we kindly ask you to accompany us." Gong Qian replied coldly. "Without the Emperor's decree, who dares to wreak havoc in the harem?" Chapter 46. The Empress, quite delicate in the cold palace, whispers circulated, "Have you heard? The Empress has been arrested. They say it is for attempting to assassinate the Emperor." The Empress attempting to assassinate the Emperor? That seems implausible. Upon hearing the discussions of his peers, Chen Changsheng could not help but reflect on Li Yin's decisiveness and ability to capitalize on the situation. It appeared that the Empress's fate was sealed, and Lin Wanner would likely emerge from the cold palace. Fortunately, having acquired the medical knowledge of the imperial physician after administering a certain concoction, it was likely that Li Yin would never regain his vigor again. In the inner palace courtyard, in the cold palace, Lin Wanner stood dazed in the courtyard, gazing at the palace walls, lost in thought. Mingyue, attending her, also stared at the palace walls, yet sensed that today, the Empress seemed vastly different from her usual self. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the cold palace door. "How strange, who is knocking?" Mingyue inquired curiously. Being cast into the cold palace was akin to being cut off from the world. No one would come to visit, not even food, which was delivered through a small opening. Had it not been for Lin Wanner giving birth to a princess and having General Lin Yong as her protector, the food delivered might well have been spoiled. The reality of the inner palace was harsh. When one is in power, everyone fawns over them. When one is out of favor, they all take the opportunity to trample upon them. 3 years in the palace had taught her the harshness of human nature. "Gong Shui, what brings you here? You even brought imperial wine. Are you here to take the Empress away?" Upon seeing the imperial wine presented by Gong Shui, Mingyue immediately burst into tears. In the palace, when the Emperor decrees death, it is generally not executed in such a bloody manner. Typically, there are 3 options: a length of white silk for hanging, a dagger for self-termination, or poison wine, which leads to a swift demise. Generally, being offered poison wine is the most common choice. "Very well, Mingyue, perhaps I should have died 2 years ago. Living these 2 additional years is already a gain." Lin Wanner spoke in a flat tone, her gaze fixed on the cup of poison wine, her heart as still as water. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. I have come by decree to escort you to preside over Kunning Palace." Gong Shui replied with a smile. Who could have imagined that the once cast-aside Wan Guifei would have a chance to rise again? Furthermore, upon gaining favor, she would directly assume control of Kunning Palace, thus becoming the esteemed matriarch of the realm. To preside over Kunning Palace? What does that mean? Where is Yi Piaoling? Lin Wanner furrowed her brows. In the Dezhou Palace, only the Empress has the qualifications to reside in Kunning Palace. The Empress Yi has been stripped of her title and imprisoned in the dungeons, awaiting her fate. However, the realm cannot be without an empress for even a single day. His Majesty has decreed that the virtuous and gracious Gui Fei Wan shall take residence in Kunning Palace, the esteemed eunuch Chui respectfully announced. Yi Piaoling attempted to assassinate the emperor? How could this be? She is the empress and a cousin to Li Yin. His Majesty still relies on the Grand General to adjudicate the chaos among the princes. How could he possibly depose her? Could it be that what he said is true? The Grand General Yi Wujing is truly dead? In Lin Wanner's mind, she suddenly recalled a statement made by Chen Changsheng the previous night. The Grand General is a master of innate prowess, protected by a mighty army. Who could possibly kill him? Could it be? At this thought, a flicker of sweetness arose within Lin Wanner. Is it him? Would he go so far as to assassinate Grand General Yi Wujing for my sake? It seems not entirely impossible. After all, did he not kill the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhou Yongchang, and his son for the sake of Princess Mingluo? Virtuous and gracious, indeed. Lin Wanner chuckled softly. If Li Yin truly believed her to be virtuous and gracious, why then has she endured 2 years of existence in this cold palace? Even her beloved daughter was taken away at birth. To this day, she has not seen her daughter a second time. Reflecting now, her daughter must be 2 years old. Your Highness, let us go see His Majesty, Eunuch Chui respectfully urged. How could he not know what Lin Wanner was laughing at? She was mocking the emperor. He did not dare to interject or allow her to continue. Very well, let us depart. Lin Wanner nodded gently. Li Yin, truly a heartless man. Yi Piaoling could never have attempted to assassinate Li Yin. The only explanation is that Grand General Yi Wujing is indeed dead, and Yi Piaoling is no longer of use. Li Yin requires her father, Lin Yong, to assess the rebellion across the realm. Thus, Yi Piaoling has been abandoned. While I may ascend to become the empress revered by all, with such a cold-hearted husband, Lin Wanner felt a chill envelop her. Meanwhile, within the dungeons, cell number 20 is entrusted to you. You must not allow any errors. Captain Ma Tao began delegating tasks. Chen Changsheng remained unfazed, while the others regarded him with peculiar glances. Yes, Captain Ma, Chen Changsheng replied. Ensure you attend to this individual with utmost care. Her status is significant. A minor mistake. And not only will you suffer, but I shall as well, Captain Ma warned. Chen Changsheng understood. Within cell number 20 resided a true dignitary, and not a soul dared to serve her, leaving the task to the inexperienced Chen Changsheng. Release this palace. I demand to see the emperor. I am wronged. Upon entering cell number 20, Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Inside was a woman in palace attire, a remarkably exquisite lady, who insisted upon referring to herself as this palace. The term this palace is not one to be used lightly. No wonder this duty fell upon him. She was indeed a challenging character. Chen Changsheng had spent years navigating the dungeons and understood their rules well. The most arduous and offensive tasks always fell to the newcomers. Once one survives the initial year or so, they become an old hand and are no longer made to take the blame. In here, everyone claims to be wronged. As for you, calling yourself this palace, who do you think you are? Chen Changsheng lazily inquired. Impertinent wretch, how dare you speak to this palace in such a manner? The exquisite lady glared at Chen Changsheng fiercely. You must be accustomed to being a master and have lost sight of your current situation, haven't you? Oh, your little face is rather delicate, Chen Changsheng remarked, giving her cheek a firm pinch. Indeed, quite delicate. Presumptuous. How dare you take liberties with this palace? I shall have your entire family executed. The lady's face turned pale, panic overtaking her. She had never experienced such treatment before, even in her intimate moments with the emperor. Everything had been proper. She had never encountered the likes of Chen Changsheng's brazen conduct. Chapter 47. A master is right beside me. Take a good look at where you are. Still dreaming of executions? You haven't even woken up yet, Chen Changsheng replied. Exasperated. You, a mere jailer? The lady retorted, anger rising and accentuating her formidable figure. Enough. You still haven't told me who you are. Chen Changsheng pressed. I am the daughter of the Grand General and the current Empress, she declared with pride. What? Empress? You are Yi Piaoling? Chen Changsheng was taken aback. How could she, Yi Piaoling, end up imprisoned? Recalling everything from last night, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Surely, his casual remarks had not led to this predicament? After all, he had impersonated the Empress to deliver medicine the previous night. How do you know my name? Yi Piaoling asked, astonished. The name of a lady is typically kept secret. And as the Empress, many ministers likely only knew her as the daughter of Grand General Yi Wujing, unaware of her given name. Yet this insignificant jailer seemed to know. Who does not know the Empress's name? How could you be imprisoned here? Chen Changsheng inquired. His Majesty must have been deceived by schemers. I am the Empress. Anyone could conspire against him, but I would never. Yi Piaoling cried. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Why will you not see me and grant me a chance to clear my name? Li Yin is truly ruthless and decisive. Chen Changsheng could not help but reflect. After nearly a decade as his wife, she was cast into the dungeons without a thought. If Yi Piaoling had such formidable allies, why did Grand General Yi Wujing not keep them close? Li Yin is not a fool. His actions likely indicate that Yi Wujing has indeed perished. And Yi Piaoling is unworthy of retaining her position as Empress. How dare you address His Majesty by name? Do you wish for your life? Yi Piaoling shot a cold glance at Chen Changsheng. You still defend your emperor? Do you even know why you are here? Chen Changsheng scoffed. You, a mere jailer. Understand nothing. Yi Piaoling retorted. Never underestimate a jailer. Chen Changsheng replied ominously. What of a jailer? Even the Emperor Shizong was buried in cell number 1. And the Emperor Yin was deceived. In this world, who else but me can claim such a title? Indeed, one must not underestimate jailers. This palace has heard His Majesty mention a great master among jailers, named Chen Changsheng, an innate master who willingly serves as a mere jailer, forsaking titles and accolades. A truly extraordinary individual. Alas, this Chen Changsheng has not been seen since he vanished 3 years ago. Had he been here, with his assistance, my father might. As she spoke, tears began to flow from Yi Piaoling's eyes. Her father, Yi Wujing, was indeed a master of innate prowess. Had another innate master assisted him, along with the protection of hundreds of thousands of troops, there should not have been any mishaps. Chen Changsheng chuckled softly. It is as it is. Hearing praise from another's lips, one cannot deny a hint of pride. Yi Piaoling, do you understand why you have fallen to such a fate? Why? Originally, Yi Piaoling intended to question what he meant by as it is. That is an innate master. The reason is simple. Grand General Yi Wujing is dead. Your support has vanished. Do you believe that next, Li Yin will retrieve Lin Wanner from the cold palace, or even directly replace you as the new empress? Chen Changsheng stated. No, that is impossible. I am the empress. I am the empress. Yi Piaoling nearly shouted, having lost the habits of a genteel lady cultivated over the years in an instant. Be realistic. My empress, you are already imprisoned in the dungeon. Li Yin, by nature dark and self-serving, had once relied on Lin Yong to vanquish Wang Wu, thereby elevating Lin Wanner from Wan Fei to Wan Guifei, while he himself was promoted to Cheqi Jiangjun. However, after Lin Yong's failure in Shu, the Grand General returned to power, leading to Lin Yong's reassignment. And the Grand General surged forward, defeating Dai Wang and attacking Huai Wang, gaining unparalleled fame. Meanwhile, the once favored Wan Guifei had been cast into the cold palace. Now, with the Grand General dead on the battlefield, Qi Wang seized the opportunity to swallow Huai Wang's territory and utterly rout the court's armies. The king of Shu emerged from the mountains, capturing city after city, and it appeared that Emperor Yunzong's vast empire was on the verge of slipping through his fingers. As for Li Yun, there were few renowned generals in the Great Zhou, and over the years, he had purged many old generals. At present, it was a time of transition, and the only one who could be trusted to navigate this chaos, aside from the previously reassigned Lin Yong. Was anyone else capable of such a monumental task? Now, do you understand why you are here? If nothing unexpected occurs. Wan Guifei has already left the cold palace and may even have taken residence in Kunning Palace, Chen Changsheng stated calmly. Sister, it's terrible. Lin Wanner, that wretched woman, has taken over Kunning Palace. His Majesty Yunzong intends to crown her as empress. Just as Chen Changsheng finished speaking, a young boy rushed in. Panic-stricken, his eyes fixed on Yi Piaoling. Is this truly happening? Your analysis was utterly correct. Yi Piaoling's spirit wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Sister, what should we do now? The boy exclaimed urgently. Lord Yunzong, Li Yun, once mentioned there are formidable individuals among the jailers. I didn't believe it until today, realizing that a master is right before me. I, Yi Piaoling, am already deeply entangled in this prison and have offended Lin Wanner, so my death is of little consequence. But my brother is innocent. He has never harmed anyone. I implore you, Mr. Chen, have mercy and save my brother. I seek no great fortune, only a chance for him to live. Yi Piaoling implored Chen Changsheng earnestly. Mr. Chen, I don't believe I mentioned my surname, Chen Changsheng replied, touching his nose somewhat awkwardly. There's no need to mention it. Piaoling can guess you are the Chen Changsheng that Li Yin spoke of. Who else could be described as a congenital master? Please, Mr. Chen, save my brother. He is the sole remaining hope of the Yi family. Yi Piaoling's eyes glistened with tears. Ah, the empress is indeed wise beyond measure, but rescuing your brother may prove to be quite challenging, Chen Changsheng said, furrowing his brow. What a troublesome situation to find oneself in, trying to maintain a facade while entangled in such a significant crisis. This, Yi Piaoling, is truly compelling, making it difficult for a man to refuse. In a rural area outside the capital, your father, Yi Wuji, has reached the innate realm. So your family's martial arts must be exceptional. Therefore, I shall not provide you with any techniques. This is the travel money I have prepared for you. If you refrain from extravagance, it will suffice to ensure your comfort for the latter part of your life. Additionally, these few pills will enhance your training, allowing you to achieve results with half the effort. I cannot promise you will reach the heights of Yi Wuji, but attaining the upper 3 grades should be well within your grasp. With the disguise techniques I have taught you, exercise caution in the early stages. And once your cultivation improves, as long as you don't expose your identity, self-preservation should not be an issue. Thus, I have fulfilled my promise to your sister. Our fates have reached their conclusion. How you fare in the future depends on your own destiny. Chen Changsheng spoke to the 14 or 15-year-old boy before him in a calm tone. Ultimately, he chose to save a life. In his mind, visions of splendid landscapes filled his thoughts, crystallizing into a single word: ruin. One cannot deny that conducting affairs within the dungeon, especially under the reign of Emperor Shizong, possesses a unique flavor. It is uncertain if the late Emperor Shizong is aware of his daughter-in-law's actions from beyond the grave. Chen Changsheng was confident that even if he were to leap out in anger, he would undoubtedly subdue him once more. If he could kill him once, he could do so a second time. Thank you for your guidance, benefactor. Yi Qing will undoubtedly repay your kindness in the future. The boy's face was resolute as he gazed at Chen Changsheng. Haha, I do not expect you to repay me. Your sister has already compensated me. Simply strive to survive amidst this chaotic era. Chen Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. In the previous life, there was a saying that the surnames Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Chu were the four most untouchable names, often heralding the arrival of protagonists. Yi ranks at the top. This Yi Qing certainly embodies the archetype of a protagonist, a son of a renowned general, with an empress sister destined for a life of luxury and honor. Yet, after a significant upheaval, his father perished in battle, and his sister was deposed. Yi Qing himself was rescued by a mysterious figure. It is quite a chilling thought. The life of a protagonist is remarkably resilient. Generally speaking, those who associate with protagonists often do not meet favorable ends. Thus it is wise to keep a distance. Yes, benefactor. Yi Qing knelt, respectfully bowing 3 times to Chen Changsheng before turning away without looking back. A resolute character, he may indeed accomplish great deeds in the future. After watching Yi Qing depart, Chen Changsheng turned back toward the capital. In the inner palace of Kuan-Ning Palace, Your Majesty, I am feeling a bit unwell today. I ask for your understanding. Typically, being favored by the emperor is a fortunate circumstance. However, for Lin Wanner, it felt somewhat awkward. As if the vigor of that fateful night had revealed to her the essence of true happiness, and Li Yun well, it was best not to dwell on it. Thus, when Li Yun entered Kuan-Ning Palace, Lin Wanner instinctively rejected him. Ah, Wanner, is it that your monthly cycle has come? Then I shall return in a few days. Do take care of your health. I await the birth of a son from you to inherit the throne. Li Yun smiled. Inherit the throne? At the mention of those words, Lin Wanner's heart stirred. What woman could resist the allure of having her son ascend as emperor? After Li Yun departed, Mingwei, standing by, remarked, Your Majesty, did your cycle not just pass? Days later, Li Yun returned. Your Majesty, Wanner's monthly cycle has not yet commenced. 3 days hence. Wanner, you cannot possibly find an excuse today, Li Yun said, suppressing his anger. Surely, he was aware of the status of her cycle. The royal family meticulously records the monthly cycles of every concubine, let alone the empress. Of course, Your Majesty, please come in, Lin Wanner said, feeling both embarrassed and resigned. She truly found it impossible to refuse Li Yun, especially in the palace, where no one could defy him. Ah, Wanner, I have issued a decree to promote your father, Lin Yong, to Grand General, commanding the armies of the realm. He will return to the capital shortly, and if you can conceive a dragon son before his return, I am sure he will be most pleased. Li Yun's expression softened. Indeed, I was thinking the same, Lin Wanner replied softly. This Li Yun was, as Chen Changsheng had suggested, deeply scheming and ruthlessly pragmatic, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. By pushing for her to conceive a dragon son at this moment, he clearly feared that her father would harbor resentment for his past emotion. Intending to convey that the empire would belong to her future son, leaving her father to decide his level of involvement. That's good, that's good. Haha, Wanner. I have missed you during these days, but enough of that. Let us rest early, Li Yun laughed heartily. Subsequently, the candlelight dimmed, shadows flickered beyond the window paper. And after a long pause, Li Yun sat dazed upon the bed, his face filled with despair. Why is it not working anymore? Everything had seemed perfectly normal before. A man cannot be deemed useless, especially an emperor, who must never be so. Your Majesty, perhaps the pressures of recent days have weighed heavily upon you. It would be best to rest today and address matters at a later time, Lin Wanner expressed, visibly relieved. Indeed, it may be so. Since my ascension to the throne, I have labored diligently, yet the rebellions of various princes and the plight of the common folk have only compounded my burdens, Li Yun lamented. Adept at finding excuses for himself. It is not that I am incapable, it is merely the overwhelming stress that plagues me. Thus, a night passed in silence, with a man and a woman each finding solace in their own thoughts, the true nature of which remained known only to them. The following day arrived. In the evening, as the candlelight flickered out, shadows danced behind the papered windows. After a moment, he pondered, why is it still ineffective? Could it be that I am no longer capable? Li Yun found it hard to believe. Although his resources were not abundant, his condition had always been satisfactory, at least for the duration of a half-teacup's time. Yet now, it was as if Li Xiaoruan had become unreachable. How could this be? Your Majesty, you must be under tremendous stress. Relaxation will surely aid you. Lin Wanner consoled. Perhaps that is the case, but this time, Li Xiaoruan lacked her previous confidence. Another sleepless night ensued. The next evening, Your Majesty, will you visit Kunning Palace today? Asked Eunuch Cui quietly. Forget Kunning Palace. Do not go. Instead, select for me a concubine who is yet to be summoned. Li Yun instructed. He wished to test whether it was his presence in Kunning Palace that rendered him ineffective or if he was truly incapable. That night, as the candlelight extinguished, shadows flitted behind the papered windows, and after a moment, he exclaimed, why is this happening? Chapter 49. White silk, poison wine, a dagger. Choose your fate. Great physician, what affliction plagues my body? Li Yun inquired, his expression dark and his piercing gaze fixed upon the elderly physician before him. Is the emperor unable to engage with women? What significance does such an emperor hold? Your Majesty, it appears you have been poisoned, the great physician replied timidly. Poisoned? That cannot be. Prior to every meal, someone tests the food. There has never been an error. How could I be poisoned? Li Yun furrowed his brow. The emperor's dietary safety was beyond reproach. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as stringent. Throughout the history of the Dezhou and even preceding dynasties, no emperor had ever been poisoned. Your Majesty, the pulse indicates this is indeed the case. Furthermore, I believe this is the unique formula of Lu Tai. The great physician stated. Lu Tai? Is there a Lu among the imperial physicians? Li Yun inquired, astonished. How could he have no recollection? Your Majesty, this involves a secret matter. Please forgive me for my boldness. The great physician trembled as he spoke. I pardon you, Li Yun replied nonchalantly. Thank you for your grace. Your Majesty, 5 years ago, there was indeed a Lu Tai in the palace. A physician of remarkable skill who earned the trust of Emperor Shizong and was appointed as the chief physician. He possessed a secret formula that rendered men impotent. Throughout history, there have been many scandalous acts within the palace, often due to eunuchs who, after undergoing castration at a young age, developed abilities akin to those of men. Although emperors have historically enforced strict measures, including annual inspections, there have always been those who slipped through the cracks and committed disgraceful acts within the court. However, following the emergence of Lu Tai, all eunuchs in the palace were administered his concoction, resulting in the cessation of such acts. I have even checked the pulses of those eunuchs who consumed the secret potion. Their pulses are similar to mine now, the great physician remarked, glancing at Li Yun. Is my pulse akin to those who have perished? Li Yun's voice turned cold. He had unwittingly consumed the same concoction as those deceased eunuchs. This was utterly intolerable. At this moment, Li Yun's mind was consumed with memories of that night, when he was coerced into drinking the medicinal brew. Without a doubt, that bowl of medicinal concoction was the infamous secret remedy of Lu Tai. Your Majesty, I must confess that this is indeed the case. The great physician knelt, trembling. This poison, is there an antidote? Li Yun inquired, his brow furrowed. I do not possess one. Only Lu Tai knows the antidote. As this formula originated from him, the great physician replied. And where is Lu Tai? Fetch him for me. Li Yun urged anxiously. Your Majesty, I fear he cannot be found, the great physician stammered. Why not? Li Yun pressed, furrowing his brow. 5 years ago, Lu Tai offended Emperor Shizong and was executed. He is deceased, so how can we retrieve him? The great physician explained with a bitter smile. Dead. Then do you know if anyone else is aware of this formula? Does he have any disciples or family? Li Yun inquired. Lu Tai died 5 years ago, yet someone has still brewed a poison using his secret formula, indicating he must have had an apprentice. However, Lu Tai was known for his eccentricity. He often excavated corpses from random burial sites for his medical studies. And I have not heard of any disciples or family. As for the formula, it is a secret known only to him, since his death. New eunuchs in the palace have refrained from using such potions and reverted to older methods. With annual inspections, the great physician murmured. Is there truly no antidote for this poison? Li Yun felt a sense of despair creeping in. None. Previously, several senior eunuchs sought counsel from imperial physicians and renowned herbalists regarding this poison, yet no antidote has been discovered. The great physician shook his head. Damn it! Bring me someone. Li Yun's fury erupted. Your Majesty. Immediately, several guards rushed forth. Take this old fool away and beat him to death. Li Yun commanded, consumed by rage. Is there truly no hope? No antidote? Will I be reduced to Li Wan for the rest of my days? How am I to live? Your Majesty, please spare me. You have said you pardon me. The great physician pleaded in terror. Why are you still standing there? Take him away. Li Yun glared at the guards. Yes, Your Majesty. Ultimately, the great physician was dragged away and brutally beaten to death. Moments later, Your Majesty, the execution is complete. The great physician has been killed. Eunuch Chui reported as he entered, bowing respectfully. Understood. You may leave. Li Yun waved his hand dismissively, his interest waning. Your Majesty, where shall we go? Eunuch Chui inquired respectfully. Let us not go to Tehi Palace. I wish to sleep alone tonight, Li Yun replied calmly. Eunuch Chui was taken aback. It was highly unusual for His Majesty to sleep alone. Yes, Your Majesty. In Kuan-Ning Palace, Lin Wanner had awaited the emperor for several days. Growing puzzled by his absence, could there have been further complications regarding her father's appointment as general? Otherwise, how could he have failed to visit when he had promised to create a small figure before her father's return? Chun Tao, where has His Majesty been resting these past few days? Lin Wanner inquired, curious to discover who had captured the emperor's attention. Your Majesty has been resting in Tehi Palace these past few days, with no one to accompany him, Chun Tao responded respectfully. As the empress, Lin Wanner had more than just one maidservant attending to her. What? He has been resting in Tehi Palace? Has no concubine accompanied him? Lin Wanner asked, astonished. After years of marriage, Lin Wanner believed she understood Li Yun well. Despite his shortcomings, he was known for his proclivity for women. How could he remain in Tehi Palace for several consecutive days? Meanwhile, within Tehi Palace, Your Majesty, many are advocating for Empress Yi, asserting that confining her in the sky prison is unjust. Feng Xinz spoke softly. Empress Yi? What Empress Yi? Yi Piaoling has been deposed. She is no longer the empress. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yi Piaoling, you truly possess a ruthless heart, allowing me, the esteemed ruler of a nation, to transform into a mere shadow of vengeance, shouting for your demise. Summon someone forth. Decree a gift of a white silk to Yi Piaoling, a cup of He Dinghong poison, and a dagger of 100 forges, permitting her to choose one for her own end as an apology to the world. Li Yin was thoroughly incensed. Chapter 50. Once more, the facade of death. In the capital's prison, Yi Huangho, His Majesty bestows upon you a length of white silk, a cup of royal wine, and a dagger. Please, Your Majesty, take your leave. Chui Gonggong arrived with several young eunuchs, 3 of whom presented a table bearing a white silk, a cup of poison, and a dagger. Your Majesty, will you truly not grant me one last audience? Yi Piaoling's heart felt ashen, her once lively pupils devoid of their former spirit. Indeed, everything had been foreseen by Chen Changsheng. Fortunately, her brother Yi Qing had safely departed the capital, albeit at an unspeakable cost, ensuring that the Yi family would not become extinct. Your Majesty, please depart with dignity, Chui Gonggong stated blandly, implying that should you wish to leave without dignity, assistance would be rendered. This palace understands, you may withdraw for now. I prefer not to let others witness my dismal appearance. Yi Piaoling's voice was laced with profound sorrow. She and Li Yin had shared an innocent bond in their youth. First as princess consort for several years, and later as empress, maintaining a respectful relationship throughout. She had once believed she could live out her life in happiness, unaware that her joy stemmed from her father, Yi Wujing. With his demise, happiness had fled. Yes, Your Majesty, we await outside. The servants have lingered long enough. Yet let not His Majesty wait too long, Chui Gonggong chuckled. After all, she is the empress. This small request before her demise deserves some respect. Begone. Yi Piaoling retorted coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. Chui Gonggong, unperturbed, led the young eunuchs from the cell, leaving the white silk, poison, and dagger behind. Truly a heartless individual, showing no regard for nearly a decade of marital affection. Your callousness is matched by my own transgressions, thus rendering us even. Father, your unfilial daughter has failed to protect the Yi family. I have come to seek your forgiveness, Yi Piaoling declared, raising the poison to her lips, ready to consume it. The white silk, she refused to choose, for it was said that those who hung themselves did so with their tongues protruding, a most unseemly sight. The dagger, she also hesitated to select, fearing the pain and doubting her courage to sever her own throat. The poison remained her ultimate choice, the most favorable among options. Within the palace, many of those in esteemed positions chose to end their lives with a cup of poison when faced with inevitable death. Suddenly, as Yi Piaoling prepared to drink the poison, a stone flew from afar, knocking the cup from her grasp. What a foolish woman! Do you truly wish to die? Chen Changsheng's voice resonated within the prison. If I do not die, what then? Yi Piaoling bitterly replied. The emperor has decreed my death. How could I possibly live? Indeed, you shall live, but in another realm, a place where you can thrive. Chen Changsheng declared. Chen Changsheng, unable to bear witnessing Yi Pialing's demise, had two reasons for his reluctance. The first being her status as empress, and the second, well, it was rather appealing. Chui Gonggong and his entourage await outside. If I do not perish, they will soon come to assist in my demise, making it all the more agonizing. Yi Pialing shook her head. Having spent years in the palace, she understood the ways of court. A death decree from the emperor was meant to be dignified. One must die with grace. Even if you do not desire dignity, others will ensure it for you. I sense a robust life force within you, suggesting you possess a cultivation level of approximately the 4th rank. I possess a secret technique that can place you in a state of false death, one that even the imperial physician cannot discern. Chen Changsheng proclaimed. False death technique? But they await outside. Such a technique, Yi Pialing hesitated. With a rich heritage, her father a master of innate prowess, her own strength was not to be underestimated. Indeed, she possessed a 4th rank cultivation. Yet, mastering secret techniques was seldom a simple endeavor. Rest assured, with my presence, I guarantee you will master it in a mere moment. Chen Changsheng smiled. Is that truly so? Yi Pialing's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, Chen Changsheng affirmed. Very well, assist me. Yi Pialing inhaled deeply. To live, who truly desires death? She, Yi Pialing, did not wish for such an end. Moreover, Li Yin's betrayal had left her heartbroken, and she contemplated her revenge. Conditions. Chen Changsheng stated matter-of-factly. Should you desire, I shall accompany you once more. Yi Pialing's cheeks flushed slightly. To be honest, who truly benefits from such an arrangement is debatable, at least for Yi Pialing. It was indeed so. After all, she was nearing 30. As the saying goes, 30 resembles a wolf, 40 a tiger, and 51 who can absorb the earth. Women possess their desires, yet her status stifled such needs. Ah, come now, I shall assist you. Chen Changsheng chuckled. Though Chen Changsheng held a certain fondness for women, he was not attracted to the debauchery of libertines, nor did he admire the loose morals of those like Duan Jingchun. His pursuit was to navigate through the flowers without leaving a trace, engaging in cooperative exchanges, where mutual desire led to parting ways. This was the life Chen Changsheng sought. Half an hour later, Chui Gonggong and several young eunuchs re-entered the cell. Observing the empty cup and the lifeless form of Yi Pialing on the ground, they sighed. Your Majesty, we are left with no choice. Chui Gonggong stepped forward, first checking for breath, then gently feeling for a pulse, ultimately confirming that Yi Pialing had indeed passed. Before returning to the palace to report, she is truly dead? Li Yin's voice was hoarse. Having been wed for nearly a decade, it was impossible to claim there were no feelings. Yet, for the sake of the Dezhou imperial lineage and the throne beneath him, such measures had to be taken. This servant has personally checked. There is no mistake, Chui Gonggong assured. Very well, dispatch someone to the Grand General's residence, disperse the servants and guards. Confine Yi Qing within the Yeding Palace, and hand him over to Lin Huangho. Yi Qing's biological mother is Lin Huangho's aunt, perhaps for this reason. His life may yet be spared. This is all I can do. Li Yin waved his hand gently. Yi Pialing bore no relation to Lin Wanner. Yet Yi Qing and Lin Wanner shared a blood bond as cousins, just as he and Yi Pialing were connected. Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, the location you instructed us to monitor at 168, Changming Street has shown some activity. Changming Street, 168? Chen Changsheng? He has returned. Instantly, Li Yin rose in excitement. Now was a pivotal moment, and if Chen Changsheng had returned, he might be able to assist him. After all, he had once promised several conditions. Chapter 51, it seems. I can no longer conceal it. Am I truly not dead? In the capital, South District, Guangyuan Road 121. This is the dwelling Chen Changsheng prepared for Yi Pialing. No. You are dead, Chen Changsheng asserted. Dead? Are you a ghost? Yi Pialing rolled her eyes. What I mean is, to the eyes of others, you are already deceased. I procured a corpse from the outskirts, one that bears a resemblance to your stature, and adorned it to appear like you, thus facilitating your escape. In other words, from this day forth, in the eyes of all, the former Yi Pialing has perished, and you shall embrace a new life. Chen Changsheng proclaimed. A new life? How wonderful. Where's this place? Yi Pialing inquired. This remains in the capital, albeit in the South District. Among the 4 major districts, the South District is the poorest and most chaotic, typically avoided by the wealthy and powerful, so with a bit of disguise, you are unlikely to be recognized. This estate is bestowed upon you, and I shall also leave you some wealth. With your skills, it shall not be difficult for you to sustain yourself here. Chen Changsheng remarked. Yi Piaoling, being a proficient fourth-tier expert, has the capability to protect herself. What do you mean? Are you not planning to? Yi Piaoling furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She had initially believed that Chen Changsheng, after going to great lengths to rescue her, intended to possess her indefinitely. However, it now seemed she had overthought the matter. Our transaction has concluded. You have attained a new life, and I shall continue my role as the jailer. In due time, we shall meet again, Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. Do you not like me? Yi Piaoling's complexion turned pale. You are quite charming, Chen Changsheng stated candidly. What do you take me for? Yi Piaoling trembled with anger. Yi Qing, what brings you here? Suddenly, Chen Changsheng's eyes widened as he looked towards Yi Piaoling's back. What, little brother? Instantly, Yi Piaoling turned around, filled with excitement. Where is he? Oh no. The alert Yi Piaoling turned back, only to find that the area before her had also become desolate. Chen Changsheng, you scoundrel. In her fury, Yi Piaoling hugged her knees and began to weep. On a certain rooftop, Chen Changsheng sat calmly, observing the weeping Yi Piaoling from a distance. After waiting for a considerable time and witnessing her enter a room on her own, he finally exhaled in relief. A virtuous lady is preferable. Yet the thrill of the brothel is unmatched. If I cannot meet anyone, I shall indulge. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable. However, the sensation of having put a green hat on Li Yun is truly delightful. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself before turning to leave. Although Yi Piaoling was aware that Chen Changsheng served as a jailer in the heavenly prison, she could not afford to appear near that vicinity. It was too close to the imperial city, and should she be recognized, it would spell great trouble. At 169, Chaming Avenue. Woof woof. As soon as Chen Changsheng entered, he heard Da Huang barking and wagging his tail towards the next door. Da Huang, do you mean someone has come to visit our old home? Chen Changsheng inquired in surprise. Woof. Da Huang nodded. Dogs possess a certain understanding of human nature, especially a dog like Da Huang, who has transformed into a creature of extraordinary intelligence. Although Da Huang could not speak, their years of companionship had fostered a mutual understanding through the dog's barks and gestures. Chen Changsheng could comprehend what Da Huang intended to convey. Is it possible that I have already attracted attention upon my return? Chen Changsheng shook his head lightly. If I have, so be it. It is not a matter of great concern. The current Chen Changsheng is no longer the same as he was 3 years ago and is unafraid of Li Yun's scrutiny. Woof. Da Huang grinned at the old residents nearby. You are a house dog, not a wild one. Why the fierce demeanor? I will tell you once more. Do not kill indiscriminately. Stay composed. If they wish to stir up trouble, let them do so. Chen Changsheng gazed into Da Huang's eyes firmly. Ever since Da Huang underwent his transformation, his bloodlust had intensified, and he harbored a desire to consume humans. Fortunately, Chen Changsheng had intervened in time, firmly instructing him not to harm anyone. Otherwise, Da Huang would no longer accompany him. Thus, leisurely days passed for over half a month. During this period, Chen Changsheng began to frequent various brothels once again. 3 years absent, he returned to find many new developments, not in the venues themselves, but in the people. Numerous familiar faces from 3 years ago had gradually vanished. Those fortunate enough encountered good fortune and were redeemed, leaving that humiliating place. Those less fortunate grew old and faded, becoming mere drudges, relegated to menial tasks. Some of Chen Changsheng's former acquaintances had also disappeared. It was rumored that 2 had redeemed themselves, a commendable feat indeed. Consequently, he began to pursue new companions. Taverns and brothels have always been the most informative places, and with Chen Changsheng's advanced innate cultivation, he could open his senses at will. Within the brothel, no sound could escape his ears, including certain intimate exchanges. It was said that General Lin would be entering the capital tomorrow, with the great general gone. Can General Lin restore the old order? It remains uncertain. General Lin is formidable, yet cannot compare to the great general, can he? I hope the emperor can quell the rebellion soon. This is not war, but a financial drain. Indeed, I hear that next month, His Majesty will impose a tax for pacifying the rebellion. When will this end? Lin Yong returns to the capital tomorrow? It seems Li Yun is truly out of options. Yet, what does that concern me? I still prefer my role as a jailer. The next day, at the heavenly prison, Chen Changsheng, the inmate in cell number 22, did not survive. You should attend to it. All right. Under the alias Chen Changsheng, Chen Changsheng resumed his old profession of collecting corpses. Collecting corpses is splendid. It is safe and allows for various unexpected rewards, which Chen Changsheng relished. Jia Dao, male, 42 years old, died under severe torture. Last wish, to assist Prince Qi in pacifying the world. Good heavens, this Prince Qi is no kind-hearted individual. Even in death, he did not forget his desire to help pacify the world. Recently, while collecting corpses, he had encountered 3 or 4 such last wishes. Corpse evaluation, ordinary quality, 6 stars. Reward, 3 blood essence pills and 1 inner breath pill. If he could not fulfill the last wish, he would receive only basic rewards, which Chen Changsheng could hardly be bothered to glance at. Both the blood essence pills and inner breath pills had diminished in efficacy since he advanced to the later stage of innate cultivation, thus failing to pique his interest. For Chen Changsheng, consuming pills had become more of a habit. Although their effects were minimal, they were better than nothing. Rome was not built in a day. With perseverance, there would surely be rewards eventually. The Empress has arrived. At that moment, a high-pitched voice suddenly echoed from outside. Typically, only eunuchs would emit such a tone. Chapter 52. Exposed. Must I flee again? The Empress? Isn't that Lin Wanner? Why is she here? Could it be that she has discovered my presence? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Chen Changsheng, old Chen, old Chen. Just as Chen Changsheng was lost in thought, Deputy Commander Tian rushed over personally. Commander Tian, are you looking for me? Chen Changsheng was quite astonished. Commander Tian had never been this cordial with him before. This individual was the deputy commander of the heavenly prison, possessing strength barely at the 4th tier. It should be noted that when Chen Changsheng first entered the heavenly prison, the 3 leaders there were all at least 2nd tier. The fact that Commander Tian's strength was so lacking indicated that, after years of war, the court was indeed running low on talent. Haha. It is not I who seeks you, but the Empress. Tell me, with your connection to the Empress, why did you not mention it earlier? Otherwise, how could you be assigned to the task of moving corpses? I remember there is a vacancy for a captain in the D-class prison. I also recognize that appointing you as captain is a bit of an underestimation, but our heavenly prison has limited personnel. Old Chen, please bear with it. Commander Tian patted Chen Changsheng's shoulder with familiarity. Commander Tian, I cannot accept such an honor. I am quite content with my current duties and do not wish to change. Chen Changsheng directly shook his head. What a joke. If not for collecting corpses, what purpose would there be in becoming a jailer? Coming here was solely to have the opportunity to gather high-quality corpses and earn more rewards. The mass grave had an abundance of corpses, but their quality was far too poor. Initially, that place was a treasure trove for Chen Changsheng. Yet now the heavenly prison was the only place he deemed worthy of his presence. Unfortunately, since that year when he had wiped out all the inmates in the D-class prison, it had essentially become defunct. Ever since Emperor Yun ascended the throne, war had persisted, and the D-class prison had yet to be reopened. Very well, I shall heed your words. However, the esteemed Empress is likely growing anxious. So let us proceed to meet her. Commander Tian smiled, attempting to lighten the mood. All right, Chen Changsheng sighed. Indeed, he had been discovered. Yet, he anticipated this and remained unperturbed. After all, no one knew of his rescue of Yi Piaoling. Is it truly you? Have you taken up the role of a jailer once more, Chen Changsheng? Do you derive pleasure from it? Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, Lin Wanner initially displayed excitement, only to revert to a calm demeanor. It is I. How did you find me? Chen Changsheng inquired, puzzled. Was it difficult? Your name is Chen Changsheng. Yet you transformed into Chen Changsheng to serve as a jailer. You once resided at Changming Avenue number 168 and now live at number 169. Previously, you owned a large yellow dog, and you still have a dog now. In the past, you delighted in visiting taverns to listen to music, and that habit remains unchanged. With so many similarities, do you truly believe it was hard to locate you? Lin Wanner shot a glare at Chen Changsheng, especially when mentioning the taverns, as if she wished to extract flesh from him. I thought I had concealed myself quite well, Chen Changsheng replied, exasperated. Enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters. Were you the one who attempted to assassinate Li Yin? Lin Wanner fixed her gaze intently upon Chen Changsheng. Lin Empress, what are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. Chen Changsheng feigned ignorance, digging into his ear. Stop pretending. I had already deduced it was you. Yi Piaoling is no fool. She would not have committed such an act. Besides, infiltrating the palace requires a master of innate level, which is beyond her capabilities. Lin Wanner spoke coldly. Fine, it was indeed me, merely a prank. I did not kill him. So, are you going to arrest me, Your Majesty? Chen Changsheng shrugged nonchalantly. You have rendered him incapable of being a man. And you claim you have not harmed him? Lin Wanner's expression turned peculiar. You are aware of that? Chen Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. In the palace, there are no true secrets, even concerning the emperor. After that night, the emperor consorted with several concubines, all of whom later sought medical attention. Ultimately, those physicians all perished. He has visited me, so it is not difficult to deduce, Lin Wanner explained. You remain as astute as ever, Chen Changsheng commended, giving her a thumbs up. What do you intend by this? Why must you render him incapable of fathering heirs? Do you realize he has 6 princesses, yet lacks a single prince? Lin Wanner pressed on. An emperor without a son is a grave taboo. It could destabilize the throne. Chen Changsheng recalled a historical incident from his previous life. In the Ming dynasty, Emperor Daizong's son passed away, and this led to Zhu Qiyu seizing the opportunity to instigate a coup, resulting in Emperor Daizong's deposition. This illustrates the paramount importance of heirs in feudal dynasties. Should news of Li Yin's infertility spread, it is likely that factions will conspire with Prince Qi or Prince Shu to elevate themselves to the throne. His lack of a prince is of no concern to me. Chen Changsheng scoffed. At that moment, he suddenly realized that while he had avenged Lin Wanner, he had inadvertently incapacitated her husband. Who, then, was he truly retaliating against? I ask you, can he be cured? Lin Wanner inquired seriously. I do not know. You ought to consult a physician, Chen Changsheng suggested. Enough of this. Chen Changsheng. His Majesty has summoned you to the palace. Lin Wanner stated, her demeanor deflated. If physicians were of any use, there would be no need for heads to roll. He remarked. Chapter 53. Entering the imperial palace in the capital, at the Xuanwu gate of the palace. Although Chen Changsheng had previously visited the palace stealthily, this time he would do so openly. Mr. Chen, this way please. His Majesty awaits you in the Huaguang Hall. Eunuch's son, bowing respectfully, led the way for Chen Changsheng, filled with a desire to consume him whole in his thoughts. Indeed, this was Eunuch's son, the same individual who had been severely duped by Chen Changsheng 3 years prior. Originally, both Eunuch's son and Eunuch Chui had opportunities to assume the position of chief eunuch, yet Eunuch's son lost his chance due to Chen Changsheng's trickery. Lead the way. Chen Changsheng chuckled. Following closely behind, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. He feared that Li Yin might play tricks on him, especially given the incredulous terms Lin Wanner had mentioned the previous day, which led him to suspect that Li Yin intended to lure him into the palace for a trap. As expected, the palace was rife with experts. Throughout his journey, Chen Changsheng sensed at least 10 auras of innate level prowess lingering in the air. This was merely the palace's standard security arrangement, and he could only imagine how many more experts would emerge in times of crisis. Mr. Chen, this is the Huaguang Hall. When you meet His Majesty, remember the etiquette I previously taught you. One must not be disrespectful before His Majesty. Eunuch's son cautioned. All right, I understand. You have repeated it 800 times. Chen Changsheng replied impatiently. Very well. Eunuch's son could only manage a wry smile. Upon entering the Huaguang Hall, Chen Changsheng immediately heightened his senses, his entire being tense, as he fixed his gaze upon the 2 figures flanking Li Yin. Your Majesty, Mr. Chen has arrived. Mr. Chen, quickly pay your respects to His Majesty. Mr. Chen. Eunuch's son was almost in tears. Had they not agreed to maintain decorum before the throne? Chen Changsheng had the privilege of being an innate expert. Thus, he need not bow before the emperor. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuch's son thought to himself, fully aware that if the emperor's countenance soured, the blame would ultimately fall upon him. Mr. Chen has met His Majesty. After Eunuch's son exited, Chen Changsheng clasped his hands in greeting towards Li Yin. Ah, Mr. Chen, no need for excessive formality. Li Yin replied with a smile. Long time no see, Feng Xinzi. Your grace remains undiminished. Chen Changsheng remarked. To Li Yin's side stood 2 individuals, one of whom was Feng Xinzi, with whom Chen Changsheng had previously interacted. Their presence at Li Yin's side at this moment clearly indicated a caution against any sudden attacks from Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng held little regard for Li Yin's suspicions. If he truly wished to harm Li Yin, these 2 individuals would not impede him. Not quite the carefree existence of Mr. Chen. Feng Xinzi laughed. This one must be the legendary chief eunuch Pei, Chen Changsheng said, bowing to the final figure. Mr. Chen need not be overly courteous. Chief eunuch Pei replied coolly. Within the palace, indeed, experts abounded. Chen Changsheng could hardly fathom the existence of a figure of Pei Gong's caliber in the realm. This individual exuded an impressive aura of innate stage-late mastery, which was truly astonishing. Chen Changsheng had believed that, aside from himself, there were no other late-stage innate experts in the entire Great Zhou. Yet now he realized he had underestimated the talents of the world. My strength has its own reasons. Chief Eunuch Pei stated. At such a young age, you possess such power. You are indeed a true prodigy. Chief Eunuch Pei praised. Is Mr. Pei surprised by my strength? Li Yin inquired, astonished. Chief Eunuch Pei was well aware of his own strength, which served as a formidable asset to the Great Zhou's reign. It was a pity that Chief Eunuch Pei's loyalty lay with the imperial family, and he did not engage in the power struggles of the throne. Otherwise, dispatching him would have likely quelled any rebellions long ago. Indeed, Your Majesty, Mr. Chen is remarkably gifted, having advanced to the mid-innate stage at such a young age. This talent is truly extraordinary. Chief Eunuch Pei lauded. Mid-innate stage? To his astonishment, Mr. Chen had taken the lead, prompting Feng Xinzi to change his expression and exclaim. 3 years ago, our strengths were comparable. Now, 3 years later, Chen Changsheng has advanced to the mid-phase of the innate realm, while I remain stagnant. Uncertain if I shall ever ascend to that level in this lifetime. In truth, many innate experts remain at the initial phase throughout their lives. Chapter 54, The Bridal Garment Divine Art. In this era, there is perhaps no one more talented than Mr. Chen. Li Yun marveled. While the great Zhou does possess mid-phase innate masters, a young one like Chen Changsheng is indeed a formidable presence. I cannot accept such praise from your majesty. My cultivation is but a mere whisper before your grandeur, replied Eunuch Pei, whose remarkable prowess left him humbled. After all, progressing in cultivation after entering the innate realm is fraught with challenges, and it is possible that I may never reach the later phase even until my last breath. Chen Changsheng remarked. In truth, he had already attained the later phase of the innate realm, but Chen Changsheng was adept at concealing his true level of cultivation. What Eunuch Pei witnessed was merely what Chen Changsheng wished to reveal. Concealing his true abilities was an instinctual form of self-protection for Chen Changsheng. Yet he could not allow Li Yun to underestimate him. Hence he exhibited the mid-phase of the innate realm. At your current age, to have already reached the mid-phase of the innate realm, you are almost guaranteed to advance to the later phase. Eunuch Pei commented nonchalantly. A unique cultivation method? Chen Changsheng inquired in surprise. Ah, Mr. Chen, you may not be aware that my martial art is known as the bridal garment divine art, implying the act of crafting garments for others. Eunuch Pei explained. Practitioners of the bridal garment divine art can transmit their true energy to the next generation through a special method, thus ensuring the continuation of the innate lineage. The existence of the bridal garment divine art is not a secret. Many within the royal family are aware, and Li Yun was unafraid of revealing it. Of course, such a divine art comes with its costs, such as the inability to progress further after the transmission, though there was no need to elaborate on that. Indeed, the purpose of the bridal garment divine art is to safeguard the great Zhou royal family. When my time comes, I shall select a successor to pass on my powers, and he shall take my place in protecting the royal family. Eunuch Pei nodded gently. His abilities were inherited, and before his demise, he would choose a successor. Thus, the great Zhou would always have a powerful innate master to guard it. This is the foundation. Similarly, this is why he rarely leaves the palace. Should he perish outside, the great Zhou would lose a significant safeguard. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng felt a stirring in his heart. The bridal garment divine art. Such a divine method exists in this world? If Eunuch Pei were to pass all his powers to him, how formidable would he become? After some pleasantries, Li Yun seemed resolute and stated, Taoist Feng, the dark spies of Di Ting have recently become quite rampant in the capital. I must trouble you to personally deal with them and eliminate their presence in the city. Yes, your majesty, I shall take care of this matter, Feng Xinzi replied, hesitating momentarily before departing. Eunuch Pei, a group of young eunuchs has been trained in the Yeding Palace. Please take a look and see if any of them are suitable as a successor, Li Yun directed Eunuch Pei. However, Eunuch Pei glanced at Chen Changsheng with concern. If Feng Xinzi also left, how could Li Yun's safety be assured? Rest assured, Mr. Chen and I have an old acquaintance. He would not harm me. Moreover, within the palace, Mr. Chen is a person of great renown and would not act foolishly. Li Yun reassured him with a smile. Eunuch Pei, I have no desire to be pursued by a powerful innate master such as yourself. Chen Changsheng shook his head. If he truly wished to kill Li Yun, he had the perfect opportunity last time. Mr. Chen, you jest. I shall take my leave to Yeding Palace, Eunuch Pei said with a bow before departing. Thus, only Chen Changsheng and Li Yun remained in the Grand Hall. Your Majesty is indeed bold. Do you not fear the wrath of the common man? Chen Changsheng remarked with a faint smile. The wrath of the common man may spill blood, but I am well aware of this. However, you are not a common man. Li Yun countered. Besides, we bear no grudges. Why would you risk incurring the world's disdain by attempting to assassinate me? He continued. Indeed, your Majesty speaks wisely. There is no animosity between us. 3 years ago, my departure was merely a desire for a life of leisure, away from the battlefield. Where lies the hatred? Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. You are not being forthright, Mr. Chen, Li Yun remarked. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Chen Changsheng asked. You once promised me 3 matters. Do they still hold? Li Yun inquired. Of course, they still hold, Chen Changsheng said, feeling a bit awkward. Leaving in the manner he did was indeed not honorable, but he did not wish to be caught in the meat grinder of conflict. It was far too perilous. Yi Wujia, the esteemed general, was but one example. I understand your reluctance to involve yourself in court disputes, and I do not ask for 3 conditions. I need only one thing. I implore you to ensure that my descendants endure. Li Yun spoke earnestly. Endure? Li Yun's concern for the future war situation, or perhaps a lack of trust in General Lin, was evident. Chapter 55, Concealing the Truth. In the Golden Luan Hall. Your Majesty, General Lin Yong has sent word. Half a month ago, he dispatched a detachment, departing from Changshan, and successfully traversed the ancient path 10 days prior, launching a surprise attack into Shu, effectively surrounding the entire Shu state city. The army in Shu is largely engaged in external battles and unable to return in time. The king of Shu is in utter disarray, having replaced 3 generals in 3 days. If all goes well, Shu will soon be within grasp, and the chaos in Shu will come to an end. General Lin's strategy is nothing short of divine. He surpasses even General Yi, truly a blessing for our dynasty. The Minister of War reported recent frontline updates. To pacify Shu, the general is indeed a remarkable figure. He thought to approach through the ancient path, which has fallen into disrepair for over a century. The king of Shu is truly at a disadvantage. 3 years ago, the general's attempt to enter Shu failed, returning now. Within just over a month, he stands at the gates of Shu State City. Such is the mark of a renowned general. Instantly, many ministers began to praise him profusely. The general's hard work must be rewarded. The Ministry of War should ensure appropriate measures for rewards. For those who have earned merit, promotions and monetary rewards are in order. Additionally, inform the general not to be complacent. Once Shu is thoroughly pacified, he need not return to the capital, but can head directly to Jinzhou. After subduing the king of Qi, I shall personally welcome him 20 miles outside the city, Li Yun declared. For the emperor to meet the general 20 miles outside the city is the highest honor in the Great Zhou. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Wise. When Li Yun heard this word, a hint of mockery crossed his lips, and he hurriedly departed for the Imperial Medical Institute before eunuch Cui could announce the end of court. He had no choice. His health was of utmost importance. Li Yun summoned all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute and even recruited numerous doctors from the common folk, all to address his health concerns. To avoid arousing suspicion, all physicians gathered in Kunning Palace, creating the impression that he and the Empress were in harmony. Lord Huang, take your time. Oh, Minister Qian, do you have any advice? Recently, His Majesty has appeared distracted and absent-minded during court. After each session, he hastens to leave, as if something is drawing his attention. I wonder if Lord Huang is aware of the reason? I too have noticed this. His Majesty's eyes seem gluttonous during court, indicative of excessive indulgence. A ruler who revels in wine and pleasure should not be taken lightly, another minister interjected. If Li Yin were to discover that his ministers were secretly disparaging him for his indulgences, would he not be enraged enough to wield a blade? Ah, Chen Changsheng. You may be unaware, but I have learned that for the past month, His Majesty has been residing nightly in Kunning Palace. With such constant nurturing, we may soon expect joyous news. After all, while His Majesty has several princesses, he lacks a prince. With General Lin preparing for battle, how could His Majesty afford to be idle? Others may be oblivious, but do we not know the truth behind General Lin's defeat in Shu? His Majesty's actions serve to reassure General Lin. Let us refrain from meddling further, Huang Gong chuckled. It appears there is profound meaning in this. And His Majesty truly bears a heavy burden, sighed Chen Changsheng. Indeed, Your Majesty, I have misjudged you. You are truly a sagacious ruler. Chapter 56. Strained relations between sovereign and minister. Do you possess any means to cure my ailment? The general has now conquered Shu Prefecture, and the next target is the Qi Wang of Jinzhou. Yet, the Empress has not conceived, and thus, you would have me betray General Lin? You shall all perish. Li Yin shouted in a fit of rage. He recalled the scene from a month prior when he met Lin Yong alone. Your Majesty, if you wish for my death, I must comply. 3 years ago, I took the blame for you without a word of complaint. However, I have only one daughter, Wanner. I can bear the burden for Your Majesty, but if you treat my daughter poorly, I seek an explanation. In the imperial study, Lin Yong's expression was indifferent, his gaze sharp as he fixed it intently on Li Yin. The events of those years cannot be summarized easily. General Lin should understand the relationship between Wanner and Yi Piaoling. At that time, the general, let us not dwell on this. All is my fault. I have already compensated for my mistakes by appointing Wanner as Empress. Li Yin feigned difficulty, waving his hand dismissively. Although his words remained unfinished, they implicitly shifted all blame onto Yi Wuji and Yi Piaoling. exonerating himself entirely. Not enough. Lin Yong shook his head. It is insufficient. Hence I have also appointed you as general. The past glory of the Yi family now rests with the Lin family. Li Yin spoke gravely. Still not enough. Lin Yong replied calmly. Hearing this, Li Yin furrowed his brow, aware of Lin Yong's desires. Upon Yi Wuji's death, he chose Lin Yong to quell the rebellion. And in the confidential letter, he had promised Lin Yong even more. Yet, times have changed. Back then, he was robust and capable of procreation. Thus, he had enhanced the offer in the letter, stating that Wanner would bear a son, who would be appointed crown prince. But now, your majesty's confidential letter is still with me. Yet before we have even embarked on the expedition, you would go back on your word. How can I trust in your majesty's sincerity? Lin Yong spoke softly. However, alas, I shall yield to you. Li Yin despondently replied. He too needed a prince to solidify his throne. Therefore, I place my faith in your majesty, hoping you shall not let me down again. I hope to hear good news after I have vanquished the Shu Wang. After speaking, Lin Yong offered a slight bow to Li Yin before striding out of the imperial study. Lin Yong had set his time frame after the fall of the Shu Wang. Yet now that the Shu Wang is no more, the empress's womb remains unyielding. Your majesty, your nightly stays at Kuanning Palace are not a secret. Many are aware. The general needs only to inquire slightly, and he would understand. Conception is not a matter of mere desire. There is a process. And I trust the general will comprehend this, Feng Xinzi awkwardly remarked. Let us hope so. It would be prudent for the empress to personally pen a letter to the general to quell any doubts he may harbor. Being an emperor is truly a daunting task. Li Yin mused bitterly. In my father's reign, how effortlessly he bore the crown. Even the unruly Yi Wuji obeyed him. Yet under my rule, I faced the arrogance of the Yi father and daughter and the coercion from Lin Yong's family. As an emperor of Dezhou, I find myself stripped of the ability to procreate. What a dire situation. Had I known, I would have relinquished the throne to Qi Wang and at least enjoyed the life of a carefree prince. Your majesty, your concern for the common people is admirable. I find myself lacking in comparison. Feng Xinzi forced a laugh. Chapter 57. Lin Yong's betrayal in the third year of the Yin Zone. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the Little New Year, traitorous ministers and rebels, all are traitors. In the Golden Luan Hall, Li Yin's eyes were bloodshot. And the once loquacious ministers knelt in trepidation, none daring to meet Li Yin's gaze. How could it be, General Lin, my esteemed father-in-law? I entrusted him with the command of tens of thousands of troops to quell the rebellion, yet he conspired with that rebel Qi Wang, leading to the slaughter of my elite forces. Truly, what a remarkable father-in-law. And you, are you truly my loyal ministers? Among you, how many have connections with Qi Wang or the Jin state? Furious, Li Yin roared like an injured lion. Just moments ago, the Ministry of War received shocking news. General Lin Yong had defected with part of his loyal troops, while the remaining forces, numbering in the tens of thousands, were slaughtered alongside Qi Wang. This was the very essence of the Dezhou army, lost in an instant. Subsequently, Qi Wang changed his title to Jin Wang and established the Jin state, with Lin Yong appointed as its general. Even the land of Shu has become Lin Yong's stepping stone, now part of Jin's territory. Presently, Jin Wang has united Jinzhou, Daizhou, and Shuzhou, nearly occupying 1/3 of the territory. This is no mere ailment. It is a dire internal threat. If mishandled, Dezhou might face annihilation. We do not dare. The ministers echoed in unison. As if jesting, who would wish to bear such a label, risking not just their lives but the fate of their entire clan? Dare not. Dare not. I see you are quite bold. Where is Lu Wenzhong, the left deputy of the Ministry of War? Li Yin demanded furiously. I am here. Lu Wenzhong stepped forward. Are you a loyal minister? Li Yin inquired. Replying to your majesty, I am loyal to you and to Dezhou. I have no regrets. Lu Wenzhong's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure. You have no regrets? Huh, no regrets? Come look at this. In a fit of rage, Li Yin slammed a confidential letter onto Lu Wenzhong's desk. Trembling, Lu Wenzhong collapsed upon seeing the letter. You colluded with the Jin state, betraying the military secrets of Dezhou. Your crimes are unforgivable. Guards. Li Yin's voice seemed to freeze the entire hall. At once, 2 guards stepped forward. Take Lu Wenzhong away and annihilate his clan, Li Yin declared with bitterness. Instantly, the hearts of all ministers felt as though they were wrenched by an unseen force, especially those who had corresponded with the Jin state. Annihilate his clan. This was unprecedented. Under normal circumstances, treason would warrant the execution of 9 clans. Yet now, Lu Wenzhong faced the extermination of 10 clans, a testament to the fury of the Emperor of Yin Zone. Your Majesty, Lin Yong has betrayed us, yet his daughter. Lin Wanner remains the empress, overseeing the harem. Is this not inappropriate? Left Minister Du Qian stepped forward. Silence. Matters of my harem are not for you to meddle in. Li Yin thundered in anger. Does he not care? Lin Yong has betrayed us. What reason do I have to indulge Lin Wanner? The crux is that yesterday, Lin Wanner expressed her longing for home and wished to visit quietly with her daughter to express her sentiments. At that time, the news of Lin Yong's betrayal had not yet been revealed. Little did I know, she would not return. Cursed be this fate. Lin Wanner and Lin Yong must have had prior communication. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence occur? However, this matter is one that Li Yun cannot discuss openly. Nor can he provide an explanation. He can only grit his teeth and swallow his discontent. In the capital, Nanqing District, at number 211 Huayuan Road. This is the temporary residence that Chen Changsheng prepared for Lin Wanner. This is why it is said that human hearts are inscrutable. Li Yun finds himself ensnared by the collective machinations of others. Lin Yong's rebellion and subsequent surrender to Li Ku are matters of utmost secrecy. How could they have been leaked to Lin Wanner in advance? In truth, Lin Yong's treachery was premeditated, and Lin Wanner had long been forsaken by him, unaware that her father had treated her as a mere pawn. However, Prince Li Ku is a man of ambition. When Di Ting withdrew, many hidden players remained. Just as Li Yun discovered Chen Changsheng's whereabouts, so too did those aligned with Di Ting. For such a formidable figure, Li Ku would not miss the opportunity to win him over. It is essential to recognize that the Great Zhou is the legitimate dynasty. Even though he and Lin Yong conspired to slaughter hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, the current Great Zhou court still retains control over most of its territories and maintains a significant advantage. As a prince, Li Ku understands the profound foundation of the Great Zhou court and the multitude of skilled individuals within it. Thus, successfully orchestrating a rebellion is no easy feat consequently. Li Ku's agents have discreetly established contact with Chen Changsheng. Initially, Chen Changsheng was reluctant to heed Li Yun's orders and regarded Li Ku's overtures with disdain. However, the secret held by the peculiar individual in the prison's innermost chamber compelled Chen Changsheng to reconsider. A collaboration was forged. Chen Changsheng would assist Li Ku on 2 occasions in exchange for the secrets concerning that peculiar individual. Chen Changsheng's intention was to manipulate the situation to his advantage, much like he had done with Li Yun in the past. Yet, Li Ku proved to be far more astute, aware that Chen Changsheng had failed to fulfill 3 commitments to Li Yun, and insisted on completing tasks before divulging any secrets. This Li Ku conceals his intentions more deeply than Li Yun. How could he possibly be privy to such confidential matters? Chen Changsheng had no choice but to acquiesce. Just the other day, he received his first clandestine order to extract the Empress Lin Wanner from the palace unscathed before dawn. The atmosphere within the city grew increasingly ominous as Chen Changsheng, Lin Wanner, and her mother temporarily settled in. At this juncture, even Chen Changsheng refrained from wandering about, for the agitated Li Yun would undoubtedly spare no effort to locate him. Although Chen Changsheng was confident in his abilities, the capital was rife with formidable individuals and numerous armies. While he could protect himself, Lin Wanner and her mother would be doomed if they were discovered. Thus, he opted to conceal himself, entrusting the resolution of external affairs to Prince Li Ku. Days passed in a leisurely manner. Utilizing his exceptional disguise skills, Chen Changsheng occasionally ventured out to procure food and gather information about the outside world. Before long, 3 months had elapsed. What news do you have today? Lin Wanner inquired. There are no specific updates, but I have heard rumors of a massive influx of refugees from Qingzhou. It is said that Qingzhou has fallen, and the next target should be the capital, Chen Changsheng replied, holding some rice and flour along with a few vegetables and meat. Due to the war, the economy was nearly in shambles, and food prices in the capital had skyrocketed. Fortunately, Chen Changsheng had numerous means to acquire money, and they were not lacking for sustenance. Qingzhou is the bulwark of the capital. The commander of Xuanwu Pass is a capable individual. My father once remarked that he is a skilled defender, leading the elite Xuanwu army. How could it fall so swiftly? Lin Wanner exclaimed, astonished. Coming from a family of military generals, she understood the significance of Qingzhou. It was the gateway to the capital. As long as Qingzhou stood, the capital would remain secure. If Qingzhou were lost, the rebels would swiftly advance and soon besiege the capital. What if I told you that the governor of Qingzhou was in league with Li Ku all along? Chen Changsheng revealed. Years ago, the demon monk had slain a bandit leader on Zhengyang Mountain in Qingzhou, who turned out to be the governor's son. From that moment, Chen Changsheng realized that this was a long-planned move by Li Ku, likely awaiting this very moment. No matter how adept the commander of Xuanwu Pass was, he could only guard against frontal assaults and could not protect against treachery from behind. So, the Qi Wang, no, the Jin Wang, is about to breach the capital? Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with realization. Her father, Lin Yong, was already a general under the Jin Wang. It should be imminent. Chen Changsheng nodded. Does this mean the great Zhou is doomed? Lin Wanner murmured. What? Are you still attached to Li Yun? Chen Changsheng teased. I certainly harbor no affection for him. This man is inherently cold and petty. I could only wish for his early demise. However, to see a dynasty that has endured for centuries change hands so easily? Lin Wanner sighed. In this world, which dynasty remains unchanged? Just like the Jin state, which lasted over 200 years and saw 12 emperors, was not ultimately extinguished by Emperor Shizong? Moreover, both the Jin and the Great Zhou once belonged to a larger entity, the Qin state. The tides of the world inevitably shift. Unity arises from division, and division from unity. Human efforts cannot resist the decree of fate. Why lament? Chen Changsheng articulated. Chen Changsheng regarded Lin Wanner with a rare admiration, as if he had discovered a new continent. Indeed, you are a remarkable talent. Not only excelling in martial skills, but also in wisdom. The great currents of the world, unity and division. Upon examining history, it proves to be true, Lin Wanner exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. In a previous life, she had been eloquent and persuasive, effortlessly captivating the empress with a few borrowed phrases. In the royal palace, within the golden lawn hall, Li Yun sat upon the dragon throne, his trembling legs betraying his anxiety. Your Majesty, the governor of Qingzhou has rebelled. At some point on Zhenyang Mountain, that traitor Li Ku has concealed a force and, under the cover of the governor, they launched an assault on Xuanwu Pass. Su Qin, the newly appointed Minister of War, stepped forward. What? Xuanwu Pass has fallen as well? What of its commander? Is he unaware that Xuanwu Pass is the shield of Qingzhou? If Xuanwu Pass falls, Qingzhou is in peril. If Qingzhou falls, the rebel army will soon besiege the capital. Li Yun fumed. Your Majesty, the commander of Xuanwu Pass has perished honorably in defense of the nation. Su Qin sighed. Wasn't the royal edict for the loyal army dispatched long ago? When can the loyal forces from various states reach the capital? Li Yun asked in trepidation, unable to believe that in just 3 months, the tides had turned, and he had lost the advantageous position he once held. The Jin army, led by Lin Yong, was unstoppable, and his dynasty now teetered on the brink of collapse. On March 26th of the 4th year of the Erzong era, the Jin army approached the city, while the loyal forces still remained en route. On the first day of the siege, Li Yun personally appeared on the city walls to rally morale. That night, several fires broke out within the city, and the West City Gate was assaulted by a group of mysterious experts, resulting in the gatekeeper's immediate death. The West City Gate swung wide open, allowing the Jin army to pour in and seize control of strategic locations within the city, heading straight for the imperial palace. That night, the palace ignited in flames, burning for an entire day and night. No one knew what transpired inside, but the following day, the banners atop the city walls changed, not only marking a new emperor, but also a new state name, Jin. The legacy of Song Yingxing's wishes was fulfilled. The great Zhou dynasty was extinguished, and Song Yingxing bestowed upon you the long spring art that he had cultivated. Song Yingxing, the extraordinary individual who perished in the prison due to his confrontation with Emperor Shizong? The long spring art? It appears rather ordinary. However, if Song Yingxing is indeed a practitioner of immortality, this technique must pertain to the art of cultivation. As the sun rises, the flames of the imperial palace are gradually extinguished, and the Jinluan Hall welcomes its new master, while Chen Changsheng quietly returns to Changming Dajia number 168. With Li Yun's whereabouts unknown, whether he is deceased or otherwise, Chen Changsheng no longer possesses any reason to remain hidden. Mr. Chen, we meet again. Barely back. Chen Changsheng is greeted by a visitor. It's you, the leader of Diding? How amusing. You certainly have a nose for trouble. Chen Changsheng remarks with a roll of his eyes. These individuals demonstrate an unparalleled capacity for surveillance. Sir, you jest. The dog you keep is indeed the paragon of canines. The leader of Diding replies awkwardly. Speak, what brings you here? Chen Changsheng inquires. His Majesty wishes to invite you to the palace. He mentioned that had it not been for the current state of unrest, he would have come personally, the leader of Diding states. Indeed, you possess a way with words. At this time, Li Ke must be exceedingly busy, yet he still thinks of me. Very well, I shall accompany you to the palace. Coincidentally, I have matters to discuss with Li Ke as well. Chen Changsheng nods in agreement. The secrets surrounding Song Yingxing are known only to Li Ke following the death of Emperor Shizong. Inside the imperial palace, Chen Changsheng is quite familiar with this place, having resided here for over a month. However, today, the palace is engulfed in an atmosphere of desolation, with bloodstains littering the ground. and even bodies that have yet to be properly dealt with. Please excuse the state of disarray. We are still in the process of cleanup. The leader of Attain chuckles lightly. Not to worry. They are merely corpses. I have encountered far worse. Chen Changsheng replies nonchalantly. When he first traversed into this world, he often spent nights wandering through burial grounds to gain strength. Such scenes are hardly daunting to him now. Of course, you are a man of great experience. The leader of Attain compliments. As they proceed, Chen Changsheng suddenly furrows his brow and seizes the leader of Attain, leaping into the air. The leader is taken aback. Despite having attained the pinnacle of the first rank, he finds himself utterly incapable of resistance against Chen Changsheng's formidable grip. This individual's strength is indeed astonishing. The leader of Attain muses. Before Huaguang Hall, Li Ke, clad in imperial robes and flanked by numerous elite soldiers, draws his bow, aiming at the front. Yet before the grand entrance of Huaguang Hall stands a solitary figure, unflinching even in the face of countless well-trained soldiers. Elder Pei, the tides of fate have settled. Li Yun is well aware of his impending demise. Having set the palace ablaze, he must have perished in the flames. I, Li Ke, am also the legitimate son of our late emperor. If he can claim the throne, why should I, Li Ke, be barred from it? Why do you obstruct my path? Li Ke speaks solemnly. If possible, he wishes to avoid conflict with Elder Pei. In his time in the capital, he understood Pei's strength to be unfathomable. The late emperor had even declared him a trump card for the Dazhou dynasty. To be referred to as a trump card speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. Li Ke suspects that Elder Pei is at least at the mid-stage of innate mastery, possibly even at the late stage. Li Ke, I have no intention of involving myself in the struggle for the throne. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are the Jin Wang or the Qi Wang of Dazhou. Elder Pei replies coolly. Both titles belong to me. What difference does it make? Li Ke responds sternly. An immense difference indeed. The Jin Wang is the king of Jin, while the Qi Wang is the king of Dazhou. If you are the Jin Wang, to me, you are a usurper. Today, I shall kill you. If you are the Qi Wang, then the fall of the Emperor Li Yun is merely a reflection of his inadequacy. Should the more illustrious Qi Wang ascend, Dazhou would thrive, and I would be pleased to serve you. Elder Pei states matter-of-factly. Li Ke's brow furrows tightly. He desires no conflict with Elder Pei. Yet he cannot afford to abandon the banner of the Jin Wang. Moreover, from the outset of his rebellion, he had raised the flag of Jin. Determined to end the humiliation brought upon him by Dazhou, he bears the bloodline of two royal families, which serves as his advantage. Naturally, the original citizens of Zhou would experience significantly less resentment, much like how the opposition diminished greatly after Emperor Shizong's conquest of Jin and his marriage to a Jin princess. Your Majesty, several generals behind Li Ke cast concerned glances in his direction. The rapid assembly of troops under Li Ke's command, despite lacking a solid foundation, has been largely due to the support of Jin people, allowing him to sustain his campaign without shortages of resources. Many of his generals hail from the former Jin state. If he were to switch allegiances now, he would risk alienating them. Furthermore, he truly does not wish to inherit the humiliating legacy of Dazhou. Elder Pei, the tides of fate have settled. Li Yun has taken his own life. As a son of Emperor Shizong, what is your purpose in obstructing him? At that moment, Chen Changsheng descends from the sky, accompanied by the leader of Attain. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng's arrival, Li Ke finally breathes a sigh of relief. After all, facing Elder Pei at such close proximity, even with the protection of his troops, he cannot guarantee his safety. Now that Chen Changsheng is present, the situation has markedly improved. Mr. Chen, you have finally arrived. Elder Pei is preventing me from entering Huaguang Hall, which places me in a most difficult position. Li Ke feigns distress. If you are the Qi Wang, you may enter at will. If you are the Jin Wang, you must first step over my dead body. Elder Pei replies indifferently. In an instant, Chen Changsheng comprehends the situation. It is no wonder that Li Ke was so eager for him to come to the palace. He must have anticipated this confrontation. Elder Pei, however, is rather stubborn. If he were to emulate the actions of the Xue Yiren of the Six Gates and pledge allegiance to the new emperor, it would serve him better. Your Majesty, this must be the second task you wish for me to undertake, correct? Chen Changsheng smiles at Li Ke. Indeed, once this task is accomplished, I shall reveal the secret you seek. Li Ke nods. This is no small undertaking, Chen Changsheng acknowledges. Elder Pei is at the late stage of innate mastery, a rare caliber of expert. Do you think you can contend with me? Li Ke challenges. Perhaps you overestimate this individual. Elder Pei retorts calmly. Elder Pei is exceedingly powerful. I alone would surely falter. I will require assistance. Chen Changsheng shrugs. I had no intention of sending you alone. Xue Yiren, General Zhang Jinbei, Daoist Feng Xinzi, Sir Guangdao, Mr. Tianxing, Abbot Lingyin, I implore you all to lend your strength. Upon Li Ke's command, several figures step forward in unison. All are masters of innate rank. Among them are former experts of Dazhou, as well as those whom Li Ke has recruited himself. Ah, old acquaintances? How delightful to see Taoist Fengxinzi. Chen Changsheng grins. Mr. Chen, are you not in a similar position? A wise individual recognizes the times. I, Fengxinzi, cannot sacrifice myself for Li Yun. Fengxinzi replies with a gentle smile. Me? I am unlike you, Chen Changsheng dismisses. He has never allied himself with Li Yun, while Fengxinzi has always been a confidant and protector of Li Yun. Are you Chen Changsheng? Humph. The formidable Kuang Dao, wielding a large broadsword, regards Chen Changsheng with disdain. This individual must be encountering him for the first time. Why such animosity? Chen Changsheng finds himself bewildered. Cough, Mr. Chen. Kuang Dao is a master recruited by His Majesty 3 years ago, having fallen for the enchanting Minglua princess. However, the princess, the leader of Daiting, quietly explains. Oh, so you regard me as a romantic rival, thought Chen Changsheng, as he absent-mindedly touched his nose. Speaking of Mingluo, over the years, he had not once failed to revisit the enchanting image of the beauty emerging from her bath in his dreams. Master Pei, I have always held you in high esteem. The current situation is settled, and you alone cannot obstruct it. As long as you are willing, you shall remain the Grand Minister of the Imperial Palace, second only to the Emperor. Li Ke earnestly expressed to Master Pei. Such a formidable expert, to be honest, he truly hesitated to kill him so easily. As long as you are the Qi Wang, inheriting the throne of Dazhou, I will naturally pledge my loyalty to you. Master Pei replied nonchalantly. Even when faced with so many innate experts, Master Pei maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. Master Pei, it seems you are resolutely choosing this path of no return. Li Ke furrowed his brow. Then let it be. Master Pei softly declared. In that case, everyone, heed my command. Let us collectively surround and eliminate this person, regardless of life or death. Li Ke commanded fiercely. At his words, the crowd glanced at one another and almost simultaneously sprang into action. Chen Changsheng, mingling among them, was neither the swiftest nor the slowest in his movements, displaying a performance that could be described as adequate. 7 innate experts simultaneously targeted a single individual, with Zhang Jinbei and Lingyin Abbot being mid-stage innate beings. Even if Chen Changsheng were merely skimming by, the pressure on Master Pei would be immense. Furious wind slash. Starlight hand. Starfire scorches the earth. Fiery trees and silver flowers. Thunderous hands. Instantly, the 8 masters became entangled in a fierce struggle. Those soldiers behind Li Ke could only perceive a chaotic dance of shadows, with only a few high-ranking experts managing to keep pace with the speed of the innate masters. Diting, how is the battle proceeding? Li Ke inquired, his brow furrowed as he looked at the leader of Diting. It is difficult to determine a victor, but we hold the advantage in numbers. Master Pei's strength is truly terrifying. Facing 7, he is undoubtedly a late-stage, innate expert. The leader of Diting marveled. It is no wonder that my father once said Master Pei embodied the foundation of Dazhou. A late-stage, innate master could very well be considered the strongest in Dazhou. What a pity he cannot be utilized for my cause. Li Ke sighed. Your Majesty, no matter how formidable an expert may be, if they cannot serve your purpose, they are not worth lamenting. The leader of Diting remarked. Then how does Chen Changsheng perform? I heard from Fengxinzi that he has already advanced to the mid-stage of innate strength. How old is he? Perhaps the next late-stage innate master will be him. Li Ke pondered. Chen Changsheng's performance was adequate. He could not compare to Zhang Jinbei and Lingyin Abbot. Yet he seemed slightly stronger than Fengxinzi and others, nearly on par with Dao Kuang. Perhaps this individual was concealing his true abilities. This was indeed his forte. The leader of Diting noted. Yes, according to Fengxinzi, Chen Changsheng initially only displayed early-stage innate strength. Yet it was Master Pei who discerned he was hiding his capabilities. Concealing one's strength is to be expected. I can guarantee that aside from Chen Changsheng, the others also possess hidden talents. At this moment, if one were to reveal all their strength, either they are truly loyal to me, or they are lacking in intellect, Li Ke remarked blandly. The current situation was evidently clear, even if Master Pei were a late-stage innate master. Attempting to obstruct Li Ke would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly beyond his capability. In such circumstances, concealing one's true strength was virtually inevitable. The most crucial aspect of traversing the martial world is not the strength of one's abilities, but rather the ability to remain elusive to one's enemies. Once all of one's trump cards are discerned, even the greatest master may stumble. In light of this, Your Majesty, it seems Dao Kuang may indeed be the one lacking in discernment. The leader of Diting chuckled. Among the early-stage innate masters, he exhibited the most formidable presence, nearly on par with Chen Changsheng. What could account for this? Undoubtedly, others were concealing their strengths while he did not. Of course, it is also possible that his strength is indeed significantly superior to the others. However, this is nearly impossible after joining Jin. Dao Kuang's earlier performances were nearly equivalent to that of Chen Changsheng. Half an hour later, the fierce battle began to reveal signs of fatigue in Master Pei. After all, facing 7 opponents of equal caliber was no small feat, and achieving this was already quite remarkable. It should be noted that Master Pei's strength was inherited, not cultivated through arduous effort, making him inherently weaker than a typical late-stage innate expert. His ability to endure thus far was largely due to Chen Changsheng's assistance, who was merely skimming by. The old fellow is nearing his end. Everyone be cautious of his counterattack, Zhang Zhenbei warned. For a late-stage innate expert, it is quite normal to take 1 or 2 opponents down with them in a desperate fight. Your Majesty, I have failed de jure. I have come to plead for your forgiveness, for I was unable to protect it. Master Pei lamented, gazing skyward, seemingly ready to surrender. Even as the blades and axes drew near without evasion, with a series of piercing sounds, several weapons pierced Master Pei's body. This old fellow has finally met his demise. Dao Kuang exhaled in relief, confident that with his strike, no divine intervention could save the opponent now. Be cautious, Chen Changsheng suddenly spoke. At that moment, Master Pei appeared to experience a resurgence, suddenly launching an attack with a single punch, causing Dao Kuang to retreat swiftly. Just then, the eager Chen Changsheng appeared behind Dao Kuang, inadvertently blocking his retreat, resulting in Dao Kuang taking a solid punch from Master Pei. You harm me. Dao Kuang gasped, turning his head with great difficulty, blood pouring from his mouth. For a late-stage innate master, a final counterattack is lethal. Unless a divine being intervenes, his fate is sealed. What nonsense are you spouting? We are comrades in arms. Why would I harm you? This was merely a coincidence. It was Master Pei who struck you down, not me. I, Chen Changsheng, am a good person, indeed a very good person. Chen Changsheng replied with an innocent expression. Chapter 61, The Imprisoned Immortal. Pei Ji, male, 67 years old. Perished in a siege. Last wish, for Li Ku, as Qi Wang, to inherit the Daizhou throne. Truly, this is a testament to the loyalty cultivated by Daizhou. An unwavering dedication of 100%. Alas, it is destined that Li Ku cannot ascend to the Daizhou throne, for he is presently the Wang of Jin. Body evaluation. Extraordinary 1 star. Reward of 3 extraordinary blood essence pills and 6 vitality pills. 3 blood essence pills and 6 vitality pills. This should be the most substantial reward since my crossing. Nonetheless, Master Pei, despite being a late-stage innate expert, received only an extraordinary 1-star rating. How powerful must one be to achieve a rating higher than this? Perhaps a Grandmaster? The ordinary rating ranges from 1 to 9 stars, and the extraordinary rating typically follows suit. What sort of existence can attain a 9-star extraordinary evaluation? Dao Kuang, male, 38 years old, died from a shattered heart vein. Last wish, to kill Chen Changsheng. What nonsense is this? Asking me to kill myself? Dao Kuang is indeed petty. Clearly, he was killed by Master Pei. Yet he seeks vengeance on his comrade. Truly, his mind is deranged. Yes, undoubtedly deranged. How could someone like him reach the innate stage? With Dao Kuang's demise, excluding his case, Li Ku still has 5 innate experts remaining, 2 at mid-stage and 3 at early stage. Calculating based on Master Pei's strength, they are nearly equal to these 5 individuals. Thus, it appears that even if they join forces, they pose no threat to me. With the death of Dao Kuang, I stand invincible? Perfect. Body evaluation, extraordinary 1 star. Reward of 5 extraordinary blood essence pills and 1 vitality pill. The quantity of blood essence pills is acceptable, but only 1 vitality pill? What a miser. Mr. Chen, your actions just now may have been a tad excessive, Chen Changsheng remarked, frowning as he looked at Chen Changsheng. Mr. Changsheng, are you prepared to engage in a duel with me for the sake of Guangdao? Chen Changsheng scoffed. A mere early innate practitioner. If I cannot defeat my opponent within 3 moves, I shall write my name backward. What transpired? It is indeed regrettable that Guangdao has met his demise. Why do those individuals seem to be subtly targeting Chen Changsheng? Li Ku furrowed his brow and glanced at the leader of the listening department beside him. Li Ku possessed martial arts skills, yet his practice was merely for the enhancement of his physique. Thus, he could not discern the underlying intricacies. Your Majesty, that eunuch Pei counterattacked just before his death. Guangdao might have had a chance to evade, but Mr. Chen, whether intentionally or not, obstructed Guangdao's escape route, resulting in Guangdao's immediate retaliation The leader of the listening department explained cautiously. What? Such a thing occurred? Li Ku exclaimed in astonishment. Did Chen Changsheng truly cause Kuang Dao's death? Of course, Mr. Chen clarified that he intended to save Kuang Dao, but alas, he failed. However, others were naturally skeptical. Mr. Tianxing questioned Mr. Chen. And while others refrained from overt actions, they subtly encircled Mr. Chen. If the situation was not mediated well, it could potentially ignite a bloody conflict. The leader of the listening department remarked. What? Is it that severe? Do you find Mr. Chen Changsheng's explanation credible? Li Ku whispered. To speak frankly, based on my investigation into Mr. Chen's conduct, I fear it may not be reliable. Kuang Dao's death is likely intertwined with him. The leader of the listening department said with a bitter smile. Why do you conclude this? Chen Changsheng inquired. Although Mr. Chen appears to be indifferent to worldly affairs, entirely dismissive of wealth and power, he is, in fact, quite vindictive. A meticulous tally of those who have offended him reveals none have met a favorable end, and most have faced annihilation. The leader of the listening department retorted awkwardly. For instance? Li Ku asked. For instance, the former vice commander of the prison, Yan Ming, vanished without cause. The Yan family crumbled under public scrutiny. His captain, Gu Yu, ultimately faced execution of his entire clan. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhou Yongchang, and his son both perished simultaneously, leading to the Zhou family's extinction. The former Emperor Li Yin met an even grimmer fate after marrying Lin Wanner 4 years ago. Mr. Chen abruptly vanished, and upon his return last year, it is said that Emperor Yin suddenly fell ill and became impotent. Subsequently, even the Empress was taken away by Mr. Chen from the palace. This substantial disgrace cannot be evaded, and now the nation suffers, and lives are lost. As for Kuang Dao, he sought his own demise by provoking Mr. Chen prior to confronting eunuch Pei. I merely provided a slight explanation, yet Kuang Dao, in pursuit of Princess Mingluo, instigated a simultaneous assault on eunuch Pei by 7 innate practitioners, leading to Pei's last act of retaliation against him. Ironically, Mr. Chen obstructed Kuang Dao's escape route. Your Majesty, do you not find this ironic? As the leader of the listening department spoke, his heart trembled increasingly, prompting a frantic recollection of his encounters with Chen Changsheng, pondering whether he had unwittingly offended the latter. In the face of such a vengeful and formidable individual, no one could feel secure. Through your analysis, it becomes even less likely that this is mere coincidence, the leader of the listening department concluded. Chen Changsheng appears to be somewhat uncontrollable. Do you think we should seize this opportunity? Li Ku, his eyes glinting coldly, suggested. As an emperor, nothing was more intolerable than someone who could operate beyond the bounds of royal authority. Clearly, Chen Changsheng was such a figure. He did not believe that he could subdue Chen Changsheng, someone even Li Yin could not conquer. Your Majesty, one must tread carefully. Chen Changsheng's strength is unfathomable, and his vindictiveness is profound. If things go awry, Your Majesty, you must think thrice. While Chen Changsheng may be somewhat uncontrollable, we still have Princess Mingluo. This individual is infatuated with pleasure. With the princess present, we need not worry about him not serving you. The leader of the listening department urged anxiously. Very well. Let us first mediate the situation to prevent further conflict. Li Ku resolved, stepping forward decisively. Gentlemen, you have successfully besieged eunuch Pei, which is a remarkable achievement. It is regrettable, however, that Mr. Kuang Dao sacrificed himself for the nation. I shall ensure his family is generously compensated, with one member being granted the title of Duke of Dinghai, inheritable and unchangeable, to be honored alongside the state. With Li Ku's pronouncement, the crowd exchanged glances, tacitly retreating. It was evident that Li Ku intended to protect Chen Changsheng. With the final obstacle removed, Li Ku could truly claim the palace and become the new master of the country. Inside the Huawang Hall, Chen Changsheng inquired, Your Majesty, should you not honor your promise and reveal the secrets concealed within that peculiar individual? Mr. Chen, do you know what has been the greatest desire of emperors throughout history? Without waiting for Chen Changsheng's response, Li Ku continued, You might think it is the stability of the populace, the prosperity of the state, or the enduring legacy. I shall tell you, it is none of these. It is immortality. Throughout history, every emperor has yearned for eternal life. We possess a nation and wield the power of life and death, yet no matter how great an emperor, time will wear them down. Even the most magnificent tomb will ultimately turn to dust. Thus, we crave immortality. Li Ku exclaimed passionately, Who does not wish for eternal life? Chen Changsheng mocked. Is it not entirely natural for emperors to desire immortality? This is not just true for emperors of this realm. It was the same in my previous world. Qin Shi Huang sent Su Fu to the Eastern Sea in search of elixirs. Han Wu Di sought immortals, and Tang Taizong, Tang Xuanzong, Song Huizong, and Ming Jiajing all followed suit. Indeed, all desire immortality. My father is no exception. Do you not wish to uncover the secret that peculiar individual harbored? The answer is simple. He is an immortal, possessing the secret of eternal life. Li Ku proclaimed fervently. Chapter 62, Cultivators? Immortals, the secret of eternal life? Is there truly an immortal in this world? Instantly, Chen Changsheng's composure faltered. Is there an immortal in the world? Even though he had traversed realms. Even though he possessed the enigmatic corpse-reaping technique that even he could not elucidate. Even though he had witnessed the transformation of De Huang into a demon. He still found it hard to believe that immortals existed in this world. Indeed, there are immortals. That peculiar individual is one, and that is the secret you seek. Li Ku asserted with utmost conviction. An immortal? No, this is impossible. He is dead. If he were truly an immortal, how could he have died? Chen Changsheng shook his head. He was all too familiar with the circumstances of Song Yingxing's demise. He was killed by the residual forces of his battle with Emperor Shi. To be precise, he was frozen to death by the cold internal energy they wielded. An immortal could be killed by mere mortals using internal energy? How could this be possible? Dead? That peculiar individual is dead? Surely not. He was rescued by other immortals, right? My father nearly vanished along with that peculiar individual. Were they not taken away together by those immortals? Li Ku exclaimed in shock. The whereabouts of Emperor Shi remain a mystery, for no one has ever seen his corpse. Li Ku deduced, knowing the secret of that peculiar individual. He reasoned that Emperor Shi, in his arrogance, imprisoned an immortal and thus faced retribution. Yet now, Chen Changsheng claimed that the peculiar individual was dead? Who informed you that Emperor Shi was taken by an immortal? Chen Changsheng asked with an odd expression. In truth, he was the one who had killed him, and the body still lay in the deepest depths of the Tianzi prison. Is that so? Then why is my father as fate still unknown? While I may not comprehend his true strength, he is undoubtedly an innate master. Such a formidable individual could only vanish without a trace if an immortal intervened. Who else could accomplish such a feat? Li Ku countered. On that point, I shall not argue with you. Let us return to the topic of that peculiar individual. How do you know he is an immortal? Chen Changsheng swiftly shifted the subject. He was reluctant for Li Ku to learn that his father had been slain by him. I heard it from my mother, who gleaned the information during one of those occasions when my father was inebriated. My father, too, is ruthless, in order to safeguard secrets. He ultimately resorted to the clandestine execution of my mother. However, he failed to realize that I was aware of this. Li Ku spoke with clenched fists, revealing that his mother was a princess of the Jin state and that he bore the royal blood of 2 nations. Yet, he was not favored by Emperor Shizong, who even had his biological mother executed by his own hand. He harbored deep resentment towards Shizong and towards this nation. He longed for the only person who had ever truly cared for him, his mother. Thus, when he had the power to choose, he did not opt to become the Prince of Qi of the Great Zhou. Instead, he chose to change the world, ascending to become the Emperor of Jin. But is that all there is to it? Truly, it is hard to believe. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head. Undeniably, that peculiar individual harbored profound secrets. Otherwise, how could the illustrious Emperor Shizong be found alone in the depths of the Tianzi prison in the dead of night? Yet, the immortal Chen Changsheng did not believe it. How could an immortal be frozen to death by the aftermath of a mortal battle? If immortals were so feeble, there would be no need for him to pursue them. Of course not. Do you know why my father was able to annihilate the great Jin? Li Ku inquired. Is it because of that strange individual? Chen Changsheng questioned, astonished. Although he did not delve deeply into history, he was aware that the great Zhou and the great Jin had been arch-rivals for over a century. Several decades prior, the great Jin's national power was still considerable, and its ruler was relatively wise, far from the plight of a dying dynasty. Yet, the stalemate was abruptly shattered. The great Jin could not even muster a proper defense before being obliterated. Indeed, it was him. He is an immortal, capable of invisibility. He collaborated with my father. Whenever a great battle loomed, he would infiltrate the enemy's ranks, eliminating their generals and sowing chaos, allowing my father to lead his troops and deliver a decisive strike. After suffering several defeats from such tactics, the great Jin finally reacted, dispatching innate experts to protect their commanding generals. But it was of no avail. They faced an immortal. Even innate masters were utterly powerless against an immortal skilled in invisibility. My father once witnessed the foremost martial expert of the Jin, who had already attained the late innate stage, being effortlessly annihilated by that immortal with a single strike, employing nothing more than a sudden fiery ball, leaving no trace behind. Hard to fathom, isn't it? A formidable innate master, vanquished by a mere fireball, resulting in complete annihilation. If this is not the method of an immortal, what is? Li Ku exclaimed with fervor. Invisibility? Fireballs. These do indeed sound like techniques beyond the reach of mortals. However, to label him an immortal might be premature. Perhaps he is merely a practitioner of cultivation. At that moment, Chen Changsheng recalled the many web novels he had perused before his journey, where the descriptions of invisibility and fireball techniques were often portrayed as the most rudimentary of spells, accessible even to novice cultivators. If that Chen Changsheng was indeed a cultivator, then the Changchun Gong he acquired after fulfilling his wish truly is a cultivation technique. Instantly, Chen Changsheng's heart surged with tumultuous excitement. Changchun Gong, a cultivation method. Would he too be able to cultivate? He had thought he had traversed into a world of martial arts, only to discover the existence of a world of cultivation as well, given that the peculiar individual possessed such abilities. How could he have been subdued by your father and imprisoned in the Tianzi prison? Chen Changsheng inquired in perplexity. This, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps my father discovered a weakness of the immortal, or perhaps he employed some underhanded means to render him incapable of resistance, such as drugging him. Or perhaps, the immortal is not as formidable as we imagine. We simply lack understanding of their true nature, Li Ku replied softly. That is a reasonable point. Moreover, he may not be a true immortal. Chen Changsheng nodded. A cultivator. He must surely be a cultivator, and a rather low-level one at that. Otherwise, he would not have been bested by a mere mortal. However, this has ultimately served to elevate my own standing. Truly, this is quite splendid. By the way, did you mention that strange individual is dead? Is that true? Can immortals truly die? I have another question for you. After you left, the Tianzi prison was inexplicably empty, with not a single prisoner remaining. Where did they all go? Li Ku asked. Prisoners? Oh, those fellows. They sought to devour me, so I conveniently dealt with them. Including that strange individual, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. What? You killed them all? Even the inmate from cell 19? Li Ku exclaimed in shock. Indeed. That fellow was somewhat troublesome, an innate master. However, after being imprisoned for so many years, his cultivation was largely depleted, making him no match for me. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Later, Lin Wanner will return to her residence on her own. You need not worry excessively. With that, Chen Changsheng hurriedly departed from Huaguang Hall, eager to experiment with the Changchun Gong and ascertain whether it was indeed a method of cultivation. Of course, he spoke nothing but the truth to Li Ku. However, there remained one hidden individual, the Emperor Shizong, who had been missing for 4 long years. Chapter 63. Martial Arts and Cultivation on Changming Street, number 168. The large yellow dog sat before the grape trellis, curiously observing Chen Changsheng. It had been quite some time since it had seen Chen Changsheng so earnestly engaged in meditation and cultivation. It was not that Chen Changsheng lacked diligence. Rather, upon entering the late innate stage, without the aid of true qi pills, ordinary meditation and cultivation had become exceedingly slow. Changchun Gong. Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged beneath the grape trellis, gently closing his eyes as the true qi within him flowed along the routes prescribed by the technique. As he began to cultivate, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air was gradually drawn in, coursing through his limbs and merging into his meridians. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes. This was indeed a spiritual energy cultivation method, distinctly different from the internal martial arts he had previously practiced. In the initial stages of internal cultivation, one refines their own essence, which originates from the grains and foods consumed. Thus, the better one eats, the faster one can cultivate. This is why wealth often correlates with martial prowess. Once internal cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the innate stage, one can draw upon the energy in the air through the Bai Hui point atop the head, as described in cultivation techniques. Conversely, spiritual cultivation begins with the perception and absorption of spiritual energy in the air, and this absorption is not limited to the Bai Hui point. Every part of the body can partake in this process. Innate. So it is that entering the innate stage is merely the foundation for cultivation, yet it is vastly different. The speed at which cultivators absorb spiritual energy is incomparably superior to that of martial arts practitioners. One relies solely on the Bai Hui point, while the other harnesses energy from all over the body. Such a disparity is self-evident. However, martial arts are not entirely inferior to cultivation. They possess a unique advantage. Anyone can practice martial arts. In contrast, cultivation requires spiritual roots. Without them, one cannot perceive the spiritual energy in the air and thus cannot cultivate. Moreover, the indestructible golden body. No wonder this technique is so difficult to master. It was not originally designed for ordinary individuals, but rather as a body refinement method for cultivators. Among mortals, only those with extraordinary talent, like the likes of Yao Song, can cultivate it with relative ease. Thus, it appears that the so-called cultivation is merely a deeper level of martial arts. As for Chen Changsheng, the reason he perished from the aftermath of the battle between himself and Emperor Shizong was likely because the magical energy within him had been entirely depleted, rendering him an ordinary person unable to withstand the residual forces of that confrontation. In this world, since there exists individuals like Chen Changsheng, and since there are cultivation techniques, it is certain that there are more cultivators beyond just one. After 7 years in this world, I have only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Chen Changsheng gazed up at the starry sky, his heart bubbling with uncontainable excitement. To live is to embrace hope. Chen Changsheng, although he believes he can attain an alternative form of immortality through the art of corpse collection, must ponder whether such a prolonged existence amidst the mundane holds any significance. Will he not grow weary? After a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years, when he has experienced everything this world has to offer, will he not feel as if he is ensconced within a prison, longing for release, even to the point of contemplating self-destruction? Yet, the current landscape has changed. There are now practitioners of immortality. It appears he is still at the lowest echelon of this world, which naturally provides him with aspirations for advancement, the path of cultivation. The vastness of the world is limitless, teeming with infinite futures and hopes. Splendid, truly splendid. De Huang sat on the ground, sensing that today his master seemed somewhat different from usual. Indeed, his demeanor resembled that of the time when he first adopted him. As night fell, a tranquil silence enveloped the surroundings, and Chen Changsheng meditated beneath the grapevine throughout the night. After a night of cultivation, he discerned a subtle change in the nature of his innate true qi. Originally transparent and colorless, it now bore faint azure spots, which were gradually consuming the original true qi and transforming it into more azure hues. These azure spots must be the magical essence of a cultivator. Upon completing the task assigned by Chen Changsheng, he received the reward of a low-grade wood attribute spiritual root. The name of the Changchun Gong also suggests an affinity for wood attributes. Thus it is reasonable that the magic he cultivates manifests as azure. Once all of his innate true qi is transformed into magical essence, he shall truly be a cultivator. However, Changchun Gong is merely a technique, devoid of any spells. What of Chen Changsheng's abilities, such as the invisibility technique and fireball technique? He would be at a loss. As for relics, surely, Chen Changsheng, as a cultivator, must possess something of value. After his capture, it is likely that his belongings fell into the hands of Emperor Shizong. Yet, having buried Emperor Shizong with his own hands, Chen Changsheng was certain that no relics of a cultivator remained. The relics must still reside within the palace. Yes, they must be in the palace. He must find Li Ku and ensure he unearths Chen Changsheng's relics. Perhaps these relics will aid him in discovering the true realm of cultivation. Then, it shall indeed be time for the Dezhou, or rather, the Dejin, to bid farewell. With his plan set, Chen Changsheng rose to his feet. Wang Wang. De Huang barked twice at the opportune moment, acknowledging his vigil and expressing his gratitude. Truly a gluttonous dog. Chen Changsheng chuckled and tossed a blood essence pill his way. De Huang leaped into the air to catch the pill, first sniffing it before joyfully presenting himself beneath the grape trellis in a posture of 5 hearts facing the sky. A dog striking such a pose is simply extraordinary. The extraordinary quality of the blood essence pill. Ah, it must be his first indulgence. In the Imperial Palace, within the Huawang Hall. Chen Changsheng, I have finally found you. Where did you wander last night, seeking pleasure? I went to your home, but found no one there. Thankfully, De Huang recognized me. Otherwise, you might have missed me. Princess Mingluo exclaimed upon seeing Chen Changsheng. She had just arrived in the capital the previous day, and in her haste to find him, nearly fell prey to De Huang's ferocity. Mingluo, you are a princess. Must you act so recklessly? Li Ku interjected with a frown. Humph. Princess Mingluo pouted at Chen Changsheng. It has been a long time, Princess Mingluo. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. It has indeed been quite a while. I never expected you to possess such capabilities, having captured the 2 empresses of the previous dynasty. Truly impressive, Princess Mingluo retorted, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she recalled her own closeness with him, now overshadowed by 2 other women. Alas, my charm is simply overwhelming. Chen Changsheng replied with a grin, effortlessly embodying the sentiment that as long as he remained unembarrassed, others would be the ones to feel awkward. Now, Mingluo, Mr. Chen has matters to discuss with me, so please excuse yourself for the moment. I shall send for him to see you shortly, Li Ku stated. Yes, father. Princess Mingluo replied, lowering her head. In Li Ku's presence, she dared not act presumptuously. Once Mingluo departed, Li Ku stepped closer, fixing an authoritative gaze upon Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, you possess audacity. Ah, my boldness has always been considerable. Since your majesty dismissed Princess Mingluo, I presume you have uncovered something? Chen Changsheng responded with a smile. Indeed, I ordered a thorough investigation of the Tianzihu prison, and the revelations were startling. The deceased prisoners are one thing, but in the final cell of the Tianzihu prison, we astonishingly discovered. Li Ke's voice trembled with trepidation. You discovered Emperor Shizong, did you not? Chen Changsheng inquired. Such a horrifying revelation. A sovereign of this nation, lost without a trace, only to be discovered murdered by you, a mere jailer, within the depths of the Tianzi prison. Thankfully, Ting handled it properly, silencing all witnesses on the spot. Otherwise, you underestimated me. At that time, you managed to slay my father. I suspect your strength exceeds that of the mid-stage innate realm, does it not? Li Ke's teeth chattered as he spoke, clearly shaken by the implications of the situation. Following Emperor Shizong's disappearance, countless experts scoured the capital, yet who could have fathomed that he lay buried in the deepest recesses of the prison? What do you think? Chen Changsheng replied with a calm smile. I guess you. You murdered my father and dare enter the palace? Do you not fear that I might kill you? Li Ke seethed with anger. Would you? Chen Changsheng countered. Is he afraid? Of course he is. In this world, one cannot gamble with human hearts. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Chen Changsheng, having cultivated both internally and externally, had reached an unfathomable level of power. Unless a grandmaster were to appear, those innate practitioners under Li Ke's command would be incapable of detaining him. The Imperial Guards, while effective against ordinary experts, posed little threat to a cultivator of Chen Changsheng's caliber, unless one were to confront him on a barren plain devoid of refuge. Coincidentally, this is the Imperial Palace, replete with pavilions, towers, and palatial structures. One could easily conceal oneself and evade pursuit for quite some time. Of course not. On the contrary, I am quite grateful to you. Without your presence, how could I have emerged as the ultimate victor and ascended to this throne? Li Ke suddenly laughed heartily. Li Ke was no fool. He understood that Chen Changsheng's audacity in entering the palace stemmed from his own confidence. He likely could not eliminate him. If that were the case, why make an enemy of him? Furthermore, what Chen Changsheng stated was indeed the truth. Emperor Shizong had elevated him to the rank of Qizhu Prince merely to exert pressure on Li Yin, creating a scenario of two tigers contending for dominance in the court, while he remained comfortably distant, allowing both parties to vie for power without threatening his throne. However, when the day arrived for Emperor Shizong's demise, the rightful heir to the throne would inevitably be Li Yin. Chen Changsheng's assassination of Emperor Shizong, while ultimately allowing Li Yin to ascend, left the latter vulnerable due to the absence of a decree and the uncertainty surrounding Emperor Shizong's fate, thus providing an opening for other brothers to challenge him, resulting in the chaos among the princes. Had it not been for other princes obstructing him and granting him time to strengthen his position, he would not have attained his current stature. Your Majesty, should you truly feel gratitude towards me, might I request you to surrender those relics of the strange individual? Chen Changsheng articulated his purpose for this visit. The relics of a cultivator. He was determined to obtain them. What relics of the strange individual? That man died at your hands. If there were any relics, they should be in your possession. Li Ke exclaimed in astonishment. In those years, Emperor Shizong devised that peculiar individual, and before imprisoning him in the deepest depths of the celestial prison, he undoubtedly ensured that all belongings were thoroughly searched. What I desire are precisely those possessions, Chen Changsheng stated. I comprehend. However, my father perished at your hands, and no one knows where those items are concealed. Furthermore, prior to me, Li Yun was the true sovereign of the palace, and who can ascertain whether he has tampered with those belongings? Most importantly, Li Yun is now deceased. You inquire about these items, yet the palace is vast, and the belongings numerous. How am I to discern which are those of the peculiar individual? Li Ke said with a bitter smile. This indeed seems to be a formidable conundrum. The relics of the peculiar individual are likely to be extraordinary. For Emperor Shizong held such significance to that individual that he would not have carelessly mislaid those possessions. Although Li Yun ruled the palace for several years, he was still unaware of the underlying truths. This matter should be approached from several perspectives. First, those eunuchs who once served Emperor Shizong. Second, the Emperor's residence, study, and other frequented locales. And third, how Li Yun managed the relics of Emperor Shizong after his ascension, Chen Changsheng analyzed. This reasoning is sound. No wonder Chen Changsheng, who can articulate that the world must inevitably divide after prolonged unity and reunite after extended division, is indeed a person of both literary and martial prowess. Thoroughly analyzing the situation, if those items genuinely exist, This pursuit will surely unveil some clues. Li Ku praised. The world must divide after prolonged unity and reunite after extended division? Is this not a sentiment shared between myself and Lin Wanner? Does Li Ku even know of this? It was merely a fleeting jest, not to be taken seriously, Chen Changsheng chuckled. Chen Changsheng, fortunately, I believe I understand you. I know you harbor no interest in power. Otherwise, I would truly be restless. Li Ku suddenly lamented. Your Majesty jested, our pursuits differ. I yearn for freedom and the pinnacle of martial arts, not power. Chen Changsheng declared. Indeed, the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon reviewing the history of the Great Zhou, the records concerning Grand Masters are exceedingly rare. Not to mention Grand Masters. Even innate strong practitioners are seldom encountered. Li Ku gently shook his head. I have another matter I wish to request your assistance with, Chen Changsheng stated. What other matter is it? Speak freely. Li Ku inquired. I have heard that the Six Doors did not originally exist, after Shui Yiren pledged loyalty to Emperor Shizong. The Emperor established this department as a sign of grace. Chen Changsheng spoke softly. Oh, are you suggesting that you wish to serve? This is certainly not a problem. I can create a department specifically for you. Li Ku exclaimed with excitement. He had been troubled by how to employ Chen Changsheng, yet unexpectedly, Chen Changsheng presented himself. However, there is one thing that puzzled him. Didn't Chen Changsheng express disinterest in power? Why the sudden shift towards seeking authority? Thank you, Your Majesty. The department I desire to establish is called the Xuanxian Department, which, as the name suggests, is solely for the purpose of searching for immortals and serves no other function. I merely require some personnel and a modest budget. The rest I shall manage myself, Chen Changsheng affirmed. Whether there exists a method to seek other cultivators among Song Yuxing's relics, Chen Changsheng himself was uncertain. However, it matters not, since cultivators indeed exist. And Song Yuxing appeared in the Great Zhou, there must be others as well. Utilizing the machinery of the state to trace the whereabouts of immortals is undoubtedly far superior to searching blindly on one's own. You intend to seek immortals in the Xuanxian department? Li Ku was taken aback. Precisely. If that peculiar individual could be an immortal, then it stands to reason that this world cannot possibly harbor only one such being. There must be others. Chen Changsheng nodded. Do you aspire to become an immortal? Li Ku inquired, lifting his gaze. Naturally. If such a possibility exists, Your Majesty, do you not wish for it? Chen Changsheng smiled. I wish, of course. However, becoming an immortal is likely not so simple, is it? Li Ku replied softly. That is to be expected. Much like martial arts, it is not something everyone can achieve. Becoming an immortal requires fortune and various conditions. No one knows if they are suited for it, but there is no harm in trying, Chen Changsheng stated. A trial is indeed worthwhile. I shall support you in establishing this Xuanxian department, providing funds and personnel. Chen Changsheng, I have but one request of you. Li Ku resolutely declared. Your Majesty, please speak. Chen Changsheng responded. Should the opportunity arise, take me along to become an immortal. If I cannot ascend, then after you become one, please care for my lineage. There exists no eternal dynasty. I have perused history and discovered that every 300 years, a cycle occurs. When my great mountain can no longer endure, I hope you will intervene to preserve my lineage from extinction. Li Ku spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, you are indeed a remarkable individual, far surpassing Li Yun. Had Emperor Shizong chosen you as his heir, the Great Zhou would undoubtedly welcome a new pinnacle, lamented Chen Changsheng. The 300-year curse of feudal dynasties. Li Ku has seen through it, truly remarkable. In historical records, it seems there exists but one successful case of a feudal lordess rebellion. That being Ming Qingzu Zhu Di. Might Li Ku also possess the potential to become a great emperor? How delightful it is now, is it not? Li Ku chuckled. Subsequently, under Li Ku's command, the search for Song Yuxing's relics commenced with great fervor. One group sought out the eunuchs who had served Emperor Shizong. Another rummaged through the Emperor's bedroom and study, while yet another pursued the relics of Emperor Shizong. With the Emperor's decree, the execution of orders proceeded with remarkable speed, and soon, news began to arrive, including some of Emperor Shizong's relics, which were sent to Huaguang Hall for Chen Changsheng to identify. After a while, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. The eunuchs who had served Emperor Shizong were now nearly all gone. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. When Li Yun was emperor, he had already purged the eunuchs within the palace, and after Li Ku ascended, he enacted a bloody purge, resulting in many more deaths. The few remaining were mere minor servants, yielding little valuable information. Moreover, while some items were indeed unearthed from the study and bedroom, regrettably, none were what Chen Changsheng sought. Ultimately, it was revealed that the relics of Emperor Shizong had been interred by that scoundrel Li Yun. The emperor, who had not been seen in life nor death, was hastily given a symbolic tomb by Li Yun, who buried many of Emperor Shizong's belongings along with a great deal of gold and jewels. The tomb was readily available. Every emperor selects a burial site upon ascension, constructing it from the time of their enthronement until death. The longer they live, the grander the tomb becomes, and Emperor Shizong was no exception. After being an emperor for over 30 years, the tomb had been maintained for just as long, and thus, Li Ke had included items such as the yellow robe worn by Emperor Shizong in the burial. There are none? Li Ke frowned. I suspect that, more likely than not, that oblivious fellow Li Yun mistook them for relics and buried them in Emperor Shizong's tomb. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head. What shall we do? We cannot possibly desecrate the grave, can we? Li Ke replied, speechless. Desecrate the grave? Dig up your own father's grave? Although Li Ke felt no attachment to Emperor Shizong, it is still a grave matter. To disturb a grave is excessive, is it not? Chapter 66. Digging the grave. Certainly, Chen Changsheng asserted. Without excavating the grave, how can we uncover the relics? The emperor's mausoleum is of the highest standard, typically hewn within a mountain. Aside from the entrance to the tomb, access to other areas is impossible without divine means. This cannot be done. The realm is already rife with discontent. I have found through history that every dynasty follows a pattern of 300 years. If I were to disturb my father's grave, I would truly be condemned by all in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Ke directly shook his head. What a jest! Digging up one's own father's grave? How could I allow your majesty to become a target of public scorn? Did you not uncover the body of Emperor Shizong? The tomb of Emperor Shizong today is nothing more than a mere burial mound. To open the tomb and allow His Majesty Shizong to rest in peace would indeed be a profound act of filial piety. As for the mystery surrounding the emperor's demise, it could easily be attributed to Li Yin. After all, the dead can hardly refute such claims. This excuse conveniently aligns with the slogan since His Majesty commenced his campaign. Does it not? Chen Changsheng remarked with a smile. Indeed, that is an astute observation. According to the eunuchs, when Li Yin buried the emperor, he included a substantial number of burial treasures. In the early days of the Jin dynasty, manpower was abundant, yet funds were scarce. Thus, it was a case of do or die. Li Ke gradually nodded in agreement. The great Zhou had a tradition of lavish burials, particularly for deceased emperors. The longer an emperor reigned, the more burial goods he would possess. This custom was not limited to emperors. It extended to common folk as well, leading to rampant tomb raiding across the realm, with the authorities conducting rigorous investigations. Those caught looting tombs faced the death penalty, regardless of any amnesty. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng slowly gave Li Ke a thumbs up. What a ruthless individual! While he merely sought to uncover Song Yingxing's relics, this fellow had audaciously plundered the entire wealth of Emperor Shizong. He truly lived up to being a direct descendant. After the two finalized their plan, the Great Zhou government promptly issued an announcement. The announcement conveyed a simple message. The body of Emperor Shizong had been discovered, confirmed to have been murdered by Li Yin in collusion with Yi Wuji. Fearing exposure, they constructed a burial mound for Emperor Shizong. To ensure the old emperor could rest in peace, it was necessary to open the imperial mausoleum. Tongluo Mountain, located approximately 200 miles east of the capital, was the site of the Great Zhou's imperial tombs, where 21 emperors had been interred over the years. Typically, a dedicated guard force stationed there, led by eunuchs dispatched from the palace, conducted incense offerings and rituals for the emperors of the Great Zhou. On this particular day, many people flocked to Tongluo Mountain. Old Chen, I am grateful to you. A single order has brought me back from the front lines, allowing me to serve as the deputy commander of this Xianxin division. This is far preferable to fighting on the battlefield. The governor of Guangnan was stubborn, refusing to submit to the Jin despite being quite capable. After my departure, the Jin suffered a crushing defeat, losing 26 officers of various ranks, including a third-rank guerrilla commander. Had I not returned, I too would have been dispatched to fight in Guangnan, perhaps even losing my life. At the foot of the mountain, Pan Wu, who had not been seen for years, chattered away at Chen Changsheng. What are you being so polite for, brother? I recall that your Pan family supported Li Yin back in the day. When did you decide to align with the Jin? Chen Changsheng asked in surprise. This is the survival strategy of the aristocratic families. My father remains devoted to the Great Zhou, but my brother has secretly allied with the Jin. It is not just our Pan family. Nearly all noble families are doing the same. With such a strategy, neither of them need fear extinction, Pan Wu chuckled. If you die on the battlefield, wouldn't that be a great injustice? Chen Changsheng countered. To perish on the battlefield is merely a matter of skill. What we desire is not whether an individual can survive, but whether the family can endure. just like my father, who remained loyal to the great Zhou throughout his life. Now that the tides have turned, he has not sacrificed himself to his country, but has instead submitted his resignation and returned home to enjoy his old age. You may not pay attention to the political arena, but many have resigned recently. It is a complete overhaul. Of course, this is a good thing. If those old fellows do not step aside, how would there be room for the young on the court? They are wise enough to relinquish some positions to reward the new emperor. In truth, it is all a tacit exchange. Everyone understands this. Yet the common people suffer greatly due to this war, Pan Wu sighed. Over the years, Pan Wu's experiences in battle had broadened his horizons. Indeed, the common people suffer, and their demise is a tragedy. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. Pan Wu stared at Chen Changsheng with a peculiar expression. Why do you look at me like that? Chen Changsheng replied. Before coming, His Majesty instructed me to learn from you, praising you for your prowess in both martial and literary arts. I do not contest your martial abilities, but I consider myself capable in literary pursuits. However, I cannot articulate the sentiment of the common people suffer, and their demise is a tragedy as you do. Old Chen, you are truly skilled at concealing your talents. You really are accomplished in both realms. Pan Wu marveled. I merely said it in passing. Pan Zi, I did not appoint you as the deputy commander of the Xianxin division for frivolous reasons. You must select some truly astute and capable individuals for me. Chen Changsheng asserted. Of course, I have not been idle these years. I know quite a few talented individuals. I will bring them to you, but you must ensure the rewards are substantial. Pan Wu replied. Rest assured, the rewards will be exceptional, along with additional incentives. Those pills I provide for consumption. As long as you perform well, I cannot guarantee other outcomes. But your strength will surely not disappoint. Chen Changsheng said confidently. For Chen Changsheng, ordinary essence blood pills and inner breath pills had become nearly useless. They were better utilized as waste. By offering sufficient rewards, he could ensure those beneath him diligently sought out the Immortals. Pills. Those are precious items. Otherwise, I would not have advanced from the 6th to the 3rd rank in just a few short years. Even my brother finds it unbelievable, calling me a genius. Pan Wu's eyes sparkled. Rest easy, you will not be left out. Chen Changsheng smiled. Of course, we are brothers. However, returning to the subject, is the purpose of establishing the Xianxin division truly to seek out immortals? Do such beings even exist in this world? Pan Wu inquired with curiosity. I cannot say whether immortals exist, but I do know of a group of individuals unlike us. They may be practitioners of cultivation, Chen Changsheng said wistfully. Practitioners of cultivation? Can they truly become immortals? Pan Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps. I am not entirely certain, which is why we need to search. The purpose of the Xianxin division is to scour the world for traces of immortals, regardless of whether they are mere legends, and to verify each account. Chen Changsheng explained. To seek immortals among mortals is destined to be a challenging and protracted journey. However, Chen Changsheng is undeterred. He possesses sufficient lifespan to wait. Over the years, the lifespan rewards accrued from missions completed with the help of the demon monk, coupled with his occasional tasks, had amassed nearly 200 years. 2 centuries is ample time to witness the rise and fall of a dynasty. He is more than willing to wait. I understand now. I will do my utmost to assist you. But why have we come to Tongluo Mountain? This is the site of the imperial tombs. Could there be immortals here? Pan Wu asked curiously. There are certainly no immortals here. We have come to excavate a grave. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Excavate a grave? At the imperial mausoleum? Whose grave are we digging? Pan Wu felt a bit bewildered. Chapter 67. Li Ku was intrigued. The imperial mausoleum of Emperor Shizong ranks among the top 3 in scale among the various imperial tombs of the Great Zhou. It is not so much due to the emperor's prowess as it is because of his lengthy reign. Typically, an emperor who reigns for over 20 years is considered long-serving. In most cases, it is merely a decade or so, with some ruling for only a year or 2. However, Emperor Shizong reigned for a remarkable 36 years. A long life naturally begets a grand mausoleum, and the number of burial goods is beyond question. Normally, imperial tombs are designed in such a way that they are challenging to open without significant destruction. However, Emperor Shizong's tomb is different. Firstly, it is merely a burial mound. Secondly, Emperor Shizong's empress is still alive, and they are to be interred together in the future, necessitating the opening of the tomb entrance, which is why it has not been completely sealed. With a clever mechanism, the massive dragon stone, weighing thousands of pounds, began to rise gracefully. This is the imperial mausoleum. It is my first time witnessing such a sight. Pan Wu marveled. Of course, who would not be seeing it for the first time? Where is General Fong? Chen Changsheng inquired. At your service. At that moment, a fully armored general stepped forward. You have been personally appointed by His Majesty, and the individuals accompanying you are all trusted confidants. The affairs here are exceedingly clandestine. Should any information be leaked, regardless of the source, the collective punishment will be death. And it will also endanger your families. Do you understand? Chen Changsheng stated. After all, this mission, which is ostensibly to inter the Emperor Shizong, is, in reality, a grave robbery. If this were to be made public, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. The general replied solemnly, I understand. A total of 100 men have been selected for this task, all of whom have emerged from the depths of blood and corpses alongside me. There will be no risk of any leaks. That is for the best. Do you comprehend this order? Chen Changsheng inquired, producing a golden token. His Majesty has commanded that this operation be entirely under your direction, Mr. Chen. Whatever you decide, I shall follow. The general nodded. Very well. Shortly, I will withdraw the guard stationed here. You shall then lead your men inside and remove all the funerary objects contained within. Remember, it must be everything. Not even a scrap of cloth should be left behind. Do you understand? Chen Changsheng declared coolly. I understand. The general exclaimed, initially taken aback, before vigorously nodding in agreement. He finally grasped why such a grand display was necessary for the burial of the old emperor, and why, before their departure, His Majesty had repeatedly instructed him to heed Chen Changsheng's every word, even bestowing upon him a golden token. If nothing went awry, this was precisely for that moment. It was not merely an interment. It was a clear act of grave desecration. No wonder this operation was deemed a top military secret. It was utterly terrifying. Understanding is sufficient. Let us commence. It is best to complete this before nightfall, so our departure does not attract undue attention. Chen Changsheng commanded. Yes, sir. The general inhaled deeply, then waved his arm gently, signaling the soldiers behind him to follow as they slowly entered the tomb. Good heavens! We are truly going to dig up a grave? Old Chen, why aren't you going in? Aren't you curious what the imperial mausoleum looks like? Pan Wu exclaimed. It is all under Li Ke's orders. What does it have to do with me? As for entering the mausoleum, humph. Who knows whether those craftsmen left behind any hidden traps? What if I enter and the dragon severing stone falls? Wouldn't I be trapped alive within the tomb? Chen Changsheng scoffed disdainfully. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. He would never risk entering that tomb. Even if he could not obtain the relics of the cultivators now, there would be opportunities in the future, perhaps by persuading some grave robbers to venture inside. After all, as long as one lives long enough, many things become quite easy. Not far behind Chen Changsheng and Pan Wu, the leader of the Diding could not help but sigh and slowly withdraw. Indeed, he was the dark hand prepared by Li Ke. If Chen Changsheng had been eager for the relics of the immortal and entered the tomb, the Diding leader would have appeared, sealing the dragon severing stone and trapping Chen Changsheng inside the tomb. Li Ke had always harbored a degree of vigilance towards Chen Changsheng. If he could seize this opportunity to eliminate him entirely, it would be most advantageous. Regrettably, Chen Changsheng was far too cautious and showed no intent to enter. That night, with the moon hidden and the winds howling, large quantities of funerary items were extracted from the mausoleum, loaded onto carts at the entrance, truly befitting an emperor's tomb. The funerary items alone filled 20 large carts. This was the result after Chen Changsheng had eliminated a portion of them. After extracting the items, they tossed the true corpse of Emperor Shizong into the passage. Then the dragon's severing stone fell, completely destroying the mechanism that operated it. And the group returned to the capital under the cover of night. In the capital, at the imperial palace, in Huawang Hall. Did you not succeed? Li Ke inquired of the Diding leader. No, Chen Changsheng was exceedingly cautious. He did not even enter the tomb passage. The Diding leader replied with a wry smile. That was to be expected, Li Ke said, gently shaking his head. Well then, since we cannot eliminate this person, let us cooperate thoroughly on this matter. Remember, keep it to yourself. Your Majesty can rest assured. They have already extracted the funerary items, and they will arrive in the capital by morning. The Diding leader assured. I wonder how much that fellow Li Yin prepared for Father S' burial, Li Ke murmured to himself. The following morning, a procession of 20 large carts, under the protection of over 100 soldiers, entered the city in grand fashion. The city gate guards initially attempted to obstruct them, but upon Chen Changsheng tossing out a golden token, the gatekeeper was so frightened that he stumbled back. Ultimately, these carts came to a halt in a large manor near the palace. This had originally been the residence of a prince, but after Li Ke ascended, the prince had his head severed, and his entire family exiled 3,000 miles away. Naturally, the estate became the property of the court. Mr. Chen, have you found what you sought? Li Ke inquired with a smile. I believe I have found it, but I still wish to see if there are any omissions. Chen Changsheng replied. Indeed, he had conducted a preliminary inspection of all the funerary items as they emerged, but he had only discovered a small palm-sized bag. The bag was remarkably sturdy. Without innate level strength, it was impossible to damage. Most importantly, it emanated a familiar fluctuation of magical energy, nearly identical to the power he cultivated with his Changchun gong. Undoubtedly, this item must belong to Song Yingxing. Very well, Mr. Chun may inspect it at his leisure. I shall also dispatch someone to assess the value of these items. Li Yin had truly been generous. The funerary items were indeed plentiful. Li Ke casually glanced over, noting that just the gold and silver alone amounted to no less than 1,000,000 taels, not to mention the numerous antiques, calligraphy, and exquisite porcelain, all invaluable treasures. A single mausoleum of Emperor Shizong yielded such wealth. There were over 20 imperial tombs on Tongluo Mountain. If all were excavated in that instant, Li Ke felt a surge of temptation. There was no choice. The finances were dire. The Dejin had always been on shaky ground, relying on the support of noble families. Although the Daizhou possessed considerable resources, the turmoil from the prince's revolt over the years had long depleted the national treasury. When the Daizhou annihilated the Dejin, they had even excavated the royal mausoleums of the Dejin. Thus, in doing the same now, could it not be considered a fitting retribution? Chapter 68. The realm of cultivation. Chen Changsheng had not slept a wink that night and was busy until dusk, ultimately gazing at the small cloth bag in his hand. He was certain that while the funerary items of Emperor Shizong were numerous, the relics of Song Yingxing should only consist of this one item. The rest were either worthless trinkets or precious gems and antiques, none of which radiated similar energy fluctuations. Are you finished with your selection? Li Ke had not departed and remained to accompany Chen Changsheng. The emperor was also concerned about longevity and feared that Chen Changsheng might have hidden something from him. There should only be this one small bag. Chen Changsheng nodded. What use can a small bag serve? What does it contain? Li Ke inquired. I do not know. I cannot open it. Chen Changsheng replied. Cannot open it? Let me have a try. Li Ke exclaimed. A mere small bag, and you cannot open it? Chen Changsheng, upon hearing this, tossed the bag to Li Ke. Suspecting that the item had remained unopened in Emperor Shizong's possession for so many years, Li Ke took the bag and tugged at it forcefully, but it did not budge. Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly. He had tested the strength of the bag, and without innate level power, it was simply unbreakable. If even a small bag could be crafted to such durability, one could only imagine the immense power of a cultivator. Chen Changsheng naturally felt even more drawn to it. Indeed, it is a relic of the immortal. Even a simple bag exhibits such strength. Surely only the methods of an immortal could unlock it. Li Ke marveled. Perhaps. I shall take this bag for now and study how to open it. As for the remaining items, you may oversee their disposal. But do not forget that the funding for my Seek Immortals division is set at 1,000,000 taels annually. As Chen Changsheng spoke, he took the bag from Li Ke's hands and turned to leave. What? 1,000,000 taels? In your quest for the Xuanxin department, what purpose do you require such a substantial amount of silver each year? Are you aware that the total annual revenue of the Daizhou does not exceed 20 million taels? Given the years of turmoil, it is likely reduced to around 10 million. You boldly demand a tenth of it. Li Ke could not help but exclaim. I shall not concern myself with it. You must find a solution. The voice of Chen Changsheng lingered in the air, now absent in form. 1,000,000 taels per year, Your Majesty. This individual certainly possesses a grand ambition. The leader of Attain emerged from the shadows. That is acceptable, Li Ke replied. Have you calculated the worth of the items extracted from the tomb of Emperor Shizong? Roughly estimated, they hold a value of about 3 million taels. Excluding the priceless antiques and paintings, the leader of Attain responded. Indeed, 3 million taels from a single tomb of Shizong. Imagine the wealth if we were to excavate the other imperial mausoleums of Daizhou, Li Ke remarked, a glint of cold light sparkling in his eyes. What? Other imperial tombs? Attain trembled at the notion. What kind of master had he chosen to follow? While others sought to excavate their ancestors' graves, this one seemed fixated on his own lineage. Through the tomb of Emperor Shizong, I have discovered a great treasure, Li Ke declared with a grin. I shall establish a unique regiment dedicated to treasure hunting, aptly named the Mo Jin Shao Wei, focused on uncovering the treasures hidden within ancient graves. Li Ke's enthusiasm was momentary, yet the title of Mo Jin Shao Wei endured through the ages. Number 168, Chaming Avenue. A storage bag? How easily Li Ke was deceived. It should be the essential storage bag for cultivators. With a flick of his spiritual energy, it should open. Chen Changsheng smiled as he began to channel his energy. Indeed, it proved effective. Though it did not open immediately, the original energy aura of the bag had significantly diminished. Such items crafted by immortals require the methods of immortals to unlock them. Confirming its efficacy, Chen Changsheng continued to channel energy. After several hours of relentless effort, he finally eradicated the residual energy. It should be able to open now, Chen Changsheng murmured, gently tugging at the mouth of the bag and tipping it onto the ground. With a rumble, a plethora of items tumbled forth, forming a small mountain. It truly was a storage bag. Wong, wong, wong. The bewildered De Huang barked. Go guard the door. Do not let anyone enter. I wish to see if there is anything I require among Song Yingxing's relics, Chen Changsheng instructed. A variety of items lay before him. Clothing, silver and gold, unknown stones, exquisite boxes, porcelain vases, all needing categorization. After half an hour, the once chaotic pile had been sorted into several distinct groups. The first comprised useless trinkets like clothing and silver. The second contained a few books. The third consisted of various boxes and vases, some made of gold, jade, or wood, each emanating a faint energy aura. The final pile contained items he could not identify, including stones, herbs, and tree roots. Among them were 5 books: First Order Middle Grade Spirit Herb Cultivator's Inheritance, Changchun Skill, Yuezhou Cultivator's Observations, Supreme Fox Demon, and Song Family Genealogy. Evidently, the 5th book appeared the least useful, while the 4th bore a rather peculiar title. Upon opening it, Chen Changsheng's expression turned strange. The so-called Supreme Fox Demon was merely a romantic tale, adorned with beautiful illustrations, yet to someone like Chen Changsheng, who had experienced the vibrant world, it seemed rather mundane. The First Order Middle Grade Spirit Herb Cultivator's Inheritance appeared to be a cultivation skill, perhaps indicating that some cultivators engaged in farming. The second book, Changchun Skill, was self-explanatory as he had already begun practicing it. The third, Yuezhou Cultivator's Observations, was likely the most urgently needed, as it could potentially lead him to other cultivators. With this thought, Chen Changsheng opened Yuezhou Cultivator's Observations and was immediately captivated by its contents, reading until the final page. He was astonished to learn that the world of cultivators was so vast. Cultivation not only enhanced one's power, but also extended life and even led to ascension to higher realms. The ranks of cultivators were numerous: Qi Training, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Each advancement not only doubled one's lifespan, but also endowed them with various extraordinary abilities, truly a sight to behold. Regrettably, while the book provided a glimpse into the knowledge of cultivators, it was merely superficial and lacked a roadmap, implying that in the short term, he would struggle to encounter other cultivators. Nonetheless, this was perhaps a blessing. The world of cultivators lacked law and was instead a brutal survival of the fittest. Presently, his strength was akin to the 3rd level of Qi Training. If he could break through to the Grandmaster level, he might ascend to the 4th level of Qi Training. However, even at the 4th level, he would still be considered a low-tier cultivator in this realm, easily disposable. Only by reaching the 7th level of Qi Training or higher might he attain a modicum of status. Should he break through to Foundation Establishment, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable figure in Yuezhou. Yet, as mentioned in the text, a Foundation Establishment cultivator has a lifespan of merely 200 years. Although he was only at the 3rd level of Qi Training, his lifespan seemed no less than that of those at Foundation Establishment, which was indeed fortunate. His inferior wood spirit root was acquired from Song Yingxing, and being of the lowest grade, it hinted at the improbability of advancing to higher realms. However, longevity itself was a significant advantage. While others might take 100 years to cultivate, he, with 200 years, could surely achieve something worthwhile, even if he were akin to a pig. Moreover, once he mingled with the cultivators, he might even receive rewards for his spirit roots. Chapter 69. The Traces of Immortals. As the years drifted by, a decade swiftly passed since Chen Changsheng's arrival in this world. On this auspicious day, after relentless efforts, he finally ascended to the Grandmaster realm, equating to the 4th level of Qi Training among cultivators. Double happiness was indeed worth celebrating, and that very evening, the Zuehua Tower was entirely reserved, remaining closed for 3 days thereafter. Feeling invigorated, Chen Changsheng exited Zuehua Tower, heading directly to the Xuanxin Department's office. Old Chen, you have finally emerged from Zuehua Tower. The Jiasen Division has relayed news that there are suspected immortal sightings near Kunyang Mountain in Danzhou. Pan Wu exclaimed with a smile, glancing at Chen Changsheng. After years of serving as the deputy minister of the Xuanxin Department, Pan Wu had matured significantly, and his strength had seen considerable growth. He was now a top-tier expert, the foremost figure in the Pan family, undoubtedly aided by Chen Changsheng's support. The maidens at Zuehua Tower are quite agreeable. Kunyang Mountain in Danzhou. Ever since the establishment of the Xuanxin Department, reports of immortal sightings have surfaced intermittently. I have ventured there several times, only to return empty-handed. What makes Kunying Mountain different? Chen Changsheng casually inquired. The Xuanxian department, founded by Chen Changsheng, maintains stringent personnel requirements, necessitating a minimum rank of middle-grade martial artist. It was divided into 8 divisions, from Jia Yi to Jia Ba, centered around the capital and responsible for the 8 cardinal directions. Each division leader possessed a minimum strength of upper 3rd grade. Upon receiving intelligence, each division leader would personally investigate before reporting back. However, even with such diligence, Chen Changsheng had previously returned empty-handed. Perhaps he had arrived too late and missed the cultivators. Perhaps there are no cultivators at all. It may simply be a case of hearsay, or perhaps some village simpletons have encountered phenomena they could not explain, attributing these occurrences to divine beings. This time, however, it feels different. According to the intelligence from the Jiasan division, there have been multiple sightings of immortals soaring in the heavens near Kunying Mountain, with testimonies collected from various individuals at different locations. All who provided accounts can be found. Unlike previous falsehoods, perhaps there truly exists an immortal, Pan Wu Dao, residing in Kunying Mountain. If I recall correctly, Kunying Mountain is a vast mountain range located at the eastern edge of the Great Zhou, stretching over 1,000 miles where it borders the Great Zhou. Beyond that, documentation ceases, Chen Changsheng remarked softly. Indeed, I have perused the materials regarding Kunying Mountain. It is immense, rugged, and home to numerous ferocious beasts. With rumors of demonic creatures lurking within, few dare to dwell in its depths, and on the map of the Great Zhou, Kunying Mountain is already the most eastern point. Pan Wu Dao. Such a grand mountain may indeed harbor immortals. I must see it for myself. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. When shall we depart? Pan Wu inquired. In a few days, once I have made the necessary arrangements. Chen Changsheng replied leisurely. Is there a chance that you might not return after this journey? Pan Wu suddenly asked. Have you disowned that? Chen Changsheng responded in surprise. I am not a fool. You established the search for Immortals division, expending great resources to seek traces of these beings, all for the sake of achieving immortality, correct? If there truly is an immortal in Kunying Mountain, you may. Pan Wu's voice softened. Let us wait and see. Perhaps, as you say, I may not return. However, who can predict the future? Who says that once one becomes an immortal, they can never return to the Great Zhou? Chen Changsheng chuckled. Indeed, once one becomes an immortal, they can return. Let us not forget, there are many old acquaintances here. Pan Wu laughed. Naturally, but if I do leave, the search for Immortals division should be disbanded. At that time, be proactive. You might secure a good position, Chen Changsheng remarked. In truth, he currently had no need to worry about Pan Wu. As a distinguished first-class expert, as long as Li Ku is not a fool, he would not let such talent go to waste. If you leave, I shall take up the position of the Grand Commander in the prison. Haha, I had my eye on that position years ago. Pan Wu laughed heartily. Danzhou is located at the easternmost edge of the Great Zhou, and beyond it lies the vast Kunying Mountain range, towering and majestic, densely forested. Truly a place where mortals dare not tread. Even the local mountain dwellers only venture a few dozen miles into the outskirts of Kunying Mountain, never daring to delve deeper. Danzhou Prefecture. Greetings, Grand Commander. The leader of Jiasan bowed to Chen Changsheng. Yes, rise. Speak of matters that pique my interest. Chen Changsheng nodded. Yes, Grand Commander. The matter of the Immortals in Danzhou was first investigated by Lu Xiaowan behind me. Let her report to you directly. The leader of Jiasan stated. Lu Xiaowan. Chen Changsheng paused, then turned his gaze to the jade pendant at Lu Xiaowan's waist. Chapter 70. Old friends. The jade pendant at Lu Xiaowan's waist stirred some memories in Chen Changsheng. Grand Commander, you and this jade pendant. Lu Xiaowan, being astute, noticed that Chen Changsheng looked somewhat familiar, and with his gaze fixed on the pendant, she naturally made some connections. Who would have thought that the little girl from back then has now grown into such a graceful figure? It has been many years. I wonder how Madame Xue is faring? Chen Changsheng sighed. 7 years ago, Chen Changsheng fulfilled Lu Ming's last wish, delivering 50 taels of silver to Madame Xue, after which he received the blood spirit formula as a gift from Lu Ming. This blood spirit formula complemented the essence blood pill, allowing Chen Changsheng to advance to the innate level, from which he could not be restrained. Are you my benefactor, uncle? My mother? She passed away 2 years ago. Lu Xiaowan's mouth fell open in shock, pointing at Chen Changsheng, and then she appeared somewhat dejected. She has passed? I apologize for bringing up your sorrow. Chen Changsheng sighed, recalling Madame Xue's appearance. It must be said that Lu Xiaowan bore a striking resemblance to her. No matter. It has been 2 years. My mother often reminisces about the benefactor uncle's generous silver. If I ever encounter my benefactor uncle again, I shall repay him. Who would have thought that my benefactor uncle would be the Grand Commander of the Search for Immortals Division? Lu Xiaowan stuck out her tongue. This Grand Commander of the Search for Immortals is no ordinary person. Rumor has it that the Grand Commander possesses extraordinary abilities, having achieved the innate level, and is possibly the greatest expert in the Great Gene. However, these titles pale in comparison to his character. He is known for his frank disposition, delighting in melodious gatherings, often immersing himself in the pleasures of the brothels for days or even weeks. There are even rumors that he has cuckolded the late Emperor Li Ku twice and has not spared even the current princess, a true libertine and a paragon of manhood. Haha, your ability to seek traces of immortals is already a form of repayment. You may leave now. For matters regarding the immortal traces, let Xiaohuan inform me. Chen Changsheng instructed. Yes, Grand Commander. The leader of Jia Sen respectfully retreated, while Lu Xiaohuan nervously fidgeted with her fingers. What does my benefactor uncle want with me alone? Could it be that he is enamored by my delicate appearance? Benefactor uncle, Lu Xiaohuan stammered. If my benefactor uncle truly harbors ulterior motives, should I resist? He appears rather handsome, possessing strength, status, wealth, and good looks. The only flaw seems to be his reputation. Speak of the immortal traces regarding Kunyang Mountain. Chen Changsheng commanded. About that? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Of course, what else could we discuss? Chen Changsheng replied, puzzled. Oh, I have discovered that in Ningling County, Danzhou, there is a village named Fujiakan at the foot of Kunyang Mountain. A woodcutter there insists he has seen an immortal with his own eyes. Lu Xiaohuan conveyed. Was he the only one who witnessed it? Are there other witnesses? Chen Changsheng inquired. No, but aside from this woodcutter, there have long been legends of immortals in Fujiakan. The old village chief once claimed to have seen a female immortal flying in the clouds, standing atop a sword 20 years ago. And he even painted a portrait of her, treasuring it dearly. Besides Fujiakan, Xiaohuan also discovered that 7 other villages have similar tales, all of which have been duly recorded. And their accounts are nearly identical. The immortals they claim to have seen are generally depicted as soaring through the clouds, either standing on swords, knives, or other ethereal objects. All detailed records are here. Benefactor uncle may peruse them, Lu Xiaohuan said, handing over a ledger. Very well, let me take a look. Chen Changsheng nodded. With his extraordinary memory, Chen Changsheng quickly scanned the pages of the ledger, which contained dozens of pages of meticulously detailed accounts, including times, locations, names, and even seals. Excellent work. How far is Fujiakan from the prefectural office? Chen Changsheng asked. If we ride swiftly, we can arrive in a day, Lu Xiaohuan replied. Good, prepare 6 horses. You and I shall travel together, Chen Changsheng commanded. 6 horses? Benefactor uncle, with just the 2 of us, even alternating our mounts, for horses would suffice. Lu Xiaohuan questioned. Confused. Not just the 2 of us. Off you go? Chen Changsheng insisted. Not just 2 people? Is the leader of Jia Sen coming too? Why does it feel like his presence would be excessive? A quarter of an hour later. Benefactor uncle, when you said not just the 2 of us, did you mean? Lu Xiaohuan could never have expected that the additional companion would not be the leader of Jia San, but rather a dog. Of course, his name is Da Wang. I have raised him for nearly 10 years. He must accompany me wherever I go, Chen Changsheng stated matter-of-factly. Should he truly encounter a cultivator and seek to integrate himself, Da Wang would naturally have to come along. This fellow's combat prowess is not weak at all, rivaling that of an expert in the mid-innate stage. 2 individuals and a dog, accompanied by 6 horses, journey tirelessly day and night. At Fujia village, within the abode of the venerable village chief. Young lady, what brings you here again? The old village chief declared with a righteous demeanor. I have already made it clear that the painting is my most treasured possession. One I intend to take with me to the grave. It is not for sale. 100 taels. Chen Changsheng interjected. What? 100 taels? No. The old village chief stammered, his tongue nearly faltering. 1,000 taels. Chen Changsheng asserted once more. 1,000 taels? The old village chief's voice began to tremble. Consider this carefully, old chief. Once you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. 1,000 taels can afford you a stay at the finest brothel in Danzhou City, allowing you to enjoy several days of comfort. Isn't that preferable to leaving it for burial? Chen Changsheng remarked nonchalantly. Danzhou City, the finest brothel? The old chief's eyes brightened with excitement. Indeed, there exists a renowned establishment known as Wenxiang Lu, boasting 12 extraordinary maidens, each possessing unparalleled beauty and distinctive charm. Collectively hailed as the 12 golden hairpins of Danzhou. With 1,000 taels, you could practically indulge in all of them. What say you? Is this deal not worthwhile? Chen Changsheng smiled. Indeed, it is a bargain, an extraordinary bargain. I shall sell it to you at once. Let me fetch that painting. In a state of astonishment, Lu Xiaohuan observed as the old village chief hurried back inside to retrieve the artwork. Uncle benefactor, he is so old yet permits him to visit a brothel? Lu Xiaohuan turned to Chen Changsheng. There are no what-ifs. Even if there were, he is a man of indulgence. He would be 1,000 times willing. Chen Changsheng chuckled. A man's lust can endure until his last breath. Before my journey to this realm, I had heard tales of elderly gentlemen still seeking pleasure at 70 or 80, only to meet their demise in the embrace of a woman. Chapter 71. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. Upon unfurling the scroll, the passage of time was palpably evident. A female immortal, poised upon a divine sword, soared above the mountain peaks. The depiction of the female immortal was so lifelike, with every detail rendered exquisitely. Even the tension in her clenched fist conveyed a sense of reality, as if she were indeed a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. You claim this painting was created 20 years ago? Chen Changsheng inquired, directing his gaze towards the old village chief. Given the apparent age of the scroll, it seems somewhat inconsistent. Are you attempting to deceive me? If you possessed such talent, why would you be merely a village chief? Lu Xiaohuan frowned. Even someone as unrefined as she could discern the painting's artistry was of an unprecedented caliber. Such a talent could surely find better fortune elsewhere. To be honest, this was painted by my father 40 years ago. However, I truly encountered this immortal 20 years ago. I swear I am not deceiving you. The old village chief's face flushed with embarrassment. 20 years ago you encountered her? Did her appearance align with that of the figure in the painting? Chen Changsheng questioned, unperturbed by the possibility of deceit. An ordinary individual, under Chen Changsheng's acute senses, could not possibly lie without detection. No, there was no difference. Merely the attire was distinct. Even the sword beneath her feet matched that in the painting. The old village chief hastily replied, fearing disbelief from others. Where did you see this immortal? Chen Changsheng probed. At Nyoto Mountain. Oh, by the way, my father also encountered that immortal there. Not only my father and I, but I have also heard others mention having seen an immortal soar through the sky near Nyoto Mountain, the old village chief recounted. Nyoto Mountain? Where is it? Take me to see. Chen Changsheng urged. Nyoto Mountain lies just beyond the village. We can reach it by crossing a hill. Allow me to escort you both. The old village chief hurriedly replied. 2 hours later, Chen Changsheng arrived at the very spot where the old village chief had once seen the immortal, discreetly marking the location before returning to the village to consult with others who had encountered the celestial being. Following this, he bestowed 1,000 taels upon the old village chief, of course, rewarding the others as well, before departing Fujia village for his next destination. According to Lu Xiaohuan's records, there were 7 similar villages remaining. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng invested a month traversing these hamlets, uncovering a wealth of legends concerning immortals. As the record suggested, these tales shared a common thread. Immortals seldom flew directly, but instead traversed the skies upon magical implements, be it a sword, a knife, a floating ribbon, or other similar artifacts. According to the accounts in Yuezhou cultivators' observations, practitioners in the Qi refinement stage typically relied upon magical tools for travel. Thus, if indeed there were cultivators congregating within Kunying Mountain, their strength would likely be modest, precisely suitable for Chen Changsheng. The directions indicated by the 7 or 8 villages pointed towards the deeper mountains in the northern region of Kunying Mountain. After gathering all the pertinent information, Chen Changsheng began to strategize, first ensuring his own safety. After all, the world of cultivation described in Yuezhou cultivators' observations is one where the weak are devoured by the strong, allowing no room for error. Uncle Benefactor, I have successfully advanced to the 3rd rank. Thank you. Lu Xiaohuan joyfully bounded over to Chen Changsheng, unable to contain her excitement. Only the 3rd rank. It is hardly worth celebrating. Chen Changsheng laughed. But uncle, I am only 16 years old. Achieving the 3rd rank at 16 is quite remarkable. Don't you think? Lu Xiaohuan replied. 16 and at the 3rd rank? Chen Changsheng fell into deep contemplation. In the past, he seemed to have encountered a young girl who ascended to the 3rd rank at a similar age. She was exceptionally gifted but bore a blood feud and chose to depart to avoid implicating him. 7 years have swiftly passed without a trace. Perhaps she has perished in this tumultuous era, or perhaps not. Indeed, attaining the 3rd rank at 16 is impressive. It seems I must take my leave, Chen Changsheng murmured. Uncle Benefactor, are you going to find the immortal? Lu Xiaohuan inquired curiously. Yes, I am indeed seeking the immortal, Chen Changsheng affirmed. The establishment of the Seeking Immortal department serves precisely this purpose. Then can you take me along? Lu Xiaohuan blurted out. Though their time together spanned merely a month, Chen Changsheng had taken root in Lu Xiaohuan's heart like a lingering obsession. Charming, affluent, powerful, esteemed, and gentle, apart from being somewhat flirtatious, he was devoid of flaws. This was the impression Chen Changsheng left upon Lu Xiaohuan. To a 16-year-old girl experiencing the stirrings of her heart, a middle-aged man like Chen Changsheng appeared intoxicating. Of course, he was still quite youthful in appearance, seeming only in his 20s. You cannot. Even I am uncertain of what these immortals truly resemble. Whether I can find them is another matter altogether. How could I bring you along? Chen Changsheng shook his head. But when will I see you again? Lu Xiaohuan mustered her courage to ask. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future. As we part ways, allow me to gift you something. And let us bid farewell, Chen Changsheng said, tossing Lu Xiaohuan a porcelain vial before directing his gaze towards the depths of the mountain. Based on the villagers' guidance, the cultivators must either emerge from this direction or soar towards it. Ahead, there undoubtedly lies a gathering place for cultivators. Perhaps it is the market mentioned in the observations of cultivators. A market for cultivators, how intriguing. What treasures might be for sale there? Although Yuezhou Cultivators' Observations discusses numerous aspects of cultivating knowledge, it reveals little regarding the treasures of the cultivation world. Moreover, the few minor spells included in the legacy of the spiritual herb cultivator have been largely mastered. Should I encounter other cultivators, I might impersonate a spiritual herb cultivator. No, not merely impersonate. If I can rent a spiritual field, I shall truly become a bona fide spiritual herb cultivator. Regrettably, I lack the ability to soar through the skies with a sword. Otherwise, I would not have to ascend the mountain on foot. With resolute strides, Chen Changsheng gripped the Shi Huang sword, while the Huang followed closely behind at a distance of over 100 meters. Indeed, this was the assurance Chen Changsheng had provided for himself. In the event of an unforeseen danger, the Huang lurking in the shadows might catch an adversary off guard. Throughout the journey, he traversed mountains and forded rivers, spending 3 full days navigating through the dense wilderness. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. At last, he encountered a genuine cultivator. More precisely, he stumbled upon the remains of a cultivator. Chapter 72. Is there a brothel in the land of cultivation? Mo Tong, female, 33 years of age, perished from a lethal stab to the heart. Her last wishes were, first, to eliminate the highwaymen known as the Black and White Twins. Second, to take the hairpin from her head to Shouyang Fangshi Ling Tian Shu number 133, find the girl Mo Shi, and raise her to adulthood. Highway robbery? Is this what is referenced in the Yuezhou Cultivators' Chronicles? Not only did they rob, but they also committed murder. This place is no longer safe, given my own strength. Should I encounter these so-called Black and White Twins, my demise would be all but assured. Shouyang Fangshi. This location was mentioned in the Yuezhou Cultivators' Chronicles. Shouyang Mountain and Kunying Mountain seem to have been referenced in some ancient texts. Originally known as Shouyang Mountain, it was later renamed Kunying Mountain due to some emperor's jealousy. Body evaluation. Extraordinary 1 star. Reward of 3 drops of extraordinary essence blood and 2 first-tier mana pills. Mana pills? Are they elixirs that can enhance one's mana? The corpse retrieval technique is indeed worthy of admiration. Having hastily performed the retrieval, Chen Changsheng dug a shallow grave and laid the body to rest, proceeding cautiously onward. The further he ventured, the more traces he discovered, and after crossing another mountain peak, he finally encountered a living cultivator. Friend, please pause. To enter the Fangshi, a fragment of spirit essence must first be surrendered. The Shouyang Mountain Fangshi was enveloped by an array, with 2 cultivators guarding the entrance. Those exiting faced no restrictions. Yet those wishing to enter were required to forfeit a piece of spirit essence. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng glanced at the dish containing the spirit essence. An idea struck him, and feigning nonchalance, he retrieved a similar item from his storage bag and tossed it into the dish, saying, "This is my first visit to Shouyang Mountain Fangshi. I am unaware of the rules or taboos here." Indeed, this item was spirit essence. The other type of complete stone must be the spirit stone. This was a fine commodity, serving as the currency for transactions among cultivators and also usable for cultivation, an absolute hard currency. Regrettably, the storage bag left by Song Yingxing contained a meager quantity of spirit stones, only 8 complete spirit stones and just over 30 fragments. 10 fragments equate to 1 spirit stone, meaning Song Yingxing's net worth, aside from those indeterminate items, amounted to merely 11 spirit stones. Rules? Our Shouyang Mountain Fangshi, like most markets, has no particularly unique regulations. Fighting is prohibited, and after nightfall, Lingering on the streets is forbidden. If caught by the patrol, it would spell disaster. One of the cultivators chuckled. Thank you for your guidance. I shall adhere to the rules. Chen Changsheng replied respectfully. Very well, you may enter. Entering the market for cultivators for the first time, or rather, witnessing so many cultivators together, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of excitement within him. However, he maintained his composure, concealing his novice status from others. Come and see. Don't miss out. Basic 5-element cultivation techniques for just 8 spirit stones. Premium talismans. 3 for 1 spirit stone. Essential items for home and travel that could save your life in critical moments. Selling Sanyang Ling rice, starting at 10 pounds. Indeed, this market rivaled the bustling secular fairs, with a plethora of goods available, far exceeding what was described in the Yuezhou Cultivators Chronicles. Chen Changsheng wandered like a street urchin, filled with curiosity about everything around him, yet refraining from purchasing any items. On his first day here, Chen Changsheng merely observed, keenly collecting useful information. Xianhuge? I never expected that there would be entertainment in the land of cultivation. What might the differences be from the secular world? Are there truly supernatural creatures? Chen Changsheng pondered aloud. Brother, what kind of dreams are you having in broad daylight? For a demon to transform into a human, they must reach the 4th tier. Equivalent to a Yuanying Jinjuan. Do you dare to imagine that? A young man beside him clapped Chen Changsheng on the shoulder. Haha. I suppose it can only remain a fantasy. Chen Changsheng chuckled awkwardly. Would you like to enter together? The young man asked. No, thank you. I have no interest in that path. Chen Changsheng shook his head and turned to leave. Not interested? Who wouldn't he be drawn to the fox spirits of Huxianlu? Perhaps you're simply low on funds? The young man laughed, shaking his head as he stepped into Huxianlu. I must earn money. I must find a way to make a living. Chen Changsheng thought. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a position where he watched others enter the entertainment district. Yet how could he earn money? The Yuezhou Cultivators Chronicles mentioned various crafts of cultivation. But regrettably, he had no inheritance. While he possessed the legacy of a spirit planter, it was essentially just farming. Even if he wished to cultivate, he had no land to work with. Frustrated, Chen Changsheng tugged at his hair. Perhaps I should seek out Emoshi? No, this is not the secular world. It's the realm of cultivation. Surviving alone is already a challenge, let alone bringing along a burden that would hinder him. Thus, Chen Changsheng, the street urchin, wandered the streets for several hours until the sky began to darken, and the foot traffic gradually dwindled. The guards at the entrance had warned of a curfew after nightfall, indicating that he needed to find a place to stay. Not far from where he had just passed, there seemed to be an inn. Half an hour later, 3 fragments of spirit essence, just for 1 night's stay. For merely 1 night's lodging, they demanded 3 fragments of spirit essence. At this rate, even if he refrained from eating or drinking, the spirit stones he possessed would only suffice for a little over a month in the market. This simply would not do. He had to devise a plan to settle down. He could not afford to stay at this inn. Sell pills? No, I have too few mana pills. And the extraordinary essence blood pills are also limited. Ordinary essence blood pills are likely to be disregarded by these cultivators. Furthermore, unlike other commodities, pills must be kept discreet. Considering it this way, it seemed he could only. The following morning, Chen Changsheng headed directly to the Lingtian Shu and located number 133. This was a modest courtyard, consisting of only 2 simple rooms, with a small vegetable garden cultivated within, where a girl, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, sat at the courtyard entrance, vigilantly watching Chen Changsheng. You must be Emoshi, Chen Changsheng inquired. Who are you? How do you know my name? The girl furrowed her brow. Your mother is named Emotong, is she not? Chen Changsheng gently coaxed. Yes, but how do you know that? I don't recognize you. Do you know where she has gone? I haven't seen her for 3 days. Emoshi asked anxiously. Your mother has gone to a faraway place. And I will take care of you from now on, Chen Changsheng assured her. Who exactly are you? Don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream. My neighbors are right here, and if I call them, you want to escape. Emoshi glared at Chen Changsheng warily. Look at this. Your mother gave it to me before she departed, Chen Changsheng said, revealing a hairpin in his hand. This hairpin was no magical artifact, merely an ordinary silver hairpin, devoid of any value even to highway robbers. My mother's hairpin is in your possession? Where is she? Is she dead? Emoshi's expression shifted from surprise to somber inquiry. Chapter 73. Will you raise me, or shall I raise you? I mentioned that she went to a distant place. Chen Changsheng said awkwardly. Enough with the deception. I know she must be dead. When I was young, my father passed away, and my mother lied to me in the same way. Although Emoshi's demeanor was cold, tears could not be concealed as they cascaded down her cheeks. With both parents gone, she had become an orphan. Well, since you are aware, I shall not deceive you any longer. She has indeed passed away, Chen Changsheng sighed. How did she die? Emoshi inquired coldly. She was killed by the notorious duo, the Black and White Twin Devils, Chen Changsheng replied. What? Them again? 5 years ago. They murdered my father, and now they have taken my mother's life. Black and White Twin Devils, I will kill you. I swear I will. Emoshi trembled violently, then collapsed to the ground. Both my parents fell victim to the Black and White Twin Devils? Such a pitiful child. Chen Changsheng lamented as he lifted the young girl in his arms. That night, Emoshi dreamt of her parents. While they were playing joyfully, two figures suddenly appeared and killed them. She awoke in fear. You're awake. Have some porridge, it's what I made. Chen Changsheng said, bringing over a dark concoction. Is this porridge? Emoshi looked at him with a cold gaze. I'm not very skilled at cooking, so it got burnt. Please don't mind. Chen Changsheng replied, somewhat disheartened. Put it down. I will cook. Emoshi stated matter-of-factly. You can cook? Chen Changsheng asked in surprise. Emoshi appeared no older than 11 or 12. How could such a young child know how to cook? After all, he was over 30 and still inept in this regard. I have been cooking since I was 7. Emoshi declared. What? Since 7? Did your mother not cook for you? Chen Changsheng asked, astonished. At 7, children are just starting 2nd grade in my past life, he thought. My mother had to tend to the fields to harvest spirit rice for rent. Otherwise, how would we survive in the market? Emoshi explained. How tragic. Chen Changsheng looked at her with deep sympathy. This child was far too mature for her age. I have decided. I will stay here to take care of little Emoshi and see her grow into adulthood, fulfilling the wishes of Emo Tong. Chen Changsheng resolved silently. Half an hour later. Wow, this is delicious. Little Emoshi, your cooking is truly delightful. Chen Changsheng exclaimed. After several days in the mountains, he had only eaten wild fruits and dry rations. Upon entering the market yesterday, he had finished the last of his provisions and had gone hungry all day. Though he only had plain rice porridge and a bit of pickled vegetables, he devoured the meal ravenously. I don't want to eat right now. How did you know my mother? Emoshi asked. I haven't known your mother for long, nor have I visited your home, so naturally, you haven't seen me. I met your mother while we were out, and we encountered the Black Wind Twin Devils. We were overpowered, and your mother entrusted you to me, giving me a hairpin as a token to care for you. Chen Changsheng fabricated effortlessly. After all, he had fulfilled many wishes over the years and had to provide some explanation to the living. Although I know you are lying, one thing is true. That hairpin is a secret between my mother and me. It is not a valuable item, but your ability to find me with it shows that my mother trusted you. Emoshi remarked quietly. Lying? I have not. Chen Changsheng instinctively defended himself. My mother left alone to pay respects to my father. She would not have taken you with her. Emoshi stated directly. Paying respects? Why not bury your father nearby, instead of such a distant place? It is dangerous outside, Chen Changsheng queried. Because after my father died, his body was turned to ashes on the spot. My mother visits the place where he was burned every year at this time to pay her respects. Emoshi explained. Turned to ashes? Well, rest assured. Since I promised your mother, I will certainly raise you, Chen Changsheng said with compassion. All right, then let us go, Emoshi declared. Go? Where to? Chen Changsheng asked. Our family has rented 5 acres of spirit rice in the market, and it's about to be harvested. Of course, we must work, pull weeds, catch insects, and perform the spring wind rain technique, Emoshi said. Pull weeds and catch insects? Ultimately, I must still become a spirit planter? He thought. A quarter of an hour later, Emoshi pointed out, from here all the way to the big willow tree ahead is our spirit field. I am only at the first level of chi refinement, and I am not very proficient with the spring wind rain technique. You will handle the rain. I will take care of the weeds and insects, Emoshi instructed. All right, just watch me. Chen Changsheng patted his chest. After all, he had inherited the spirit planter's legacy and had practiced the most basic techniques. Half an hour later, Chen Changsheng looked at Emoshi with a dejected expression. How many times must I perform the spring wind rain technique to water this completely? I have exhausted my spiritual power and have only managed to water 1/3 of the field. Uncle, your spring wind rain technique is terrible. My mother's range is twice as large, and she expends only half your energy, Emoshi observed scornfully. Is there a technique to performing the spring wind rain technique? Chen Changsheng humbly sought advice. You seem like a complete novice who knows nothing. Never mind. I will teach you. When you perform the spring wind rain technique, your hand gestures should be like this, and your spiritual energy should begin here, she said. Thus, the 11-year-old Emoshi took on the role of teacher while Chen Changsheng became the student. After some effort, he finally grasped the technique and swallowed a spirit power pill. As soon as the pill was ingested, his previously depleted dantian became replenished instantly. What are you doing? Emoshi exclaimed, her eyes widening. Taking a pill to restore my spiritual energy. Otherwise, how can I work? Chen Changsheng replied. You can restore your energy through meditation, and pills are precious. They should be used in battles. How can you just consume them so quickly? Emoshi was at a loss for words. You are right. I won't consume them anymore. Chen Changsheng nodded. Having grown accustomed to taking pills in the past, he forgot that this was now the world of cultivation. Until there was a stable source of bodies, it was best to conserve his resources. Help me with the weeding. You are to pull weeds, not spirit rice. Emoshi instructed. Forget it. You should catch the insects instead. Do you know how to use the lynxy finger? Yes. Use the lynxy finger to target those beetles. They are the most detestable. Every time the spirit rice is about to mature, these pests appear. I asked you to kill the beetles, not damage the spirit rice. Emoshi exclaimed as yet another stalk of spirit rice fell victim to the chaos. The once calm and composed Emo, she could no longer hold back her tears. Mother said you were to raise me, but this person cannot cook, cannot perform the spring wind rain technique, cannot weed, and cannot catch insects. Who is caring for whom? Chapter 74, Song Family of Shouyang Mountain. Please don't cry. I just slipped up, Chen Changsheng said, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had accidentally crushed the beetle's head and inadvertently damaged the spirit rice behind it. You cannot cook, cannot perform the spring wind rain technique, cannot weed, and cannot use the lynxy finger to kill insects. Did my mother truly send you to take care of me, rather than the other way around? Emoshi gazed at Chen Changsheng earnestly. Caught off guard by her retort, Chen Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. However, her words were not unfounded. Who was truly caring for whom? The truth was, Chen Changsheng genuinely lacked the skills. As for the spring wind rain technique and the lynxy finger, he had no one to teach him and had relied solely on his own exploration. Being able to use them at all was already a feat. As for cooking and weeding, he truly was at a loss. In his previous life, with parents at home and a cafeteria at school, he had never needed to cook for himself. After traversing through time, it goes without saying that he had always dined outside. Only during the days when feng shuiping was present did he truly feel the essence of home. As for weeding, that was even less to discuss. In his previous life, born in the city, he had never had the opportunity to engage in such tasks. Admittedly, these chores were not within his skill set, yet he was eager to learn. I can learn. I am quite intelligent. Just teach me, Chen Changsheng stammered. If he were to be expelled from the house by the little girl, he would indeed find himself in a dire situation. Without a place to stay, the inn was far too costly for him to afford. Learning in the present was the only option he had, but he feared that this year's harvest might not be promising, Mushi lamented. Chen Changsheng dared not respond. If the harvest were to be poor, he had no solutions. Had he known he would become a farmer in this life, he would have surely pursued agricultural studies in his past existence. Subsequently, Mushi began to teach Chen Changsheng how to weed and catch insects. As using the gungjin finger was no longer an option, while weeding, one must exercise caution not to harm the lingdao. The rhinoceros beetle, although a good source of nourishment, was quite formidable and difficult to crush directly. Typically, one would employ the gungjin finger to eliminate it. How can you be so strong? Mushi exclaimed, gazing at the nearly pulverized beetle in Chen Changsheng's hand. Haha, born with divine strength. Am I not somewhat useful? Chen Changsheng chuckled. Joking aside, being endowed with innate external power, he could easily exert over 1,000 jin of strength. Thus, a mere beetle was no challenge. Indeed, your strength is quite advantageous. Now you can simply grasp and crush the rhinoceros beetle without needing the gungjin finger, Mushi remarked. As the day wore on, Chen Changsheng followed the little girl, gaining a wealth of practical experience. He felt that this little girl seemed more suited to inherit the legacy of the Lingji farmer than he was. In the evening, Mushi prepared porridge, and in addition to the salty pickles, there was a plate of over a dozen fried and shelled rhinoceros beetles. Delicious, truly delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite porridge before. The flavor of the beetles is also quite pleasant, seemingly possessing a slight enhancement to my cultivation, Chen Changsheng remarked as he ate. Naturally, the rhinoceros beetles feed on lingdao, growing in the spiritual fields, thus containing a faint spiritual energy. However, their energy is too weak to be considered a demon beast. Yet, they can evolve. If they were to transform into a rhinoceros beetle king, they would be formidable, classified as a low-tier demon beast. Of course, the rhinoceros beetle king is valuable. Selling it in the marketplace could fetch at least 1 spiritual stone. Mushi explained. Can rhinoceros beetles be sold? Chen Changsheng asked, astonished. Yes, they can be sold, albeit at a low price. 20 rhinoceros beetles might only yield a fragment of spiritual stone, and only taverns will purchase them. The rhinoceros beetle king, however, is a true demon beast and sought after by many cultivators. Mushi clarified. I see. Are there many rhinoceros beetles in the fields? Chen Changsheng inquired. It depends. Sometimes there are many, sometimes few. Additionally, apart from the rhinoceros beetles, there are several other types of pests in the fields that must be caught. Mushi replied. All right, I shall take on the task of catching insects from now on. I will not eat your food for free. Chen Changsheng resolutely nodded. From now on, this will be our home, Mushi said after a brief silence. Chen Changsheng was taken aback by her words, but quickly responded, yes, our home. That night, Chen Changsheng stayed in Mushi's home, which had 2 rooms, allowing each of them their own space. He wondered how Huang was faring. With so many cultivators around, he hoped that the creature could remain clever enough not to be turned into dog meat. When Chen Changsheng entered the marketplace, he had left Huang outside. He felt no concern for Huang encountering dangers in the forest, given its strength. The primary concern was the multitude of cultivators. Huang might lack the power to resist them. In the night, faint sounds of weeping could be heard from the adjacent room. Clearly, the little girl was not as resilient as she appeared. She merely put on a brave facade in front of Chen Changsheng. The following morning, they had porridge and pickles for breakfast. Mushi, do you eat only these things every day? Chen Changsheng asked. What else is there to eat? Mushi replied, surprised. In her memory, meals consisted solely of porridge and pickles, and she could hardly indulge in anything else. While she knew there were taverns in the marketplace, the costs were exorbitant. How about meat, like chicken or duck? Chen Changsheng suggested. Oh, ordinary meat is not as delicious as lingmi, and frequently consuming lingmi is beneficial for cultivation. Regular meat merely satisfies hunger and has no effect on cultivation. As for demon beast meat, it is far too expensive for us. The insects in the fields are the only viable option to improve our meals, Mushi explained. What is wrong with satisfying one's hunger? It is better than having porridge and pickles every day. Where can we find such ordinary meat? Chen Changsheng asked. At the foot of Shiyang Mountain, there is a mortal city where it is sold. I went there once with my mother. Mushi replied. There are mortals in the marketplace? Chen Changsheng asked, astonished. Of course. Cultivators require spiritual roots, which are rare. Even the offspring of 2 cultivators may not inherit spiritual roots. The marketplace at Shiyang Mountain is under the jurisdiction of the Song family, which has many mortals among its descendants, along with those of other cultivators, gradually forming a mortal city. Mushi explained. The Song family? Chen Changsheng's heart raced. Could this be the same Song family as Song Yingxing? If so, he would need to handle Song Yingxing's storage bag and its contents with utmost caution. If recognized, the consequences could be dire. Mushi, let us finish our work in the fields early today, and then we can visit that mortal city together, Chen Changsheng proposed. All right, if you want to go, I will take you. Mushi nodded. By the way, Mushi, I possess a legacy of the Lingji farmer. Perhaps it might be beneficial for you. Chen Changsheng said, pulling out a book. The legacy of a Lingji farmer? A mid-tier first rank? Mushi's eyes widened in astonishment. The inheritance of 100 arts of cultivation. Even the most basic and easily obtained Lingji farmer legacy is incredibly precious. Moreover, this is a mid-tier first rank. Indeed, how useful is it for you? Chen Changsheng asked. It is useful, of course. With this legacy, our harvests can improve significantly. Oh, it even contains methods for cultivating and planting hongshui rice and pearl rice. Uncle, this legacy is exceptionally complete and valuable, worth at least 50 spiritual stones. Are you truly giving it to me? Mushi exclaimed, eyes wide. 50 spiritual stones were an astronomical sum in her eyes. Previously, she and her mother had worked tirelessly on 5 acres of Lingdao throughout the year. And after paying the rent, the remaining value amounted to only 20 to 30 spiritual stones. And they could not sell all the Lingdao as they needed some for their own consumption. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Besides, I've already memorized the contents of this book. You take it and learn. Chen Changsheng laughed. Thank you, uncle. Once I master this knowledge, we can cultivate hongshui rice and pearl rice, thus earning more spiritual stones. The opportunities for vengeance will vastly increase. Mushi resolutely nodded. You should not dwell solely on revenge. Your parents would not want you to live in hatred forever, would they? Chen Changsheng advised. Revenge is my motivation for cultivation. Mushi replied calmly. All right, I will assist you, Chen Changsheng conceded. Today's farming tasks were considerably simpler than those of the previous day. As the saying goes, once born, twice familiar. Gradually, Chen Changsheng mastered the art of employing less magical energy to perform the spring breeze transformation technique, learning to weed effectively. As for the gungjin finger used for exterminating pests, he had not practiced it, preferring instead to simply crush them. Xiao Mashi, where has your mother been? I haven't seen her for several days, he inquired. Just as Chen Changsheng and Xiao Mashi were engaged in their work, A figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the field. You need not concern yourself with that. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Mashi timidly stepped back. What is it? Who is he? Chen Changsheng frowned. This person is Zhou Tsong, a local spirit planter, though he is infamous as a good-for-nothing. He frequently comes to harass my mother and me, Xiao Mashi replied, her tone laced with disdain. What? Harass you? I will send him away, Chen Changsheng remarked, his brow furrowing in response. Why is it that you don't care about my affairs? We have been neighbors for over a decade, yet I have never seen this person before. Who exactly is he? Where has your mother gone? Could he possibly be a fraud? I have heard of individuals who specialize in deceiving children, Zhou Tsong said, sizing up Chen Changsheng. Leave. Chen Changsheng replied coolly. What? You dare? Let go of me, quickly. Before Zhou Tsong could finish his words, Chen Changsheng seized his shoulder with one hand. I warn you, Xiao Mashi is my family. I advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, I shall twist you into a pretzel, Chen Changsheng asserted, lifting him effortlessly and tossing him over 10 meters away. Despite being a practitioner at the third level of qi cultivation, Zhou Tsong displayed almost no capacity for response when engaged at close quarters, faring even worse than a third-grade martial artist. It seemed that cultivators excelled in ranged attacks, and once engaged at close range, even those at the 6th or 7th level of qi cultivation might not stand a chance against him. You'll regret this. Zhou Tsong spat before fleeing. Humph. What a cowardly cultivator. It seems he lacks any true courage, far inferior to some martial artists, Chen Changsheng scoffed. Uncle, be careful from now on. Zhou Tsong is narrow-minded and harbors a strong desire for revenge, Xiao Mashi warned. Huh. It matters not. Such scum, I can handle a few with ease. However, Xiao Mashi, could you teach me some attack techniques tonight? The only spells I currently know are the Spring Breeze Transformation and Gung-Jin Finger, Chen Changsheng chuckled awkwardly. As a cultivator, it was truly embarrassing to be unable to conjure even a basic fireball. What? Uncle, you don't even know the most fundamental fireball technique? Xiao Mashi exclaimed in surprise. The fireball technique is typically the first offensive spell that all cultivators encounter during their training. Indeed, I do not know it. I am a loose cultivator who stumbled upon the opportunity to cultivate through sheer luck, learning only the Spring Breeze Transformation and Gung-Jin Finger from books. Chen Changsheng admitted sheepishly. I see. No worries. I can teach you. I have a book of basic techniques at home that contains 7 spells, and I can teach you all of them. Xiao Mashi nodded eagerly. Her parents were both cultivators, and although they were also loose cultivators, their experience in cultivation far surpassed Chen Changsheng's. Great. Once we return from the mortal city, let's learn. Chen Changsheng exclaimed excitedly. Yes, but if you wish to learn more spells, you will need to purchase them at the market. The market has various spells, and even inheritances of 100 arts of cultivation, but it requires a significant amount of spirit stones, Xiao Mashi informed him. I understand. We shall tend to the fields diligently and yield more spirit rice, and then we will have spirit stones. Chen Changsheng nodded repeatedly. The two worked tirelessly until evening, finally emerging from the spirit field, under Xiao Mashi's guidance. They affixed 2 speed talismans to their feet and made their way to the mortal city at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Chen Changsheng realized that the market's scope was quite expansive, with 4 entrances alone. On the other side of the mountain lay a sizable valley where mortals resided. Constructing a city, the mortals here also used gold and silver for trade, which certainly simplified matters for Chen Changsheng. They first indulged in a hearty meal at an inn before embarking on a leisurely exploration of the city. The city was not small, housing approximately 300,000 to 400,000 mortals, with even more scattered throughout the valley, likely numbering in the millions. There were many skilled individuals here. Not cultivators, but martial artists. Lower and middle third-grade martial artists were ubiquitous, while upper third-grade practitioners were also frequently encountered, even a few innate masters. However, they had yet to encounter a grandmaster. It seemed that even in this land of cultivation, grandmasters were rather rare. Uncle, we have been wandering for quite some time. When shall we return? Xiao Mashi inquired. Let us buy a few more items before heading back. Chen Changsheng promptly replied. His intention for observing the area was quite simple, to seek out corpses. More specifically, to find valuable corpses. It must be said that the emergence of this city was indeed timely. With merely a technique for collecting corpses, approaching a cultivator would essentially be tantamount to courting death. However, dealing with mortals was much simpler. Furthermore, there were not few cultivators roaming in the mortal city, so perhaps there would be an opportunity to obtain a cultivator's corpse here as well. As night fell, the two returned, the sky darkening around them. Wait. Just as Xiao Mashi was about to open the door, Chen Changsheng suddenly stopped her. What is it? Xiao Mashi asked. Shu, there is murderous intent. Someone is in the courtyard, Chen Changsheng whispered. Having fulfilled a general's dying wish, he had acquired an extraordinary sensitivity to murderous intent. Someone who would come to our house at this hour? Xiao Mashi whispered. I do not know, but the visitor does not come with good intentions. Keep your distance. Be careful. I will handle this. Chen Changsheng replied softly. Then take this golden light talisman. Be cautious. Xiao Mashi said, pulling a talisman from her pocket. All right, do not worry. Leave it to me. Chen Changsheng solemnly tucked it away, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. This might be his first encounter with a direct confrontation against a cultivator. Who the opponent was and what spells they possessed were entirely unknown to him. As for himself, apart from the Gungjin finger, he only knew the spring breeze transformation technique. It seemed he would have to resolve this matter through martial prowess. A great martial master against a cultivator. Who would prevail? Chen Changsheng mused, then surveyed the layout of the courtyard, changing direction and quietly leaping over the courtyard wall. Song Gu, where are Xiao Mashi and her kin? Why have they not returned yet? In Xiao Mashi's courtyard, 3 shadowy figures were intently fixated on the direction of the door. Who knows where they have gone? Damn it. The person who humiliated me today must be that wretched woman, Immortals, and her toy boy. Zhou Tsung's expression was dark. He had pursued Immortals for years, yet she had never given him a second glance. The most critical aspect was that Immortals was a 4th-level Qi cultivator, while he was only at the 3rd level. Even if he were to resort to force, he lacked the confidence. Without a doubt, Immortals is yours, Song Gu. But that little Xiao Mashi is quite charming as well. In this day and age, one should not let fertile water flow to outsiders. Song Gu, Immortals belongs to you, but that little Xiao Mashi. One of Zhou Tsung's companions grinned lecherously. Fine, Xiao Mashi is yours. Play as you wish. No, we shall have this pair of mother and daughter serve us together, Zhou Tsung said, gritting his teeth. You and Song Gu have had your share of beauty. So that should rightfully belong to me, correct? Another companion interjected. Of course I deserve it. Zhou Tsung suddenly exclaimed in shock. Swish! The flash of a blade. In an instant, 3 large heads soared into the air, blood gushing from their severed necks to a height of nearly 2 meters. Bang! 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 The 3 corpses collapsed to the ground. These cultivators were truly foolish, lacking any semblance of vigilance, allowing me to approach so easily. Who says that secular martial arts are useless? Dealing with these novices is simply too easy. Having achieved victory in his first battle, Chen Changsheng's figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Zhou Tsung, male, 32 years old, was beheaded by a single sword strike. Final wish, eliminate the man beside Xiao Mashi. Indeed, he is a petty individual, harboring grudges even beyond death. Was it not merely a jest that you were subjected to? Evaluation of the corpse. Extraordinary, 1 star. Reward of 3 extraordinary blood essence pills and 1 mana pill. Delivering the elixirs over 1,000 miles truly burdens brother, Zhou Kong, Qian Duo, male, 24 years old. Brutally slain by a sword. Final wish, send 50 spirit stones to my parents. Qian Duo, a name rich in meaning, was also a dutiful son. Alas, a ne'er-do-well is still a ne'er-do-well. 50 spirit stones, which I do not possess, shall be discussed later. Evaluation of the corpse. Extraordinary, 1 star. Reward of 4 extraordinary blood essence pills and 1 mana pill. Husan, male, 22 years old, also met his end by the sword. Final wish. Experience the vivacious youth of Miss Ziling at the Xianhu Pavilion. How outrageous. Over the years, I have encountered many a seductress. Yet to fulfill another's wish to experience the girl's form is an unprecedented request. Evaluation of the corpse. Extraordinary, 1 star. Reward of 1 extraordinary blood essence pill and 1 mana pill. Only 1 blood essence pill? Truly, even cultivators, if lacking restraint, may find their vitality depleted. Yet, why should that concern me? My stock of blood essence pills is ample. I could indulge 7 times a night. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Xiao Mashi, return. Chen Changsheng called out. So soon is it over? I haven't even heard the sounds of battle, Xiao Mashi queried, perplexed. Dispatching a few ne'er-do-wells requires no sorcery. Come and see, Chen Changsheng replied. Oh, by the way, have you ever seen a corpse? Are you afraid? He inquired. I've seen them. I'm not afraid, Xiao Mashi responded, though her nervousness mingled with excitement. Then come inside, he beckoned. A piercing scream could shatter eardrums. Did you not say you weren't afraid? Chen Changsheng remarked, bemused. But why are their heads severed? Xiao Mashi covered her mouth in shock. Of course, it was I who did the deed. You recognize these individuals, do you not? Chen Changsheng asked. Yes, Zhou Tsung, Husan, Qian Duo, they are all spirit herb farmers from around here. Why did they come to my house? Oh, I understand now. It must be for revenge concerning the events of the day, Xiao Mashi realized. Now that they are dead, how shall we deal with this? Will it cause us any trouble? Chen Changsheng pondered. He dreaded complications in this unfamiliar territory. It's simple. We shall incinerate the bodies with a fireball technique, obliterating all evidence. If anyone inquires, we shall claim ignorance. Without proof, they cannot harm us. Besides, my father often said that the cultivation world is never at peace. People die every day. A few deaths are inconsequential. Xiao Mashi stated nonchalantly. Goodness, Xiao Mashi is merely 11 years old, yet possesses such a disposition? 3 lives seem as trifling as 3 ants to her. I recall my own first encounter with a corpse. It left me ill for days. Could this little girl possess the demeanor of a heroine? What are you still standing there for? Search them for valuables. We must retrieve anything of worth before it is destroyed. Xiao Mashi urged. Not only to obliterate evidence, but she also seeks to profit from the dead? Will this Xiao Mashi grow to become a female tyrant? Chen Changsheng shivered at the thought and began to rummage through the belongings of the deceased. True to their status as lowly spirit herb farmers, they possessed little of value. No storage bags or intact spirit stones. Only a meager collection of 13 fragmented stones and various trinkets. The most valuable item was Zhou Tsung's low-grade magic weapon, the Qing Mu sword, riddled with dents. Clearly nearing its end. By the heavens, 3 paupers. After stripping them of their possessions, Xiao Mashi gathered the 3 corpses together and began to chant an incantation. Moments later, a red fireball, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, manifested and was hurled onto the bodies. The fireball erupted with great force, leaving naught but ashes in its wake. Is this the power of the fireball technique? No wonder Song Yingxing could rampage through the mortal realm, invincible. Only magic can counter magic. Otherwise, even a grandmaster would likely fall before a single fireball. Yet, how absurd that a dignified cultivator ultimately perished at the hands of a mere mortal emperor. Indeed, a lesson to be learned. One must not underestimate anyone, even if they are but an ordinary person. Chapter 77. Trouble approaches. Uncle, you haven't told me how you killed those 3, Xiao Mashi inquired. It's quite simple. I stealthily approached from behind and swiftly severed 3 heads in one stroke. Chen Changsheng replied, miming the act with his Shihuang sword. You are truly remarkable. Defeating 3 in an instant. Will you teach me? Then I could avenge my parents by eliminating the black and white dual evils. Xiao Mashi gazed at Chen Changsheng with admiration, realizing her guardian was not so inept after all. This is martial skill of the mundane world. If you wish to learn, I will teach you in due time. But first, we must clean this place thoroughly to leave no trace. Otherwise, we shall invite great trouble. Chen Changsheng cautioned. All right, I'll take care of it. Xiao Mashi declared eagerly. Half an hour later, the 2 had completely eradicated all traces left by the 3 men in the courtyard. With spells such as cleaning technique, swift movement technique, fireball technique, spring breeze technique, vine technique, earth spike technique, and metal finger technique, 7 in total, Xiao Mashi had learned 2 of the 5 elemental spells. The cleaning technique is utilized for cleansing, while the swift movement technique allows for rapid movement. Is this all the magic in your household, Xiao Mashi? Chen Changsheng asked. Indeed, these are all that remain. Left by my mother. My father was even more formidable. He was originally a talisman master. The swift movement talisman and that golden light talisman you used were both left by him, Xiao Mashi explained. A talisman master? Did he leave behind any teachings? Chen Changsheng inquired, intrigued. None. My father was ambushed and killed by the black and white dual evils while searching for materials. He left behind only a few talismans and spirit stones, Xiao Mashi lamented. What a pity. Xiao Mashi, train diligently. Only with strength can you seek vengeance. Chen Changsheng encouraged. Yes, uncle, I will certainly train hard. Xiao Mashi affirmed solemnly. Here, take this. Chen Changsheng said, producing a vial of blood-red elixir. Uncle, what is this? Xiao Mashi asked. Curious. Blood essence pill. It replenishes vitality and strengthens your foundation. Chen Changsheng explained. This must be quite precious. I cannot accept. Xiao Mashi protested. Precious? I brought these from the mundane world. They may be considered valuable there, but for cultivators, they aren't overly significant. Besides, I have plenty, Chen Changsheng said, revealing several more vials of blood essence pills. The pills Chen Changsheng offered were ordinary blood essence pills, not extraordinary ones. He believed Xiao Mashi, still young and growing, would find the ordinary pills less impactful, yet their quantity would yield results over time. After all, Da Huang became a formidable beast through daily consumption of ordinary blood essence pills. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Mashi smiled, eagerly consuming one. Slightly sweet. Not bad, she remarked. Naturally. Now, teacher Mashi, It is your turn to teach me magic. Chen Changsheng grinned. All right, let us begin with the cleaning technique. It is the simplest of all. In the days that followed, Chen Changsheng and Xiao Mashi toiled in the spirit field by day and practiced magic at home by night. Uncertain whether it is due to his innate talent for enlightenment, Chen Changsheng exhibits remarkable aptitude in the cultivation of techniques, prompting the astonished Xiao Moxi to declare him a genius. Days later, the Zhou, Qian, and Hu families began to sense something amiss. Zhou Tsong, Qian Duo, and Hu San had gone missing for several days, leaving no trace, which incited panic among the three families as they scoured for answers. Their primary focus, naturally, was the mortal city. In the market, cultivators, weary and fatigued, often chose to seek solace in the mortal realm. Some, resigned to their fates, would settle in mortal cities to exert their influence. After several fruitless days of searching, the families recognized the gravity of the situation and began to inquire fervently. Of course, visitors had also come to the home of Chen Changsheng and Xiao Moxi, but they would never divulge that the individuals had met their demise at their hands. As time passed, approximately half a month later, members of the Zhou family, accompanied by the Qian and Hu families, arrived at Xiao Moxi's residence. Did you kill Hu San? Zhou Tsong and Qian Duo? Hu San's wife accused, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Changsheng. What are you talking about? It is well known that I have only been here for a little over half a month, and I do not even know who Hu San and Qian Duo are. So how could I have harmed them? Chen Changsheng responded, shrugging his shoulders. Then you admit to knowing Zhou Tsong? Someone saw Zhou Tsong in conflict with you in the spirit field. How do you explain that? Zhou Yuanji, Zhou Tsong's father, regarded Chen Changsheng with a cold stare. Half a month ago, while Xiao Moxi and I were weeding in the spirit field, Zhou Tsong came looking for trouble and I dismissed him. So I have only seen him once. As for anything else, I am unaware. You three families cannot find your kin. Yet you storm into Xiao Moxi's home as if you believe she is too young to be taken seriously? Chen Changsheng's expression darkened. Your denial is futile. You are the one who killed them. Hu San's wife retorted. You accuse me of murder. Where is your evidence? Present it. Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. Moxi, who is this person? Where is your mother? Why is she not home? Zhou Yuanji turned his gaze to Xiao Moxi. I do not know where my mother went. Uncle is a friend of my mother's and has come to take care of me. What happened to Zhou Tsong and the others is unrelated to us. Do not block my doorstep, or I shall report you to the Song family's patrol. Xiao Moxi glared fiercely at the crowd. Humph. We shall leave and see how long you can remain arrogant. Zhou Yuanji seethed. The market of Shouyang Mountain is the domain of the Song family, and all scattered cultivators in the vicinity depend on the Song family for their livelihoods. The Song family patrol functions similarly to a mundane government, handling various disputes, albeit with a rather blunt approach. Those who provoke them are bound to incur losses. Scattered cultivators prefer to resolve their issues independently, and thus the mention of the patrol immediately quelled the family's aggression. Indeed, Xiao Moxi, you truly possess a regal demeanor. You are quite formidable. Chen Changsheng chuckled. Uncle, do not rejoice too soon. We may encounter considerable trouble ahead. Xiao Moxi frowned. What is it? Do they dare to come looking for more trouble? Chen Changsheng inquired. They have clearly concluded that we are the culprits. Without evidence, they cannot approach the Song family patrol. The Hu and Qian families may be manageable, but the Zhou family is different, Xiao Moxi explained. In contrast to us, who are truly scattered cultivators. The Zhou family is on the verge of being recognized as a small-scale cultivation family. What constitutes a small-scale cultivation family? It has a foundation, a sufficient number of members producing a certain quantity of cultivators, and even some level of heritage. For scattered cultivators, the greatest hope is to establish a unified cultivation family. And if they can nurture a foundational cultivator, they can soar to great heights. As for golden core ancestors, they generally emerge from sects. The probability of a family producing a golden core cultivator is exceedingly low. How many cultivators does the Zhou family possess? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Not precisely sure, but surely around 20 or 30, in addition to thousands of mortals. The Zhou clan leader is already at the 6th level of qi refining, just one layer away from reaching the 7th. Reaching the 7th level of qi refining signifies a qualitative change, Xiao Moxi noted. Among the various cultivation realms, the qi refining realm is divided into 9 layers, while subsequent realms like foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul are categorized into early, middle, and late stages. The late stages of each major realm represent a qualitative leap, signifying a substantial increase in combat power. Indeed, we cannot provoke the 7th level of qi refining. Chen Changsheng acknowledged. The prohibition against violence in the market is indeed a commendable rule, at least protecting the weak. However, if one acts swiftly, committing murder and then erasing all traces, they might escape unscathed, much like what happened with Zhou Tsong and the others. With the patrol present, they would not dare to confront us directly. However, venturing outside the market may prove perilous, Xiao Moxie warned. Then we shall simply remain within the market, Chen Changsheng declared. Since the market is safe, and outside there are dangers like bandits, what need is there to venture out? It is far more delightful to remain at home and cultivate. Indeed, staying in is the safest option. Xiao Moxie nodded resolutely. Her parents had suffered dire fates precisely because they had ventured outside the market. Before long, another half-month had passed, ushering in the season for harvesting spirit rice. Under Xiao Moxie's guidance, Chen Changsheng effortlessly gathered all the spirit rice. Uncle, I have finally discovered your second virtue, Xiao Moxie proclaimed earnestly. Oh, what virtue is that? Chen Changsheng inquired with a smile. It is your immense strength. You harvest spirit rice without exerting much effort. You cannot imagine how difficult it was for me and my mother when we harvested spirit rice. Xiao Moxie explained. The stalks of spirit rice are exceptionally tough, and ordinary sickles struggle to sever them. If one had a magical tool, it would be easier, but they are costly. And Xiao Moxie's family does not possess any. Haha, and what is the first virtue? Chen Changsheng asked. I will not tell you. Xiao Moxie laughed and went to prepare a meal, silently reflecting that the first virtue is, of course, the sense of security you provide. With you here, I feel that home is safe. After harvesting the spirit rice, the next step is the intricate process of threshing. Previously, this was done manually. But how could Chen Changsheng endure such toil? Thus, he spent a day in the nearby mortal city, seeking a blacksmith to craft a manual thresher, achieving extraordinary efficiency. Uncle, I did not expect you to possess such skills. This device is a treasure. Perhaps an opportunity for profit has arrived. Xiao Moxie's eyes lit up. Profit? How do we earn money? Chen Changsheng asked. By helping others with threshing. Threshing is far more complicated than harvesting spirit rice. Some even hire others to assist with it. With your marvelous machine, our efficiency will far surpass that of others. Xiao Moxie explained. That is indeed a feasible plan, but this machine is relatively simple in design. It is likely that others will quickly learn how to replicate it, Chen Changsheng replied. That is simple. We can have them bring their spirit rice to our home. And once it is threshed, they can take it back. We can even keep the rice husks. Do not underestimate the rice husks. They are valuable. My father taught me to use rice husks and stalks to make talismans, which will provide us with another source of income. Xiao Moxie exclaimed excitedly. That is an excellent idea. You are more familiar with the people around here. So I will entrust this task to you while I make another trip to the mortal city. Chen Changsheng stated. What do you need to go to the mortal city for? Xiao Moxie questioned. Of course, it is essential to forge another machine. Since we are venturing into business, a single machine is insufficient, Chen Changsheng remarked. Very well, then proceed. Xiao Moxie nodded in agreement. Employing the technique of Xinxing, Chen Changsheng once more made his way toward the mortal city. It must be said that the methods of cultivators surpass those of mortals in efficacy. Upon executing Xinxing, he felt as light as a swallow, and combined with his lightness technique, his speed surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator in flight. Song City, the city of the Song family. Old blacksmith, as per the previous blueprints, please forge another for me. Chen Changsheng announced upon entering the blacksmith's workshop. Yes, Immortal Master. The blacksmith replied respectfully. The title of Immortal Master, referring to cultivators, holds great prestige in the mortal city. While Immortal Masters cannot act recklessly within the city, if an unwary mortal were to offend them, their demise would be deemed unfortunate. All right, I shall return later to collect it. Chen Changsheng nodded. At the Wanhua Tower. Young Master Chen, you have finally arrived. Our Lady has been thinking of you. In the bustling area, even the marketplace is graced by the presence of the Xianhu Pavilion, not to mention the mortal city. Regrettably, being short on funds, he could not indulge in an experience at the Xianhu Pavilion. Half an hour later, feeling refreshed, Chen Changsheng exited the Wanhua Tower and arrived at a courtyard in the southern district. Who goes there? In the courtyard, 7 or 8 young men abruptly lifted their heads to glance at the entrance. Who are you to trespass on our territory? A burly man declared menacingly. Smack. Before he could advance, the leader behind him swiftly slapped him. Silence. This is our master. Master. They are merely meeting you for the first time and did not intend to offend. We hope for your forgiveness. The burly man's body trembled as he spoke, knowing well the tormenting capabilities of the seemingly inconspicuous young man before him. While others referred to him as the evil tiger, in the presence of this young man, he felt like a mere house cat. Salutations, master. At once, everyone bowed to Chen Changsheng. Enough, you lot disperse for now. I have matters to discuss with a Hu. Chen Changsheng stated coolly. Chen Hu, sharing the same surname as Chen Changsheng, is a small-time thug in the southern district, known as the Evil Tiger. When he first encountered Chen Changsheng, his abilities were mediocre, merely at the 4th rank, but his ferocity was notable. He led a small gang called the Brotherhood, which was essentially a pickpocketing group. After a robbery attempt against Chen Changsheng, he was soundly defeated, leading to him being taken under Chen Changsheng's wing to facilitate his operations in the mortal city. One should not underestimate mortals. Many cultivators in the marketplace have intricate connections with the locals, as they are often descendants of cultivators themselves. Chen Changsheng had also bestowed some benefits upon Chen Hu, who has since risen to the 3rd rank. Master, Chen Hu bowed respectfully. Regarding the matter you requested me to investigate, I have gathered information on 3 incidents, he reported. His expression peculiar. How peculiar? Chen Changsheng mused. A normal person would not seek out information about the deceased, and not just any deceased, but specifically innate martial artists or cultivators, and they must have died recently. Otherwise, it would be of no use. 3 incidents? That is quite commendable. Pray tell. Chen Changsheng urged. Yes, master. The first incident occurred in Lujiao town outside the city, where the son of an innate expert was ruthlessly exterminated for offending a passing cultivator. The second incident transpired the day before yesterday, when the wind-chasing sword Yao Chong challenged the Chongshu swordsman and was slain on the spot. His corpse currently resides in the Yao family ancestral hall. The third incident involves an elder of the Zhou family, who has recently passed away and has just been interred in the Zhou family grave. Chen Hu recounted respectfully. 2 innate experts and 1 cultivator. You have done well. You shall be rewarded, Chen Changsheng declared, tossing a few pills towards him. Thank you for your generous gift, master, Chen Hu exclaimed in delight, bowing deeply. Previously, a single pill had elevated him from a 4th rank to a 3rd rank martial artist. He realized he had encountered a stroke of fortune. The master is certainly no ordinary person, but a cultivator. Residents so close to the cultivator's marketplace are bound to have some fortunate souls receiving benefits. And Chen Hu knew he was among those fortunate few. Furthermore, this master was unlike any other cultivator he had encountered. Investigating corpses is indeed reminiscent of the notorious practices of demonic cultivators, but what concern was it of his? As long as he benefited and strengthened himself, that sufficed. Here, the red pills are blood essence pills, which enhance your physique and vitality, while the other type of pill requires no further explanation. You have provided me with 3 pieces of information I sought, hence your reward of 3 pills. Do you comprehend the significance? Chen Changsheng said nonchalantly. I understand. I will send my men out immediately to gather more information for you, master. Chen Hu responded eagerly. Each piece of information is akin to a pill, and a single pill has transformed him into a 3rd rank expert. He was nearly delirious with excitement. As for the eventual fate of those deceased, it was of no concern to him. Very well, from now on, this shall be our point of contact. I dislike mingling with idle individuals. Should you have matters to attend to, simply leave a note. Chen Changsheng's voice was soft, yet bore an immense weight of pressure upon Chen Hu. Yes, master. Chen Hu nodded vigorously. If possible, he wished to avoid any encounters between his master and his subordinates. Should the master take a liking to anyone, he would find himself rendered useless. The first location, particularly the one outside the city, is the simplest. Let us proceed there first. Lujiao town. At the center of the town, a grand manor. Both master and servants, a total of 38 lives, met their demise. Such ruthlessness. However, the perpetrator was not a cultivator, but a martial artist, indicating someone was orchestrating a scheme. Yet, this was of no concern to him. He merely needed to gather the corpses. Lu Qingfeng, male, 52 years of age, died from a pierced heart. Last wish, to kill Lu Tao and reclaim the Yu Chongjing. Yu Chongjing? This does not sound like a mundane martial art. It rather resembles the insect control techniques found among cultivators. Worth pursuing. This is certainly not an ordinary mortal realm, but a place intertwined with cultivators. The mortals here are descendants of cultivators, and it seems entirely reasonable for them to possess items of cultivators. Lu Tao and Lu Chengfeng share the same surname. Perhaps they are relatives. Regardless, I shall instruct Chen Hu to investigate further. Corpse evaluation, extraordinary 1 star. Reward of 3 extraordinary blood essence pills and 3 chi pills. With the corpses of 38 individuals present, Chen Changsheng, you are not even a cultivator yourself. Yet you wish for your son to pursue the path of immortality? Does your son possess any spiritual roots? Certainly not. As an innate powerhouse residing in a mortal city, one is certainly considered part of the upper echelon, able to easily interact with cultivators. If he had any spiritual roots, even the most inferior quality, he would have long been taken as a disciple. How could he have waited until now? It is not that inferior spiritual roots are highly sought after. Rather, the world of cultivation requires many mundane tasks that only cultivators can fulfill. Even with inferior roots, after years of diligent practice, one could reach the first layer of chi refinement. While combat may not be suitable, engaging in these tasks is still possible. To desire cultivation without spiritual roots? That leaves only martial arts as a path to becoming an innate master, capable of absorbing spiritual energy, which could be considered a form of indirect cultivation. Whether this fellow possesses such aptitude remains uncertain. The legacy reward from Yao Chong is worth considering for cultivation. Body appraisal, extraordinary 1-star. Reward of 5 superior blood essence pills and 4 true energy pills. The gains from the body appraisal seem quite satisfactory in light of these elixirs. I shall leave a few blood essence and inner breath pills for Yao Chong's son. As for his future fortune, that depends on him. Immortal Master, my husband. Yao Chong's widow, with tears in her eyes, looked towards Chen Changsheng. Life has been extinguished, and even immortals cannot save him. What a pity. I heard Yao Chong speak of a son. Where is he? Chen Changsheng feigned a sigh. Yao Hong, come here quickly to pay respects to the immortal master. Yao Chong's widow urged. Yao Hong pays respects to the immortal master. A child, around 8 or 9 years old, dressed in mourning attire, respectfully bowed to Chen Changsheng. Indeed, this child possesses commendable roots and may inherit Yao Chong's legacy. Let this small token be his. I hope he can restore his father's renown soon, Chen Changsheng remarked, tossing a bottle towards the child before turning to leave the ancestral hall. Thank you, immortal master. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten. Yao Chong's widow knelt on the ground, fervently bowing towards Chen Changsheng. Originally, she feared she could not preserve Yao Chong's legacy after his passing. But now with the immortal master's appearance, it seemed no one would dare to covet her anymore. Now, only one final target remains, the ancestral grave of the Zhou family. How amusing it is that fate brings me back to cross paths with the Zhou family once more. I hope this time will yield fruitful rewards. Chapter 80. The Zhou family's talisman heritage at Shaoliang Mountain. The Zhou family ancestral grave is heavily guarded. Fortunately, I am clever enough to have climbed up from the back mountain. The Zhou family likely never anticipated anyone would have their eyes on their ancestral grave. Reaching the Zhou family's ancestral grave, Chen Changsheng wore a smile. Over the past century, many have entered the Zhou family grave, but fortunately, mortals and cultivators are not interred together, and the scale of the tombs varies greatly. The tomb of the family elder is newly constructed, making it easy to locate. Zhou Yexian's tomb. I apologize for the late-night disturbance. I merely wish to collect your remains. Perhaps I could fulfill your last wish in the process, a win-win situation. Do not hold it against me, Chen Changsheng said, pressing his palms together in prayer before the tomb of Zhou Yexian. He then took out the Shi Huang sword and began to dig. Half an hour later, how ruthless it is to find a living person buried as a sacrifice. Upon opening the grave, there lies a small chamber, divided into a main and an auxiliary tomb. The main tomb is undoubtedly Zhou Yexian's, while the auxiliary tombs contain some porcelain, talismans, and other burial goods, and another side holds the corpse of a young woman. Dan Hong, female, 31 years old, strangled to death. Even in death, she remembered her parents. She was indeed a filial daughter. What a pity. Chen Changsheng resolved that this last wish must be fulfilled. Body appraisal. Extraordinary 1 tier. Reward of 3 extraordinary blood essence pills and 1 mana pill. I am astonished. The appraisal is indeed extraordinary 1 tier, and it even rewards a mana pill. This implies that Dan Hong was also a cultivator, yet she was buried as a sacrifice. Little did Chen Changsheng know that Dan Hong was actually Zhou Yexian's concubine, who possessed spiritual roots but lacked cultivation techniques, and was unaware of her own potential. After marrying Zhou Yexian, he discovered her abilities by chance. However, the Zhou family had strict rules against sharing cultivation methods. Moreover, as a concubine, she had no qualifications to practice. In order to prevent her talent from going to waste, Zhou Yexian secretly taught her cultivation techniques, but this was known to no one. After Zhou Yexian's death, Dan Hong was unfortunately murdered by Zhou Yexian's jealous legitimate wife. Last wish. May the Zhou family produce another cultivator in the later stages of qi refinement. The typical lifespan at the qi refinement stage is a century. Although individual constitutions and cultivation methods may vary, some may live only into their 90s, while others may surpass a century. At 87 years, it is indeed considered an early demise. This suggests that his youthful recklessness likely left some hidden injuries unknown even to Zhou Yexian, affecting his overall lifespan. Recklessness is to be avoided. Stability must be prioritized, for that is the righteous path. Witnessing Zhou Yexian's fate, Chen Changsheng could not help but feel a sense of pride in his own steadiness. Though his lifespan exceeds that of ordinary cultivators, to expect the Zhou family to produce another in the later stages of qi refinement? That is a mere dream. If the Zhou family truly produced another in the later stages, would they not come after me? Body appraisal. Extraordinary 1 star. Reward of 6 mana pills. No blood essence pills? Of course, having passed away, he likely exhausted all his essence. Nevertheless, 6 mana pills are indeed a bountiful harvest. Chen Changsheng quietly descended the back mountain. At midnight, the Zhou family members patrolling the ancestral grave gasped upon discovering the excavated tomb of their family elder, causing an uproar throughout the Zhou family. The family head exclaimed furiously, "Who dares to disturb my Zhou family's ancestral grave? Investigate thoroughly, no matter who it is. We shall not rest until we seek vengeance." Not rest until we seek vengeance? How amusing. They first need to find the culprit. Chenner. The family head looked at Zhou Chun, whom the clan held high hopes for. "Father, I am here." Zhou Chun replied. "You possess dual mid-grade spiritual roots of gold and water, the best qualifications in our Zhou family. You must cultivate diligently and strive to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement, so that one day, you may join the Song family's law enforcement hall. And see who dares to provoke our Zhou family." The family head spoke earnestly. In the 5 elements, gold nourishes water. Thus, the cultivation speed of those with dual mid-grade spiritual roots exceeds that of ordinary mid-grade roots, which is why the Zhou family holds such high expectations. Of course, these expectations merely aim for Zhou Chun to achieve the 7th or even 9th layer of qi refinement. As for foundation establishment, that is beyond their reach. The price of foundation establishment pills is not something individuals of their status, who do not even qualify as a proper cultivation family, can covet. Even foundation establishment spiritual items can cost thousands or tens of thousands of spirit stones. They cannot afford such luxuries. "Yes, father, I will make every effort to cultivate." Zhou Chun nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, after descending Shaoyang Mountain, Chen Changsheng headed straight for the Dan family. 50 taels of gold, to Chen Changsheng, was merely a trivial matter. Sufficient to fulfill a final wish, an exceptional gain indeed. Since it was nighttime, he did not rouse the parents of Shan Hong, but instead left behind the 50 taels of gold along with a note indicating that it was entrusted by Shan Hong, before quietly departing from the Shan household. Having fulfilled Shan Hong's wish, she imparted her experience in talisman crafting to him. Instantly, Chen Changsheng's mind was enriched with a new memory, a woman meticulously drawing talismans with a talisman brush. Talisman crafting? A talisman master among the myriad arts of cultivation? This was a tremendous stroke of fortune. It is well known that talismans, tools, elixirs, and formations are the 4 most crucial and expansive skills in the realm of cultivation, intricately linked to the life of every cultivator. Although talismans are regarded as the least esteemed among these 4 arts, they remain of significant importance. What cultivator does not carry a few talismans for emergencies? Xiao Mashi's father was once a talisman master, yet he unfortunately left no legacy. One wonders how Shan Hong came to possess such a talisman legacy. Could it have been learned from the Zhou family? This seems plausible, as the Zhou family has cultivated its lineage for nearly 2 centuries, developing into a nascent cultivation family, accumulating knowledge over the years, including some inheritance in talisman crafting. However, this knowledge has now fallen into his hands. When one performs good deeds, the heavens will surely reward them. Little did Chen Changsheng know that the deceased Zhou Yexian was the most experienced talisman master from the Zhou family, and Shan Hong's talisman skills were learned from him. Of course, she had only grasped some basic talismans, as her cultivation level and the need for secrecy prevented her from mastering more complex ones. After completing the task of fulfilling a wish, Chen Changsheng made another trip to the blacksmith shop to bring home a threshing machine. By this time, dawn was approaching, and the candle in the room still flickered. Xiao Mashi, cradling the threshing machine, stared vacantly at the door, waiting for his return. "How come the candle is still burning? You didn't stay up all night, did you?" Chen Changsheng remarked, noticing the nearly extinguished candle. "Uncle, why haven't you come back all night? I thought you might have encountered some misfortune, just like my parents, who no longer wanted me." Xiao Mashi burst into tears, her earlier strength crumbling into nothingness. "No, that one tea happened. I was just attending to some matters and returned late. Everything is fine," Chen Changsheng gently reassured her, patting her back with tenderness. The last time he had brought the news of Mo Tong's passing, Xiao Mashi had managed to maintain her composure, but this time, his absence for one night had completely broken her resolve. Clearly, in her eyes, Chen Changsheng had become an indispensable person in her life. She understood that if he were to perish or leave, no one would care for her anymore. Exhausted, Xiao Mashi soon fell asleep. After carefully placing her back in her room to rest, Chen Changsheng began to organize the newfound knowledge of talisman drawing in his mind. The memories left by Shan Hong contained only 3 methods for drawing talismans: the cleansing talisman, the spirit movement talisman, and the fireball talisman, all of which were fundamental techniques. Particularly, the cleansing talisman was virtually unsellable, and the spirit movement talisman had few buyers, as these basic techniques were widely known, and most people could easily learn them without spending spirit stones on talismans. More advanced cultivators either flew with swords or could fly on their own, rendering such talismans unnecessary. The fireball talisman, however, has some utility, Chen Changsheng mused. Though the fireball technique was also a basic skill known to all cultivators, the fireball talisman still had market value. Low-level cultivators needed gestures and incantations to execute techniques, while talismans could be deployed in battle without preparation, making them essential for every cultivator's arsenal. Yet, crafting talismans required materials: blank talisman paper, a talisman brush, and talisman ink. The talisman paper was easily resolved, as Xiao Mashi could produce it. However, the brush and ink had to be purchased, which posed a challenge due to the lack of spirit stones. If all else fails, I might sell some elixirs, he contemplated. But selling elixirs carries its own risks. I wonder how much a set of talisman brushes and ink would cost. Perhaps I should wait for Xiao Mashi to wake up and discuss it with her before making any plans. After a few hours of slumber, Xiao Mashi awakened, and Chen Changsheng shared his intentions to learn the art of talisman crafting. Are you saying that you obtained a talisman master inheritance from your descent down the mountain? Is that true? Xiao Mashi looked at him in disbelief. The inheritance of the myriad arts of cultivation, even that of the most rudimentary spiritual herbalist, is not easily acquired. How could Chen Changsheng have obtained the inheritance of a talisman master on just one excursion? What incredible fortune! Well, it's not quite a full inheritance. Just some basic knowledge regarding the drawing of 3 talismans. The cleansing and spirit movement talisman are practically useless and have no buyers, while the fireball talisman is more common. Chen Changsheng explained. Uncle, even if it's just 3 simple talismans, it's still impressive for a loose cultivator. You must learn it, even if it means selling everything we have. Even if you can only craft the fireball talisman, it's worth 5 spirit stones in the market, which is far easier than earning spirit stones as a spiritual herbalist. I know very well how profitable talisman crafting can be. My father was a talisman master. Xiao Mashi exclaimed excitedly. However, talisman crafting requires materials, Chen Changsheng reminded her. That is all right. I can make talisman paper from the spiritual rice we harvested. The only tricky part is the brush and ink. I can prepare the ink, too, using materials like vermilion and pine soot that can be found in mortal cities. The only rare ingredient is the blood of magical beasts, which we must hope to find at the market, Xiao Mashi replied. The brush, however, must be purchased. Oh, if only my father's brush were still around. Xiao Mashi sighed. What? You can also prepare the ink? You're truly impressive. Chen Changsheng expressed his astonishment. Little Xiao Mashi, at merely 11 years of age, seemed to possess talents in numerous areas. The saying goes that children from poor families mature early. Perhaps she was a prime example. Unfortunately, I can't make talisman brushes. Xiao Mashi admitted. That's fine. You're already remarkable. We can simply buy a brush. Chen Changsheng encouraged. The price of a talisman brush isn't cheap. It costs at least dozens of spirit stones. How can we afford that? Xiao Mashi frowned. After paying rent, we can sell the remaining spiritual rice. I still have a little over 10 spirit stones left. If we pool our resources, we should be nearly there. Chen Changsheng calculated. If necessary, we might have to take the risk of selling some elixirs. Let us gather what we can first. Uncle, can you teach me your talisman drawing skills? Xiao Mashi asked eagerly. Since her father's passing, Xiao Mashi often heard her mother speak of his extraordinary abilities and how he earned spirit stones. She admired him deeply and aspired to become a talisman master herself. Of course, that is not a problem. However, this year, we may have to settle for ordinary rice. Chen Changsheng replied. For cultivators, sustenance is equally vital. Eating ordinary rice not only provides no benefit to their cultivation, but may even consume energy to digest. In contrast, spiritual rice is nutritionally rich and infused with a faint aura of spiritual energy, offering significant benefits for cultivation over time. High-grade spiritual rice can even serve as a material for alchemy and is exceedingly precious. That is all right. Once we craft our talismans and sell them at the market, we can easily obtain spirit stones for spiritual rice. Furthermore, we can earn some spiritual rice as payment for helping others with their spiritual grain, Xiao Mashi asserted. You're clever. Let us proceed with that plan. You handle the arrangements for the spiritual grain, while I'll gather the materials needed for the talisman ink. Once we procure the talisman brush, we can commence our talisman crafting. Chen Changsheng said, brimming with enthusiasm. In the days that followed, the two became exceedingly busy. Xiaomashi was tasked with contacting Linggu for the shelling process, while Chen Changsheng diligently operated 2 threshing machines at home, laboring tirelessly for over a month. Their reward for such efforts amounted to 200 jin of lingmi, a yield nearly equivalent to that of an entire mu of spiritual fields. It is worth noting that the 5 mu of spiritual fields they tended produced merely over 1,000 jin of lingmi, from which 500 jin was paid as rent to the market, leaving them with a scant 500 jin, transporting the 700 jin of lingmi to the market. They sold it all, ultimately acquiring 35 ling stones. This sum represented the culmination of their hard work over the year. Without the threshing machines, their earnings would have been limited to a mere 25 ling stones. With the ling stones Chun had previously earned, the two set forth towards Baibaoch, each clutching a substantial sum of 50 ling stones. At that moment, a wish from Zhou Yexian was fulfilled. He imparted his talisman-making knowledge to you. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Zhou Yexian's wish. I have not fulfilled any such thing. How did he manage to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement? Chapter 82. The honest merchant. Immediately, a wealth of talisman-making knowledge flooded Chen Changsheng's mind, causing him a brief moment of dizziness. Uncle, are you all right? Xiaomashi inquired curiously. No, it's nothing, Xiaomashi. Let us first purchase some talisman brushes. Chen Changsheng responded, shaking his head. At this juncture, it seemed prudent to confront challenges as they arose. Regrettably, my current strength remains at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Reaching the 5th level appears quite difficult. The mana recovery pills cannot enhance my magical power, only restore it. It is truly a pity. If they function like the Neoxidin and Xiantian Dan, which directly augment one's abilities, I would surely have reached the 5th level by now. Upon entering Baibaoch, Manager 1 greeted them with a smile. What can I assist you with today? Talisman brushes. Chen Changsheng stated plainly. Talisman brushes? Are you a talisman master, my friend? Manager 1's eyes brightened at this revelation. Haha, I merely dabble in a few strokes. Chen Changsheng chuckled. You are too modest. I indeed have talisman brushes available. May I inquire what level of brush you seek? Manager 1 asked with a smile. Just bring out a few for me to examine. I already possess my own brushes. These are primarily for my apprentice to practice with. Chen Changsheng replied. Both had disguised themselves as master and apprentice to blend into the market. Very well. Please wait a moment. Manager 1 responded cheerfully, and after a brief flurry of activity, he produced 3 talisman brushes. Please take a look. Manager 1 refrained from elaborating, seemingly wishing to test Chen Changsheng's discernment, as a talisman master should surely know the basics of identifying brushes. However, Chen Changsheng was quite unfamiliar with this aspect. The only knowledge he had acquired was about drawing talismans, not evaluating the quality of brushes. Disciple, choose one for yourself. Chen Changsheng said nonchalantly. Although he lacked knowledge, Xiaomashi certainly understood a bit more. Yes, master, I will choose this one. Without hesitation, Xiaomashi selected one of the 3 brushes. Although her voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty, your disciple possesses remarkable insight, discerning the finest brush at a glance. This is indeed the work of Master Shangrong. Crafted with foxfire tail hair and a small segment of leg bone. Its characteristics allow for smooth application of talisman ink, complemented by a faint fire spiritual energy, providing a minor boost when drawing fire attribute talismans. Truly a superb talisman brush. Manager 1 beamed with delight. Such keen perception from your disciple surely indicates that you, master, are even more impressive. I am but a stubborn pupil, unworthy of such praise from the manager, lest I become arrogant. By the way, how much is this talisman brush? Chen Changsheng inquired. Let us not discuss lingstones for now. I notice you are unfamiliar here. Might I ask if you are practicing in Shouyang Mountains Market? Manager 1 inquired cautiously. I was not, but I do indeed plan to settle here in the future. After all, my disciple is quite young, and traveling with her poses many inconveniences. Chen Changsheng replied. Since you intend to practice in the market, should you have talisman papers without other sales channels? Might I suggest selling them to Baibaoch? We offer the highest prices for procurement. Manager 1 urged eagerly. Oh, in that case, it is not out of the question. As a newcomer, setting up a stall in the market might inadvertently offend other practitioners. Since you propose it, I shall follow your advice. Chen Changsheng hesitated briefly before agreeing. Setting up a stall is not without its dangers. The number of sellers of talisman papers in the market is limited. Adding another means increased competition for resources. A one-time stall might be manageable, but over time, it could lead to complications. Very well, this talisman brush is priced at 40 ling stones. And I shall also gift you a stack of talisman papers. Manager 1 declared with a broad smile. 40 ling stones? Thank you, manager. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. having feared that his Ling stones would be insufficient, yet he found he had a surplus. With the transaction complete, Chen Changsheng departed with Xiao Mashi. While Manager 1's expression suddenly grew tense. He had incurred a loss of 20 Ling stones by enlisting an untested talisman master, uncertain if this venture would prove worthwhile. However, there was no alternative. The talisman masters in the market were largely under the control of the Song family, who had a firm grasp on production and sales. To evade the Song family's notice, the only option was to recruit new talisman masters. Alas, the storm clouds gather. All I wish for is to be an honest merchant, Manager 1 quietly lamented. At that moment, 2 weary figures entered the shop. Have all matters been resolved? Manager 1's tone was somewhat cold. Yes, Manager, everything has been handled. Here are the items from the fat sheep. The 2 men respectfully presented a storage bag. Well done. I knew this fellow had purchased 300 Ling stones worth of goods from Bai Baoch. Surely he had more valuable items on him. The profit from this endeavor was estimated at around 1,000 Ling stones, likely from a small family out procuring supplies, a fortunate windfall for them. The black and white twin devils, here are your 200 Ling stones along with 2 bottles of mana-enhancing pills as a reward. You may go. Manager 1 casually assessed the storage bag in his hands. Thank you, Manager. The 2 men rejoiced, bowing to Manager 1 before turning to leave. Without unexpected gains, one cannot become rich. Having just lost 20 Ling stones, I now find over 1,000 Ling stones coming in. This business is truly worth it. The brush that little girl selected seems to be part of some unexpected gain as well. Thus, I have not lost 20 Ling stones, but rather earned 40. A no-cost transaction is most advantageous. Selling it means pure profit. As for conscience, what good is it? Can it be used to spend Ling stones? Besides, all this was the doing of the black and white twin devils. What does it matter to me, the manager of Bai Baoch? We are, after all, honest merchants. Manager 1 sang a little tune, reclining in a chair, patiently awaiting the next fortunate encounter. Xiao Mashi, ever since we left Bai Baoch, you have seemed a bit distracted. What is the matter? At that moment, the 2 had removed their disguises and returned home. Uncle, I recognize this talisman brush. Xiao Mashi whispered. You recognize it? Could it be? At once, Chen Changsheng felt a troubling possibility arise. Surely, this could not be the talisman brush used by Xiao Mashi's father? Did not the manager claim it was the work of Master Shangrong? Yes, this is my father's brush. I would not mistake it. Xiao Mashi bit her lip. A few drops of crimson blood seeping forth, yet she felt no pain. The manager said this was crafted by Master Shangrong. Could he have deceived us? Chen Changsheng queried hesitantly. No, the manager spoke the truth. It is indeed made by Master Shangrong, and there is his mark upon it. However, do you see the small eye design at the top of this brush? Xiao Mashi pointed to the upper part of the brush. Yes, there is an eye design. Chen Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. This pen, in fact, is a customized talisman brush that my father sought from Master Shangrong, costing 100 spirit stones. The eye pattern adorning it is a tribute to my mother, whose name is Mo Tong, with Tong meaning eye. Hence, I can assertively conclude that this is indeed my father's talisman brush. Even if Master Shangrong crafted other identical brushes, he would not have taken the liberty to embellish one with an eye motif. Little Mo Tong spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon encountering her father's relic, she found it hard to suppress her emotions, while Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Little Mo Shi's father was murdered by the notorious black and white twin killers, and it was certain that all his belongings had fallen into their hands. So, why did this brush appear in Bai Baogu? Was it mere coincidence? Or was Bai Baogu a hub for the black and white twin killers to dispose of their plunder? Little Mo Shi, do not weep. Crying is futile. Do you not desire to avenge your parents? Now, the opportunity has presented itself. Chen Changsheng spoke gently. Opportunity? Little Mo Shi lifted her gaze to Chen Changsheng. Yes, an opportunity. Consider this. The black and white twin killers are highwaymen, reviled by all, and would certainly not brazenly appear in the marketplace. They must act with utmost caution. If we seek vengeance, locating them poses a significant challenge. However, the situation has changed. Your father's talisman brush has surfaced in Bai Baogu, which I surmise may very well be the place where the black and white twin killers liquidate their stolen goods, Chen Changsheng explained. The highwaymen must have connections to the marketplace. That is inevitable. The spoils of their theft cannot all be easily traded. The question remains, where do they exchange their goods? Bai Baogu for disposing of their loot? Should we collaborate with Bai Baogu? Little Mo Shi inquired. Certainly, we must collaborate. Without cooperation, how can we ascertain the relationship between Bai Baogu and the black and white twin killers? Moreover, you mentioned that this talisman brush was custom-made by your father for 100 spirit stones. Yet Bai Bao Gu offers it to us for merely 40 spirit stones. Even if it is a stolen item being sold at a discount, 40% off is excessive. This indicates they likely have a need for us. Although I cannot ascertain the reason at this moment, we can take our time. Vengeance requires strength. Otherwise, if we confront the black and white twin killers, we would merely be offering ourselves as sacrifices. Thus, we can leverage Bai Bao Gu to bolster our power, Chen Changsheng stated earnestly. Uncle, I understand now. Thank you. Little Mo, she wiped her tears. Do not mention it. You have aided me greatly as well. Now, we possess talisman paper and brushes, and most of the materials needed for crafting talisman ink are at hand. We only lack the blood of magical beasts. But I possess something that may serve as a substitute. It is worth a try, Chen Changsheng declared. What he referred to was naturally the superior grade essence blood pill. In Chen Changsheng's view, ordinary magical beast blood could not possibly compare to the essence blood. Substituting magical beast blood? I have heard my father mention that certain spirit waters rich in spiritual energy can serve as a substitute for magical beast blood. Do you have such a thing, uncle? Little Mo, she asked. I do not have spirit water, but I possess this, Chen Changsheng replied, producing an essence blood pill. Essence blood pill? It seems different from the ones I have consumed. Its hue is more lustrous, and it appears to be surrounded by a wisp of spiritual energy, Little Mo, she remarked. Indeed, this is a more advanced essence blood pill. Dissolve it in water to serve as a material for blending talisman ink. Let us see if it works, Chen Changsheng suggested. All right, I will give it a try, but I cannot guarantee its effectiveness, Little Mo, she responded. Let us try? Chen Changsheng felt confident that it would yield results. This was a superior grade essence blood pill. Surely it would not be inferior to ordinary magical beast blood. If all else fails, he could always bring De Huang over for a bloodletting. Speaking of De Huang, it had been months since he last saw the creature, and he wondered if it had been slaughtered for meat. Little Mo, she first ground the vermilion and pine soot into powder, then transformed the essence blood pill into a liquid, mixing it thoroughly. Half an hour later, the talisman ink was ready. It appeared somewhat different from the ink I had previously concocted. Whether this was due to my technique or the ineffectiveness of the essence blood pill, I could not ascertain. How about you give it a try first? Little Mo, she suggested. My father once said that the quality of the talisman ink would provide a direct sensation when drawing the talisman. Very well, I shall give it a try. What talisman should I draw? Perhaps a cleansing talisman. That is the simplest. Chen Changsheng, filled with enthusiasm, dipped the talisman brush into the ink, gently twirled it, and infused his magical energy through the brush, allowing the ink to meld seamlessly onto the talisman paper until the final stroke was completed in one fluid motion. At that moment, a wisp of spiritual light burst forth from the paper and then vanished into the ink. Is it done? Little Mo, she stared in astonishment, utterly speechless. Had Chen Changsheng truly not deceived her? Was this really his first attempt at drawing a talisman? Little Mo, she. Do you mean to say I succeeded? Chen Changsheng asked, his face alight with joy. Yes, it is a success. The final wisp of spiritual light signifies that your talisman has been successfully drawn. Otherwise, it would have spontaneously combusted, Little Mo, she remarked, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at Chen Changsheng. This uncle, not only possessing extraordinary strength, was also a genius in talisman crafting. It was truly astounding. She had heard her father mention how difficult it was to learn talisman drawing. For rogue cultivators, becoming a talisman master was a formidable task. The challenges of inheritance and the significant consumption of talisman paper and ink during the learning process meant that without considerable resources, even those with lineage could only watch helplessly. I will give it a try, Chen Changsheng proclaimed, channeling a wisp of magical energy into the talisman. Instantly, the talisman activated, and the ground was purified. All the dust swept aside. It truly worked. Chen Changsheng exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Uncle, is this really your first time drawing a talisman? Little Mo, she asked. Indeed. Why do you ask? Chen Changsheng replied. But I heard my father say that crafting talismans is a very challenging endeavor. Some take 3 to 5 months without seeing any progress, Little Mo, she remarked. Perhaps it is because I had a foundation in painting during my time in the mundane world, combined with my inherent talent, that I was able to accomplish it so swiftly. Chen Changsheng chuckled. During his time in the mundane world, Chen Changsheng had fulfilled a deceased artist's wish, acquiring their painting skills. Though talisman drawing, akin to the complexities of ghostly art, was intricate, it posed no difficulty for Chen Changsheng, especially with the experience of Zhou Yexian backing him. This old fellow had spent a lifetime as a talisman master, and in terms of talisman crafting experience, he likely surpassed Little Mo Shi's father by a considerable margin. With these two advantages, Chen Changsheng's success in crafting talismans was virtually assured. Painting techniques in the mundane world also aid in talisman crafting? This is the first time I have heard of it. Uncle, would you teach me how to paint? Little Emoshi tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve. Haha, of course. I would be delighted. Chen Changsheng laughed heartily. The successful crafting of talismans indicated that they should no longer lack spirit stones for their cultivation. Talisman crafting is indeed a lucrative endeavor. A stack of talisman paper containing 100 sheets is worth merely 1 spirit stone, and in bulk, it can be procured even cheaper. Talisman ink is slightly more complicated. One can either purchase it pre-made or mix it themselves. However, for Chen Changsheng, who possessed essence blood pills, concocting talisman ink was even simpler than crafting talisman paper, requiring almost no cost at all. Yet, a finished talisman, even the most basic fireball talisman, commands a price of 5 spirit fragments. For Chen Changsheng, this translates to an almost 50-fold profit, even if sold to Bai Bao Gu, where he cannot expect to receive full market value. Given that Bai Bao Gu must also turn a profit, the margins remain staggering. Naturally, this profit margin applies solely to Chen Changsheng. For other talisman crafters, the path is far from straightforward. Before delving into the investment costs associated with the learning of talisman crafting, it is worth noting that even after becoming a competent talisman master, the yield often only reaches 10 to 12%. Achieving a yield of 30 to 40% is already indicative of a master craftsman. This applies merely to the most basic talismans. For intermediate, advanced, or even second-tier talismans, the profit margins can be exceedingly intimidating. After a brief calculation, Chen Changsheng felt a sense of optimism regarding the future. Chapter 84. 13 years of transmigration in the tranquil courtyard of Yufeng. Chen Changsheng sat within a secluded chamber, surrounded by a small gathering of 6 formation flags that formed a minor gathering spirit array. Each flag was adorned with a spirit stone. The formation flags continuously drew the spiritual energy from the stones, steadily channeling it into Chen Changsheng's body, where vast amounts of spiritual energy were refined into magical power, subsequently flowing into his dantian. At long last, the magical power within the dantian seemed to reach a critical threshold, leading to a sudden acceleration in the flow of power. He had finally reached the 5th layer of qi cultivation after an arduous 3-year endeavor. This was quite rapid, considering that with a low-grade spiritual root, it typically takes 10 to 20 years to break through this level. The formation provided by shopkeeper Wan was indeed quite commendable, albeit with a rather high consumption of spirit stones. Observing the 6 spirit stones that had turned to a pale gray from depletion, Chen Changsheng felt a twinge of regret. However, his sorrow was not solely for the 6 spirit stones, but rather for the over 200 stones he had expended to sustain this accelerated pace of cultivation, all painstakingly earned through talisman crafting. With a fleeting movement, Chen Changsheng's aura diminished once more, appearing externally as if he were still at the 4th layer of qi cultivation. "Uncle, did you succeed?" asked Xiao Mashi, her face alight with excitement. "Yes, I have finally broken through to the 5th layer of qi cultivation. Otherwise, I would truly be outpaced by you, my dear girl," Chen Changsheng replied with a resigned glance at Xiao Mashi. Xiao Mashi's speed of cultivation was indeed remarkable. Previously constrained by a lack of resources and her youthful age, she had only achieved the 1st layer of qi cultivation. However, in recent years, as her physique matured, and with the availability of spirit stones and medicinal pills, her progress could only be described as meteoric. She had already reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation and was poised to advance to the 4th, exemplifying a year-on-year ascent that was astonishing. "Uncle, you excel in many areas, but your spiritual root quality is truly lacking," Xiao Mashi remarked with a pout. The low-grade spiritual root, the lowest tier among cultivators, was overshadowed by the medium-grade, high-grade, earth-grade, and heaven-grade roots. Additionally, there were unique physical constitutions that could enhance one's cultivation potential. Xiao Mashi, as of now, remained unaware of her spiritual root grade, but judging by her cultivation speed, it was likely that she possessed at least a high-grade spiritual root, far superior to Chen Changsheng's. Indeed, the low-grade spiritual root significantly hampers cultivation speed, Chen Changsheng conceded. Over the years, he had accomplished several wishes of deceased cultivators, reaping various rewards. However, none of these rewards had improved his spiritual root quality, primarily comprising insights into techniques and arts related to cultivation. If only there were something to enhance spiritual root quality. With a low-grade root, uncle, it will be even more difficult for you to break through to the 7th layer of qi cultivation, Xiao Mashi warned. The effort taken to ascend from the 4th to the 5th layer was considerable, and the transition from the 6th to the 7th layer posed an even greater challenge, representing a significant distinction between the mid and late stages of qi cultivation. Let us see how it unfolds. That is still far off. How is your breath-concealing technique coming along? You must maintain your cultivation at the second layer to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, Chen Changsheng advised. In his view, the realm of cultivation could be succinctly described with a single word: chaotic. Spirit stones could invite trouble, as could the legacy of various arts. Even possessing superior qualities could lead to complications. Thus, traversing the world of cultivation necessitated a cautious approach. I understand, uncle. When I go out, I always keep the breath-concealing technique activated. Following your guidance, I have already reached a profound level of mastery. Even those at the late stage of qi cultivation cannot see through it. Xiao Mashi declared confidently. Good, it is wise to exercise caution. Keeping a multitude of hidden cards allows one to navigate this realm of cultivation safely. Otherwise, Chen Changsheng began. Otherwise, one might meet a fate similar to my parents. Xiao Mashi interjected, nodding earnestly. Indeed, it is paramount to prioritize stability in all matters. If one can avoid standing out, let others take the lead. Never act recklessly. And, have you heard? Chen Changsheng began to impart the lessons learned from his experiences in the realm of cultivation. I am listening, uncle. Xiao Mashi replied eagerly. Very well. Having achieved a breakthrough, we should celebrate at the Tianxiang Tower, Chen Changsheng said, nearly letting slip his excitement. Accompanied by Xiao Mashi, their destination was not a mere tavern, but rather a grand establishment. As for the tavern, it seemed he still had an unfinished task related to Husan. To experience the youthful vitality of the fox spirit girl at the Fox Immortal Pavilion, such a tavern was certainly not an appropriate place for a gentleman like himself. Yet, in order to fulfill Husan's wish, he found himself compelled to go. After all, one must be a good person. Thus, tonight, he would visit the Fox Immortal Pavilion to discern whether the fox spirits and the worldly tavern delights shared any similarities. Tianxiang Tower? Splendid. I want to eat the meat of the rock sheep beast. My parents took me there once during my childhood, Xiao Mashi exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. After 3 years of talisman crafting, while they had accumulated a fair amount of spirit stones, their expenses for cultivation had also been considerable. Furthermore, having abandoned their original home to evade the Zhou family, they had purchased this Yufeng courtyard, leaving them with little chance to indulge in a lavish meal at Tianxiang Tower. Let us feast on rock sheep meat, Chen Changsheng said with a smile, instinctively ruffling Xiao Mashi's hair. Now 14 or 15 years old, Xiao Mashi had blossomed remarkably, and her face turned slightly red at Chen Changsheng's affectionate gesture. A meal at Tianxiang Tower cost Chen Changsheng 30 spirit stones, causing him some trepidation as he wondered whether the remaining less than 100 spirit stones would suffice to fulfill Husan's wish. Having postponed this task for 3 years, it was truly disrespectful to Husan's memory if he did not complete it soon. Fox Immortal Pavilion, here I come. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Mashi meditated in the chamber, Chen Changsheng swiftly made his way to the entrance of the Fox Immortal Pavilion. Fellow cultivator, what a coincidence. It seems fate has brought us together again. A young man gently patted Chen Changsheng on the shoulder as he stood in a moment of bewilderment. It's you? Chen Changsheng exclaimed, recognizing the individual. 3 years prior, upon his initial arrival at the market, he had encountered this young man while reflecting on the Fox Immortal Pavilion. Now, 3 years later, he stood once again at the entrance of the Fox Immortal Pavilion, only to meet the same individual once more. Was it mere coincidence? Or had he unwittingly crossed paths with a seasoned patron? Chapter 85. Outwitted by the dead, it is I. Since we are fated, shall we enter together? The young man proposed with a smile. Of course. Inside the Fox Immortal Pavilion, the madam quickly approached the young man, exclaiming, Third young master, you have arrived. Come in quickly. We have just had a new fox spirit enter the profession, eagerly awaiting your guidance. A new fox spirit, you say? I must meet her. What are her requirements? The third young master inquired with a grin. Requirements? What requirements? Chen Changsheng questioned, puzzled. Ah, my friend. As it is your first visit to the Fox Immortal Pavilion, you may be unaware of the customs here. Unlike ordinary women who enter this place out of coercion or necessity, cultivators come with their own aspirations. Especially regarding their initial requests, they often do not seek spiritual stones, but rather other items, as acquiring spiritual stones can come later, explained Xin Xiaoya. Is there such a notion? That spiritual stones can be obtained later? Isn't it merely a matter of having spiritual stones? Young Master Song, this lady desires a Qingxin Jiedu Dan, which is a first-tier superior grade elixir. The old brothel madam hesitated before revealing. A Qingxin Jiedu Dan, indeed? No wonder she has come here seeking assistance. It seems someone dear to her has been poisoned. This is quite manageable. My father can concoct this elixir. I shall procure one for her. Sen Xiaoya chuckled lightly. Presently, Chen Changsheng, having undergone several years of cultivation, was no longer the novice in the realm of immortality. He was well aware of what a Qingxin Jiedu Dan entailed. A first-tier superior-grade elixir is already rare, and a detoxification elixir even more so. Loose cultivators, unable to find a pathway for their endeavors, often resort to selling their appearances in such establishments. However, what exactly is the background of this Chen Changsheng? His father is a master alchemist? Such a profession is significantly more esteemed than that of a talisman master, albeit with a far greater entry threshold. While many loose cultivators can craft talismans, those who can refine elixirs are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even those alchemists supported by immortal families often possess only modest skills, while the truly formidable alchemists typically reside within sects. San Yi is quite magnanimous. Chun Yang has finally had her wish fulfilled. She is currently at Tingzhu Xian. You may go seek her, the old madam said with a charming smile. After San Shaya departed, Chen Changsheng could not help but inquire, "Mother, what is the background of this San Yi? It sounds as if his father is an alchemist." You accompanied San Yi here, and yet are unaware of his identity? Let me inform you, San Yi is quite a prominent figure. Are you familiar with the Song family? The madam replied, her face brimming with pride. Of course, without the Song family, there would be no Shouyang Mountain Marketplace. Chen Changsheng asserted. That is sufficient. San Yi is a direct descendant of the Song family. His father is the chief alchemist of the Song family. Cultivating a good relationship with him could allow you to obtain several elixirs from him, which would greatly enhance your cultivation. The madam said, her expression filled with yearning. A direct descendant of the Song family? I am truly honored. Chen Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. However, it appears that this direct descendant of the Song family is also a fellow cultivator. We have fortuitously crossed paths at the entrance of the brothel twice, he mused. In our eagerness to discuss Chen Changsheng, I have forgotten about you. As a fellow cultivator visiting here, do you have a specific objective? Would you like me to introduce someone to you? The madam flirtatiously winked at Chen Changsheng. It must be said, not all cultivators possess striking beauty. This old madam was rather lacking in attractiveness, her figure adorned with excess flesh, swaying before Chen Changsheng. I have come solely for Miss Xiling. I kindly request an introduction. Chen Changsheng stated, placing a spiritual stone into the old madam's hand. Miss Xiling? She is quite a rare gem. If not for your association with Chen Changsheng, you might not have had the chance to meet her. Furthermore, Miss Xiling's fee. The madam waved her hand gently. Very well, 20 it is. Chen Changsheng gritted his teeth. 20 spiritual stones. In the past, the 5 mu of spiritual field tended by Xiao Mashi yielded only 25 spiritual stones after a year of labor. Indeed, farmers remain among the lowest earners in any context. Their plight is truly lamentable. You are quite straightforward. Come, I will take you to find Miss Xiling. Rest assured, the value of 20 spiritual stones will undoubtedly be worth your while. You may remain here for the night, and the possibilities are endless. The old madam said with a smile, leading the way. 20 spiritual stones. Husan, for your sake, I have paid a hefty sum. Your final wish cannot be taken lightly. Chen Changsheng muttered. He was not the type to be frivolous. His visit was solely to fulfill Husan's last wish. Miss Xiling is within the Xiling Pavilion. You may enter at your leisure, the madam said with a smile, turning to depart, while Chen Changsheng proceeded inside. A night passed. No, it was the deep of night that held no further conversation. It was not that Chen Changsheng could not continue, but rather that Miss Xiling was utterly exhausted, opting to return 10 spiritual stones to him rather than endure further. There was no choice. If she did not let him go, she feared she might perish from exhaustion. After 10 years in this profession, she had never encountered anyone with such stamina, relentless from the outset. Who could withstand such a trial? Chen Changsheng felt embarrassed. After all these years, this was the first time he had been forcibly dismissed by a lady. Reflecting on it, perhaps he had indeed overstepped. In his eagerness to avoid wasting those 20 spiritual stones, he had aimed to engage in arduous labor throughout the night, without considering whether the lady could endure it. You shall inherit Husan's inferior grade golden spiritual root. Upon completion of Husan's wish, Husan bequeathed his inferior grade golden spiritual root to you. An inferior grade golden spiritual root? Alas, it is merely inferior grade. How unfortunate. In the cycle of the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood? Alas, this is dire. This is truly a calamity. Originally, the inferior wood spiritual root posed significant challenges for cultivation, and now it is compounded by the addition of a metal spiritual root that restrains wood. Will this not further diminish my cultivation speed? Husan, you are truly ungrateful. I have fulfilled your wish, and even if it displeased Miss Xiling, you cannot bring misfortune upon me. After exiting Huxian Pavilion, Chen Changsheng bore an expression of utter frustration, his mood profoundly dismal. For the first time, he had been thwarted by a wish. Moreover, there was also the wish of Qian Duo to deliver 50 spiritual stones to his parents. Very well. I shall complete this wish as well. Qian Duo, you must not deceive me again. Otherwise, I shall retrieve the spiritual stones meant for your parents. Chen Changsheng resolved. And under the cover of night, he made his way toward Qian Duo's home. An hour later, upon fulfilling Qian Duo's wish, Qian Duo. Chapter 86, Xiao Mashi breaks through. Upon fulfilling Qian Duo's wish, Qian Duo bestowed his cultivation upon you. Instantly, the mana within Chen Changsheng's dantian surged significantly. What was once the initial stage of qi refinement at the 5th level had now progressed to the mid-stage of the 5th level. To have one's cultivation increased upon fulfilling a wish, Chen Changsheng was astounded. This was indeed a first. Regrettably, Qian Duo's cultivation was too weak. Merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Were he to complete the wish of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, he could instantly consider himself a formidable figure. Fulfillment of wishes is truly delightful, yet regrettably, there are not enough deceased to collect. Chen Changsheng sighed and returned to the Yufeng courtyard. At this moment, Xiao Mashi remained in the secret chamber, evidently still immersed in diligent cultivation. Natural talent is bestowed by the heavens, yet having talent does not guarantee great achievements. Personal effort is equally vital. Early the next morning, seeing that Xiao Mashi had not yet emerged, Chen Changsheng left a note and hurried toward Song City. In the southern district, he arrived once more at that small courtyard. At this time, Chen, who had become a renowned innate level master in Song City, leading a brotherhood that ranked among the 4 major factions in the southern district, thus enjoying a high status. Yet at this moment, Chen, who found himself in the small courtyard, trembling as he gazed at the figure before him. What are you afraid of? I do not consume humans. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. Your Excellency's authority is undeniable, and your presence commands respect. Chen, who stammered. There is no need for fear. I have encountered many ruthless individuals who kill without hesitation, even among my own subordinates. However, I have only met one who specifically targets the dead throughout my decades of life. Over the years, he had provided Chen Changsheng with numerous leads regarding the deceased, and regardless of intention, he would hear whispers of various rumors. For instance, when the old tomb of the Zhou family was excavated, it caused a significant uproar, prompting the Zhou family to offer a high bounty for the true culprit, which ultimately led to a deadlock. There were also persistent rumors of someone being exhumed. In short, in Chen Hu's mind, Chen Changsheng was undoubtedly the topmost villain, the kind that would not allow the dead to rest in peace. Look at your lack of ambition. Give me the information. Chen Changsheng commanded directly. Yes, Your Excellency, all the information is here. Chen Hu spoke as he handed Chen Changsheng a note, which was nearly filled with writing. This is your reward. Go ahead. Chen Changsheng casually glanced at it, and then tossed a few elixirs to Chen Hu. Thank you, my lord. Chen Hu joyfully accepted the elixirs and respectfully withdrew. In the northern district, a congenital master had perished. Acquiring a few superior quality blood elixirs was a decent reward. Typically, the last wishes of congenital masters were relatively easy to fulfill. The Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce had encountered bandits, and the chamber's manager, Feng Cheng, was killed. These bandits were indeed audacious, daring to attack a merchant organization. Chen Changsheng had met Feng Cheng before. He could attend the funeral tomorrow. The scattered cultivator, Tian Liang, had been missing for 8 days, suspected to be dead. However, missing did not equate to death, and without a corpse, the corpse retrieval technique was of no use. The scattered cultivator, Fu Hong, returned severely injured. The 8 cultivators who had gone out with her had perished. It was unfortunate they died outside. Alas, the outside world was perilously dangerous. Even if there were a heap of spirit stones, one could not recklessly venture out to collect them. Survival was paramount. Staying alive was the priority. The elder of the Song family, Song Tianming, was critically ill and would not last long. The Song family was the esteemed authority of the Shouyang mountain market. If the elder of the Song family died, would it be possible to attend the funeral? However, I had no connection with the Song family. But wait. This was indeed an opportunity from the 3rd master of the Song family. Hopefully, the last wishes of the deceased elder would not be too extravagant. It would be best if they were as manageable as Zhou Ye's last wishes, where the rewards were delivered without requiring personal effort. After noting all the information, Chen Changsheng flicked his fingers, producing a small fireball that instantly incinerated the note. After practicing the fireball technique for so long, he finally managed to launch it at will. If I were to return to the mundane world, I could probably be as invincible as Song Yingxin. Muttering to himself, Chen Changsheng proceeded to the northern district to retrieve the body of the congenital master, obtaining a few superior quality blood elixirs and qi elixirs before gracefully departing. As for the last wishes, Chen Changsheng truly had no inclination to fulfill them. The last wishes of mortals, even those of powerful beings, were essentially futile for him. After all, what they could offer was far too meager. Martial skills were of no use to him, and he already possessed numerous special abilities. As for lifespan, he had surpassed 300 years, moving towards 400. He truly did not lack for it in the short term. Returning to the Yufeng courtyard, with nothing to occupy his time, he decided to craft talismans. Taking out talisman paper and dipping it in ink, Chen Changsheng danced his brush with vigor. In less than half a minute, a complete wooden spear talisman appeared, shimmering with spiritual light. Perhaps it was due to having acquired so many talents. Or perhaps he was a natural prodigy in talisman crafting, but his success rate far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. The typical success rate for talisman crafting was merely 10 to 12%. Achieving 30 to 40% was considered masterful, requiring great familiarity with the symbols. Chen Changsheng, however, had an initial success rate exceeding 50%, which later rose to 80 and even 90%. It could be said that if Chen Changsheng did not wish to fail, the talismans he drew would almost always succeed. This was also why he could amass such a vast fortune in a mere 3 years. Besides selling to buy Baoch, Chen Changsheng had also disguised himself as others and sold to various clients, including the manager of the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce, who was one of his loyal customers. Due to his extraordinarily high success rate, aside from those sold, many talismans became his and Xiao Mashi's trump cards. In case of danger, a handful of talismans would bewilder even late-stage qi cultivators. "Uncle, are you drawing talismans again?" Xiao Mashi giggled as she twirled around Chen Changsheng. "Do you see anything different about me? Have you advanced again? To the 4th level of qi cultivation?" Chen Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, I have reached the 4th level of qi cultivation." Xiao Mashi nodded eagerly. "Xiao Mashi, you are only 14, right?" Chen Changsheng inquired. "Yes, uncle. You wouldn't have forgotten my age, would you?" Xiao Mashi responded. "Your talent is truly extraordinary. At 14, you've reached the 4th level of qi cultivation while following my guidance. If you were sent to a sect, you would likely reach the 9th level before you turn 20. Xiao Mashi, I believe we must plan for the future. It would be best to find a sect for you," Chen Changsheng said earnestly. Xiao Mashi's aptitude was indeed remarkable, and Chen Changsheng feared wasting such talent. After all, he was merely a scattered cultivator, lacking resources, and he had no idea where his own future lay, let alone resolving Xiao Mashi's cultivation issues. "Uncle, the resources you have provided are already sufficient. Without you, I might have perished long ago. As for the future, after I take revenge, I will take you to join a sect." Xiao Mashi smiled. "Take me with you? That seems unlikely. I have heard that sects have strict requirements regarding the spiritual roots of their disciples. At the very least, one must possess a medium-grade spiritual root or a special constitution. Typically, only those with high-grade spiritual roots are deemed worthy of cultivation. I fear I would not be accepted," Chen Changsheng said with a bitter smile. He had indeed considered entering a sect. After all, the solitary path of a scattered cultivator was arduous, even with the assistance of the corpse retrieval technique. Joining a sect, at the very least, would provide opportunities to encounter advanced corpses, even if he could not fulfill the last wishes of the deceased. Merely obtaining superior quality blood elixirs and mana elixirs would allow him to profit immensely, unlike his current situation, where he had to rely on controlling mortal gangs to gather information, all while risking his life to dig graves and retrieve corpses. "It doesn't matter. If they do not allow you to join, then I will not join them either," Xiao Mashi declared, her cheeks flushed. "Haha, Xiao Mashi. I am relieved to have not raised a thankless child. Cultivate well, and once we defeat those black and white fiends, I will take you to join a sect." Chen Changsheng laughed heartily. Gratitude and loyalty were evident. Chen Changsheng felt a sense of satisfaction. However, if the sect truly rejected him, he would not resort to using Xiao Mashi to threaten them. Chen Changsheng understood that this world was not lacking in geniuses. Though the cultivators of Shouyang Mountain appeared few, the scattered cultivators combined numbered in the thousands. Among so many, was there truly no genius? Yet, it had never been heard that anyone could break through to the foundation establishment stage. Even late-stage qi cultivators were scarce. Why was this? It was undoubtedly a result of the Song family's control. If the market were filled with masters, the status of the Song family would surely be jeopardized. "Uncle, I have advanced to the 4th level of qi cultivation and can now learn the first-tier medium-grade talisman, the Jingguang talisman. Can you teach me?" Xiao Mashi asked. Of course, the key to mastering the Jingguang talisman is. At that moment, Chen Changsheng began to teach Xiao Mashi how to craft talismans. Over the 3 years, they had adapted to this mode of interaction. The next morning, Chen Changsheng prepared a gift box containing 10 talismans and proceeded to the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce, specifically to Feng's family. The house was draped in white mourning cloth. As Feng Cheng, the manager of the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce in the Shouyang Mountain Market, had a wide circle of acquaintances, and many came to pay their respects. Chen Changsheng blended into the crowd, presented his gift, casually mentioned the name Pan Wu, and smoothly obtained a final audience with Feng Cheng. Feng Cheng, male, 59 years old, had died from a critical hit by a magical artifact. Last wish, eliminate the Qitian thief group. The Qitian thief group? Were these bandits not the infamous black and white fiends? The area outside the market was exceedingly unsafe. Besides the black and white fiends, another group of bandits had emerged. Body evaluation, superior grade 1 star, reward of 5 superior quality blood elixirs, and 6 mana elixirs. 6 mana elixirs? Feng Cheng was at least a 6th or even 7th level Qi cultivator. The Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce must have had more than just him for escorting goods. The strength of the Qitian thief group was not to be underestimated. Young Master Song has arrived. At that moment, a loud shout resounded from outside the door, causing everyone to come to a halt. Could it be the Song family? All eyes turned towards the entrance. It was Song Xing, who had been pondering how to pay his respects to the clan elder of the Song family. The opportunity had finally arrived. Song Xing was indeed the young master he had encountered previously at Xinhugo. Young master, you must take charge for our Feng Cheng, exclaimed a family member of Feng Cheng, who had just concluded a business deal with the Song family. He was ambushed right after leaving the market. This must have been premeditated. Rest assured, everyone. The recent spate of rogue cultivators and the assaults on merchant caravans have crossed the line for our Song family. The clan leader has resolved to eradicate these bandits. Every single one of those highwaymen beyond Shouyang Mountain will be apprehended without mercy, Song Xing declared. With the Song family here, Shouyang Mountain remains as steadfast as a mountain. Another added, indeed, how dare these bandits act so brazenly? In order to maintain the peace of the market, we too must lend our support. I, representing Tingfeng Go, shall donate 100 spirit stones. I sell pills, and I will contribute 10 bottles of Qi pills. Another merchant chimed in. I will donate 300 talismans, hoping the Song family can eliminate all the bandits. Immediately, many merchants began to contribute, while Song Xing merely smiled and nodded. Although each individual donation appeared modest, the cumulative value exceeded 3,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum. 3,000 spirit stones were not something a small family could easily amass, even if they sold their ancestral property. Chen Changsheng watched in astonishment. Truly, the shade of a great tree offers a cool respite. The Song family had garnered over 3,000 spirit stones without having captured a single bandit. A feat that left Chen Changsheng envious. It had taken him years of hard work crafting talismans to earn but a few hundred spirit stones, while others simply spoke and amassed thousands. Thank you all for your generous donations. Now we shall see what our Song family can do. Feng Cheng's sacrifice will not be in vain, Song Xing proclaimed, his eyes flickering with a hint of fury. Unbeknownst to others, he was aware that Feng Cheng possessed a highly valuable treasure that could empower an ordinary late-stage Qi cultivator to combat with the prowess of a foundational stage cultivator. For small families, such a treasure would be regarded as a clan's heirloom, ensuring their foundation remained unbroken. This item was a part of the Song family's heritage, entrusted to the Tianfeng Merchant Association for the transaction of foundational pills. However, whether by leakage of information or coincidence, shortly after leaving the market, Feng Cheng had been ambushed. While his body was recovered, the treasure was lost. With the foundational pills still unattained, the loss of this treasure was tantamount to a loss for the Song family. As Song Xing concluded his affairs, Chen Changsheng approached him. Brother Song, what a surprise to meet you here again. You? How serendipitous. We have crossed paths several times. Yet I do not know your name, Song Xing inquired. Pan Wu, at your service, young master, Chen Changsheng bowed. So you are Taoist Pan. Do you have ties with the Feng family? Song Xing asked. I am a talisman maker, but I prefer not to set up a stall. I have had some dealings with Feng Cheng, Chen Changsheng explained. Ah, so Taoist Pan is indeed a talisman maker. I am truly impressed. Song Xing's eyes brightened upon hearing this. The current situation was uncertain. While common rogue cultivators might be oblivious, Song Xing understood that chaos might soon erupt at Shouyang Mountain, and the Song family was in dire need of various talents. Chen Changsheng, as a talisman maker, was precisely the kind of individual the Song family required. Chen Changsheng also sought to forge a connection with Song Xing and the Song family, creating an opportunity for mutual benefit. Chapter 88. mourning and celebrating uncle. Where are you off to so early in the morning? You've hardly been home lately, having just reached the 5th stage of qi cultivation. And now you're already getting carried away? Noticing Chen Changsheng preparing to leave, Xiao Mashi stepped forward to inquire. I am off to attend to important matters. Chen Changsheng asserted. Important matters? Don't think I don't know where you're going. Sometimes you return with a hint of perfume. Perhaps forgetting to use your cleansing spell? Xiao Mashi retorted. What nonsense. I truly have important matters to attend to. A clan elder of the Song family has passed away, and I am going to pay my respects. Chen Changsheng replied, somewhat embarrassed. Forget to use your cleansing spell? You must be more diligent in your work and develop the habit of using it after completing tasks. Xiao Mashi admonished. Going to pay respects to the Song family? Uncle, do you have connections with them? Xiao Mashi asked, surprised. On Shouyang Mountain, the Song family is the sole ruler. Recently, I encountered an intriguing individual, and perhaps I can procure some pills to enhance my cultivation. Chen Changsheng smiled. Pills are indeed valuable. If you can obtain them, your cultivation speed will increase significantly. Xiao Mashi exclaimed excitedly. Thus, I must go try my luck. You stay home and focus on crafting talismans. Lately, the prices of goods seem to have surged unexpectedly. Even the price of talismans at Bai Baoj has increased by 10%. Chen Changsheng remarked. I'm not sure why, but it's been quite unstable in the market recently. With many rogue cultivators going missing, Xiao Mashi noted. Be cautious. As long as we stay within the market, we should be safe. Chen Changsheng reassured. The Song family of Shouyang Mountain has foundational stage cultivators stationed there, not just one but several. They are among the most powerful factions in the region of Yuezhou, second only to the 5 major sects, with a legacy spanning over 500 years and a deep-rooted foundation. The market is the bedrock of the Song family, and in Chen Changsheng's eyes, it is undoubtedly a place of safety. At the summit of Shouyang Mountain, where the spiritual energy is richest, the Song family occupied the best locations. With the passing of a clan elder, many came to pay their respects, and Chen Changsheng blended into the crowd. Making his way toward the mountaintop, the spiritual energy at the peak was at least twice as dense as that in the market, and if one could cultivate there year-round, progress would surely accelerate. Closing his eyes, Chen Changsheng inhaled deeply, as if trying to draw in all the spiritual energy of Shouyang Mountain. Brother Pan, I didn't expect you to come to see my grandfather off. How thoughtful of you. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng's arrival, Song Xing hurriedly approached to pay his respects. My condolences, Brother Song. Chen Changsheng returned the gesture. The deceased clan elder was actually Song Xing's grandfather? This was quite interesting. If Song Xing's father was a pill maker, could his grandfather be one as well? At this thought, Chen Changsheng's heart raced. If Song Xing's grandfather were indeed a pill maker, and he could fulfill his last wishes, wouldn't he that grant him the opportunity to gain his knowledge in pill making? The clan elder lived to the age of 112, passing peacefully without illness. A joyous departure indeed. Thank you for making this trip. Song Xing clasped his hands. 112 years, what a long life. I wonder if I might be so fortunate as to catch a glimpse of your esteemed grandfather's visage. At this moment, Chen Changsheng's heart raced. With so many guests present, it was likely that not everyone would have the chance to see Song Xing's grandfather. If he were unable to see him, he might have to resort to grave robbing. However, digging up the graves of the Zhou family was one thing. The Song family's grave was far too perilous. There is no issue. When the farewell ceremony begins, just follow behind me. Song Xing nodded. For him, it was not a significant matter. Honoring a grandfather's memory was a mark of respect. Thank you. There are many guests. Brother Song, please tend to your duties without needing to attend to me. Chen Changsheng bowed. Very well. Song Xing nodded and went to greet other guests. After about an hour, the farewell ceremony commenced, and Chen Changsheng positioned himself beside Song Xing, joining the Song family in the ceremony around the coffin. Song Tianming, male, aged 112, life force exhausted, passed away peacefully. Final wish, for the Song family to produce another foundational stage cultivator. Foundational? Alas, I have only reached the 5th level of Qi training. How can I assist the Song family in establishing their foundation? I am still uncertain where to find my own opportunities for foundation establishment. It seems that this wish will have to be left to fate. In truth, there have been quite a few wishes that have been fulfilled serendipitously, such as that of the esteemed Zhou Yi from the Zhou family, along with numerous wishes acquired during my worldly days, which have gradually been completed over the years, with Chen Changsheng hardly intervening in the process, all given without effort. The evaluation of the corpse, extraordinary 1-star, reward of 12 mana pills. A reward of 12 mana pills in one go. Surely, Song Tianming must have reached the pinnacle of Qi training. Regrettably, the evaluation remains at extraordinary 1-star. It seems only by entering the realm of foundation establishment can one achieve an extraordinary 2-star rating. A wish task left to fate, along with 12 mana pills. This journey bears no loss. This wish task left to fate is likely still achievable. After all, the Song family has been passed down for several hundred years, with generations continuously establishing their foundations. Completing these wish tasks is merely a matter of time. Once the final tribute was completed, Song Tianming was laid to rest, and Song Xing took Chen Changsheng to the Fox Immortal Pavilion. Brother Song, is it appropriate to visit the Fox Immortal Pavilion so soon after our revered ancestor has been buried? Chen Changsheng said awkwardly. What is inappropriate about it? Our ancestor lived a full life, passing at the age of 112, far exceeding the lifespan of an ordinary person by at least a decade. This is a joyous occasion and should be celebrated. Song Xing replied with a grin. Celebrate? Your grandfather has passed away, and you wish to celebrate? Even if it is a joyful morning, it hardly warrants a trip to the brothel to celebrate. Chen Changsheng thought to himself, feeling helpless, and merely followed Song Xing to the Fox Immortal Pavilion. In his previous life, people often spoke of the 4 great bonds of life: sharing a roof, facing battles together, indulging in pleasures together, and partaking in misdeeds together. After today, Chen Changsheng and Song Xing could be considered as brothers in arms, as they were close. Song Xing spoke candidly and directly proposed that Chen Changsheng join the Song family. Brother Song, I am an outsider with limited strength, only at the 4th level of Qi training. How could I possibly join the Song family? Chen Changsheng replied. Although the Song family is a lineage, they do recruit exceptional individuals from among the scattered cultivators, and those who excel may even be welcomed into the family as true members. For example, the Song family's law enforcement team has absorbed numerous scattered cultivators who essentially serve as pawns in the family's external conflicts. Just like this time, when the Song family aims to eliminate the bandits outside the market, danger is inevitable, and there will surely be casualties. This is where the role of scattered cultivators becomes evident. After all, every Song family member is invaluable. Scattered cultivators are not foolish. They understand the intentions of the Song family. Yet, every time the law enforcement team recruits, they scramble fiercely for the opportunity. The reason is simple. The benefits provided by the Song family are immense: spiritual stones, cultivation methods, heritage, and the chance to integrate into the Song family, all of which are highly coveted. Chapter 89. Mutual benefit. My friend, as a talisman master, you are naturally different from ordinary scattered cultivators. You simply need to deliver a certain number of talismans monthly. Song Xing said. What benefits do I gain from this? Chen Changsheng inquired without hesitation. Of course, there are benefits. The Song family will not take your talismans for free. All delivered talismans will be purchased with spiritual stones. After each transaction, you will also receive a certain amount of points as a reward. These points are indeed valuable. While they cannot be exchanged for spiritual stones, they can be used to redeem items that are otherwise difficult to acquire with spiritual stones. The Song family has a rich heritage spanning centuries, with countless books in their collection. As long as your points are sufficient, access to the secret techniques of cultivation, the various arts of immortality, and even experiences for breaking through to foundation establishment will be open to you in the Song family's library. Song Xing said with a smile. While spiritual stones certainly attract scattered cultivators, heritage is an even more precious commodity. Spiritual stones can be earned through various channels, but knowledge is priceless. In the market, there are indeed books on cultivation and the arts of immortality for sale, but those are merely low-level methods. The highest tier of the arts barely reaches the first rank. Truly valuable knowledge has long been monopolized by noble families and sects, making it exceptionally difficult for scattered cultivators to acquire. Experience in foundation establishment? I assume the points required for that would be considerable? Chen Changsheng observed with keen insight. Your perception is sharp. You have directly targeted the experience of foundation establishment. This item is indeed of great value, but for you, it may be too early to speak of it. If I am not mistaken, you are currently only at the 4th level of Qi training. Song Xing chuckled. Foundation establishment is not so easily attained. Even in the vast region of Yuezhou, the status of a foundation establishment practitioner is exceedingly high, overshadowed only by the exalted golden core ancestors of the 5 major sections. To think that a first-tier scattered cultivator could aspire to foundation establishment is but a fanciful dream. The difficulty of foundation establishment is immense. The first requirement is to advance to the 9th level of Qi training before the age of 60, which already eliminates 99% of cultivators. Not to mention, after reaching the 9th level of Qi training, breaking through to foundation establishment still requires the consumption of foundation establishment pills. The rarity of such pills is such that even the Song family struggles to procure just one. At auctions, the price of foundation establishment pills remains extraordinarily high, ranging from 30 to 40,000 spiritual stones, or even higher. Of course, it is still possible to achieve foundation establishment without consuming foundation establishment pills. One could utilize foundation establishment spiritual objects. While the efficacy of spiritual objects is inferior to that of pills, they still require thousands, if not tens of thousands, of spiritual stones to procure. Furthermore, utilizing spiritual objects for foundation establishment carries the risk of severe injury upon failure, with recovery potentially taking a decade. The reason foundation establishment pills are so much more expensive than spiritual objects is that their success rate is significantly higher, and they can withstand the backlash from a failed foundation establishment. Should one fail while attempting foundation establishment using spiritual objects, the consequences could range from serious injury to loss of life. Only those cultivators who cannot even gather spiritual objects, yet refuse to accept the end of their immortal journey, would dare to risk it before reaching the age of 60. Almost every year, pinnacle Qi training practitioners perish from self-inflicted injuries during their attempts at foundation establishment. Oh, the path of cultivation is indeed fraught with difficulty. One must plan ahead. Chen Changsheng sighed. Indeed, the journey of scattered cultivators is even more arduous. I urge Brother Pan to contemplate this carefully. Song Xing replied. I have heard that your father is an alchemist from the Song family. Chen Changsheng did not respond directly, but instead inquired. Indeed, are you looking to procure some elixirs? Song Xing smiled knowingly. That is indeed my intention. Chen Changsheng admitted without embarrassment. Are you aware that recently, Shouyang Mountain has been quite perilous, with numerous bandits lurking outside? Many scattered cultivators have already fallen victim. Song Xing remarked. I am aware. Fang Cheng from the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce was killed by bandits. Chen Changsheng replied. Indeed, the world is in turmoil, and prices have risen sharply, especially for elixirs, which are among the most sought-after commodities. As long as Brother Pan is willing to join the Song family, I am prepared to exchange elixirs for the talismans you possess. Song Xing stated. In essence, you still want me to join the Song family. I do not quite understand. If your sole intent is to acquire my talismans, why must I join the Song family? I could trade without joining. Chen Changsheng queried, puzzled. There are two reasons. Firstly, upon joining the Song family, most of the talismans you possess would need to be traded to us, preventing their leakage. Secondly, since the Song family has provided points, it would affect the pricing, Song Xing said with a sly grin. What a clever strategy. Using the resources of the library to entice talisman masters while simultaneously undermining competitors, allowing for the acquisition of talismans at a more favorable price. The Song family truly knows how to play the game. Chen Changsheng cautiously asked. How much would my talismans be worth if I were to join the Song family? Indeed, he possesses a considerable number of talismans, primarily due to his extraordinary talent in talisman crafting, which results in an exceptionally low failure rate. His output can rival that of 4 or 5 other talisman masters combined. However, due to his naturally cautious disposition, Chen Changsheng refrains from selling all his talismans to buy Baoge, opting instead for staggered sales. The market in Shuyangshan is relatively small, and the production of talismans is somewhat fixed. A sudden influx would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. Consequently, Chen Changsheng retains a substantial inventory. If he could sell through Song Xing to the Song family, it would provide an additional outlet for his merchandise, resulting in merely a slight reduction in profit. 70% of the market price, Song Xing remarked. 70% seems rather low, Chen Changsheng replied, furrowing his brow. 70% is quite reasonable. Since Brother Pan is acquainted with Fang Cheng, he should understand that the business of talisman trading is such that merchants typically purchase at 80% of market value, retaining a 20% profit margin. Our Song family offers 70% while also providing points, which is very fair. You must consider that rogue cultivators often face myriad challenges during their practice without guidance. Joining our Song family grants access to direct mentorship from a foundational cultivator. Song Xing continued to persuade. The point exchange table from the Song family does indeed list mentorship from a foundational cultivator, but the required points are exceedingly high, and one must wait. After all, a foundational cultivator cannot be available at all times. This so-called redemption option, akin to foundational experience, is merely an illusion for the vast majority of rogue cultivators who join the Song family, a mere reflection in water, a flower in the mirror. Is that truly the case? Then you have already lost. Very well, I shall agree. Aside from supplying talismans, I have no further obligations, correct? Chen Changsheng inquired. What if he joined the Song family, and they tasked him with subduing bandits? That would be quite troublesome. Uncle, You have returned. Although the scent of cosmetics is absent, you merely went to offer condolences. Upon your return, you have even changed into a new outfit. You must have been up to no good. Upon Chen Changsheng's return, Xiao Mashi could not help but comment. Cough, cough, what nonsense are you spouting? I went to pay my respects, not to a banquet. How could I possibly visit such places? Enough of this talk, look at what I have brought for you. Chen Changsheng said, revealing 2 porcelain vials. Medicinal pills? Uncle, did you truly acquire medicinal pills? Xiao Mashi exclaimed in astonishment. Dahuang Dan. One of the best pills for the mid-stage of qi refinement. Chen Changsheng smiled as he handed the 2 vials of Dahuang Dan to Xiao Mashi. It truly is Dahuang Dan. Uncle, you are incredible. Xiao Mashi exclaimed with excitement. With these pills, her cultivation speed would accelerate, allowing her to avenge her parents sooner. Not bad. I exchanged them for talismans with Song Xing. Xiao Mashi. You must practice crafting talismans diligently in your spare time. Chen Changsheng chuckled. Rest assured I will. Xiao Mashi nodded vigorously. Thus, the tranquil days passed slowly. Chen Changsheng, utilizing his remarkable disguise techniques alongside breath-concealing methods, assumed various identities to sell talismans in the market, amassing an increasing number of spirit stones. One day, half a year later, Chen Changsheng emerged from his secluded chamber, feeling invigorated. His physical realm had finally reached parity with his qi refinement realm. With his current strength, he should have no rivals among those at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Regrettably, aside from the incident a few years ago when he eliminated Zhou Tsong and his companions, he had yet to engage in actual combat. Perhaps it is best to avoid combat. Without it, there is no true danger. After a closure of over 10 days. He had not visited Baibouge for more than a month. It was time to process a batch of talismans. This cultivation was indeed consuming too many spirit stones. Unfortunately, lacking a spiritual vein, his cultivation speed was excessively slow, forcing him to expend spirit stones to utilize a minor gathering formation. If only he were a member of the Song family, he could cultivate at the summit of Xiangshan, which would undoubtedly enhance his efficiency significantly. Cultivators require spiritual energy. Meditating in thin air to absorb spiritual energy is painfully slow. Thus, one must seek locations rich in spiritual energy. Such energy emanates from spiritual veins, which are the best cultivation sites and can be cultivated into spiritual fields for planting spiritual herbs, forming the very foundation of a cultivator's practice. Cultivators are categorized by their realms, and naturally, spiritual veins are ranked as well, with the lowest being unranked, followed by 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers. Among the known spiritual veins in the world, almost all have been claimed by cultivators. Even unranked veins are exceedingly precious, often occupied by small cultivator families. On Xiangshan, there exists a 2nd-tier mid-grade spiritual vein, upon which the Song family established the market, attracting rogue cultivators for trade. The prime locations within the spiritual vein are claimed entirely by the Song family, while the area designated for the market is of a quality roughly equivalent to unranked, naturally drawing numerous rogue cultivators to settle. After all, for rogue cultivators, having a place to absorb spiritual energy is already quite commendable. Who would dare be picky? Uncle, you appear rejuvenated. It has only been half a year. Could it be that you have made another breakthrough? Xiao Mashi inquired, astonished. Your eyesight is commendable. I have made slight progress in my physical cultivation. Xiao Mashi, are you certain you do not wish to pursue dual cultivation of body and spirit? It is indeed formidable. Chen Changsheng declared, brandishing his fists. No, physical cultivation is exceedingly difficult, and I lack the talent for it. Moreover, the majority of cultivators focus on qi refinement. Physical cultivation is merely a minor path. Xiao Mashi shook her head. Physical cultivation requires both talent and time. She has already devoted most of her time to qi refinement and talisman crafting, leaving little room for physical training. What a pity. By the way, during my seclusion, I have brought the talismans you crafted over these days. Let us visit Baibouge. It is also time to procure you a magical artifact, Chen Changsheng remarked. In battles, how could a cultivator be without magical artifacts? The only magical artifact in Chen Changsheng's possession was the one he obtained from Zhou Tsong, which was on the verge of disrepair. A magical artifact? Uncle, are you finally going to buy me a magical artifact? Xiao Mashi exclaimed in delight. Yes. Over the past half year, I have engaged in numerous transactions with Song Xing. From him, I have gleaned a vague sense that the world is somewhat unsettled. Chen Changsheng stated. The world is unsettled? Xiao Mashi asked, perplexed. Indeed, the Song family's efforts to eliminate bandits have not been smooth. There seems to be a force actively opposing them. Furthermore, the situation at Baibouge is quite strange. For years, we have been supplying them with talismans. Yet we have never seen them selling such talismans. Where could they all have gone? Chen Changsheng spoke in a measured tone. Are they hoarding talismans? But why would Bai Baoch, as a merchant, do such a thing? Xiao Mashi frowned. Precisely, it is indeed unusual. Perhaps in the future, this market will not be peaceful. So we must enhance our self-defense capabilities. Chen Changsheng declared. First, he disguised himself thoroughly, then took Xiao Mashi to Bai Baoch. Upon entering, they noticed Manager 1 conversing with two individuals clad in conical hats. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng and Xiao Mashi arrive, their conversation abruptly ceased. Brother Pan, you have finally arrived. It has been over a month since your last visit. Manager 1 exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chen Changsheng. I was in seclusion for a period to seek a breakthrough, which was somewhat awkward, Chen Changsheng replied. Cultivation cannot be rushed, especially after reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement. Each breakthrough becomes exceedingly challenging. I have experienced this firsthand. However, Brother Pan is still young. You have plenty of time ahead. Manager 1 chuckled. Manager, we shall take our leave for now. Just then, the two individuals in conical hats bowed to Manager 1. Very well, you may go. Manager 1 waved his hand. As they passed by Chen Changsheng, he casually cast a glance, slightly furrowing his brow. Brother Pan, how many talismans have you brought me this time? Manager 1 inquired with a smile. 200 low-grade first-tier talismans and 30 mid-grade first-tier talismans. Chen Changsheng replied. So many? Your speed in crafting talismans is truly astonishing. Manager 1 exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Does he not require cultivation? However, the more talismans, the better. These talismans are not solely drawn by me. My disciple has also contributed significantly. Shopkeeper 1. This time I do not intend to exchange them for spirit stones, Chen Changsheng stated. Not for spirit stones. What does this mean, my friend? Shopkeeper 1 inquired. Puzzled. My disciple's cultivation is advancing rapidly, and I wish to select a few magical artifacts for her, Chen Changsheng replied. Magical artifacts? Haha, of course. That is not a problem. Shopkeeper 1 chuckled. Who wouldn't he appreciate a mutually beneficial transaction? In a short while, Shopkeeper 1 presented 4 magical artifacts. I see that your niece cultivates a water attribute technique, so the artifacts I have brought forth are all suited for the water attribute. You may choose. Since we are all friends, the prices will certainly be favorable. Among the 4 artifacts were 2 flying swords, a dagger, and a shield, all appearing brand new without any signs of use, classified as pristine magical artifacts. We shall take this shield. Xiaoxi, pick another attacking artifact that you fancy. Chen Changsheng declared. After all, if one is to make a purchase, it is only prudent to ensure both offense and defense are covered. Then I shall select this sword. Its shimmering aura is quite beautiful. Xiao Moshi immediately chose one of the swords. Haha, niece, this sword is not only aesthetically pleasing, its primary material is Shueyue stone. The original creator intended to forge it as a top-tier artifact, but due to some flaws during the refining process, it resulted in a mid-tier artifact. You have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Shopkeeper 1 laughed. Shopkeeper 1, do you have any magical artifacts suited for the wood attribute? I would like to see. Chen Changsheng expressed his interest upon witnessing Xiao Moshi's choice. Do you also wish to acquire a magical artifact for yourself? Shopkeeper 1 asked excitedly. Seeing Xiaoxi select her artifact ignited a desire within him. If there were suitable options, acquiring 1 or 2 for himself would not be a bad idea. Please wait. I shall prepare some exquisite items for you. Shopkeeper 1 instantly responded with a smile. Shopkeeper 1 was well aware of Chen Changsheng's wealth. Over the years, the spirit stones earned from selling talismans alone amounted to no less than 500. Although this sum was substantial, it may not suffice for the top-tier artifacts. Yet it was more than adequate for mid-tier ones. Please take a look. This is the Mu Ling Zhu, a first-tier dual-purpose artifact suitable for both defense and offense. When worn during cultivation, it also provides a slight enhancement to one's cultivation speed. I wonder if it piques your interest? Shopkeeper 1 produced a green orb, roughly the size of a fist. Upon its appearance, the surrounding wood attribute spiritual energy began to swirl and coalesce around it, forming a small vortex, clearly exhibiting its cultivation enhancement properties. What is the value of this item? Chen Changsheng inquired, intrigued. While the notion of a balanced offense and defense did not captivate him, as he believed balance often equated to mediocrity, he was more interested in its potential to enhance cultivation. Given his poor spiritual root quality, coupled with the unfortunate acquisition of a metal attribute spiritual root due to Hussein's betrayal, his cultivation speed had been further hampered. We are friends, so I'll let it go for 500 spirit stones, Shopkeeper 1 asserted. 500 spirit stones? To my knowledge, a typical mid-tier magical artifact is worth around 200 spirit stones, Chen Changsheng frowned. 500 spirit stones is rather exorbitant. My friend, the Muling Zhu is a naturally occurring artifact. Its most precious aspect is its ability to slightly accelerate cultivation speed, along with its dual-purpose capability, which justifies its higher price. Shopkeeper 1 explained. Nevertheless, 500 spirit stones is still too steep. How about this? Including the 2 items Xiao Shi selected. We total 500 spirit stones, Chen Changsheng proposed. Compared to mid-tier artifacts, lower-tier artifacts held little value. A typical lower-tier artifact was worth around 10 spirit stones. Mid-tier artifacts roughly 50 to 100, while mid-tier artifacts generally commanded 2 to 300 spirit stones. And top-tier artifacts typically ranged from 7 to 800 or even 1,000 spirit stones. My friend, that is too generous. Excluding the shield. The cost of the flying sword made from Shuei stone alone is no less than 100 spirit stones. Shopkeeper 1 quickly interjected. That is because it was a failed refinement. A top-tier flying sword would at least be worth 200 spirit stones, yet due to the failure, it has lost its value. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Add 50 spirit stones, and you cannot expect me to suffer a loss. Shopkeeper 1 feigned a pained expression. 550 spirit stones. Throw in a few stacks of talisman paper for me. Chen Changsheng insisted. You truly know how to negotiate. Very well. I will add 5 stacks of talisman paper for you. How does that sound? Shopkeeper 1 chuckled ruefully. That is more like it. This batch of talismans is worth 130 spirit stones, leaving 420 spirit stones. However, I currently do not possess that many spirit stones. Would you consider accepting other items? Chen Changsheng pondered. Presently, he held fewer than 300 spirit stones, not due to a lack of earnings, but rather because cultivation consumed spirit stones excessively. Of course, as long as it is a useful item, my Baobao Pavilion accepts all. Shopkeeper 1 replied. Elixirs, Chen Changsheng declared. Elixirs? Could it be that you are an alchemist? Shopkeeper 1's eyes widened in surprise. An alchemist? Compared to a talisman maker, an alchemist is truly a treasure. In the hierarchy of cultivation arts, the position of the formation master is the most esteemed, followed closely by that of the alchemist. Among casual practitioners, those who understand alchemy are exceedingly rare. Almost all alchemists are concentrated within families and sections. However, even the elixirs produced by those alchemists are often insufficient for their own kin, let alone what might circulate outside, in the market of Shouyang Mountain. Besides the elixir shop established by the Song family, no other merchant dares claim to have an adequate supply of elixirs. The reality is that even the Song family's elixir shop sometimes experiences shortages. Shopkeeper 1 laughed. I am a talisman maker. How could I possibly produce elixirs? Moreover, becoming an alchemist is considerably more challenging than becoming a talisman maker. Without the support of a family or sect, achieving success is truly arduous, Chen Changsheng stated, shaking his head. In truth, being an alchemist is a high investment, high reward profession, but the entry threshold is exceedingly high. There was once a family of cultivators with insufficient resources who attempted to gamble everything on producing an alchemist, only to see a century's worth of effort vanish, ultimately leaving them unable to sustain their members' basic cultivation, nearly leading to their dissolution. What about your elixirs? Shopkeeper 1 asked, perplexed. By coincidence, I came by them. Chen Changsheng replied coolly. I see. Of course, if they are obtained through your own chance, they are yours. Shopkeeper 1 immediately affirmed. Very well. I call this elixir the Fa Li Dan. While it does not enhance cultivation, it functions similarly to the Hui Qi Dan, yet its effectiveness is tenfold stronger. When one's magical energy is excessively depleted, consuming one can instantly restore nearly half of it. In the past, I once faced a formidable enemy, and it was through the instantaneous recovery effect of this Fa Li Dan that I was able to slay him. Unfortunately, the items obtained by chance are few in number. I only have 8 left. If the price is right, I shall exchange them all with you. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng produced a porcelain vial. He truly coveted the Muling Zhu, not only for its potential to enhance cultivation, but also to offset the disadvantages brought by his metal attribute's spiritual root. Furthermore, the dual-purpose artifact was also ideally suited for him. However, lacking spirit stones, he found himself with a substantial number of Fa Li Dan that he had no use for. Thus he preferred to exchange them. Compared to the Fa Li Dan, he would not part with the Jing Shui Dan, as it was immensely beneficial for his physical cultivation. Chen Changsheng felt an unusual sensation deep within him, sensing that the Jing Shui Dan was extraordinary. The more he consumed, the more subtle effects it would have on him, albeit requiring considerable time. In Chapter 92, titled The Suddenly Fulfilled Wish, Wan Zhonggui, a discerning individual, upon receiving the elixir from Chen Changsheng, first inhaled its aroma, and then delicately scraped a pinch of powder with a silver knife to taste. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Taoist pan. I shall take all your pills at 40 spiritual stones each. What do you say?" The moment Wan Zhonggui's words reached Chen Changsheng, his mind was shaken. Was a single elixir worth 40 spiritual stones? He had nearly 100 of such elixirs, which would amount to 4,000 spiritual stones. How astonishing it was to realize that the greatest benefit of the Lian Shiju lay here. However, this elixir was certainly worth more than 40. Wan Zhonggui was no benevolent man. 50 spiritual stones per piece, and they are all yours. Chen Changsheng replied, "This elixir is a lifesaver at critical moments." He slowly shook his head. "Add 10 spiritual stones. It shouldn't exceed your bottom line, right? 50 spiritual stones is acceptable. Taoist Pan, you've collaborated with my Baibao Pavilion for so long. We are not strangers, so 50 spiritual stones each it is." Wan Zhonggui said, "Do you truly possess only 8? Is there no more?" He grinned at Chen Changsheng. "There are indeed only 8, obtained through sheer luck. I do not know if I will encounter them again." Chen Changsheng replied, shaking his head. "What a pity. 8 elixirs at 50 spiritual stones, each total 400 spiritual stones. Plus the talisman's worth 130 spiritual stones," Wan Zhonggui calculated. "You still owe me 20 spiritual stones, I understand." Chen Changsheng said, directly placing 20 spiritual stones on the table. "Taoist Pan is truly straightforward. It's a deal." Wan Zhonggui beamed. After the transaction was complete, Chen Changsheng and Xiao Mashi exited Baibao Pavilion, while Wan Zhonggui's face immediately reflected uncontainable joy. The elixir that instantly replenished spiritual energy was a miraculous lifesaver. How amusing that Pan Wu did not understand the market and sold it for merely 50 spiritual stones each. Once I take action, it should fetch at least 100 spiritual stones each, doubling the profit. But wait, that Mu Ling Zhu was seized from the Heibai Shuangsha brothers. It was a no-cost venture. In reality, the cost of this transaction was merely those 2 insignificant mid-grade magical artifacts. Yet, did Pan Wu truly not deceive me? Did he indeed possess only 8 elixirs, obtained by chance? If I could uncover the alchemist behind this elixir, I would truly strike it rich. Wan Zhonggui muttered to himself, watching Chen Changsheng and Xiao Mashi depart. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng and Xiao Mashi strolled side by side down the street. "Uncle, did you sense that those 2 individuals were quite strange?" Xiao Mashi inquired. "I did sense it. If I am not mistaken, their hands must have recently been stained with blood," Chen Changsheng replied. The cleansing talisman, while capable of removing dirt, could not eliminate certain remnants, such as the lingering malevolent aura and unresolved killing intent after committing murder, which could still be sensed. Stained with blood? Murder? Robbery? "Uncle, do you think they could be?" Suddenly, Xiao Mashi's breath quickened. Heibai Shuangsha, her parents had both perished at their hands. It is hard to say. However, even if they are, we cannot act impulsively. For now, we are not their match. Chen Changsheng shook his head. He could feel the dangerous aura emanating from those 2. Unless he could ambush them and swiftly eliminate them, he and Xiao Mashi together would still not stand a chance against either of them. Those 2 were likely at the peak of qi refinement. I know that to seek revenge, I must advance to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Xiao Mashi clenched her fists, then gradually loosened them. Right now, our priority is to cultivate diligently, to familiarize ourselves with magical artifacts. Having spiritual energy does not guarantee combat strength. In the future, we should practice in the valley when we have the chance. Chen Changsheng declared. Agreed. Merely indulging in cultivation will ultimately render us like flowers in a greenhouse. Once faced with ruthless bandits, we may not even be able to unleash half our potential. Having spent many years in the secular world, Chen Changsheng had witnessed numerous fledgling disciples of major sects who were ultimately slain by those weaker than themselves. Completing Feng Cheng's wish, he will bestow upon you the treasures he has concealed. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng received information from the Lian Shiju, and a location materialized in his mind. Feng Cheng's wish. The steward of Tianfeng Merchant Association, the abandoned Heaven Thief Group, was annihilated? "Uncle, what is the matter?" Xiao Mashi asked. "It's nothing at all. Let us return home." Chen Changsheng shook his head. Simultaneously, at a certain ravine 80 miles outside Shouyang Mountain, old ancestor Jin Jian, the abandoned Heaven Thief Group, totaling 32 individuals, has not a single one escaped. Song Xing respectfully bowed to an elderly man. The title of Old Ancestor carries special significance. In the realm of cultivation, only those who have attained the Golden Core stage are bestowed with such honorifics. However, Golden Core cultivators are exceedingly rare. For instance, in the entirety of Shouyang Mountain S market, the strongest among them is merely the Song family's Foundation Establishment cultivator. Gradually, Even those at the Foundation establishment stage are lauded as ancestors, like the one before him. Killing the abandoned heaven thief is merely a trivial matter. Have we located the item? Old ancestor Chen Changsheng inquired. It is not with the abandoned heaven thieves. Song Xing shook his head. Not found. When Fang Cheng and his companions were ambushed by the abandoned heaven thieves, Fang Cheng perished, and even his corpse was subsequently collected. Logically, this item should have fallen into the hands of the abandoned heaven thieves. Old ancestor Chen Changsheng frowned. Logically, it should be so, but if it were in their possession, why would they not use it? If they had the snake pearl, even you, old ancestor, would find it challenging to subdue him, Song Xing remarked. Snake pearl, the ancestral treasure of the Song family, forged by a master craftsman from the essence of the Heishui Xianqi, along with the demon soul of the Heishui Xianqi. It allows a qi refinement cultivator to contend with a foundation establishment practitioner, qualifying it as a pseudo-foundation establishment artifact. To experts, it may be worthless, but for a cultivation family, it is undoubtedly a treasure of the clan. Possessing this item ensures that the family can maintain a continuous line of foundation establishment practitioners. Its significance is evident. Yet, as the Song family has developed over the years, there are several genuine foundation establishment experts within the clan, making the snake pearl's value less apparent. To further enhance the family's strength, the clan leader decided to sell the snake pearl through the Tianfeng Merchant Association, only to be met with an ambush from the abandoned heaven thieves just after it was taken out of Shouyang Mountain. Fangqing perished, and the precious snake pearl has since gone missing. Chapter 93. The Temptation of the Corpse. The snake pearl is vital. We must not lose it. We must continue searching. Furthermore, have there been any other discoveries regarding the abandoned heaven thieves? How dare mere loose cultivators gather so many bandits and brazenly appear near Shouyang Mountain? Old ancestor Chen Changsheng remarked coolly. Old ancestor, it seems that the abandoned heaven thieves are disciples of the Wanfa sect. Should we investigate further? Song Xing hesitated before frowning. Disciples of the Wanfa sect? The Wanfa sect. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Chen Changsheng could not help but gasp in shock. In Yuezhou, there are 5 major sects that truly dominate the region, each with golden core experts stationed within. The 5 sects reign supreme, dividing Yuezhou into 5 territories, with Shouyang Mountain being subordinate to the Wanfa sect. If the Wanfa sect were likened to an emperor, the Song family, as a foundation establishment clan, would be akin to a vassal lord. Forget it, the Wanfa sect, huh? They have never relaxed their grip on us foundation establishment powers. Old ancestor Chen Changsheng scoffed. There is no eternally prosperous force. Secular dynasties change hands every 200 to 300 years, and the cultivation world is not much different. For example, the Song family was not the ruler of Shouyang Mountain 500 years ago. For instance, in the realm of Wanfa Min, over a millennium ago, the entire Yuezhou was under the dominion of a formidable sect, Qingmu Zong. At that time, the standing of Wanfa Min was akin to that of the present-day Song family. However, the events that followed remained shrouded in mystery. The once mighty Qingmu Zong suddenly collapsed, paving the way for the emergence of 5 major sects that subsequently united to eradicate the remnants of Qingmu Zong. From that moment onward, they established a co-governance structure that endures to this day. Old ancestor, if the traitor Qi Tiandao delivers the Shizhu to Wanfa Min, Song Xing pondered aloud, it would be impossible to reclaim it. Is it likely? The prestigious Wanfa Min would hardly covet a mere Shizhu. The Chen Changsheng old ancestor replied, shaking his head. With a true golden core ancestor presiding over Wanfa Min and nearly 100 foundation-building experts in their ranks, how could they possibly regard a single Shizhu? Very well. Then I shall continue my pursuit of those associated with Qi Tiandao, Song Xing declared. Indeed, exercise caution. We cannot afford to provoke Wanfa Min at this moment. Chen Changsheng old ancestor cautioned. They are a golden core sect, the very pinnacle of Yuezhou. Understood, ancestor. Song Xing replied respectfully. Now, clear the battlefield. Let there be no remnants. As for Qi Tiandao and his cohorts, leave them here to rot in the wilderness, Chen Changsheng old ancestor commanded, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. The despicable Wanfa Min shall pay for this once my elder brother breaks through. As Chen Changsheng old ancestor departed, Song Xing instructed, inform everyone to scour the battlefield. We must not overlook anything of value. Gather all the corpses and leave them here, exposed for the wilderness. Yes, third young master. Swiftly, the subordinates busied themselves, collecting every valuable item, and Chen Xing led the group back to Shouyang Mountain. He felt an overwhelming sense of negativity and knew he needed to cleanse it thoroughly at the Huxian Pavilion. On another note, Xiaomashi had gone into seclusion and wouldn't emerge for at least 3 to 5 hours. During his previous visits to Huxian Pavilion, matters had been hastily concluded. Today, having acquired the wood spirit pearl, a celebration was in order. Half an hour later, at Huxian Pavilion, Brother Pan, Brother Song, what a coincidence to meet again here. Song Xing exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. Has Brother Song just accomplished something significant? Chen Changsheng inquired with astonishment. Recalling the task he had recently completed and noticing the murderous aura surrounding Song Xing, he wondered, could it be that you have just returned from eliminating Qitian Dao? How did you know, Brother Pan? Song Xing asked, surprised. The killing intent surrounding you is still palpable. Even those spirit hounds by the street are retreating at your presence. Chen Changsheng chuckled. Ah, I see. Brother Pan, you are quite observant. To be candid, I have just returned from a kill, Song Xing replied nonchalantly. Qitian Dao? Chen Changsheng queried. You are aware of this? Song Xing asked, astonished. Just a guess. Brother Song, do you not recall? Our third meeting was at the Fong family. At that time, you vowed to Madame Fong that you would capture Qitian Dao to bring justice to Fong Cheng. Chen Changsheng smiled. Oh, now I remember. Indeed. It is true. The gang of Qitian Dao, consisting of 32 bandits, has been completely eradicated. Shouyang Mountain should enjoy a semblance of peace from now on. Song Xing nodded. 32 bandits? So many? Where did you find them? Chen Changsheng's excitement intensified. 32 cultivators. If he could gather their remains, the rewards from their legacy tasks aside, the superior blood essence elixirs and magical power pills alone would yield a substantial fortune. He had just sold 8 magical power pills for 50 spirit stones each. South of the market, about 100 miles away, lies the lair of Qitian Dao, where we caught them red-handed. Song Xing explained. Despicable. Those bandits deserve their fate. Chen Changsheng nodded vigorously, though a pang of regret lingered within him. 32 cultivators' corpses represented a tremendous wealth. Alas, it seemed he would not partake in it. Many cultivators had the habit of destroying the evidence after killing, leaving no trace behind. However, some might leave behind corpses due to unforeseen circumstances. They all deserved it. I left their bodies to rot in the wilderness. Song Xing mentioned casually. Left to rot. Did you not set fire to them? Chen Changsheng asked excitedly. Burning them would be too merciful. Letting their remains be a feast for the wild beasts is their rightful end. Song Xing retorted vehemently. The Shizhu, if it is lost, it would be a tremendous loss for the Song family, valued at thousands of spirit stones, potentially enough to exchange for a foundation-building pill. Exposing the bodies to the wilderness is a brilliant idea. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but applaud Song Xing, though not out of admiration. He had an aversion to treachery, but no such feelings toward the Song family. Enough of these matters. Let us proceed inside, Song Xing suggested. Not today. I just remembered some unfinished business. I must take my leave, Brother Song. Chen Changsheng quickly shook his head, while internally weighing the pros and cons of his current situation. 32 cultivators' corpses. In all his time as a cultivator, he had never encountered such a lucrative opportunity. Yet, to collect these corpses would require venturing outside the market, which risked attracting bandits. Should he play it safe or take the risk? After careful consideration, he ultimately opted for caution. The market was not entirely secure, and an inexplicable urgency compelled him to hasten his progress in strengthening his abilities. Moreover, this excursion was not solely for the 32 cultivators' corpses, but also for the so-called treasure of Fong Cheng. Chapter 94. There are no useless techniques. Venturing outside the market is a serious matter that requires thorough preparation. Merely possessing a wood spirit pearl is insufficient, and regrettably, I am low on spirit stones. I should seek out Xiao Moshi to borrow her shield. No, that thought process is flawed. Why should I regard myself as a cultivator? Wouldn't it be safer to disguise myself as a congenital warrior? Bandits typically focus on cultivators and seldom target warriors, even those of innate prowess, as they possess little worth. On the way home, Chen Changsheng meticulously considered the various items he would require for his venture outside the market. Xiao Moshi, please emerge from your seclusion. I need to speak with you. Chen Changsheng gently knocked on the door of the secret chamber. Before long, Xiao Moshi emerged, saying, Uncle, what is it? I need to borrow your sword and shield, Chen Changsheng stated. Borrow my artifacts? Uncle, what has happened? Xiao Moshi asked, surprised. Nothing much. I merely wish to experiment with your artifacts. Continue your cultivation, Chen Changsheng reassured her. Oh, as long as there is nothing wrong. Xiao Moshi nodded, retrieving her sword and shield to hand to Chen Changsheng. Watching her return to her secluded meditation, Chen Changsheng contemplated leaving a note for her, explaining the situation, to prevent any worry should he return late, or should he not return at all. That could never happen. After preparing the sword and shield, Chen Changsheng hurried to the storage room, collecting all the talismans stored there and stuffing them into his personal storage bag. These talismans had been accumulated over time, In truth, his storage bag contained quite a few, but given his financial constraints, scattering so many talismans would likely overwhelm him during the later stages of qi cultivation. For safety's sake, Chen Changsheng would not hesitate to utilize the talismans. Having gathered his belongings, Chen Changsheng donned a disguise and arrived at the market exit. The crowd was sparse, with only a few scattered cultivators selling miscellaneous items. After nearly 4 years within the market, this was his first time venturing outside. Gazing at the sky, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been almost 4 years. He wondered if De Huang was still around, or if someone had skinned him. Chen Changsheng muttered to himself. As soon as Chen Changsheng departed from the market, 2 itinerant cultivators, seemingly by coincidence, gathered together. Did the Wenxiang insect react? One inquired. It did, and quite noticeably too. That fellow undoubtedly possesses something of great value. Excellent. You should follow him immediately. I will report to the boss. The other vendors observed the departing figure with pity, for they were not entirely ignorant of the happenings in the market. However, they chose to remain uninvolved, believing that meddling in the affairs of cultivation could lead to dire consequences. Upon leaving the market, Chen Changsheng sought a secluded area, retrieving garments from his storage bag to transform his appearance. Clad in a warrior's attire and wielding a sword, he adopted a standard martial look. This should deter any highwayman from showing interest in me, he mused with a hint of a smile. Yet, a concern lingered in his mind about the whereabouts of De Huang. He hoped fervently that his companion had not met a grim fate. With his sword at his waist, he traversed the forest, occasionally emitting a series of bird calls that served as a signal for De Huang. If De Huang heard the sound, he would surely come searching. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng felt an unsettling sensation as if someone were watching him, prompting him to turn abruptly, yet he found nothing amiss. Trouble, he thought, realizing he might be under surveillance. Could it be a highway robbery? How audacious, are they now targeting martial artists? Despite his inner fury, he maintained a calm facade and continued onward. Behind him, the cunning old seven patted his chest, admiring his own guile. That fellow is indeed crafty, disguising himself as a martial artist and altering his appearance. If it weren't for the Wenxiang insect, he might have eluded me. Old Seven's senses were finely attuned, and he suspected he had been detected. Yet, he dismissed the concern, confident in his superiority. He is merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, while I am at the 6th. Even if he realizes my presence, it will only lead to his demise. Many wandering cultivators lacked true combat experience, and some would panic at the sight of blood or death. However, Old Seven was different. His history was stained with blood, and his combat experience far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. With a surge of bravado, he boldly approached, unperturbed by whether Chen Changsheng would notice him. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance beneath his feet. What? Quagmire technique? A flash of light enveloped him, and the solid ground transformed into a mire, ensnaring his feet. Discovered? This mere quagmire technique is insignificant, Old Seven scoffed. It merely turns an area into a swamp, lacking any lethal capability. In fact, this technique was originally a talent of certain demon races that preferred to wallow in mud, later adapted by human cultivators and ultimately discarded due to its lack of lethality. As Old Seven prepared to soar away on his sword, another flash of light appeared. Fossilization technique. Another useless spell. Panic surged through him, but it was too late. His lower body was instantaneously immobilized between the rocks. Could the combination of the seemingly ineffective quagmire and fossilization techniques yield such an effect? Why had no one employed them this way before? In a state of terror, Old Seven brandished his sword, intending to cleave the rocks.